So let's get into a 2-minute cool down and then we'll do some stretching afterwards. Now we're going to do this at round about your 20 strokes a minute pace. If you want to back off kind of 4 or 5 seconds, then please do, just to make sure that your body cools down after what was hopefully quite an intense workout for you. So here we go then. 2 minutes cool down in 3, 2, 1, let's go. It's always a good idea to cool down, regardless of what kind of workout you've just done. Whether it's a 2K time trial and your body's just filled with all of the acid deposits from working at absolute maximum, or whether it's just a 30-minute at 20 strokes a minute row. It's always a good idea just to get into the habit of it. Lets your blood system kind of clean itself out. Lets your brain clear itself out, to be honest. I mean, especially for these kind of workouts where you're holding a specific pace and a specific stroke rate, it can be quite mentally taxing. So a 2-minute cool down just lets you kind of, I don't know, clear out any kind of knots in your brain. Do you get knots in your brain? Can't be a good thing. But you get knots in your muscles, so let's just think of it that way. So if I remember rightly, my intention when I did this last year was that I was going to record them all and do no post-production to them. So there's a good chance that's what I was talking about during the row. It was about, oh, there's no metrics on screen and stuff. But that all changes. I think by the 3rd workout or something, I start to put up the data, the metrics from my row, because people were beginning to ask for it. So if I can try and find the metrics for this one on the logbook, I'll see if I can put them on, but I don't think I even ran ergzone with it. So, okay. So that's us at the end of the cool down. We're going to go into a stretching section. Now, if you don't have time to stretch, that's perfectly okay, but just please make sure and stretch at least your quads and your hamstrings, maybe your glutes. Don't do it in the shower because I don't want you to slip and fall over. But at least give your hamstrings and glutes a stretch because they're going to have taken a good old beating through that row. Otherwise, you can join Stretching John, who will take you through some guided stretches, or I will take you through some, but on the machine, or at least next to the machine if you don't have space for a stretching mat or a stretching area. So we'll start off with hamstrings. So put your feet back in the straps. They should be nice and loose from you taking yourself just out just then. Put your hands in the air and then fold forwards, okay? So it's like you're praying down to your feet. And it's important you do this as a fold, not like a roll of your lower back or your upper back. You want to make sure and fold. And then what should happen, you should get really nice stretch down here in your hamstrings. If you don't, there's a chance you've maybe just rounded your back instead of doing the fold, or maybe you've got the angles wrong of your feet. Maybe you don't have your legs straight. Maybe you've got like a little bend in your knees, and that's going to undo the stretch you could get in your hamstrings. So it's important that you just work. You kind of get used to your own body, how you need to do it there. I can tell you what to do, but you have to do it yourself. So do glutes next. I've still got marks on my legs. Do glutes next. So one leg up on the beam, if you want to call it that, or the monorail. Put your other leg over it so that your heel is in the crook of your knee. Bring your other knee across your body so it's kind of in line with everything else. I'm going to turn it away from you now. And then hold on to the back of the machine and rotate into your glute. That's your bottom muscle, basically. So you just rotate and hold this knee that's kind of coming across your body in place. And what you should find is that this gives you a really nice stretch into your glutes. Again, the angles that you're at here are going to make a huge difference. How much you pull this knee across your body really can affect the amount of stretch you get into your glute. How much you then rotate down into it also makes a huge difference. I'm going to swap legs. So put that foot over, bring this knee across, hold it in place with this arm. Hello. Hold on to the back of the machine and then rotate down. And that rotation really is the trigger here, especially with that pulling of the knee. Now, holding onto the back of the machine is really just to stop me falling off. So you don't have to worry if you're like, I can't reach the back of the machine. Yeah, so that's the point of that. But you should really feel it right in here, right in your glutes. And it's like your glutes and your core are so important that you work on them, you stretch them, and you build them, and you strengthen them, because they can be responsible for so many things. Like knee problems can actually be because of your glutes, because your body's kind of compensating for sore glutes and things. So if you can really just make sure to stretch them, it's really important. So I'm going to do quads next. So stand next to the machine. You can rest one hand on the monitor if you wish, and then flick one leg up behind you, or the other leg behind you, and then hold your heel against your backside. So if I come around like that, so hold your heel against your backside, try and have a straight line from your shoulder down through your hips into your knee, so that hopefully has a good enough posture. And then as you kind of hold that heel against your backside, you should feel your quad getting a really nice stretch. If you feel the stretch anywhere else, you've probably got the angles of your body wrong. So you might be kind of tilting forwards, or you might be, your knee could be forwards, or who knows what's going on there. But it's meant to be your quads, especially, if you feel it up here in your hip flexors, then you've got your angles wrong. So make sure and keep a nice posture. I tend to hold quite high up on my foot rather than down at the toes, because I don't want to stretch and irritate the tendons in my feet. If I was going to hold on to my toes, then suddenly that's quite sore across the top of my foot. So holding on to kind of the ankle is better. Right, I'm going to do those hip flexors next. So I'm going to do this one. I'll do one with one knee down the ground, and the next one with a knee off the ground. So one knee on the ground, 90-degree angle. Crikey, my legs are filthy. The other leg in front of you, again a 90-degree angle. Okay, so you're nice and prone. And then all you do is you push this hip forwards, and this knee will then come over the top of this foot. Okay, so you keep a good posture, but all you're doing is pushing into this hip. And now you should really feel right up here in your hip flexors. You should get a really nice stretch, and like, oh, there we go, that's where it's meant to be. Now your hip flexors do take a little bit of a battering, especially at the back of the stroke, but it's quite easy to blame them for flexibility issues that can often be your hamstrings or even your glutes or your quads. So do check out the Jeff Cavalier video about should you be stretching your hip flexors. I always bring him up. Right, so let's change feet. So basically this is the same position as before, but if you raise that knee off the ground, like say you don't have a suitable place to put the knee down, then you can do it this way and still push into that hip, okay? So you're still pushing that hip forwards with a good posture. Might want to, like I just did, be close enough to the machine that you can kind of steady yourself if you fall over. It puts a lot of force into this front leg though. That's the only thing I always feel like I get more like a lunge feel into this leg rather than stretching the other one. But if you don't have a place to stretch where you can put your knee down on the ground, it is a way to do it, but it takes a little bit of practice to get it right to make sure you get the stretch into the hip flexor. I'm gonna have to stretch it afterwards because I'm rubbish at doing it that way. Anyway, right, next up, forearms. Okay, so clasp your hands in front of you and then bring them down in front, but push your hands together as you do, okay? So you'll end up in this position with your fingers at right angles to your wrists and push in together. And what you should find is that right under here gets a nice stretch underneath your forearms, and your fingers should get a nice stretch too. And maybe in today's workout, it shouldn't have been that taxing on your forearms and fingers, but there are some workouts out there that really are taxing on your forearms and fingers. So this is a really good stretch to do, really, even after today's kind of session, to make sure that you've got nice flexible fingers and forearms. So like if you're doing a 500 meter time trial, especially when it does get to the point at the end of that where you really are pulling, even from the front, just trying to squeeze every last meter out of it for like the last 20 seconds of it, forearms can really end up like bricks almost. So it was a person at a climbing wall that told me this is what to do if you end up with that kind of solid underneath forearms. Shoulders next, so hands straight in front of you, bring it across your body, and then loop this arm up. Just hold to pull that shoulder, the arm across your body to stretch your shoulder. Sorry, I suddenly realized that some of the ways I describe this makes absolutely no sense to anyone listening on a podcast. And so I said halfway through that sentence, I was trying to think, how do I say this to a way that a podcast person would understand? But yeah, I've got one arm going right across my body. It's being kind of braced and almost like pulled back by looping my other arm over it. That still makes no sense, does it? Let's change arms, do exactly the same thing. Your shoulders shouldn't really take that much of a beating when it comes to rowing. It should be like the connection at the front of the machine should be like a straight power line, straight, all the way through your shoulders into your fingers. So if you find that your shoulders are sore after rowing, there's a chance you're either pulling too soon or you're kind of shrugging with your shoulders up way too high, and that's why you got all this tension up here. So keep those shoulders low. Even if you have like an outwards rotation of your, not this much, but like an outwards rotation of your elbows, turns your shoulders down, disengages them slightly, and it's much easier to hang off the handle when you do your stroke. So next up, let's do biceps. So we're going to pretend we're ski jumpers. So it's jumping, but then we rotate our thumbs outwards. Okay, so we're flying through the air. Oh, crikey, we're quite high up. Oh, look at all that snow. But hey, we're getting a good stretch into our biceps. Yeah, so the rotation of the thumbs, all that does is it lengthens the long head of your bicep, and that's where you get the stretch from kind of doing, like that's nothing, that is just ski jumping, but the moment you rotate your thumbs outwards, you get a nice stretch to those biceps. But what it also does is it contracts your triceps, so we have to stretch them next. So put one hand in the air, down your back so it touches your spine, and then you've got one elbow pointing to the sky, but make sure it's pointing to the sky by using your other hand to just help it stretch back. And this should mean that your fingers go slightly down your spine a little bit more. And you should feel like you're getting a nice wee stretch into your triceps when you do this. What the ideal goal for this, for optimum flexibility, is that you then put this hand up your back and you should be able to interlock fingers, but I've got rubbish shoulders, so I can't do that. I think I can do it a little bit better on this one. No, let's swap arms. So basically exactly the same thing, just keep that elbow kind of pointing straight to the sky. Reach for the sky. And this is the last of our stretches, okay? So just a wee triceps. So this is one of the reasons why I wanted to remake my 30 days of 30-minute rows, was to add these stretching pieces onto the end of all of them. So you should be able to get into a 2-minute cool down. If you're ready, if you had a drink, just wiggle your backside. Let's go in 3, 2, 1, go. The funny thing is, you know what? See, when I'm just, the second half of that row, even though I was rowing at the same pace as the first half, because I was just telling you stories of ice skating and drumming and all that kind of stuff, weirdly, my heart rate was it was like more natural to be in the zone. It's like when I talk about technique and the importance of staying between 60 and 70%, it's almost like that adds tension, stress to what I'm doing, which artificially adds a few beats to my heart rate. Not that I'd particularly be telling you tales like that in the middle of tomorrow's max intensity row, because after all, if you did the Tabata workout, you'll have noticed that by the end of it, I was nothing more than a motivational poster barking out single words. Just kind of saying, stroke rate, power, row. Hopefully managed to escape the rain. It was a glorious blue sky, sunny day when we started today's row, and now it's suddenly gone back to Scotland. Overcast, grey, and a real feeling of impending precipitation. Okay, 3 more strokes and I'm done with the cool down. 2 more. Now the stretching might get cut short if it does start to rain, because I really don't want the water rower to get wet. So stretching sessions next. If you don't have time to stretch, please at least take a moment to stretch your quads, your hamstrings and your glutes, but not in the shower because I don't want you to fall over. Or Stretchy John has just appeared on screen and he will take you through some guided stretches if you can get a mat somewhere. And I'm going to take you through a stretch on the machine. Now it may cut to a previous version because I can really feel the odd drop coming down, so if it does, apologies, but dangers of rowing outside. So hands in the air and fold forwards, okay? So you got your feet back in the straps in case you're listening to the podcast, so your legs are nice and straight.
and then you just fold forwards. You can kind of brace your feet slightly against the straps to help with this, but I don't want you to be tugging, okay? I don't want you to be pulling yourself forwards with your hands on your ankles or gripping onto your toes and yanking yourself forwards. If you can touch your toes here, that's perfectly fine, but touch them, okay? Don't pull on them. Like play the piano. Or the drums, paradiddle, 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 paradiddle. That's for all the drummers out there. Another plane. You can tell it's getting to that time of the year, more and more planes coming over. Right, so that's the hamstrings done. Glutes next. I'm just going to put one foot in the stirrup, the heel cup on this. Leg nice and straight, bring this foot over, knee across, I can feel the rain. And then I'm going to turn away from you. Just rotate away from you. Sorry that I kind of raced through that explanation, but hopefully you got it. You got what I was saying. I'm keeping an eye on this patio is quite interesting where you can see raindrops appearing. Right, I'm going to call it. I'm afraid, sorry, I can't have this water rower getting wet. They're not designed to be wet. So I'm going to cut to me doing the stretching session from one of the other rows in this. My apologies. And then, I'm just changing legs. What am I doing? Changing legs for glutes. Yeah, and then I top it up with hot water. So it's really watered down, 750 mils worth of coffee. So don't worry about me in terms of caffeine content. And I have 3 of these a day. So 3 cups of coffee, all watered down, but it's like 2.2 litres worth of fluid I'm taking in just from this coffee. Bear in mind, I used to have like 10 proper cups of coffee a day. So that's improved a lot. Yeah, I'll have that, and then I will have like water with lunch and things, but just through the day, I don't tend to drink water. So that's why I've got this thing to kind of go off every hour to tell me, oi, drink water. What we do next? Sorry, I'm too busy talking about hydration. So that's my lower back playing up there. That's why I almost fell over. Right, so we're gonna do quads next. So rest one hand on your machine if you can. Flick your opposite foot up behind you and then hold it so that the heel is touching your backside. And put in just enough of a pull, enough force to create a stretch down here through your quads. Again, you're not trying to rip your leg off. You're also try and hold on to the upper part of your foot when you do this rather than your toes. Because if you hold on to your toes, you can kind of overstretch the tendons from your toes up to your foot. I'm going to change legs. Oh, God, sorry. That was quite an ungainly way to do it, but this lower back SI thing is just every now and then it clicks out of place. I do something silly, and it was actually, I don't know if you watched the row of me outside in the garden a couple of sessions ago, and in the warm-up, I was saying, I think the machine's lilting to one side. So because I was rowing for 4 minutes and it wasn't flat, it wasn't straight, that was enough to click my SI joint out of place. And then basically the muscles in my lower back then go completely into spasm to protect it. It's getting better, but right. So hip flexors next. So here we go. Same thing that we're always doing. So one knee on the ground, another one in front. But whereas usually I've been saying about coming forwards to stretch it, I'm not doing that anymore. This is thanks to Alan at Power Physio. So you're in this position, squeeze your glute. Okay, so think about squeezing. And actually what that does is it tends to kind of put a little push forwards. But squeeze your backside, your glute, and then have a little lean backwards, just a tiny one, just to kind of, it's almost like I'm just straightening up my upper body now from my usual slumpy forwards. But squeeze your glute and have a tiny lean backwards. And you should now really feel that stretch down here. And I do wonder whether this is why, so I put my toes down and do this. Yeah, because I don't know if you've maybe seen, sometimes I'll say about how if I have my toes down, I don't get the right sensation in the stretch of the hip flexor. With my toes like this now, foot flat, I do feel a stretch in the hip flexor. So there we go. But that's not the leg that hurts for me, so swap legs, and it's my left hip flexor that has the damage in it. So same again, and then squeeze that glute and slight lean back. It's almost like as you lean back, you can feel everything elongate through that hip flexor. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hold this for kind of 15-20 seconds, and then I'm just going to shift to my foot going down again, just to give it 2 hits on the same stretch. So make sure and try, and it's hard because you can't really contract your glute muscles when you're like this, but there we go, I'm just going to foot down. But thinking about contracting your glute muscle, it causes that stretch to be even better in your hip flexor. It's almost, it's easier to contract it with my toes down like that. It's interesting. Right. Sorry. So I just realized I was talking a lot about my butt. Nobody wants to know about my butt. Right, so you can see, like, quickly, that's the seat pad. So I've got my RowAlong wrist bands filling in the kind of the scoop on the seat, and then my Concept 2 seat pad on top of it. And that improves to no end the comfort of the water rower seat. Oh, sorry. Right, okay, forearms next. Sorry about that, you're just watching me rub my leg now. Hands in front of your face, try and keep your shoulders level, John, and then push your hands together, bring them down in front of your body. And then you should get 90-degree angle between your fingers and your forearms, and if you continue to push in here, you'll get a nice stretch into your forearms, and possibly your fingers as well. Because if you are, the one thing I've not really said in this entire series really is what you do with your hands on the handle. And it's a big thing, to be honest, is that you find a lot of rowers will like have a death grip on the handle. To be honest, the water rower, because it's an oval handle rather than round, is it's a little easier to row in this the way you're meant to, which is with your fingers hooked over it. So rather than grabbing, you hook your fingers over with your thumbs lightly underneath, and that way you hook, and that's how the power gets through there. Whereas if you have a death grip on it, then your fingers get sore and your forearms get sore and everything. So don't do that. Shoulders next, hands straight out in front of your body. Bring it right across. Naturally, that's where it comes to, which doesn't give me much of a stretch. So I then use my other arm. My microphone's popping up into me. I've got a little bit of microphone fear right now because the last row I did, it was clicking and popping the whole time. I hope I managed to fix it by putting it through the isotope sound processor, and it took away most of the clicks away, but I'm a little bit worried it's going to do the same thing again when I get into the edit suite. In which case, I gotta go shopping for a new microphone. Ooh, right, swap arms. I mean, when you think about it, it has taken, I wouldn't be surprised if you think about the amount of jiggle back and forwards this microphone's had. I mean, it's been, where am I? 2018, so that's like 5 years worth of RowAlong workouts I've filmed. Which, well, actually, yeah, it's like well over 600 workouts, I think, I've filmed. And if you think they all last an average of half an hour, maybe, that's a lot of time to have a little cable just kind of knocking backwards and forwards. So it's probably, I've got a loose connection there somewhere. That's okay, they're only like £15 for these little microphones, so don't worry, I'm not gonna go poor just from buying it. And again, thanks to all the lovely people who donate through the Patreon thing. I can use that money for it, so thank you very much once again. What we do next? Biceps. So hands behind you, so you're a ski jumper. Wee, I'm flying, mom, look at me. But then rotate, that's the word I was looking for, your thumbs outwards. And that will then lengthen the long head of your bicep, if you have one. My long head of the bicep is a lot less long than it used to be. Basically, I'm going to be, to be honest, just to kind of put a full stop on that, I am going to be interested to see, especially as being, like I say, I'm 48 now, so this is the point where everyone's like, oh, it's all just age now, it's all downhill from here. You'll be interested to see over the course of the next few months, and I'm looking at this, so it's mid-April right now, or almost end of April right now, and I'm going to look towards October for all of this. I'm going to have a little downtime in July when we have a summer holiday, but this is how long I'm looking at. I'm not thinking this is going to be like a 6 week, in fact, hang on, triceps next, hand up in the air, put down your back. Ooh, I've gone in silly hair again. Yeah, elbows up in the air, help it back with that other hand, that'll stretch your triceps. Yeah, so I'm not, this isn't as much as this training plan for the Get Fit by Rowing thing, I've aimed to be like a 6 week training plan to help fitness improve. That's not in line with my own personal goals of trying to get that body fat percentage down again, the muscle percentage up, and all that kind of stuff. That is what I say. About 6 months I'm giving myself until end of October, because that's when my next High Rocks race is. So I'm giving myself a good long-term goal to get to where I want to be. And that way, I'm not putting pressure on myself. So 2-minute cool down. What I want you to do is start this at the pace you're just rowing at, but then gradually slow down over the 2 minutes, all right? 3, 2, 1, go. In fact, I'm going to give a sneak peek of something I will talk about later in the plan, which is strapless rowing. Now, strapless rowing is very good from a stroke technique point of view, but it's also a fantastic core workout because you have to stabilize yourself at the back of the stroke rather than just stopping yourself by flicking your feet against the straps. If you've never done it before though, I don't recommend jumping right into it with your feet totally at the straps. Just loosen the strap first, just in case you come flying off the back of the machine. I'll cover technique a bit more. Well, I'll pretty much, most of the time, I'll talk a kind of a mixture of why we're doing sessions, a little bit about technique, and then a little bit about me, really. Like today, talking about why we're doing this. It's about my Hyrox endeavors and things. Just because I think it gets really dry if all I talk is technique and motivation the whole time. I'm not saying that you'd be particularly interested in me as a whole. I'm not that into myself, but it's a different thing to talk about. That's why often I'll kind of talk about what I've just had for lunch or I'm going to have for dinner or whatever. Which today, lunch, just after this row, it's going to be a nice chicken ramen. Start to have a nice chicken ramen for lunch most days actually. But yeah, I'll talk about that and nutrition and just stuff to keep us going. So, but I do talk all the way through the workouts, okay? So you can obviously just wait for me to say what the session is, then hit mute and put on some music instead and not have to listen to me. But I'm hoping what I talk about is relatively interesting. Now we're going to get into a stretching session. Now you don't have to do the stretching, but if you are just going to wander off, make sure and at least stretch your quads, your glutes and your hamstrings, okay? Maybe add in your shoulders if you can, but certainly glutes take a battering when you're rowing. Quads will take just, you could do with a little bit of loosening up, but your hamstrings will also, depending on how you row, okay? You may have a sore muscle right now, stretch that. Or, I've got a little grumpy stretchy John, and he will take you through some guided stretching if you can find space and a stretching mat. If you can't, I'm going to stretch in and around my machine, and hopefully there's not a queue of people waiting to get on if you're in a gym. So put your feet back in the straps, but leave them a little bit loose, okay? So you've got like, I don't know, about an inch between your feet and the foot plates. And then sit on the back of the rail, perch on the front of the seat slightly, put your hands in the air and fold forwards, okay? So nice straight legs and you fold forwards. And what this is doing is stretching your hamstrings, okay? So if you don't feel that you've got to stretch your hamstrings, something is amiss, okay? You either don't have your legs straight, remember don't lock your knees down because that can be bad, but nice and straight. You might be, that fold action, you might just have crumpled instead of folding. It's really like a hinge. You just want to put your hands in the air and fold forwards. I don't want you to grab your ankles and pull yourself forwards because that's when you could do yourself some damage. Especially on the concept 2, because it's a slight downwards rake. This is actually really good. Just your body weight coming forwards is really good for stretching your hamstrings, okay? So, like all of the stretches I'm about to show you, make sure and adjust them for what's right for you, okay? You don't even have to do what I'm saying, okay? If you have a stretch for you that's good, then do that. So, we're gonna do glutes next. Put one leg up on the rail, get your other foot and bring it over. So your heel or ankle, whatever, is in the crook of your knee on the other side. And then bring that knee across your body so you've got a straight line between your face, your knee, and your foot, okay? Hold it in place with one arm, or your left, in my case, the left arm. You get what I mean? You get what I mean. And then what I do is I rotate round and hold on to the back of the machine. Okay, and that kind of rotation then gives me that kind of force, that surge down into down towards my glutes, and I can feel it radiating, okay? So the glute itself is getting a good stretch, but I can feel the stretch kind of, it's almost like fingers radiating up
through my backside. Okay, so it's coming up through right about to kind of there. It's not a huge radiation. It's not like it's coming up to my knee. But I can feel that kind of glow of a stretch. Okay, I'm gonna swap legs. So again, comes over, hold it in place. I'm gonna turn away from you now, sorry. Whee. You can get to see the back of my head. Can you tell me if I'm going bald? Please, I don't think I am. That would be, yeah. Although I've just caught myself in the mirror and my hair's a mess and I should have shaved. So apologies for being so unkempt for the very first row of this. Hopefully I'll pull my act together because I've not recorded the intro video yet, so I have to do that before I can upload this one. And hopefully I will get my act together and look a bit more presentable for you. Right, so that's glutes done and hamstrings done. We're going to do quads next. I'm going to stand up next to the machine for this, so my head's going to pop out the top of the screen so I can pull faces at you and you won't see me. I'm going to rest one hand on the monitor, on my Concept 2, and flick that foot behind me, or one foot behind me, sorry, the opposite one to what I'm holding the monitor with. And then just ease my foot up against my backside so I can feel a kind of again, that radiation of stretch, sorry. I'm concentrating too much on not falling over. As he almost falls over. You can feel that stretch radiating down through my quad, and I can tell that it's been a while since I've stretched my quads because it's kind of more forwards than it is. You really want it to be a bit more kind of straighter angle, straight down. Right, swap feet or swap legs, flick it up. Again, hold on to the monitor for stability if you want. And then, yeah, just, you're not trying to wrench, you're not trying to snap your quad. You're not pulling so hard that it's like uncomfortable. You should just feel a nice stretch to your quads here. Remember, your quad is the big meaty muscle on the front of your leg. You should just feel that stretch. Now, we're not doing hip flexors on this stretch. That's what we're going to do next. So if you feel the stretch is up really high, then you've got something slightly going wrong. So again, adjust your positions. So we're going to do hip flexors next. Now, I'm going to do this with kneeling on the ground, but you can do it with your knee up off the ground if you don't want to touch the ground. So I've got 90-degree angles on both legs. Okay, so knee is on the ground, foot's behind, and then I've got my other foot in front of me with the knee above that ankle. Okay, so 90-degree angles to both legs. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to send my body forwards, but I'm not leaning, okay? So I'm just keeping my trunk upright. Okay, so you want to still be looking straight forwards as you do this. But then you open up that angle on your back leg and you close off that angle on your front leg. And that should then give you a nice stretch into your hip flexor. Now you can add in kind of a stretch to the side if you wish. Notice I'm holding my t-shirt in place so you don't have to see skin. Yeah, you can stretch the side as well, but I feel sometimes that just disengages the stretch into my hip flexor. So, I mean, again, experiment with what works for you, because again, for me, I'm just changing legs in case you're on the podcast, listen to this, okay, and then send the body forwards. For me, I feel I get a much better stretch if I have my toes on the ground and the heel up in the air. But I have seen a lot of like online tutorials and things where people flatten out the toes so they can stretch even further forwards through the stretch. But I feel again that disengages. If I'm like this, I really get a good stretch down through my hip flexor. But the moment I put my toes down, can't feel it. Weird, I know. Right, so that's the hip flexors done. Get back up onto the seat. I'm going to face you. You don't have to face me. You can face away from me if you wish. But you might want to see the video. We're going to do forearms next. So put your hands together in front of your face, then push your hands together and then bring them down in front of you. Okay, so my thumbs are now kind of touching my sternum, or sternum height. I'm not actually touching. They're at the same level. And I'm pushing my hands together. And what this is doing is just creating a nice bit of force, stretch down into the underside of my forearms and my wrists. My fingers get a little bit of a stretch as well because they're pushing against each other. And it kind of, maybe on today's row, it didn't matter that much, but eventually you'll be doing a row where your forearms will go solid. Like if you're doing a 1K time trial, oh, good grief, that can hurt your or be tender on your forearms. So you want to do this kind of a stretch afterwards. When I'm a drummer, you may not know this, but when I play drums a lot, I sit there and stretch if I've been playing for too long because I get really kind of sore up through here. And my bandmates are like, are you praying? I'm like, no, I'm not praying. Let's do shoulders next. So I said about stretching shoulders. So put one hand in front of you, and then bring it across your body and then use your other arm to loop it so you can add a little bit of a pull
of your arm across your body, okay? Not so far, you're not trying to kind of like snatch, pop your shoulder out of the socket or anything. But yeah, just kind of a nice bit of force. You can feel it coming through your, I guess it's the delts up there on the shoulders, isn't it? You can feel that nice stretch coming through. Now, I'll say now, in fact, actually, I'll finish the stretch. Then I'll get distracted by something because I need something to talk about as we swap arms. You see, you doing okay? You all right? A couple more seconds here. There we go. Right, let's swap arms. Yeah. So I'll say now, I am although in the main row, I'll tend to just my brain goes all over the place when I talk about things, and I can just talk about whatever comes into my head. I never script any of this. You'll realize that soon. But when it comes to the warm-up, or certainly the prep for warm-up and the stretching, I do tend to say the same things over and over again. And I tend to repeat the same jokes over and over again. I don't know whether that's because I'm a dad, the whole dad joke thing, where just over time you just repeat yourself. But yeah, so you'll find that I'll say things in the same way over and over again. Just what my advice is, find it amusing instead of irritating, and we'll get along. We'll get along a lot better. If you're just like, oh, he's on it again, instead of like, oh, he's on it again. Right, so we want to do biceps next. I think I've got 2 more left to go. It's been a while since I've done this. Yeah, so biceps, I want you to send your hands behind you. Have you ever seen an Olympic ski jumper? Yeah, that's what we want to do. Okay, so you're like a ski jumper, but they want a thumb lift. So you rotate your hands or your thumbs outwards. And that rotation of your thumbs outwards then gives your biceps, the long head of your bicep, a nice wee stretch, okay? And then you just make sure and just keep those arms behind you, stretch. Don't slump down or anything, just kind of keep a nice posture. Because I mean, you don't want to have a bad posture the best of times anyway, so just do think about sitting up straight. It doesn't matter for the stretch, you can do that or that, but you also don't want to slump down and develop a bad posture. There we go, so that's us done with the biceps, and then finally we're going to do triceps. So I'll do it with my left arm first. Send one hand up in the air, but then it gets bored and it falls down and it touches your spine, okay? So your elbow is now pointing mostly straight up, but then you use your other arm, to help that elbow into more of a pointing straight up position, okay? And then this you should get a good stretch into your triceps here. Now, if you're super duper flexible, then you might be able to get this hand up and like clasp both hands together to actually be able to pull your hand down instead of pushing it up. But I'm not super duper flexible. I'm super duper inflexible because I don't stretch enough, which is terrible, and I know I should, so don't shout at me. I was listening to a guy, if I let's swap arms. If ever you're looking for a podcast to listen to that isn't mine, I mean, why wouldn't you? Check out the Mind, Body, Brain project, a guy called Paul Taylor, who actually he used to live above me, but absolutely fascinating podcast he's got. And I was listening to one yesterday talking about, he was kind of saying how he prides himself on being authentic, that the things that he does and talks about that he does himself. I try and do that, but sometimes like stretching my triceps, it's very much do what I say, not what I do, because they're just so inflexible and I just can't get it. Anyway, so cool down, as I just said. So we're going to do this at round about the same pace you did the warm-up at, so maybe a little bit slower than you just finished the main row today. Yeah, because remember we don't want to spike our heart rate and whatever, this is just a cool down, not a race to the finish. So here we go then, in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, right as I started, I got a drip of sweat or a swip of dread into my eye. At least it's a good sign that I obviously put in effort. Remember, sorry, I can still speak even if I don't look at you, can't I? The point of this row isn't that at the end of it you're like, whoa, that was a tough workout. Why? Really, this row should feel, you should feel you've had a good workout, okay? Like as in like, oh, I've been rowing for 35 minutes. But you should feel energized, refreshed, ready for the next session. Like, you should really finish it going, I could now do a 500 meter time trial or a 1K time trial or something that you've prepped yourself for. You've kept, your body's been at that nice low engine kind of building. I was about to say idling. That's wrong, because we're not idling. We are putting in effort. But you're setting yourself up, okay? You're building your core fitness. Your muscles are are kind of, it's like running a comb through your muscles, these rows. Your blood system is developing. The little power factories called mitochondria in your blood, they are building and growing and getting better at how to make your body move, so that when you do the next session, so tomorrow's going to be a tempo hard session again, unless you're taking a rest day, of course. But yeah, you'll have the energy to be able to do that, or if it's a low intensity row, last stroke here, and your next one is a max intensity, then because you've just built yourself beautifully through today's row, then when it comes to your next tough one, whether it's a tempo hard session or a max one, you've really got that furnace ready to just go at it. Whereas if you do this one too hard and you actually did feel a little bit haggard at the end of it, or hanging, or minging. Minging's not quite right, but I quite like the word minging. I'm very Scottish. It's pure minging, by the way. If you've gone too hard and you're ruining the whole protocol of this workout, of this entire plan, in fact. So, right, let's get into some stretching. Right, hang on, I'm going to do this other way around. So, if you want to do some stretching on a mat, there's Stretchy John. He'll take you through some stretches. If you don't have time to do any stretching, that's perfectly fine, but please at one point stretch your quads and your hamstrings and possibly your glutes, but not in the shower because I don't want you to slip and fall over. Or on the machine, oops, I was ready for glutes there. On the machine, we're going to do some stretches in case you don't have any space. All right, I'm going to go completely out of sync with Stretchy John, but that's fine. I'll try and get through these nice and quick. So, put your feet back in the straps, put your hands in the air, and then fold forwards. So you're like hinging forwards, and then rest your hands on your ankles, but do not pull on your ankles, okay? I don't want to see anyone pulling because, and I'm going to use the word here because it might scare you enough, you don't want your hamstrings to snap. You don't want to be going, oh, pull, 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 and then boing, as your hamstring goes, and you get tear or whatever. Snap would be worst case scenario. I've heard tale, it's never actually happened to me, I've never seen it, but I've heard tale of Achilles tendons snapping. Apparently it's like a gunshot going off. I used to hear horror stories of that in my squash playing days, and I'd be like, oh please, I don't want this. And every time I got any kind of Achilles injury, I was like, oh, please don't let this be a precursor to a snapping Achilles. This is why I stretch a lot. So we're going to do glutes next. So put one leg up on whatever rail or system thing you have, just to kind of get a little bit higher. Bring your other foot over so that your heel is in the crook of your knee, and then bring that knee across your body so you have a straight line between your face, your knee, and your foot. Hold that knee in place, and then rotate round. Okay, so you're rotating your upper body, and that will then hopefully give you a nice stretch down here into your glutes, possibly your piriformis as well. I've got a wee fly in here. Hello. Yes, right down there. And that's the point of kind of rotating round. And if you need to hold on to the back of the seat for stability, please do, because I don't want you to fall off. That would be bad. Not as bad as your Achilles snapping, of course, but it'd still be bad. You don't want to, especially if you're doing this in a gym, you don't want to fall off the machine. That'd be a bit embarrassing. Not when you're stretching. I mean, let's change legs. Same thing again. I've fallen off the machine many a time in a gym, but it's been at the end of a particularly tough session, and I just couldn't sit on it anymore. I remember seeing, I can't remember who it was, but somebody was talking about this, saying nobody fell off the rowing machine until there's a documentary about the British rowing team back in the days of James what's-his-face and oh my God, I've completely forgotten his name. That's embarrassing. I'm gonna go voice of a man. Who am I thinking of? Yeah, thanks. Yeah, exercise brain. My brain's gone. Whatever. Anyway, in that one, they all fell off the machine, and it's like that caused a cacophony of people falling off the machines. Apparently, allegedly. Oh, Steve Redgrave. There we go. I knew I'd get there in the end. And James Cracknell. That lot. Whoops. So they were doing. Right, I'm moving on to quads. Sorry. So one hand on the monitor just to steady yourself, and then flick your opposing leg up. Hold on to it with your hand, not on your toes. Not holding your toes, I mean, and then just pull back slightly so that your heel is up against your backside. Yeah, I'm sure people were falling off the machines before that documentary with the British, the GB. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. GB rowing team. It was like them doing tests on Concept 2s, and they all fell off at the end. Admittedly, Redgrave had gone into like diabetic shock at the time, so I think he's forgiven. But yeah, but I still, listen, if I do a 2K test, or I'm changing legs, oh, my back is still not good. If I do a 2K test, I'm done. I'm not sitting on the machine at the end of it. I'm lying on the ground heaving, gasping air because every fiber of muscle has just gone into rowing. So, but then if you look at guys like JDK, James Dunkley Smith, who did who has the world record for 2K and a Concept 2. Oh, Josh, not James, Josh. I'm not good with names today, am I? He sat on the machine when he was done. So I think if he can row 5:30 something and sit in the machine, I think we're maybe all building our parts slightly by falling off. Anyway, right, here we go. So on to hip flexors next, suddenly flurry of emails. Hip flexors next, so I'm going to continue doing the one that Alan from Power Physio told me to do. So I have my knee above my foot on the front foot, I have my knee straight down, so I've got 90-degree angles on both sides. I'm like walk like an Egyptian. And then I'm going to squeeze my glute, my back side, which doesn't really squeeze, but it activates strangely the hip flexor. And then I'm just going to lean back very slightly, almost just straightening up my torso as though I'm like, oh, I'm about to start singing and I'm ready to project to the back row. Okay, so squeeze your bum and then a slight lean backwards and you should feel it gets a good stretch. So it's an interesting, extremely effective change to how I've been stretching for the past year and a half for my hip flexors, which you never know. Maybe the reason why my hip flexor got injured, because I wasn't stretching it right. Oh, excuse me while I do the old man move, well, because my lower back is still not right. Right, other leg, do exactly the same thing. So get into position, squeeze your backside, and then, as in don't actually squeeze your backside. That's not what I mean, okay? I don't want you, again, to be in a gym and everyone starts to go to their own backside. That would be bad. Well, bad. I think somebody will come up and speak to you and say, excuse me, could you, oh, I'm falling over. So amazed by my own witticism here, I'm falling over. Yeah, I think somebody would probably ask you to not squeeze your own backside while you're in a gym. If you're in the comfort of your own home, you can do what you want. Nothing else to say there, really. Just make sure you get that good stretch into your hip flexor, okay? Just really concentrate on trying to activate or tense. What's the right word for it? But yeah, you're kind of squeezing, but not with your hands, okay? Muscular squeezing. Shall I move on? I think I'll move on. Right, oh, there we go, take a seat. Right, we're gonna do forearms next. So put your hands in front of your face, hi, and push them together and then bring your hands down in front of you. And then you should, if you continue pushing in, get a nice stretch and kind of your wrists through to your forearms. Okay, so you'll feel it radiate underneath your hands and then your fingers will get nice little, underneath your arms, sorry. And your fingers will get a nice stretch if you're pushing against them as well. See, sometimes people ask me, they say, why don't you charge for what you do, okay? And I do ask myself that quite a lot as well, because I think, I could probably, if I started to sell these training plans and whatever, and actually started to charge people £15 a month, £30 a month, whatever, in order to be part of all of this, I could probably make a little bit of money. And that's been my goal, is to actually do this properly and stop the whole TV editing thing. I probably should aim to do that. But with that, I'd have to be a lot more professional. And we all know that's not going to happen. So right, let's move on to shoulders next. Hand it straight out in front of you, hello, and then bring it across your body so it's kind of that way, but you're like, I'm not going to stretch here. And then use your other arm, loop it across, and then ease it back. And that's going to increase the tension there, and that's going to help stretch your shoulders, okay? And I actually think nobody wants me to be a professional. I mean, look at how, when I do try and get into, if you wind back, BBC breaking news. People are arrested. That's a shame. So I should really just go into flight mode or whatever. Anyway, yeah. If you wind back to the very first videos I made for this channel, let's swap arms. Same thing again. When I was trying to be professional and presentary, I was like, "Hi there, and welcome to insert name here." Because when I started off, I wasn't RowAlong, I was something else. But I've changed my name because I had a bit of an argument with someone else who used something similar. Anyway, where was it? Yeah, and I was trying to be a kind of hey, I'm trying to be a rowing coach kind of guy. Nobody watched, nobody cared. And it wasn't really until I started talking about pizza and family and friends and Van Halen and Deadmau5 and whatever, that I think people started to go, oh, this is a little bit of fun. And the fact is that the guys that are professional rowing coaches and make these videos and sell their plans, they take care of the people that want to pay for plans, okay? I'm going to nibble away at that market if I try and do it myself. And so I'm really left with one option of, in fact, shall we move on to doing our biceps and I'll carry on talking. Put your hands behind you and rotate your thumbs outwards. That will stretch the long head of your bicep. Yeah, and hold it like this for a while. Yeah, so the people that want to pay for, they're already going to coaches, okay? And I might pick off a few of them, but then they're not going to hang around for that long. So really what I'm best to do is just to kind of entertain and just kind of bide my time and think, you never know, one day maybe RowAlong will take off and something will happen and I'll make enough money that I can stop making TV programs. But the fact is, I don't need to. I can just carry on doing this stuff. I can be a buffoon, I can be entertaining, and then hopefully that's why you come back to it. And that's kind of why, going back to reasons to want to do this stuff, maybe you do want to come back and watch my videos because of the stuff that I say and do and whatever, and I keep you company like I'm the guy sitting next to you, and that's kind of what it is. Because you don't need me screaming and shouting at you, because I can't see what you're doing. Right, we're doing triceps. Hands up in the air, whee, it gets bored, it touches your spine, your elbow's kind of pointing in the air, but for me it's a bit of a hooky angle, so I'm going to use my other arm to just straighten it up and point it to the sky, and that way it gets a good stretch into my triceps, whee. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So I don't think anybody wants a professional version of me. My wife would probably want a tidier version of me, to be fair, but not a professional version of me. I think I do keep on saying to her this whole thing of how it's like women like a man who makes them laugh, and she's like, then obviously don't make her laugh that much. So swap arms. I don't often talk about Julie because I don't think she'd really appreciate being spoken about. But and I never really want to say anything that is kind of like bad about her, because there's nothing to say that's bad about her anyway. But yeah, I do try and at least kind of always talk about her with a kind of a sense of affection, because I do love her. She is the love of my life. She's my best friend. Right. Let's get ourselves into a 4-minute cool down. And the reason I'm going to do 4 minutes is we're going to do 1 minute light rowing, and then we're going to do the drills that I normally do. Okay, so the single leg, arms only, body only, legs only. Okay, so let's go for that kind of 2K plus 18, not our paddle pace, but a little bit faster. 20 strokes a minute for 1 minute, and then we'll do the drills. In 3, 2, 1, go. See, I don't get a cheerleader for this, do I? Just shows what I always say. These low intensity workouts, you're never going to win a medal for it. But when you go fast, that's when people turn up. That's what gets the dogs barking, is that fast pace. Hopefully you did well. Now, just to explain my point when it comes to pace, is I'm going to come back and do this again without talking to you. And now that I know that my average, I can do 148, then all I have to do is hold 148 for the first 3 minutes, and in that last minute I can then sprint, and that will duck me under that pace. And then I can come back and do that again and again. Okay, let's take 1 foot out, put it on the ground, continue rowing with just one leg strapped in. Of course, you don't have to do this drill work. Maybe you just want to ease through a nice 3-minute cool down. Maybe you have intentions to go do another session after this, which I'm going to do. I'm going to do the workout 2 of the Erg Zone challenge, which is about consistency. How consistent can I be for 23 minutes? So I'm just going to do that as a low intensity row. Oh, I've gone on way too far. So well, let's add some time on, okay? You'll have seen at the counter the time was different than what I was saying. So let's do 2 more here. Swap legs.
okay? We'll do the same. We'll just make sure that the cool down, instead of 3 minutes, I'll put the timer up saying 4 minutes. And maybe I actually overdubbed at the beginning and said 4. In which case, you know what happened there is that I said it'd be a 3 minute cool down, but I got distracted and spent a whole minute single leg rowing on one leg. Oh, dog likes it when I row on my left leg. And then at the end of this minute, we'll just do 30 seconds each of arms and back only rowing, and then legs only rowing, okay? 4 strokes. 2 more. Take 1 more, then put both feet back in, legs nice and straight, and then row with your back and arms. So tilt forwards and then swing with your back first to pick up the tension of the handle, start the flywheel moving. And then only at the back of the stroke do you finally pull in the handle. Now, just in case you care, I'm currently rowing at 2:16 pace, which is what, 2k plus 35. It's not bad really. Right, let's come into the front with a forward tilt, straight arms, just push out with your legs. Now, power is not important here. What's important is timing. Push with your feet. At the same time, the handle connects. At the same time, the chain bites into the cog or the water blade, makes the water spin or whatever you're using. Feet and hands connect. And that's how you get the power in. Last one here. Because the opposite of that is to push and then jolt with the arms. So you push and then there's a jolt at the back and you'd miss all of that leg drive because you only connect here. So work on that connection at the front so that as your feet push into the foot plates, that's the point when the power gets into the machine, when you connect the chain to the cog, all right? So let's move on to a little bit of stretching. We'll go through this quickly because, like I say, I'm gonna continue and do some rowing, and you'll probably, I guess you will as well. If you wanna do a longer training session, you could always load up, stretching session, you could always load up one of my other videos. So Stretching John has just appeared. He'll take you through what to do. I'll take you through what to do on the machine. So put your feet back into the straps, maybe slightly loose so you can flick your toes towards you. Put your hands in the air and fold forwards. The yoga instructor in the yoga app that I use says, send your heart down towards your legs. It's lots of fun. Yeah, I use the app used to be called Down Dog, and it's now just called Yoga. And I just do like the 15-minute restorative yoga at night just to try and help stretch myself off because I'm rather tight, it must be said. Right, let's move on to glutes next. So put one leg up on the rail, bring your other foot over so that your heel is in the crook of your knee. Bring that knee across your body. Now you can use your elbow if you wish to anchor you in place, but I'm going to fall off the machine if I do that. So I'm going to hold on with that hand and rotate round and hold on to the back of the machine to stop me falling off. And this should give you a nice stretch into your glutes. Now again, this yoga app has myriad different ways. Myriad ways? Maybe myriad, because there are myriad ways. Yeah, myriad ways, not myriad different. Myriad ways of stretching glutes and kind of that kind of IT band and stuff down the side of your leg. They obviously realise that I'm tight there. Swap legs, do the same again. Whee! But yeah, it's not until, you don't realise just how inflexible you are until you start doing yoga, do you? And then you're like, whoa, everything's so tight. But it's 15 minutes. 15 minutes where otherwise I'd just have been, I don't know, doing paperwork or even just like watching TV or something. So much better to do that for 15 minutes. Especially when I do it at night before bed, it means I'm nice and sleepy. Better than a hot chocolate with milk. Although with my lactose problem, I can't have the hot chocolate with milk anymore. Right, let's do quads next. So stand next to the machine, rest one hand on the monitor. If you wish for stability, flick your opposite foot up behind you and then kind of pull your heel up against your backside with enough force to feel the stretch into your quad, but not so much force that you feel like you're about to ping your quads, snap them in half, or snap it in half. Remember, it's this muscle, the big thick muscle
down the front of your leg. It's not let's swap legs. It's not your hip flexor up at the top that joins onto your hip. Doing that next, it's kind of further down your leg, which when you're putting in enough power through a row, you should find that it's your quads that really start to burn a little bit as you're kind of really powering through it. Strange that my shoulders were feeling it today. I have to take when I'm putting this video together, I'll have to take a look and see if I'm shrugging and grabbing, or maybe it's just that I haven't done that much power work. I've all been like 20 strokes a minute stuff recently. So, right, let's get down onto the ground, one knee on the ground, other foot in front of you, so you've got 90-degree angles on both legs. Hi. And then tense the glutes for the leg that has the knee on the ground, and then just get yourself nice and steady, good posture, and lean back very slightly. And you should find you get really nice stretch through your hip flexors. That now suddenly it's the top part of your leg that starts to stretch, not the big, thick, meaty lower part of the front of your thigh. Now for me, this is the important one, so I'm going to swap legs now, because this is where I've kind of got a little bit of a tear, I think, or a strain or something, right up in my left hip flexor. I just can't quite get into where it's supposed to stretch. There we go, that's it. You can always find, it's like it suddenly becomes a very solid, I'm gonna use the word pain, but it's not pain, but that kind of sensation, that kind of burning, kind of white hot stretch feel you get. When you get to the right place, you go, oh yeah, that's it. Rather than just feeling like it's a stretch, you suddenly, it zings and you're like, ah, that's it. And it gets you right. Okay, let's move on to shoulders next. So one hand straight out in front of you, bring it across your body, loop the other arm across it to have that stretch across your body. And this is something I've learned from the yoga girl, is now gaze away from your hand. So you're now looking away. So if your hand is pointing right, you're looking to the left. And that does help the stretch into your shoulder. If you just do it, just breathe. There we go. Nice, isn't it? As close as you'll ever get me to doing yoga. Right, I'm going to take this thing off because it keeps going. I do, in fact, so let's swap arms. So, and then make sure and look to the other side. I'm currently doing a series on the channel, you may have seen it, called 1 Minute Reviews, just little YouTube shorts. 1 minute reviews. So far I've reviewed the Cuspo heart rate monitor, the Bob and Brad massage gun, and red light muscle therapy. 2 of them I approve of. One of them is total tosh. But I'm going to do one on the MyZone thing, but the thing is that the MyZone is actually a really good heart rate monitor. It's fantastic, the things it offers you, the community, how you train and whatever, it's incredible. But for rowing, it's just a little bit annoying. As you can see, it just keeps on. I've used that, I don't know, about 60, 70 times now, and I think just the Velcro's worn out on it. That's the problem. Let's do forearms next, hands out in front of your face, push them together, bring them down in front of your body. And that stretches under your forearms and your wrists. So yes, I'm a great fan of the MyZone, but I'm just not a fan of it for having it seated up that high on my arm for rowing, so I should really just use the chest strap when I'm rowing. But that's the MyZone switch, which comes with a chest strap, wrist strap, and an arm strap. And so it gives you like this, what's called a switch, because you can switch around where you wear it. But it's very effective, reads it well, the app's great, the community side of MyZone is fantastic because you get challenges for how many exercise points, MyZone exercise points I think it is, you can build up, and so it's really good and motivating, but just a bit annoying for rowing. That's my 1 minute review. Right, let's move on to triceps next, let's do that. So, in fact, let's do biceps next. So get your hands, sweep them behind you as though you're a ski jumper, way, and then rotate your thumbs outwards. And if you have a good posture here, and you kind of just concentrate on it, you should be able to open your chest out as well. Which will just kind of give you a chance just to like I say, open your chest out. And that rotation of your thumbs just stretches the long head of your bicep. Again, I mean, there's a chance in a 4 minute row that you're possibly, in order to try and squeeze out as much power as you want, that you're maybe grabbing from the front and it worked for you, which is fine across 4 minutes as long as you don't get injured, but yeah. Triceps next, so put one hand up in the air, put it down your back, bring your other arm across and just help that tricep point a little bit more vertically to the sky, or your elbow point straight up. And that should give you a nice stretch into your triceps. Again, your triceps shouldn't really take that much of a beating when it comes to rowing. Usually if your triceps hurt, it's because you're too tense on the recovery. So just try and relax, okay? I kind of use the cue about being a zombie. Because you never see a tense zombie, they're always like, and although you don't want to have this with your hands, you still want to be primed on the handle. Their arms are always nice and floppy and loose, and that's what you want as you come forward. It's nice and loose, and then you brace against the stroke. Swap my arms for the triceps. This is the last one of the stretching. I feel I'm going to sneeze. No, maybe yeah, okay. Right, okay, so this is us almost done the stretch. So I hope you did well on today's row. Hopefully I've managed to do a little bit of noise cancellation for when we got a little bit of a cheerleader during the start of that row. It's understandable that she got a little bit freaked out when the noise all came up. It's the downsides to filming outside. On a day like this, there's no way I'm going to film in the studio. I'm going to take my chances with the barking dog, to be honest. But for the time being, let's get into our 2-minute cool down. Hopefully the edge has been knocked off in the recovery time, so should be okay to go. Do this around about the warm-up pace in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. It's the same stroke rate, around about 20 strokes a minute. And it's really just, you're thinking about, say you were standing up, but you had shopping bags in your hands or something. So you need a little bit more of a push just to put some sense of effort into your machine. And then over the course of these 2 minutes, you can back off the intensity. I'll quickly check what. So my Apple Watch says that in today's row, I burnt 380 calories. That includes 80 calories just being alive. So active calories was 300, which isn't bad, but if you look at the amount of effort that we've just put into the row, and you only get 300 calories for it. So it just shows what I always say about how you can't out-train your fork. After all, 300 calories is just a little bit more than a pint of beer or like a slice of pizza. So you really do need to think about if weight loss is part of your goal here as well as general fitness, you do have to think about what's going into your mouth. I'm hoping to do a little blog about this, like a YouTube Shorts blog about this as I go through the same thing. Last stroke here. Because I'm hoping my injuries have cleared up now and I can get back into proper training again. And then that'll then give me a reason to follow proper nutrition as well. So I'm going to try and do on the YouTube Shorts just a series again. I've done it before, but just do a series again, showing what I'm eating and all that stuff. If nothing else, then to keep me accountable. And what was it Paul Taylor said, to be genuine? Is that the word you said? Genuine? I can't remember. Anyway, yeah, so that's the thing, is I just want to make sure authentic that what I'm saying, I'm actually doing. So, right, time for stretching. If you don't have time to stretch, then please at least take a moment to stretch your quads and your hamstrings, possibly your glutes as well. Don't do it in the shower because I don't want you to fall over, but just try and find a moment to do it. Or, Stretchy John has just appeared. He will take you through a whole bunch of stretches which you can follow him on, and yeah, if you get space for a mat somewhere to do it. Or I'm going to stretch on the machine so you can follow me do similar. So put your feet back in the straps, okay, a little loose so you can flex your feet back against them slightly. Legs nice and straight, put your hands in the air and fold forwards. Now, hang on, got to sit further back in the water rower seat, haven't I? Yeah, that's better. And then fold forwards. And as you fold forwards, the key there is fold, not bend, okay? You should feel that everything underneath your hamstrings and everything all just gets that little bit, well, stretchy, really, is the right phrase for it. Yeah. I think it's been I've had an odd, my brain hasn't quite worked today in our chat. And this is why I've been very functional about what I've been talking about, and a little bit, I think somebody once described my rows as a little bit dry. which I kind of disagreed with. That's the hamstrings done. Let's move on to glutes. So put one leg up on the rail, either on concept 2 on the water rower. Bring one foot over it so your heel is on the crook of your knee. Bring your knee over your body. I'm going to turn away from you here. Hold it in place and then rotate round and down towards your, in my case, it's the left glute because I've got my right leg straight. And just rotate round and you should feel you get a nice stretch into your glute. What's I talking about? Yeah, someone said I can be a bit dry because sometimes I do just talk technique and whatever. And I think because today I was talking about heart rates and technique and whatever, you could probably put under there. There's no real entertaining Dead Mouse Van Halen dinner chat today, I'm afraid, sorry. I really should up my game. But again, we're still in the first 4 sessions of this first week, so there's loads of stuff I have to talk to you about to kind of trickle this information towards you. There we go. Right, so change legs, it's the same thing again. Foot comes over, bring your knee across, and then rotate round. And you get a stretch right into your glute. Because after all, there's no point just giving you all of the information. I mean, yes, there's a safety side to making sure that you're rowing with a good technique, but I've given you the headline things, which is basically just that forwards tilt with arms straight, push with your legs, then into a back tilt. And then as we go through the 24 sessions, I'll give you more and more little tips about technique to help you improve your technique. But really, as long as you're thinking about pushing with your legs and that hip pivot backwards and forwards over your back, that's what matters. So that got out in the warm up, I think, of session 1. What we'll do next, quads. So I'm going to stand up next to my machine. And now I can talk about stuff. Because, listen, not that I'm saying I get it right, but, hang on. So stand on one leg, flick your other leg up behind you so that the heel touches your glute. Yeah, my back's ruined after sitting down today. I can feel it twinging away. Yeah, there's like I'm not going to say a trick, so it makes it sound like I know that I'm good at it, but talking for an entire workout, having things to say, is kind of tough, to be honest, which is probably why I do tend to default to technique quite a lot of the time, because you can cover a lot of ground, a lot of time just by talking about technique. But also just knowing, change legs, knowing when you've taken it too far, which again, I'm not saying that I've managed that, because I think sometimes I do talk too much technique, but there's a little nuance to be able to talk the whole way through and not just repeat. I think that's the thing, is that I'm hoping, if nothing else, although I will repeat from session to session, hopefully I don't kind of just say the same things over and over again within a row. And plus, there's just no point with platitudes. There's no point me saying, come on, you've got this, you're great, you're amazing, you're fit. I've just changed for the podcast people, I've just changed the other glute. Get my light cable out of the way. Now we're going to move on to hip flexors here. So put one foot in front of you with a 90-degree angle to your knee. Your other foot is behind you and, well, a 90-degree angle to your knee, but your knee is now on the ground. Hopefully that makes sense. Apologies if you can see debris of like cables next to me. Hopefully I'll crop all this out. Anyway, and then just send your body forwards, okay? And what that does is you should then open up that back leg and it'll put a nice stretch into your hip flexor. As long as you just send your body forwards, you're not rounding your upper lower back when you do this. What was I saying? Yeah, the platitudes thing. There's no point me sitting here going, you're doing amazing, you're fantastic, you're great, whatever. Because I don't know what you're doing. I'm rowing my own sessions. So when I say, oh, you might be starting to get fatigued here, it's because I'm starting to get fatigued. So I kind of think, well, maybe it's going to be happening for you. But there's absolutely no point me saying, hey, you've got this. Hey, come on, yay, woohoo, why? And yeah, and being a gym instructor type, because I have absolutely no idea what's happening with you. So that's why I kind of just tend to talk about the stuff that I talk about. Let's change legs, do exactly the same thing. And sometimes, if you've seen enough of my historic videos, see, I just can't talk. Historic videos, you know that sometimes I'll just go, usually on Fridays, I tend to go a little bit crazy. Usually because it's with the promise of spaghetti bolognese later that evening. I tend to go a little bit mad, but it's a Saturday today, so. But it's what we've got, it's burgers, nice chili burgers tonight. Saturday's always like a nice wee cheat meal. So tonight is chili burgers with salad, a little pesto, pasta, and some coleslaw. There you go, in case you cared about my dinner plans. Right, get back up onto the seat. Oh, this is also quite an uncomfortable one to sit sideways on. I've complained a couple of times about the water rower, and I don't mean to, because it's lovely. It's different concept too, but it's lovely to row in. Let's do forearms. So put your hands in front of your face. Try and level your shoulders off, John, and then push those hands together, and then bring them down in front of your body. Okay, so you're pushing your hands together, and you've got a 90-degree angle between your fingers and your forearms. And this should, if you get it right, you should get a nice stretch on the underside of your forearms. And this is where you tend to get more strain, force, sensation, whatever you want to call it, when rowing, is in the underside of your forearms. If you get it on the top side of your forearms, chances are you're rowing with your thumbs on top of the handle, which, you know what? Everyone rows how they want to row. I'm not going to change how you do it. But by having your thumbs on top, remember I was talking about how you get the conduit of power from your feet up through your arms into the handle. If you have your thumbs on top, it kind of changes how that power, thumbs underneath, it's a straight line right through your hand. Put your thumbs up on top, and it suddenly has to squiggle. Sorry, my watch is saying, have you stopped rowing? Yes, I have stopped rowing, thank you. Dear me, tech. Shoulders next, so hand out, straight out in front of you, bring it across your body, and then naturally that's where I go to, but that's not giving me a stretch. So I use my other arm to just ease it across my body, and now I've suddenly got a stretch through my shoulders, so my delts are now getting a nice little stretch. And again, like I say, you hang off your shoulders, you hang off your arms, and it's that conduit of power into the machine. So your shoulders, although you're not tensing and pulling with them, it's not like you're doing a shoulder press or even like you're doing like a seated row or whatever, it shouldn't really feel. Apparently it's time for me to drink water. It shouldn't really feel like you're doing one of them because you're just finishing the back of the stroke. But your shoulders are still going to get some use, so it's worth stretching them, especially if you have really bad shoulders like I do. After years of playing squash, my left shoulder is just ruined. If you've seen some of the stretching videos, I showed just how inflexible my left shoulder is. And that's just because of standing on court, hitting volley figure of eights over and over again, and I just ruined my shoulder. In fact, I may, because the next one's a low intensity. And so although I've done the story of me before, I don't know what, I might actually, the next low intensity row, so that's me just done both shoulders. So for podcast people, I didn't tell you that I'd stopped. Right, we'll do biceps next. So put your hands behind you so you're a ski jumper. But rotate your thumbs outwards. There you go. Ta-da! And that should stretch the long head of your bicep. Yeah, I think I'll backtrack. I think what I'll do for the next low intensity row, like I said, is assuming when I go and see Alan, the physio, tomorrow morning about my hip issue and possibly the back issue after sitting at the swimming pool all day, if he gives me the go ahead to be able to train properly again and to get back into running and cycling as well as rowing, and I'm back on the training train, then row 1 of week 2 or row 5, however one way you want to look at it, is going to be a low intensity workout. So I'll probably talk a little bit about my take, how I deal with nutrition and all that kind of stuff. I'm not saying it's something to follow, because usually when someone talks about this stuff, they're then about to sell you a diet plan. Don't worry, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to, just for informational points, you can go, oh, right, that's interesting. That's interesting stuff that he says. It gives me something to talk about. Triceps next, hand up in the air, put it down your back. So your elbow's not pointing up in the air, but it's not quite all the way where you want it. So use your hand to just push it a little bit to get it straight up into the air. Now my triceps are exceptionally, what I've found is I'm really tight, and I don't know where this has come from. And I'm sure this is where my hip flexor issues come from. So I may, as part of all of my kind of this round of training, I might start actually just throwing in half an hour's worth of yoga again, just to try and see if that was yoga, not yogurt. Just to see if that helps, because I just don't know why everything's tightened up. Nothing's particularly changed, apart from the fact I've not been training as much. You never know, maybe the cycling and running was actually keeping me loose, and so now that I'm back to just rowing, everything's a little bit tight. Swap arms for triceps. I don't know, and I apologize that this is making it all about me, but what I'm kind of hoping is that some of the things that I talk about, you might see a little bit of you in it. Or if nothing else, you might be able to kind of think, oh, that's interesting. It's like I was doing the 16-8 fast for quite a long time. And then I've started having a protein shake basically in the morning instead of doing the 16-8, just because I was reading and listening about how important protein is, and especially as you get to, because I'm 48 now. I know, thank you very much. Oh, well, I'm done stretching now, in case your podcast. Yeah, so I'm 48 now, old man. So let's get into a 2-minute cool down.
Like I said before, you might be sitting there thinking, I don't need a cool down, but trust me, you do, okay? Just trust me. So here we go then. So around about the same pace that you're really doing those 18 strokes a minute at, yeah, and just let this be your cool down. So in 3, 2, 1, let's go. Now the key pace-wise for a cool down is just to make sure you're not overexerting yourself. Like your heart rate would have dropped a little bit while you were kind of between the end of the row and the start of this cool down. And so the point is that you don't want it to rise again. It's okay if it hits the same level and maybe kind of goes up about 5 beats or something, but you don't want it to kind of go back up to where it was, because that's you basically just going back to exactly the same effort. And that's not a cool down, that's just another shorter interval, because you're using this to just let your muscles breathe again, circulate that blood around your body, get the carbon dioxide out of your muscles, out of your blood, and make sure that you live to fight another day. So after all, like I said in the intro, if you are following these 30-minute workouts in order, tomorrow's row is a elective. You row how you choose. So you can do it slow, medium, or fast. But if you want to follow the strict structure to this kind of series, then tomorrow should be basically a 30-minute hard row. So I'm going to do it 24 strokes a minute at about 2k plus 12 pace. And then that'll turn it into a top tier row for me. Or you could go like 26, 28, try and see if you can break, hit a PB. It's up to you. It's entirely up to you, to be honest. You can even go slow if you wish. All right, last stroke here for the cool down. You of course don't have to stop cooling down. You can join me for stretching if you wish. If you don't have time, please at least stretch your quads and your hamstrings. Not in the shower, don't want you to fall over, but find somewhere where you can stretch your quads and your hamstrings, okay? Or you can join good old Stretchy John. He'll take you through some stretching, or you can follow me as I do some on the rower stretching for those folks that don't have space to go on a stretching mat. So, straps still loose so you can flick your toes up against them slightly to create a better ankle, it's because I was thinking ankles, angle between your feet and your shins. Then hands in the air and fold forwards. And as long as you get that fold forwards right, and you're not bending from the lower back or the upper back, you should really feel right in there. Now over what are we on, day 6? Is that right? Yeah. So if you have been following this series and you've been hanging around for this stretching, hopefully you've got an idea of what you need to be doing with your leg muscle, your leg angles in order to get that hamstring stretch from here. Okay, like if you're not getting it right in the hamstrings, if you're getting it more in your knees, then something's not quite right. Let's move on to glutes next. So one foot up on the rail, bring the other foot over, put your heel into the crook of your knee, bring this knee across your body so you've got a straight line between your head, your knee and your foot. Hold it in place with the other arm. Use the back of the machine to steady yourself if you wish, and then rotate down into that glute. Oh, this is very tight today. What strange. Feels really, really solid. What did I suppose I was doing more high rocks training yesterday, and that involved lunges, burpees, sled pulls, rows, and something else. Or was that it? But yeah, 4 rounds of it, so it's no wonder my glutes are a bit tired today. So other leg, same thing, hold it in place. Let's see what this one's like. Oh, this one's the same. Because the lunges that you do in high rocks are sandbag lunges. So I've got a 20 kilogram sandbag across my back, across my neck, really, up on my shoulders. That's the best way to say it. And then doing, what was yesterday, 16 lunges. But you have to make sure that your back knee touches the ground, so it's like a proper deep lunge. And oi, it's great, it's so much fun, I love it. So let's move on to quads. So stand-ups next to the machine. If you wish to hold on to the monitor just to steady yourself, I can't find my foot, steady your foot. And then hold your heel up against your backside, and then put enough of a pull on it that you can feel the stretch going into your quad. Like I say, you're not trying to rip your leg in half, pulling so hard. You should just find the right amount of posture leaning between where you are here, that you can get a decent stretch into your squat. Your squad? Yeah, into your squad. Right, try your other leg without holding on to something. See if you can do it without falling over. Yeah, you managed it. As he falls over. But yeah, and again, I've said this a few times, hold on to like the upper part of your foot rather than the toes or the ball of your foot, and that'll help prevent you stretching your tendons and your toes and things too much, because you don't want to do that. The whole point here is to stretch your quads, not rip apart your toes. Right, so let's do, I'm going to swap the other way around. What way do I want to go? That way. Every day. So I'm going to do knee on the ground for hip flexor first. Sorry, that was what the havering was. So knee on the ground, other foot to the knee up. I know podcast people, it doesn't help much, but, and then push this hip forward. Oh, push this hip forwards. The one with the knee on the ground. Oh, crikey, I've got no balance. There we go. So still with a good posture, you just push that hip forwards so that your knee that's in front, instead of being directly above your foot, now goes over the top of your foot. And then that right angle in your back leg then opens up so it's more like, I don't know what that'd be about, 110 degrees instead of 90 degrees. I don't know, hard to tell. I'm looking at a mirror that's sideways and reflected on itself, so I can't quite tell what the angle is. And there's a rowing machine in the way. Who put that there? Right, and then I'll do the knee off the ground one for this one. So step forward with the leg you don't want to stretch, up on your toes on the leg you do want to stretch, and then with a good posture, just sink down. Whoop. And if you get that sink correct and you're putting the force into your hip, whoops, rather than, I'll hold on to that for a second, rather than into this leg. Don't know what's wrong with my balance today. Yeah, rather than like bracing everything into this leg, you want the force to be kind of on that sinking leg, and that way that's how you get a good stretch into that hip flexor. It's one to play around with. I mean, both knee on the ground is better, but I give that as an option for those that can't put their knee on the ground for whatever reason. Maybe there's angry cats down there or something. Let's do forearms next. So hands together in front of your face, push them together, and then push them in front of you, almost as though you're like Mr. Miyagi going, or it's Wim Hof that does it, isn't it? I made, so push the hands together, you should get a good stretch into your forearms and your fingers. Back in, I want to say 2009, maybe? So either 2009, 10, 11 or 12, I made a program. It was a kids' TV program, but it was still like a great program about Wim Hof, or Wim Hof, called Superhuman Challenge. Fascinating guy. Just the fact that he can exist in all those sub-zero temperatures. I think I made a few of them, but he was like really, really fascinating. The other guy was Dean Karnazes. Let's do shoulders next. So hands straight in front of you, cross your body. And then like hold it in place, sorry, and that should give you a stretch in your shoulders. Too busy ranting. Yeah, Dean Karnazes, the ultra marathon man, who if you haven't heard about, you should read into. I don't think if you do search for Superhuman Challenge, I don't think it's up there, but the Dean Karnazes episode I did, because I'm an editor, I edit TV programs, and the opening to him is one of the most fun edit I've ever done. I was kind of going all Top Gear on it, it was great. Swap arms, but just him and himself, being a fitness person anyway, making a program about like a guy that can just run and run and run and run, and his core temperature wouldn't go up, his lactate threshold, is that we were testing? Or his lactate wasn't going up. It was unbelievable. And actually, just a really friendly, nice guy as well. I think I tweeted him once and got a reply from him and stuff. It's great when you get a reply from someone, isn't it? Anyway, hands back. So we're going to do biceps next. Hands behind your back as though you're a ski jumper, and then rotate your thumbs backwards. It's backwards? Outwards. Oh, sorry. What's he on about? Rotate those thumbs outwards, and that should stretch the long head of your bicep, okay? And give your biceps a stretch. Yeah, I've got, I mean, as much as I'm saying it's good to get a reply from someone, I've got quite bad at replying to YouTube comments recently, just because as the channel's grown, I just get so many. It used to be the first couple of years when I ran this channel, every single comment I got, I'd reply to, whereas I just don't have time anymore to reply to them all, which is a real shame. But the one thing I do, let's move on to triceps next. So hand up in the air, down your back so it touches your spine, and then use your other hand to help your arm so it goes a little bit further back so your elbow points straight up. Yeah, if I get a Facebook message, or like I think if I get an Instagram message, it comes through Facebook as well. But if I get like an instant message on Facebook, or if I get an email, like a proper personal, someone gets in touch, I reply to every single one of them. But if it's just a YouTube comment saying, thanks, I enjoyed this row, those are the ones that that unfortunately I've just let slip over recent months, just because I just get so many of them, which is lovely. Crick, I'm not complaining about getting all these lovely messages. Right, other arm, sorry. But it's just one of the reasons, in many ways, I've spoken before about lamenting the fact that I'm not as big as the other two guys. I mean, I've got three main competitors. Cameron Buchan's smaller than the other two, so I'm not really he's still bigger than me, but the other two main guys, that's me done for the stretching. So basically just that warm-up pace, okay? And then just ease off in 3, 2, 1, let's go. Sorry about the big distraction between finishing the main workout and the cool down, but it was probably quite useful, probably give you a chance just to catch your breath properly. Maybe towel off. It's like when you do a low intensity workout, that's basically at this pace anyway, you kind of enter the cool down going, I was just doing this. Why am I carrying on rowing at this pace? But the point is always that you back off the pace. But when it comes to these tempo intensity rows, or the max intensity, only you know when you're ready to pick up the handle again and do a cool down. I mean, you don't want to wait 10 minutes. That'd be silly. But sometimes it's not enough to just have a drink and then crack straight back into it. So, and I know, listen, when I look at the YouTube videos and the algorithm on here, I know that I'm harming my own potential really when it comes to viewings, because you look at a workout like this, it says 12 times 3 minutes, and it'll end up being like an hour long on YouTube. And so I know there'll be people that just look at the duration and go, nope, nope, nope. Or they'll only do the main session and then stop. And therefore, YouTube is saying, people don't like this video. But I don't make these videos for YouTube. I make them for you. So listen, even if I only get 1,000 hits for videos, if out of those 1,000 hits, if even half of you are rowing along to them, just think about it, there's 500 people out there that have been rowing these sessions, and it's helping them. And you know what? One is enough. So if there are 500 of you, wow. I don't need the 100,000 hits. Love to have 100,000 hits. Let's be fair. Oh, I don't need this anymore, sorry. Got distracted playing with my phone. I thought I was just setting up another cooldown, that would be fun. So, right, this is why these videos take so long, to be fair. So we have done our main session, we've done our cooldown, which means we get into stretching next. Hopefully that flanneling has let you get a stretching mat somewhere in your gym. If you don't have a chance to stretch, then please take a moment to at least stretch your quads, your hamstrings and your glutes, okay? You don't want them to tighten up on you, all right? But don't do it in the shower. I don't want you to slip and fall over. So, those that have got a stretching mat, Stretchy John will take you through what to do. And I will take you through what to do if you only have the space around your machine or on your machine to stretch, okay? So legs back into the straps, or feet back into the straps, legs nice and straight, don't lock them, but keep them nice and straight, hands in the air, and then fold forwards, hinge forwards. And just let your hands come down to wherever they naturally fall. Make sure that you've got that hinge, that you're folding your body forwards, not leaning, curling, turning, whatever you want to say.
And then after like 10, 15 seconds, if you want to just do a little spider walk with your fingers up your feet, that will increase the amount that you can stretch, but kind of naturally, you're not like grabbing your toes and pulling yourself forwards. Okay, so just by walking your fingers up, you just kind of, because you'll get that sense of an extra tension in your muscle as you do it. Let's move on to glutes. Oh, why do you always put your right leg up first? I'm left-legged, handed, whatever. Right, glutes next. One leg up on the rail. Bring one foot over. It's too early for this. One foot over so that your heel is in the crook of your knee. Bring that knee across your body, straight line between your face, your knee, and your foot. And then hold that knee in place and rotate round, and that should give you a nice little stretch down into your glutes. Sorry, my brains. I had enough in me this early in the morning to row and talk at the same time, but now that it's all kind of calmed down, yeah. Can't wait to get back in, get a nice wee cup of coffee and get my other slice of toast. Weekends are always let's change legs, are always like my special breakfast. Usually I'll either not eat breakfast if I'm kind of rocking in and out of the, I know I'm hopping around things to talk about here, but forgive me. You may have seen in other videos me talking about doing the 16-8 fast, where you only eat for 8 hours a day and you fast for 16. I've kind of stopped doing that, but I've just let it be body-led, so that if I don't need breakfast, if I wake up and I'm like, you know what, I don't need breakfast, then I'll just have my 16-hour fast. But if I wake up and I'm hungry, especially because I am training a little bit more right now, then I'll eat, because I think a lot of my energy dumps will be just from poor fueling. Let's move on to quads next. So stand up next to the machine. I rest one finger onto the monitor or on the monitor to steady myself. Flick your foot up behind you, hold your heel against your backside, and then see if you can just not fall over. So yeah, but weekends I'll tend to my treat breakfast is 2 slices of toast with a light spread of Nutella, and then a slightly thicker spread of peanut butter, the smooth whole earth peanut butter on top, and then a sliced banana on top. So it's Nutella, peanut butter, and banana on toast, which is probably quite calorific, but swap legs. The complementary proteins in peanut butter and in toast are actually quite, they both got, the proteins in them there's proteins, but when they come together, it's like beans on toast. It's the same, where the complementary proteins actually turn beans on toast into a superfood, and it's the same as peanut butter on toast. I'm sure the Nutella probably undoes that, but but hey, I'm just looking at the peanut butter. Of course, it's still lots of fat and whatever, but as long as it's part of a controlled eating regime, then you're okay. Right, moving on to hip flexors next. I'm down onto the ground next to the rowing machine. You can do this hovering off the ground in case you can't touch the ground. But I've got one foot in front of me with my knee above it. My other foot is behind me, obviously knee in front, because that would be, otherwise I'll dislocate my leg. 90-degree angles in both. And then tense your stomach muscles, tense your glute, and then lean back slightly with a good posture, and you should find you get a really nice stretch up into that hip flexor. Yeah. Food's always interesting when it comes to what people say is good or bad for you, and actually how a lot of it comes into portion control. In fact, I'll try, if I remember, I'll post a portion control thing I did last night of the dinner I had last night. I had a huge bowl of pasta. It was chorizo and chicken pasta with peppers and mushrooms, onions, and a tomato sauce and fusilli pasta. Way too big a bowl of it. So I've just swapped legs, do exactly the same thing, tense your stomach muscles and your glutes, and then with a good posture, just lean back slightly. I've got my foot flat on the ground right now, and then after like 10 seconds or so, I'm gonna go up on my toes just so I get both hits of this stretch. Yeah, but it was just a ludicrous amount of food. But because we've been on that big long walk and it was coming off having an energy dump, I thought, you know what, I want to make sure, I just want to fuel my body, make sure I've got lots of food in it, knowing I was getting up early this morning for this row. So up into my toes, do the same thing. Yeah, definitely, it's funny. It's just really, up on my toes like that, it just really does totally transform that stretch. Yeah. And remember, listen, I talk about this being a Get Fit series, and you may well be combining it with healthy eating, and that's fantastic. But the rowing side of this should just think about the rowing side of it as like a fitness thing. It's, yes, there is going to be a calorie burn. It's going to help if you've got on a calorie controlled diet and whatever. But if you are looking at weight loss, look at food. Don't look at rowing as weight loss. I'd really sometimes, although I've got a playlist up here that is about burning calories, but I've been very careful to not call it a weight loss thing, because I think it's quite dangerous to start talking about rowing and weight loss, because it's just not. I mean, there's a video I keep on coming back to trying to make, which I'll make eventually, just saying that most of the weight loss you get when you row is just water, sweat. Right, so hands in front of your face, push them together, bring them down in front of your body, and then you'll get a stretch into your wrist and forearms. And most of the time when someone post something about, hey, lose weight through rowing, they're just trying to sell you a plan. I mean, you'll watch it and then eventually come down and say, join our 30-day plan to lose weight through rowing for only $39.99 a month or whatever, and you go, oh, whatever. Because I'm just trying to think. So I've done a like row off food thing, haven't I? Where basically you row for 25 minutes and you burn off enough calories to cover one cookie. So if you think, if you're trying to lose, say you're 20 pounds overweight, right? So that's 6,000 calories. I know I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again. That's 60,000 calories, right? So 20 pounds, 3,000 calories per pound, 60,000 calories. And so if you think today's row, I don't have my thing up, but I'm going to guess it's probably around about 450 odd calories for everything we did today. So I'd have to do that, what, 120 odd or 130 odd times you'd have to do today's workout in order to burn off that fuel. Whereas you can look at food and how if you're overeating and taking your calories off that way, and that's going to help you with your weight loss. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to make a video about this at one point, but it's quite dodgy ground to enter into, so that's why I've been meaning to do it for ages, I think for like at least a year, but I've always like, oh, when it comes to making it. So, sorry, shoulders next. Sorry, I'm all over the place. Hands straight in front of you, bring it across your body, and then loop it against your body in order to get that stretch up into your shoulders. Yeah, sorry, I've been trying not to go over it's the same ground, to certainly not be quite as ranty when I do go over it, but I don't know. I just think there's, so it's, I mean, listen, there's a market out there, people, I'm definitely one of these people that if somebody comes along and says, hey, take this magic pill in order to be fitter and faster, then I'm gonna go, ooh, what's that? And then I research and go, all right, it's just a money-making thing. But, or it's tech for me. If someone comes along and says, this great new piece of tech will help revolutionize your, I don't know, filming or whatever, I'll be like, oh, buy me that. Or actually, tech's more like kind of biohack stuff, like the Lumen thing that I bought. In fact, I'm going to make a video about last year, the stuff that I bought that I just wasted money on, and one of them was the Lumen. I just think pointless. I spent, it was what, £180 or something on this thing that you blow into that tells you if you're in a fat burning or a carb burning state. Rubbish. Or, well, I'm sure it does work, but to be honest, it's pointless. You don't need a device to tell you. Like if you've been shoveling down sweets and chocolates the day before, you kind of know that you've overeaten and that you're likely to be in a kind of a carb burning state rather than fat burning state. So, and that's kind of my, and it's one of these things that just preys on people that are just like think they can buy their way out of into fitness or whatever, which I obviously did because I bought it. So let's move on to biceps next. Sorry, rant. I'm just going to stop ranting. Hands behind your back, stretch that long head of the bicep. What was the other one? The other one was a red light therapy. Have you ever seen about that? Oh, God. So it's basically, it's a red torch that you hold against something that is an injured point. And so as being, I had like a raft of injuries, which hopefully are going away. Between like this elbow hurts on one side, my other, oh, that's time to drink water. My other elbow hurts on the other side. I've got this hip flexor issue and whatever. So I saw this thing about red light therapy, the new way to heal injuries and things. And so I spent £70 for what's effectively a red torch. It's got 3 little things in it that says it has, like 3 little lenses that says it's all different wavelengths of red light. So let's do triceps, hands up in the air, down to your back, and then help that tricep up. But
the funniest thing is you get it, right? And it says, hold this against the part that's injured. And it's like, repeat every day. May take 4 to 6 weeks for it to work. Now, if you say to anyone, go to a doctor or whatever and say, oh, I've torn a muscle, what they'll say is, right, here's a recovery program, whether it's rest or whatever, but they'll say it'll take about 4 to 6 weeks to happen, because it basically takes your body 4 to 6 weeks to heal itself when it comes to stuff like this. So again, it's just one of these things that is preying on idiots like me that think that there's a shortcut to being able to heal yourself and things, and just, I don't know. I'm like I say, I'm the magic beans guy. If someone came along and said, hey, I've got some magic beans, they're gonna make you fitter, I'd be the first one to buy them. So, sorry, I just suddenly went south there. So I'm actually waiting for an early morning Tesco grocery delivery. And I think I just heard the van arrive. So last stretch here, then I'll do a quick sign off. Before some guy with a basket filled with yogurt and fruit says, excuse me, mate, am I on camera? Right, okay, so that's us all stretched and all done. Sorry, a little bit of an odd chat at the end there. My brain's obviously Sunday morning. There we go. So that is, if you're doing these 4 sessions a week, that is the end of the 5th week of the Get Fit by Rowing series. It's also the end of the 20th row, depending on how you're doing this in order, right? So the next one, we're back into that low intensity row. It's going to be slightly longer than before. What did I say, 35 minutes? Just to try and just kind of increase your bowl a little bit more, because you may have hit that kind of plateau stage by now for building that size of your bowl. So look out for that one, which I'll be making tomorrow. In the meantime, do let me know how you got on with this one. Make sure to use the hashtag #GetFitWithRowAlong, just because I like seeing it. And then, yeah, and hopefully you were in the same kind of state as me, all right? And just let me know kind of like pace-wise or whatever, because I'm interested to find out what's happening with people. So until the next row, please look after yourselves. Row well, be well, bye-bye. So, hopefully there's run about enough time since my havering at the end of the main video and this little introduction to the cool down that you've had a chance to get a drink and get yourself ready to go into this cool down. So, I'm gonna basically just do this at that warm-up pace, that kind of 5 out of 10 walking upstairs pace, just to let yourself cool down. So here we go. In 3, 2, 1, let's go. So run about 18, 20 strokes a minute. Enough that you can still feel you're connecting and you're putting in some effort here. Enough that you can then let your body cool down, but not so much that you feel your heart rate starting to climb again and it starts to feel like effort again. That's not what you want. This is meant to give you a chance for your body to cool down, or at least to slow down rather than just stop. But also just your brain, you want to kind of just disengage from any tough effort you've just been doing or concentrating on stroke rates. And then you also just use this as a kind of a reminder of what your stroke should feel like when it's under control. So the thing about a time trial is that as much as I talk a good game when it comes to technique, see for the last, say, minute, maybe 2 minutes, depending on the length of a time trial. I mean, I said before, I'd stand on my head if I could squeeze an extra couple of seconds pace out of the machine. So technique, as you fatigue and as you're screaming into a finish, on the rowing machine anyway, can often be quite ropey. So a cool down is a good time to just get back into the best endeavors of your technique, so that this is what your brain remembers as a good technique, instead of flailing around like a dying salmon in the search of an extra second. Okay, 3 more strokes and I'm done. You don't have to stop cooling down, of course, you can keep on going. Or you can join me for some stretching. Now, don't just stop, wander off and don't do any stretching. Please at least do your quads and your hamstrings. Not in the shower, don't want you to slip and fall over, so don't do that. But just take a moment to stretch your quads and your hamstrings. Or you can join Stretchy John, who's appeared, and he'll take you through some guided stretching. Or you can follow me on the machine if you don't have space to stretch.
accompanied by the sounds of fireworks going off. Okay, so we'll start off with the hamstrings. So feet in the straps, a little bit loose so you can get a good angle between your feet and your legs, hands in the air, fold forwards. So I'm being quiet to see if you can hear any fireworks going off, but just as I stop, they all stop. In the UK, you see on the November the 5th, we have a thing called Guy Fawkes Day, just in case, just for the international people. And this is to celebrate a foiled plot to blow up the Houses of Parliament. It's a strange thing to celebrate, really, isn't it? But anyway, so yeah, so whereas in America you have like 4th of July is your big fireworks, or like Thanksgiving maybe. I don't know if you do fireworks on Thanksgiving. But yeah, for us, the big fireworks thing is November the 5th. Right, let's do glutes next. So one leg up on the rail, bring your other foot over the top, heel up against the crook of your knee, bring this knee across your body so it's in line, so you go face, knee, foot, hold it in place with the other arm, and then rotate round into this glute, okay? So ideally, so you're kind of facing away from you, kind of side on. So I'm trying to work out how to explain this for podcast people. But yeah, so, and then as long as you keep this knee in position up and kind of, you're giving some kind of a stretch across your body, you should really feel it down there in the glute. Oh, swap legs, same thing, but other leg. Oh, rotate round. And just do kind of check your angles and how much force you're putting across your leg, and just make sure you're getting a good stretch in there. You don't want to just be sitting here and flapping around and it's of no use. You just want to make sure and still get a good stretch in here. Otherwise you're just wasting your time. Right, let's get off and do quads. So stand up next to the machine. You can rest a finger on the monitor if you wish. Flick your foot up. Hold your heel up against your backside. Then have a little bit of force pulling that heel up against your backside to just help that stretch. Stay close enough to the machine so that if, like me, you suddenly wobble, you can quickly put a hand out and touch the monitor to just steady yourself. This should be a good exercise in balance. Swap feet. Doing it all on one foot. Oh, no, missed. There you go. So not only should your balance improve the more you do this, it's also just, it is a good strengthening exercise for your stabilizer muscles, because it's all very good stretching and doing things, or even like doing squats and whatever, but it's like using a machine to do squats. You don't use your stabilizing muscles if you use a machine, or like bench presses on a machine. You're much better to do a bench press with like dumbbells, because then you have to use your stabilizing muscles safely, of course. Please don't follow me if you're going to drop them. Don't do that. Right, hip flexors next. So one knee on the ground, toes up behind you, other foot on the ground with your knee above your foot. Then with a good posture, just push that hip forwards. See how I just move that hip forward, so I'm opening up the angle of my back leg and bringing this knee across the top of my other foot to just help get a stretch right up here into my hip flexor. Oh, I can feel it's all nice and stretchy. It might go down a little bit into your quad, but it shouldn't be like down in the meat of your quad. Maybe just like up here, just as it goes down. Oh. Swap legs, and I'm not going to do the hovering the leg off the ground one this time. So just the same thing, push that. I want to make sure and get a decent stretch into this hip flexor, and I just feel that when I do the alternate one with the knee off the ground, I don't quite get as good a stretch into my hip flexor. So apologies if you're like, what's he on about? This is the first of his videos. I want to know about that other stretch. Look at like the end of row 6 and you'll see me doing it. And in fact, most of the other ones you'll see me doing it, but just today, I just feel, especially if I'm going to go on the bike next, that I want to make sure that my hip flexors are nicely stretched off, ready for a tough cycle on Zwift. Right, next up, let's do forearms. So hands in front of your face, push them together, bring them down in front of your chest, carry on pushing them together. You should find you get a nice stretch between your forearms and your fingers. So the pause there was I suddenly realised that when I designed my little zombie carrot t-shirt, he's got a green top. Up at the top, a little bit here is green. Now, I don't know if you've realised this, well, you might be new to the channel or not, but I film all this on the green screen. I'm not actually here. This is actually all done on the green screen. So that should be completely see-through, and you should see the background through the green bit there. So there you go, giving away my TV magic. Next up, shoulders. Yeah, so sorry, that doesn't help for the podcast people. Put your hand straight in front of you, bring it across your body, use your other hands to kind of brace it against your body so it comes straight across, and you should feel you get a nice stretch in your shoulders. Yeah, I used to record these videos in a CrossFit gym, and it worked really well. It was a nice setting, and yeah, it worked nicely, but unfortunately got condemned. And so that then kind of stopped RowAlong for almost a year, because I was like, what do I do? I can't film it anywhere. And I tried to do something against like a curtain in a studio, and it just didn't work. And then I thought, hang on, I've got a studio. All I have to do is paint a wall green, and I can do it as a green screen. Swap arms. So this is why you'll see me rowing in lots of different spaces. I think at first I tried to pretend that it was real, but I think it's probably, it's more fun to own up to, because then it means I can do things like the Halloween row I did in 2021, where I was like in a haunted forest, or if I'm like in a, like this year's one, I was in like a zombie underground or whatever. It's more fun that way. Right, so shoulders done. And it means I can, give me requests, tell me what kind of background you want, and I'll pick one. So biceps next, put your hands behind you as though you're a ski jumper. It could be on a ski jump, and then rotate your thumbs outwards, and that should stretch the long head of your bicep. Problem is I have to find a background that's like this one, like is that kind of, it's quite a deep background into it. That's why there's a guy that designs lots of just kind of 3D rooms. Most of the rooms that you see me rowing in are actually just computer generated ones. But they work perfectly, so it has to be like a proper side-on one, as though you can have this shot in it. So, but by all means, send me something. Send me a photo of your gym. If you can try and work out this kind of a framing of your gym that's empty, that doesn't have someone going in a still. Hang on, let's do triceps next. So hand up in the air, down your back, like that. There we go. Push it, push your elbow up and back so that it helps that tricep stretch. Yeah, if you have a gym or a space that you think would work well as a background here, if it's your gym, make sure and speak to the gym owner, okay? Because that's, yeah. And you need to leave enough space for me to kind of comp in the rowing machine. So like imagine this background without a rowing machine in it. That's kind of the framing it needs to be. And yeah, feel free to email it to info@rowalong.com. You could do, well, everybody could do your front room with the space, who knows? In fact, you could send a video if it's like a roaring fireplace in the background, and I could loop it, have it as a background. Why not? Why not? The only outside is a bit of a problem, just for the fact that I'm inside, and from a lighting point of view, it's quite hard to light for outside, because I need to light the green screen properly so I can key it out. So to then mess around with lighting to try and make it look like outside, it's just too difficult. I tried it once, it just didn't work. So let's get into a 2-minute cool down next, just to make sure that our body is nicely flushed and happy and settled at the end of a tough row. Okay, so you do this round about pretty much the same pace actually you were doing the 2K plus 18-ish, 5, 6 out of 10 in that main row, and then just kind of ease off the pace as we go through these 2 minutes. So here we go then in 3, 2, 1, let's go. Oh. I know it's been a day of 20 strokes a minute, hasn't it? Between the warm-up was around about 20, the main session was 20, and then this is now 20. But you know what? There is just something to me, all right, you may disagree, but to me, there's something sweet spotty about 20 strokes a minute. There's so much you can do with it. You can go for that low intensity fitness building row. You can mix it up with power strokes to just change the dynamic of the row, or you can just go for a full row, 20 strokes a minute and max power. It's an interesting test. That is like, do half an hour at 20 strokes a minute and just see how far you can get. For the first 5 minutes or so, you're like, yeah, this is all right. Then the next 5 minutes, you're like, oh, hang on. And then the next 20 minutes, you're just hanging on for dear life. Okay, so we're under a minute to go on the cool down. So if you want to ease off the pace a little bit, please do. But of course, don't do that by choking your stroke. Just do it by pushing a little lighter
with your feet. Still want your technique to be as kind of good as you can. So you're still leaning into the front, still straight arms, still connecting your feet to your hands with good timing. It's just then the kind of follow through, how much of a drive you put in to the stroke. That's what kind of attenuates your speed at this point. Okay, 2 more for me. 1 more. So you don't have to stop cooling down, of course. You can continue, or you can join me for some stretching. If you don't have time to stretch, then please at least do your quads and your hamstrings, okay? Not in the shower, I don't want you to slip and fall over, but just find somewhere, stretch your quads, stretch your hamstrings, just to make sure you don't get too tight for the next day. So, or you can join Stretchy John, and he'll take you through a series of stretches, or you can just join me where I take you through some on the rower stretches just in case you don't have space. Okay, so straps are still loose so I can brace my feet against them. Put your hands in the air like you just don't care, and then fold forwards. And I say fold for a reason there, okay? Please, this isn't a bend, this isn't like a rounding of your upper or lower back. You're folding forwards, and that's what gets you right in these hamstrings. So if you don't feel it, I know I say this every time, but it's so important. If you don't feel it right here in your hamstrings, you're not doing it right. If you feel it behind your knees, if you feel it in your shins, if you feel it, oh no, where else could you feel it? Or if you don't feel it at all, then either you've got a bend to your knees, or you've got the angle wrong of your feet, or you don't have that fold right, okay? So it's just play around with the angles and make sure you get your hamstring stretched, because trust me, a lot of the woes that people think of something else, it's just tight hamstrings. Let's do glutes next. So one leg up on the rail, bring the other leg over so that your ankle or your heel is in the crook of your knee. Bring this knee over in front so that you have a straight line between your face, your knee and your foot. Hold it in place. And then if you want to steady yourself onto the back of the machine, you can, as you then rotate down into that glute. Oh, that wasn't a very... Of all the noises that I could make, that probably wasn't the most. I mean, don't find many other people that are going to go, oh, as they stretch. Most of them are like, hey, here we go. Feel the burn right into your butt muscle. It feels so good, doesn't it? Yeah. Whereas I'm like, oh. Let's change legs, see if I make the same noise. Kind of. Maybe it's just age. There we go. So same thing, and then just rotate down. It's like you get to a certain age where you can't get up out of a chair anymore without going, oh, making some kind of a noise, or sitting down in a comfy chair, or getting out of a comfy chair nowadays. I make a noise. Right, so carry on and make sure and keep that kind of the pressure on your knee coming across your body, because that's where really the majority of this stretch is coming from, is that. And then the rotation just kind of helps a little bit. Let's do those quads next. Oh. So I'm gonna stand up next to the machine. Gonna just light finger on the monitor just to help myself, because I'm a little bit unsteady still. And then flick your, oh no. Whew. Hold your heel against your backside. So I've flicked my leg up so that my heel is against my backside, and then I'm just putting enough of a pull on the upper part of my foot to create a nice stretch in my quad. I'm not trying to rip my quads out of the sockets, out of the hip sockets, or my lip, you know what I'm trying to say, not my quads, but you get what I mean. I'm just trying to put in a nice little stretch here. Let's change legs, see if I can do this one without holding on to anything. Oh, no. Try again. Oh, there we go. Okay, so, don't know if you can see, but I'm holding on to like the upper part of my foot. I'm not on the toes. I know I'm starting to say the same thing every time, but it's a useful, these are all very useful reminders to talk about. It's not like I'm saying this because I don't have anything else to say. It's just that this is very important, because if you hold on to your toes, you can end up really, that kind of the tendons that run up through your ankle can really kind of hyper stretch them. So let's do hip flexors next. I'm going to do this one with knees on the ground again. So back knee is on the ground, front foot is up with the knee above it, or not up, you get what I mean. Front foot is on the ground. So I've got 90-degree angles in both, and then I'm going to push this hip, the hip that has the knee on the ground, forward. So keep a good posture, and then push the hip forwards so that your back leg, the angle opens up,
and your front leg, the ankle closes down. I hope for podcast listeners that makes sense. Apologies if it doesn't. It's quite a hard one to describe. What I'd recommend is jump onto one of the YouTube videos and just take a look at the stretching section, and you'll see me doing this stretch. Important part here is posture, okay? So try and keep a good posture, good line between your shoulders and your hips as you do this, because if you lean forwards, just that stretch is gone. Okay, so there we go, swap legs. So again, so foot flat on the ground, knee above it, and then the back one, knees on the ground, toes are on the ground rather than a flat foot, because that would be tough. And then push that hip forwards, keep a good posture. And then you should feel it right at the top, right in your hip flexor. You should get a nice stretch. And really, when you think about what we've just done, we've stretched the hamstrings, then the quads, then the glutes, then the hip flexors. It's like that entire muscle system around here. It just gets so much use when you're rowing, between the actual power you're putting into it, to the stopping yourself at the back of the stroke, and then getting back from that lean back into forwards. There's like an element of hip flexor there. And yeah, so there's a lot of work goes into this quadrant of your leg. And I mean, you should probably stretch your calves and things as well, because they do get activated, but I tend to do them afterwards because I've got dodgy calves. So, but yeah, you should do them. I'll make a video at one point showing you what to do for them if you're interested. Forearms next. So push your hands together in front of your face. Make sure and push them, and then bring them down in front of your chest while still pushing them together. So you should have a nice right angle between your forearms and your fingers. And that you should, if you're pushing, you feel like you've got a nice stretch into your forearms here, and actually your fingers should get a nice little stretch too. Because after all, if you're holding onto the handle by kind of hooking over rather than gripping tight, then there's a chance that your fingers will seize, kind of, not seize, but, well, yeah, actually seize into, if you're not, because I tend to, as I'm coming forwards, like on the recovery part of the stroke, I'll sometimes just like wiggle my fingers like playing the piano on the handle, just to kind of move my fingers. But if you don't do that, if you're constantly in this kind of hooked position over the handle and you're never moving your fingers, then you can come off going, oh, I can't move my hands. So that stretch is quite a good way to kind of ease your fingers off again. Right, next up, let's do, I didn't do shoulders, sorry. I can do it this way, in fact, because I hardly ever go this way. So hands straight out in front of you, then bring it across your body, and then hold it against your body with your other arm. So see, there's like a straight line now going right across my body, and that gives a nice stretch up into your delts, your kind of upper shoulders. And again, your shoulders shouldn't really take that big a beating from rowing. They're more like the conduit of power rather than the generators of power. Remember, the generator of power is your legs, and it's all going up through your body, and it's only really that finishing part of the stroke is when you use your arms and your upper body. So yeah, like I say, it's the tendons and ligaments, just swapped arms by the way, the tendons and ligaments of your shoulders are there as a conduit for the power rather than you actually kind of grabbing against the stroke with your shoulders. If you find you've got short shoulders, yeah, Sean Connery's rowing with his short shoulders. No, mister. No, actually, no, Mr. Bond, I expect you to row. Oh, I did a video doing that once, didn't I? That's one of the outside ones. I sat in my little egg chair and I said that, didn't I? No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to row. Yeah. Sorry, I'm going off on one. Okay, right, now I can get to my biceps. So here we go. So hands behind you as though you're flying, as though you're a ski jumper, and then rotate your thumbs outwards. And this stretches the long head of your bicep, okay, and just gives you a nice wee stretch into them. Again, your biceps really shouldn't be taking that big a kicking. I mean, if you get a chance to set a mirror up in front of you, it's quite interesting to not only to look at what's going on in your stroke. I mean, I've got 3 mirrors because I'm so vain. I've got 3 mirrors that sit in front of me so that I can see me at different parts of the stroke. Yeah, it's pure vanity. And it's interesting seeing at what point sometimes muscles flex, muscles bite. And especially if you know when they're meant to, and you kind of go, oh, hang on, I'm grabbing too early here. Right, triceps, so put one hand up in the air, down your back so it touches your spine. Use your other hand to then help that elbow back. Ooh, tight tricep today, and point it to the sky. Yeah, so if you can get a mirror in front of you, and then you can look at when especially your biceps or your arms, you can see at the point when they kind of connect to the handle. That whole thing in the warm-up when I'm talking about connecting your feet to your hands, if you can see it,
in a mirror, it's really helpful. I mean, again, videoing yourself and watching the video and just seeing that point, you can often see like a jerk, a jolt of your hands or your arms, sorry, at that point when you connect. Swap arms. And so just watching that, I mean, the amount of times, like when I get sent videos, people send me videos of their technique, and the first thing you can see is this really late jolt of their arms. So their back is already leaning back, and then you see like a jolt of their arms at the point where they've connected to the handle. It's really quite obvious. So if you get a chance to film yourself side on, like, there we go, this is me done stretching. And we're gonna do, a minute light rowing and then 15 seconds of the drills, okay? So here we go in 3, 2, 1, go. So really, this should just be your initial warm-up pace, or maybe like the second minute of your warm-up pace. If you have a 2K training pace, then kind of aim between 2K plus 20 and 2K plus 30. Kind of 4 out of 10 effort. This would be a UT2, 50 to 60% heart rate. But because your heart rate will still be dropping down from today's main session, it's unlikely you'll be down there yet. So in 15 seconds time, for those who want to join in with drills, we'll take 1 foot out. 2 more strokes. 1 more. And then take your foot out and put it on the ground. Continue rowing. Just pivot backwards and forwards, like onto your toes and then onto your heel of the foot that's on the floor. But then do think about proper compression. Don't go too far forwards. For the leg that is strapped in. Oh. Hang on, I've done the full 30 on. Tell you what, we'll do another full 30 on the other leg. Just to get this. I think this is probably more important than the other 2 drills, just to help ease your back off and stuff. Sorry, I've kind of messed this up. If you want to do the arms only, or the arms and back only, and the legs only, I'll quickly show you what that means. And you can maybe do it, pause the video, and come back to stretching. So, legs only rowing, forwards tilt, arms straight. Just push out with your legs, not too hard, because you're only concentrating on holding your position and the timing between your feet and your hands. And then the opposite of that is body and arms. Just swing over your back, pull in your arms, swing, pull, out with the arms, rock forwards again. Rock, pull, push, rock. Rock, pull, push, rock, okay? In fact, you could do them now while I'm quickly describing the stretching thing. If you're, hopefully you've seen enough of my videos, you know what's about to happen. So stretching, please, even if you don't have time, please stretch your quads, your hamstrings and your glutes, okay? Because they'll have taken the biggest battering during that row. If you have time and space for a stretching mat, Stretchy John has just appeared. He will take you through guided stretching if you have a mat, and I will take you through guided stretching if you don't and you only have the space around your machine to work with. Okay, so I'm gonna do hamstrings first. So put your feet back in the straps, maybe slightly loose, so you can flick your toes slightly against the straps. Hands in the air, legs straight, fold forwards. So much like that kind of hinge that I talk about during the rowing stroke itself, you hinge, fold forwards. And that should, as long as you've done that fold forwards and your legs are straight, you should get a nice stretch right into your hamstrings, okay? You can, of course, hold on to your ankles or touch your toes, but please don't pull yourself forwards. Don't like yank yourself into that stretch, because you could cause injury during that. Yes, you will stretch yourself more than you possibly are right now, but much like a rubber band, you can overstretch and ping, and you don't want to do that. You don't want to cause damage. If you want to do anything, find this position, and then if you're like me, holding onto your ankles and you've been here for 20, 30 seconds, just walk your hands forwards a little bit more, down to another part of your feet. Or if you're touching your toes, you can like curl your fingers around your toes or something. Something that naturally moves you forwards, but you're not pulling yourself forwards.
Right, glutes next. One leg up on the rail, which is easier on my Concept 2, it must be said. Other foot comes over, so my heel is in the crook of my knee. And then I bring this knee across my body, so I have a straight line between my face, my knee, and my foot. Hold it in place with one arm, and then I rotate round and hold on to the back of the machine. Holding onto the back of the machine is optional, of course, but it's there for stability. But also it does kind of guide you into that rotation round, okay? And you get a nice spinal twist from it as well, which can be useful. Again, you don't want to be forcing yourself into this. You don't want to be like really trying to rip like pop your leg out your hip by pulling this leg too much, and you don't want to be really kind of pulling yourself with the back of the machine. Everything should be natural when it comes to these stretches. So same again with the other leg. Hold that one in place, rotate round. You're kind of just using your natural, it's not flexibility, what's the natural tension, would that be it? Of your tendons and things, not really tension. Tightness, no. Elasticity, maybe? Where you're just kind of moving into it and holding it just enough that you've just kind of got within that natural elasticity to add a stretch. Right, quads next. So I put one finger on the monitor to steady myself. I flick the opposing foot up and then hold it in place against my backside, and then I try not to fall over. It's almost like I say the words fall over, and that's the trigger for me to then fall over or start losing balance. Yeah, like Pavlov's dog. Yeah, so for this stretch, it's about getting it right into the front, the big meaty part of your leg, of your thigh. If it's up too high, that's your hip flexor, and we're stretching that next, so you're doing something weird. Change legs, and you'll notice that as I do this, I'm holding on to the upper part of my foot rather than my toes or even my shin. I think if I was holding on to my shins, I wouldn't get enough of a stretch. If I was holding on to my toes, I'd probably be hyperextending the tendons coming off my toes, which can cause injury, both to the tendons in my feet and possibly my shin muscles as well. Right, let's move on to those hip flexors. Move my water bottle out the way. And I'll continue to do the power physio version. So one foot in front of you with a knee above it, one foot behind you with a knee kind of in front of it, but on the ground, so you have a 90-degree angle both sides. And then you squeeze, like tense that glute, just kind of think right, I've tensed, and then lean back slightly. And the combination of tensing that glute and the lean back will get you right in here. Because it must be said, the way I've been doing it before with the shifting your body weight forwards, I've had quite a long stretch down my entire quad, not just the hip flexor. And so maybe I was actually poorly like stretching it, and that's why I said a couple of times about toes up versus toes down for me. And maybe that's the problem, is that I wasn't doing it right. Whereas this way, swapping legs, make sure, tense that glute, and then lean back slightly. It's a very localized, I feel it right in the hip flexor. And I'm currently trying to recover from some kind of hip flexor damage caused by running in anti-clockwise circles too much. It's true, I was fine until I did the high rocks events, which are anti-clockwise laps. And so you're doing, Manchester was 3 laps of a kind of a square circuit. So that's 12 corners, 8 times at speed, and they're like sharp turns. And through that, I've done damage to both my left hip flexor and left piriformis, it seems. Hey, the body, eh? Right, let's do forearms next, and wrists. So put your hands in front of your face, push them together, and then bring them down in front of your body. And as they get into that kind of, as your wrists and forearms become parallel with the ground, you should feel that you get that stretch going into your wrists and forearms. And if you're pushing your hands together, then your fingers should get a nice little stretch too, which, as being that was a max effort row, your fingers may be, depending on how you're holding the handle. Remember, you want to be hooked over the handle, okay? You don't want to be gripping out the death grip. But yeah, your fingers can take a little bit of can just take quite a lot of force to them, especially if you're getting that hang. Remember I was talking about if you push in the right position and really push hard, you should feel like you're hanging, floating off the handle. Then because all the force is going through your fingers hooked like that, you can start to get a little bit crampy in your fingers. So that stretch can help that. Let's do shoulders next. So hand straight out in front of you, bring it across your body, use your other arm to pull it into place and hold it there. So there we go. But anyway, so today's row was hopefully, for you, as long as you put in the effort, what it was intended to be, which was a super hot, spicy row, okay? And the reason I'm saying this is that today I made the decision, when uploading the previous row, if that makes sense, that I'm bringing back the chilies. So I used to, when I started this off, or went like really focused on it back in 2019, 2020, I used to have little chilies on each of the thumbnails on YouTube. A green, orange and red one, and they were just a really simple way. You looked to see what the chili was and you knew whether it was going to be an okay low intensity, a mid hard intensity, or a maximum super spicy intensity row. And then kind of just through trying to work out what to do with thumbnails, I keep on getting things from YouTube experts telling me that my thumbnails aren't good enough. And so I've kind of been toying with different ways to make the thumbnails, and it really doesn't make a difference. I've just hit the same viewing figures the whole time. So I figured just for the ease of people who are trying to find what workouts I have on here, I'll come back to the chilies again. So this time they hold a little sign, or there's a little sign next to them. It'll tell you what zone heart rate you're in. Hang on, let's do biceps next. So hands behind you like a ski jumper, rotate your thumbs outwards, which stretches the long head of your bicep, and will hopefully give you a nice stretch. But yeah, so they all have a little sign next to them telling you what zone, heart rate zone that row is going to be in. But really, all you have to do is look at the color and you'll know if it's green, that's a low intensity. If it's red, that's a top intensity like today's. And if it's orange, that's the kind of tempo, hard intensity in between. Yeah, I'm not going to go back through all of my previous rows and do that because it takes a while actually to change the 8 that I'd already made. That still took me like half an hour to go through them, so I'm not going to go back through every single row I've ever made. Of course, if somebody's willing to do it for me, I can throw you all my Photoshop files and you can do it. All right, let's move to triceps next. Whee! Bonk. Okay, so hand up in the air and then it comes down to touch your spine. Your elbow's now pointing mostly in the air, but then you use your other arm to just ease it back into place, well, not into place, ease it back so your elbow's now pointing straight up, and that should give you a nice stretch into your tricep. You can do things like lean to the side to add in a stretch of your intercostals and things here if you wish, but that's entirely up to you. I'm just going to focus on triceps because I do have very tight triceps, and I think this is part of the reason I've got this ulnar nerve issue in my right arm. To be honest, I'm a walking injury right now between my hip flexor, my piriformis and my left leg, my SI joint, lower back spasm, which is starting to ease up finally, my right elbow, which has a ulnar nerve issue, and my left elbow, which still has this weird tennis elbow thing where I just have to breathe on it and it flares up, which isn't fun. Let's swap arms for our final tricep and our final move of this stretch. Sorry, I've been kind of bouncing around topics of conversation in this stretching session, haven't I? Between my chilies and my injuries and all that kind of stuff. But hopefully, listen, you need to stretch, and actually the longer you stretch, the better those stretches are for you. So, ooh, BBC News alert, what's happened? More than 1 million NHS staff in England to get 5% pay rise. I wonder if they'll be happy with that. I'm not going to make any political comments, other than say I support the nurses and doctors, so. Okay, here we go then. In 3, 2, 1, let's go. Now remember, this is a cool down, so I didn't say properly pace-wise, but do this round about what you're doing your warm-up at, okay? That kind of 5 out of 10, walking up a flight of stairs kind of intensity. And then as we go through this cool down, you can ease off the power. Just less of a push with the legs. Try and hold the same stroke rate. I mean, it's quite a good thing to do sometimes, is actually just row at 20 strokes a minute and just start off quite slow and then gradually keeping at 20 strokes per minute
gradually increase your pace. And just see how the power from your legs can really affect your pace. Remember, there's two real ways to get pace when rowing: power from the legs and stroke rate. Yes, how much you pull to a finish is going to make some difference, but nowhere near as much as how much you push with your legs or your stroke rate. Right, where are we? So make sure and ease off that power as you come in to the end of this 2 minutes. Make sure that you're kind of settling in to a lower intensity, ready to do some stretching. Right, here we go. Now, of course, don't worry if you don't have time to do any stretching. I'm not going to shout at you, but I do suggest that you at least stretch your quads and your hamstrings at one point. Not in the shower. I don't want you to slip and fall over, please. But yeah, if you can stretch your quads and your hamstrings, that'll be much better for you. So, or you can join Stretchy John up in the top corner. He will take you through some guided stretching, or I will take you through some stretching on the machine if you don't have space. So put your feet back in the straps, make sure they're loose so you can flick your toes against them. Legs nice and straight, hands in the air, and fold your body down towards your legs, okay? And that folding action should have put a really nice stretch down here in your hamstrings. Yeah. I just went through my head how I'm just saying the same thing in these stretching things all the time. But it's important. If you don't have that stretch in the hamstrings, you've either not got that fold right, you're either not coming down far enough. Don't hold on to your ankles and pull yourself down, though that's a bad idea. Or you might have a bend in your leg and your knees, so just work with your own angles so you know exactly how your body responds to stretching. So next up, let's do glutes. So one leg up on the rail of the rowing machine, other foot comes over so that your heel is tucked into the crook of your knee. Bring your other knee across your body so you've got a straight line between your head, your knee and your foot. Hold that knee in place with one arm and then turn your body around, okay? Hold on to the back of the machine and kind of rotate a little bit more. Okay, so I'm trying to, ideally I'd have my chest pointing, would that be perpendicular to my body? Is that right? Perpendicular? Answers in the postcard. Yeah, so that my chest would be kind of facing that way, but I don't think my spine rotates that way or that much. With the amount of back problems I've had this year from my SI joint going click. Don't really want to push things, but yeah. This is kind of similar-ish to that, or from a spine point of view, to the supine twist that you can do lying on the floor. The rest of your body's not the same, obviously, because you're stretching your glutes, but... Right, let's change legs. Oh, my laces are untied. I hope I don't trip. Oh, yeah. Oh, Christ, sorry. I'm back with the old man noises again. This is my second workout of today. My first one over lunch was I went for an hour-long run on a treadmill. Just loaded up Zwift Run and went at very slow pace on like 9.5 kilometers an hour and ran for an hour. And I've not run for ages for like a long distance. So my glutes are a wee bit tender today. Aye. Right then, let's get on to our quads. I'm gonna get chased out of my own country. So do our quads next. Put one finger on the monitor, or we'll pick a finger and put it on the monitor. Flick, oh crikey, there you go, that'll be the run. Flick your foot up against your backside so that your heel touches your backside, and then put enough of a pull here, this is important, enough of a pull you can feel the stretch in your quads, but not so much of a pull that you're gonna be ripping your leg out of its socket or whatever. What would happen? We'd be snapping your quad, I guess, would be all that would happen. But you get what I mean. Enough of a pull that you can get that stretch into your quads. And remember, it's your quad that you're stretching here, not your hip flexor, not your knee, not your shin muscles. Because if you, I'll just change legs. If you hold down at the toes, instead of like up on your upper foot, if you're down at your toes, you can end up stretching your tendons and your ligaments and stuff, and you can just cause yourself a modicum of discomfort.
I believe would be the best, politest way to say it. Yeah, and you don't want to do that. I mean, I said before, half the reason I bleat on about technique all the time is to make sure that you don't get injured when you're rowing. So I don't want you to get injured when you're stretching at the end either. So let's do hip flexors next. We weren't stretching them before, but we can now. So I'm going to do this one with the knee on the ground. So one knee on the ground, my foot behind is up on its toes, my other foot is in front on the floor normally, and my knee is above it. Hopefully that's a good enough description for you podcast folk. And then for the hip that has the knee on the ground, I'm just going to push it forwards. Whoop. And I'm going to, obviously it wasn't my hip making that noise. And then you're going to have a good posture as you do it. And that should then give you a really, sorry, I just yawned halfway through that. Should get a really nice stretch right up in that hip flexor. In fact, I can feel it. If I put my hand in my pocket. Any change in here? No. I can feel just the muscle is just like really nicely stretching. I can feel the kind of the muscle is, I was gonna say split, but that sounds awful. But I can kind of feel the musculature anyway. Hey, I can feel my musculature. Look at me. Aren't I amazing? Look at my rippling hip flexors. Okay, let's change legs. I'm sorry, there must have been something in tonight's sausage pasta. Of course, sausage pasta is my danger dish. It was cooking sausage pasta back in 2018. This is what, 4 years ago. It's when I was about to chop up the sausages to make sausage pasta. That was when I had my knife accident. When I was sharpening the knife before doing it, and it fell out of the sharpener and it went right into my knuckle and kind of like that, and cut right through the tendon, right into my knuckle capsule and left me like that, which is quite exciting and then I had to get it all sewn together, and then I was in the cast for, woe was me, for weeks. And I've never really been the same since. I've always been slightly bonkers. Right, what are we doing next? Let's do forearms next. So hands together in front of your face. Hi, can you see me? Yeah, can you see me? And then push them together, bring them down in front of your body, carry on pushing them together, and you'll get a nice stretch through your fingers. Oh, I've got a dirty finger. And also your forearms, okay? So I had a knife accident, and then it just, because I was then off for 8 weeks, couldn't really do anything. That was effectively the end of my racing point when my kind of early 40s. I was 42 when that happened, I think. And then I just never really recovered, never got that kind of top end, that real kind of the cream fitness that I had, never really came back. And I just think, am I blaming that? I suppose I am. Yeah, but you know what? If that hadn't happened, RowAlong wouldn't have happened. So it was the rehab to get back into rowing after cutting my finger is why I set up RowAlong. So there you go. Hand out straight in front of you, as though you're. So if I go to the other hand next, I always start on the left hand. I'm going to start with my right hand. So as though you're shaking someone's hand, hello, and then bring it across your body, and then hold it in place by kind of looping your other arm over it. Okay, you see what I mean? Obviously, podcast people can't, but. Yeah. When life gives you lemons, make a YouTube channel. Actually, that's not that bad. The amount of YouTube channels that are out there that are probably similar. It's like someone's been, like even I was watching a video today by Lewin Hines from the Broken Oars podcast. I was watching it because he was reviewing indoor rowing channels. So obviously from the narcissistic point of view, I fast forwarded straight to his review of me. But even at the start of that, swap arms, at the start of his video, he was saying, I was meant to be racing in a 4 today, I think it was a 4. And there was a storm, so he couldn't, so he ended up just at home making a video reviewing indoor rowing YouTube channels instead. So he had lemons and he made a video. So he did basically just what I said, where when life gives you lemons, make a YouTube video. It's a good video, you should check it out. So Broken Oars Podcast is the name of the channel, and the podcast. This podcast is really good. And he reviews Training Tall, Dark Horse, Cameron Buchan, Essensi, I can't remember if there's someone else, and then me at the very end. He left the best till left. Right, let's do our biceps. This stretching session is going on a wee bit too much today, isn't it? Biceps second last. So hands behind you as though you're a ski jumper. Whee! And then rotate those thumbs outwards. I think what it is, I've got delusions of adequacy when it comes to my presenting style, because he kept on saying in that video how I was entertaining. So I've now got delusions of adequacy that I'm entertaining. Again, answers on a postcard if you want me just to get back to just doing the stretching and not. But then it has occurred to me that recently, like in most of the videos that I've made recently, not counting these 30-minute ones, but the ones before, I've kind of been a little bit too on the whole, hey, motivation and technique and stuff. I've not really been having my rants. Triceps next, so loop your hand up in the air, but then bring it down your back so it touches your spine, and then use your other hand to just help that tricep up, okay? And this gives you a nice little stretch in your tricep, and it also opens up your lats a little bit as well. Yeah, I mean, if you look back at some of my videos, even from like 2020, that was probably a lockdown madness, to be fair. But yeah, I'd talk about rowing and technique and whatever at first, but then I go into these mad rants about playing the drums and how much I love my wife and all that kind of stuff. None of that's changed. I still play the drums and still love my wife, don't worry. So I swap arms. But I don't know, I think I just seem to kind of start to just talk more about rowing and trying to improve your rowing, maybe in a kind of, I don't know, sometimes I'm trying to find the missing link. What do I need to do? What do I need to talk about? What videos or sessions do I need to make to try and grow the channel? So sometimes I just try something different. So that's why sometimes I'll just talk about rowing instead of dead mouse. I mean, why would I? Anyway, right. Let's get into a 2-minute cool down. Are you okay for this? I hope so. We're going to do this pretty much at the same pace you were just rowing the rest of that workout at, but the point here is that you can gradually slow down through it. So even if you want to start off a few seconds slower, that's absolutely fine. But here we go then. 2-minute cool down in 3, 2, 1, let's go. So just let this be a way for your body and your brain to just disconnect from the exertion of what you just did. I mean, if this was yoga or something, I'd be like, I invite you to release the memories of the exertion you just suffered. Suffered? No, can't say suffer. Experience the exertion you just experienced. See, I'd make a terrible yoga teacher. I'll leave it to Adrienne and her dog. I watch her for the yoga, totally. Nothing to do with the fact that it does help yoga as well, but I'm also a big dumb male, so it's, I think, probably in many ways, I'm the victim of my own nonsense where I keep on comparing myself, not keep on, but every now and then I compare myself to another indoor rowing channel on YouTube, the guy that has his shirt off all the time. And again, it's probably a reason that people watch the guy with his shirt off rather than the guy with his motivating waffle t-shirt on. Available in the RowAlong shop. Well, it is. The whole point of the shop, though, is just that it's cheaper. If I make these t-shirts and post them to a shop and then buy them from myself, it's cheaper than if I was to use the same company to make them as a one-off. Even though it's a dropship company, the prints to order. Doesn't really make any sense, but yeah, so that's the whole reason the shop's there. There you go. That's a 2-minute cool down done. You can of course carry on cooling down. Don't stop just because I have. Or I'm about to do some stretching. If you don't have time to do stretching, please at least stretch your quads and your hamstrings. You've no idea how, especially your hamstrings to be honest, how tight hamstrings can really affect your rowing in ways that you just don't understand. Or, well, I don't understand. Or, that's it, stretchy John's up in the corner. As always, he'll take you through guided stretching, and I will take you through guided stretching while on the machine in case you don't have space. So, legs straight, toes back against looser straps, okay, so you get a nice angle between your feet and your legs. Hands in the air, and then fold your body down. There we go with the dad noises again. Oh, yesterday I did. I was running for an hour on the treadmill. It's the first time in a long time that I've done an hour's run on a treadmill. I said this in yesterday's video as well, I know, but Christ, that rain. Don't know if you can hear that. Oh, crikey. I think I'm going to stay in the studio for a while. Yeah. Anyway, and my hamstrings are exceptionally tight. I would have thought my hamstrings would have been that tight after a run, but apparently so. Okay, I totally didn't talk you through the stretching the hamstrings that time, but hopefully you've heard me say it enough. Right, so glutes next. So put one leg up on the rail, the other heel goes over so it's in the crook of your knee, and then bring this knee across your body so you've got a straight line between your face, your knee, and your foot. And then hold it in place with the other arm. Hold on to the back of the machine if you want for stability, and then turn your body to rotate round into your glute. And that should activate the stretch right in your glute. Remember, podcast people, this is probably slightly lost on you, so you may want to just jump onto one of the YouTube videos one day, maybe over lunch or something. Or, hey, I'll even say it, you can do it when you're sitting in the toilet. I mean, if you think about Facebook and stuff, the amount of likes and comments and whatever that get posted on Facebook or tweets or whatever from people sitting on the toilet. I don't mind if you watch my videos while you're sitting on the toilet. I'd love to keep you company, to be honest. Let's change legs. I can think of no better place for my videos than in the toilet. That was a cheap joke. Best I said it though, wasn't it? If you can make fun of yourself before someone else makes fun of you, it's a lot easier mentally. But yeah, if you want to watch my technique or app reviews or whatever while you're sitting on the most comfortable seat in the house, please do. I don't mind. I don't recommend rowing in the toilet. But maybe you could. Maybe you've got one of these huge big wet rooms or something, and that's the best place for your rowing machine because then all sweat goes in the ground. Right, cool. Sorry. Let's do our those quads next. So stand next to your machine, put one finger on the monitor for stability if you wish, and then flick your foot up behind you so that your heel is up against your backside, and then give a little pull just to help that stretch into the quad, okay? Into quads being that kind of the big muscle on the front of your thighs. Yeah, quadriceps. Quadricep blablabbis. That's like Joey from Friends speaking French, isn't it? Blah, 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 blah. It's amazing. My kids, right, it's changed legs. You can tell that I'm kind of losing the plot for stretching there. My kids are still just obsessed with Friends. I mean, every day. It's like if Holly has like a spare 20 minutes or something, she'll be like, can I watch Friends? And they still watch it over and over and over again. They just love it. And I mean, it's a great series. I mean, apart from, there was one weird series when Ross went mad, but it's a great program. And to be honest, again, being a big dumb male, I quite enjoy watching Jennifer Aniston, but it's just so strange how it still strikes a chord. Right, let's do hip flexors next. So one knee on the ground with your foot up on its toes behind. Your other foot is in front of you on the ground with your knee above it. So you've got 90-degree angles on both sides. And then with the knee that's on the ground, take that hip and push it forwards. Keep a good posture. See how, a good posture, but just push that hip forwards. And you should feel you get a nice stretch down into that hip flexor. One thing I'll notice, this last thing I'll say about Friends, is just how obsessed, like completely obsessed they were about coitus, let's call it, as Sheldon would say from Big Bang Theory. Every episode, they're just constantly like dogs on heat, constantly want to find someone to get into bed with. And so when you got 12 and 10-year-old kids, you're trying to explain what's going on. I mean, does that mean we're a bad dad for letting them watch it? Changing legs, whee! So same thing again, just push that hip forwards. But to be honest, once they get to 12 and 10, I know they hear worse at school, so crikey, they can teach me language nowadays that, yeah. Ooh. Do you hear that? It's time for me to drink water. That's my thing. So in fact, actually, can I grab my thing? Sorry, I have to remember and mute that one now as well. Oh, that's a problem having drinks mid video record, is I have to remember to dip the audio because nobody wants to hear me having a big glug of a sports drink. If you want, I'll post what I use to make it. I'll give you links to the bulk that I use right now, but yeah, it's tasty. So what we'll do next, forearms. Hands in front of your face, push down in front of you. Ooh, so that your fingers and wrists are at right angles. That, ooh, is because my forearms are a little bit, I'm trying to see, this is my mental, oh, I know why. I was doing farmer carries last night as part of my high rocks training. So it was, what did I do? 500 meters farmer carries with two 24 kilogram kettlebells So that's probably why my forearms are feeling a little bit tender today. Because in the high rocks thing, one of the things, if you don't know about a high rocks, in fact, let's move on to shoulders. So hands straight in front of you, bring your arm across your body, then hook your other arm across it to hold it in place and just create a nice little stretch into your shoulder. Yeah, so if you haven't heard me talk about this before, this is the reason I'm wearing shoes nowadays when I'm rowing, in fact, is I'm training for something called high rocks, which is basically 8 1-kilometer runs. In between each of them are functional exercises like rowing, ski erg, sled push, sled pull, farmer carries, which I talked about, lunges, wall balls, and burpee broad jumps. Yeah, change arms. And it's great. It's kind of it's a fitness racing sport, I think is what they call it. And it's it's like the new kind of fad sport, to be honest. I think loads of people are jumping on it because it's great. I mean, crikey, if you look, I mean, it's what, £100 or something to enter, which is quite a lot of money. But when you think the British Rowing Indoor Championships, which have just been cancelled, were £40 to enter for what, 6-7 minutes worth of a row, whereas high rocks is £100, and you're in there for like a good hour and a half. On doing all of this stuff. So from a value for money point of view, much higher. And I do wonder, right, let's move on to biceps next. Hands behind you, as though you're flying, rotate those thumbs outwards. And then that should give you a nice stretch into your bicep. Yeah, I do wonder whether actually the big bubble explosion of indoor rowing of like the past couple of years that obviously popped with COVID, I do wonder whether quite a few of those people who would have entered like a rowing competition have discovered things like high rocks in the meantime. And are now entering something like that, because like the London one has gone from what, 700 last year to 7,000 this year or something like that. It's like this growth has been exponential. It's been incredible. Triceps next, hands up in the air, whee, down your back, and then touch your spine, and then hold, kind of push that tricep back a little bit more with your other arm. So yeah. So I mean, listen, I jumped on the bandwagon, but part of that was just to experience it. But also I discovered that by training for high rocks, I'm pushing myself to places that basically since cutting my hand, remember I told you that story yesterday, that I've kind of not really taken myself to anymore for whatever reason. So I'm kind of hoping that the high rocks thing, by training for that and competing in that and taking myself into that kind of, that line you have to cross, that kind of pain line you have to cross to be able to perform, will then feed back into the rowing again, and I'll get back into form. Let's change arms, sorry. Back into form for rowing, probably by the time I hit the next age bracket, hopefully. Yeah, so plus it's just, you know what, it's exciting. Sometimes just to change something different is really exciting. And because there's a whole bunch of different things, because it's the ski erg, the row, the farmer's carry and whatever, from a functional movement and from health and all that stuff, I think it's probably quite quite good to have moved and to do something else, something a bit more varied, than just sit on a rowing machine like I have. So, especially with the various niggles I have with this strange muscle up here and whatever. So there you go. Right, I'm done with the stretching. Sorry, I'm ranting about other things. Now to then get into a cool down. So we're going to do a 2-minute cool down as always. Pick whatever pace you need to that you can kind of glide into that kind of cooler state. Okay, so if it's 20 strokes per minute, 2K plus 18 and then slow, then by all means do. If it's slower than that, by all means do. Okay, in 3, 2, 1, let's go. Oh. Worthwhile rewinding the video there and seeing just how long it took for me to take that opening stroke. Oh, it's my lats that feel it after that. I was obviously squeezing in a little hard, trying to get as much pace as I could out towards the end of the row. But like I say, use this 2 minutes to cool down. I'm trying to really sell the purpose, the value, the reason to always factor in a warm-up at the end of your row. I mean, if you're in a gym and there's a queue of people waiting for you to get in the rowing machine, it's up to you whether you want to be bullish and just take this extra 2 minutes on the machine, or whether you just go and find a treadmill, or even actually, as much as I detest them as a primary exercise machine, this is probably when a cross trainer probably comes into its own, because it moves for you. So you just have to kind of get on and make it move. But ideally, of course, if you want to be on a rowing machine,
so that you can just reset your technique, reset your memory of what rowing is like, because your subconscious will remember the difference between this gentle, good technique and not that intense, or if you just stopped at the end of the main session and that's like how your brain remembers, your subconscious remembers how rowing feels. Right, so going to enter the stretching section next. If you don't have time, please at least stretch your quads and your hamstrings, but not in the shower, because I don't want you to slip and fall over, but take time. Stretch those quads and hamstrings at one point. Or you can join Stretchy John. He'll take you through some structured stretching, funnily enough. Or you can join me on the rower for, if you really want to hog the time on your machine, if you've got nowhere to stretch, I mean. So get your legs back in the straps, make sure they're loose so you can put your toes up against them slightly, legs straight, hands in the air, and fold your chest down towards your legs. Don't worry, I mean, you can see how I'm miles away from my legs, but even here, the stretch I'm getting down here in my hamstrings, it's quite considerable. But then that's because I've got really tight hamstrings. I'm just trying to ease them off day by day, but they're just, whether it's that I stand up when I'm working, I can't think how that would tighten my hamstrings though, but I just do have very, very tight hamstrings. So, but this stretching session at the end of all the rows has really got me somewhere towards it helping. Let's move on to glutes next. Put one leg up on the monorail. Put your other foot over your knee so that your ankle is in the crook of your knee. Bring your up knee across your body so that you have a straight line between your face, your knee and your foot. Hold it in place with one arm. Hold onto the machine at the back if you wish for stability, and just twist your torso round and kind of down-ish, and that should help. Oh, stretch that glute. Oh, crikey, they're tight again. Again, it's part of this. I think the glutes thing's part of the high rocks training. The session I did yesterday, oh man. Yeah, it was all sled pulls. What was it? Ski erg, sled pull, farmer's carries, hand release push-ups, swap legs, and there was another one. Oh, shoulder presses as well. Swap legs. Oof. And it's, to be honest, maybe this is where, when I said about how it's my lats that were hurting in that first stroke, it's my lats that seem to be hurting today from, I don't know whether it was all the ski erg, but it was only like, what was it, 2,500 meters in the ski erg. Can't see how that would be it. So it must be the sled pull that's really, yeah. But to be honest, this is why I'm loving doing this high rocks training, is that I've not felt this sore in quite a long time. Let's move up to quads next. I'll try and talk while I'm taking you through the stretching, so it's not just me talking about stretches. So one finger on the monitor for stability if you wish. Flick your foot up behind you so that your heel touches your backside, and then add a little bit of a pull just to stretch your quad. But yeah, I think I've kind of been in that kind of nice comfort zone rowing where I've kind of just been powering along at the same pace and not really like training constantly to a kind of a real intense point. I'll do intense sessions, but I wouldn't do loads of them together in order to actually increase, just because of injury and things. Swap legs, same thing again. Whereas, because high rocks is different in strangely, the muscles that are injured from rowing, like that one up on my collarbone, doesn't get hit for it when I'm doing high rocks, apart from the row, obviously. So it means that I'm able to take myself into that proper pain cave when doing it. And it's just lovely. Waking up this morning with my body just sore from all the effort I put in yesterday. Felt amazing. It's a strange sport. Strange mindset, really, isn't it? That to work hard enough to be in quite a lot of pain the next day is a good thing. But yeah, and what I'm hoping is that this will then translate back to the rowing again, you see. Right, let's do hip flexors. So put one knee on the ground, your foot's behind it up on its toes, the other foot is in front of you, your knee is over the top of it, and you've got 90-degree angles in both legs. And then for the knee that is on the ground, take that hip and push it forwards, okay? So keep a good posture, but just push that hip forward. So what you're doing is you're then closing off the angle of your front knee and opening up the angle of your back leg, okay? And that should then give you a really nice stretch right up on your hip flexor, that kind of, yeah, that meaty bit that runs just down off the top of your hip. Tasty. Right, swap legs. Same thing again, and then just push that hip forwards. Now again, I know I'm skipping out. I have been showing how to do this without your knee touching the ground, but again, I'm playing the I'm a wee bit sore card after yesterday's high rocks training. So yeah, so that's why I'm doing it this way, so I can make sure and have a proper stretch, because I feel like if I do the knee off the ground, well, sorry, I completely lost what I was saying there. If I do the knee off the ground, I don't get quite as good a stretch as if I was knee on the ground. So, and I don't want to shortchange it. I'll try and remember and do it the next time I'm fully fit. Let's do forearms next. So put your hands in front of your face together, push them together, and then push them down and still together in front of your chest. Okay, so you should have a nice right angles between your forearms and your fingers, and this should give you a nice stretch right underneath your forearms, and your fingers should get a nice wee stretch too as you're kind of pushing against the two of them. So it's a 2 for 1. Yeah, it means you can sit here and people, if you chant as well, Om Nam Shivaya, Om Nam Shivaya, Om Nam Shivaya. There's a film reference, there we go. If you get what the film reference was, then that's the hashtag for this row. Actually, that's one of the hashtags. I'll do a different hashtag at one point as well. Because, yeah, I keep forgetting to do them. Right, shoulders. Put your hand out in front of you and then bring it across your body. Hold it in place with your other arm. Oh, mama. And give it a good little stretch. Yeah, this must be from the slide pulls in if my shoulders are that sore. Yeah, I'm trying to think because someone got in touch yesterday and said, remember and do the, can't remember who it was, so apologies. Was it Stefan? I can't remember, sorry. Yeah, and said, remember the hashtags, it doesn't feel like the video's completed if you don't do a hashtag, so I need to try and remember to do that. So I've now got a little sign underneath the camera that says hashtag. It's very high tech in here. Swap arms. So I've got to think what the hashtag would be. What have I really talked about? I mean, I was just talking about comfort zone, but because I want to say, or I could do hashtag no comfort zone. There we go. Will that be all right? I could stick that on a t-shirt, couldn't I? Hashtag no comfort zone. Highway to no comfort zone. It's not quite a good song, is it? It's a wonder I'm a drummer, isn't it, rather than a singer? With a voice like that, you think I should be the singer of the band, eh? Eh? Oh dear. Right, biceps next, I think. Yeah, hands behind you, so you're a ski jumper. Rotate those thumbs outwards. Woo! And that stretches the long head of your bicep. Yeah, yes. Sorry, I have to try to work out how to say this. Years ago, when I was in the same band the first time round, they used to give me a microphone to sing backing vocals and things on it while I was playing the drums, and I said to them this time round, I said, just don't give me a microphone, because I'd sit there and just be talking away and answering the singer back when he was talking in between. And I was just an idiot. So I said to him, just don't give me a microphone. We'll do next, triceps. Ugh. But then with my Danger Zone or Comfort Zone song, between that and the But song that I once did, but, I should really be a singer. Really should, shouldn't I? Delusions of adequacy, no. Yeah. Try to think what's my, I don't know if I've ever told this story before, but I was once doing karaoke with my wife, and we were singing Tenacious D Tribute. This is just a tribute. And the two of us were giving, the phrase, I must have said this rings a bell saying this, the two of us were gieing it laldy, as they say in Glasgow. I'm sure I've used that phrase before. Yeah, gieing it laldy means giving it gusto, giving it some. Yeah, when I was done singing it with my wife, the girl who was running the karaoke thing, actually came up to me and she was like, oh, and she was, I don't want to use the phrase coming on to me, but she was coming on to me. And Julie's standing there going, what? And it's because I'm such a good singer. Or it could be that I'm completely delusional and actually she was saying to me, get out, you're rubbish. Anyway, there you go. That's the end of the stretching and that's the end of a story. But yeah, if only somebody had videoed me singing tribute, hey. poor Jack Black would be, maybe that should be the myriad hashtags today. You could do tribute, could do Jack Black, could do no comfort zone, could do whatever the Num Dubai film reference was. So let's get ourselves into a 2-minute cool down, and let's try and not have any of the nonsense ranting that was happening in yesterday's row, hey? So we're gonna do this right about 20 strokes a minute, and then that kind of easy walking upstairs pace, and then just gradually slow down towards the end of it, okay? So here we go, in 3, 2, 1, let's go. But it's a great row. There's something about those, the rise up the, like the ladder, up the pyramid, or, well, not pyramid, ladder, yeah. That just makes time fly by. And that's kind of one of my aims for most of these rows, is just to prove that by breaking 30 minutes down into smaller chunks, you can really make it absolutely fly by. Not that there's not a couple of longer, or not longer, but steady kind of 18 strokes a minute or 20 strokes a minute rows, but things like the alternating 2 minutes between 18 and 20, although it has exactly the same training effect as a half hour at 18 or a half hour at 20, by breaking it into smaller chunks, just makes it better, quicker. I'm sure I've said that a lot, so I won't say that again. Oh, so make sure and just ease yourself down through this cool down. Let your heart rate kind of stabilize. Chances are it won't drop as you're doing this 2 minutes, but what will hopefully have happened is that, say you finished that row at around about 75 to 80% of your max, you may have kind of recovered enough down to, like, I don't know, 60, 65% of max. And then through this cool down, it may have gone up a couple of beats, but should just kind of stabilize around about there. And then when we stop after this stroke, you're in a much better place for your body to cool down. So, can we get to some stretching next? As always, if you don't have time, please stretch your quads and your hamstrings, okay? But not in the shower, because I don't want you to slip and fall over. Say the same thing every day. Stasia, it's like Groundhog Day. Or you can join Stretchy John, there he is. He'll take you through some stretching, or you can join me on the machine and I'll take you through some stretching for folks that don't have any room, like stretching mats around them. So, put your feet back on the foot plates, straps loose so that you can brace your toes up against them and create a nice angle between your feet and your shins. Hands in the air, legs straight, and fold forwards. Okay, and that folding should give you that stretch in the hamstrings. I know, I say it every single time, but it's really important. I mean, there's no point doing this if you go into that stretch and it's like, you're like, I don't feel anything, but I'm just going to hang around here for 20 seconds because surely it's got to be doing me some good. If you don't feel it in your hamstrings, it's not doing you the point that you're supposed to. So really should be right under here in your hamstrings, not in your knees, not in your calves, not in your shins, not in your toes, not in your nose, not in your head, shoulders, knees and toes. Right in your hamstrings. And if it's not, have another go. Just come up, fold forwards, legs nice and straight, and you should just feel it right there, okay? Let's move on to glutes next. One leg up on the rail, other foot comes over it so that your heel is in the crook of your knee. Bring this knee across your body so you've got a straight line between your face, your knee, and your foot. Hold it in place with the other arm. And then if you want to hold onto the back of the machine for stability, please do. And then rotate your torso around and kind of, I don't know if there is a down or if it's just a round, but you're basically, as you rotate, it's right in here, right in your glute that's getting stretched. So make sure and keep that knee that's up coming across your body, because that's really what's causing the stretch. The rotation just kind of really focuses in onto it, okay? So, because if you just sit and didn't do that, you should still be able to get a decent stretch into your glute, but then as you do that twist, get really nice. Whoa, right in there. Oh, next leg. Swap legs even. But yeah, I mean, hopefully I don't have to sell you on the benefits of stretching, but it is kind of, it's a good idea to do it, put it that way. I think, especially if you're like me, you're prone to injury or tightness or things. I mean, it's like, I've got quite bad calves from running, but it's actually to do with my glutes. So because they're tight, I'm overcompensating with what my calves are doing. So if I stretch my glutes off properly, my calves don't hurt. Weird that. Oh, right, let's do quads next. So stand up next to the machine. You can hold onto the monitor for stability if you wish. Flick one foot behind you so that your heel touches your backside, and then just give a little bit of a pull. Oh, there you go, there's my noise. Every time there has to be a noise. Yeah, and remember, hold on to like the upper part of your foot rather than your toes, because I don't want you to hyperstretch the tendons down through your toes and into your shin and things. This is about stretching your quads, not ripping your toes off, okay? So let's swap legs, flick it up. Oh, is he gonna fall? Is he gonna fall? Hey, whoa, this might still happen. I just imagine people running sweepstakes on these videos. Will he fall? 30 minutes of 30-minute rows. Row 13, did he fall? Place your bets, place your bets. Not yet. Almost did. Oh, you'd think, I mean, I've been doing these stretches, where are we now? We're in November. I think all year I've been doing these stretches after the rows. I think. I don't know when I started doing them. But you think I'd have a bit better stability by now, wouldn't you? All right, let's move on to hip flexors. We're going to do the first of these with a knee off the ground. So, feet together, step 1 foot forwards, and then on the back leg, be up on your toes. And then, I feel like I just lift my shorts up just in case it helps. And then sink your back knee down and make sure that the weight is kind of, your kind of center of gravity is going backwards almost, not backwards so you fall over, but you don't want your center of gravity and all the force to be going into your front leg, okay? That's just there to stabilize you. You want the force to be going into your back leg so that right here gets a good stretch. So if I'm sinking down and I have my weight going down here, I get a good stretch. The moment I shift forwards, I lose it. If I go too far backwards, but I might fall over. So there's a sweet spot here for where you need to put your body weight if you can do that stretch. Here's the version with your knee on the ground. So one knee on the ground, toes up behind you. Then the other foot's forward with your knee over the top of it, 90-degree angles on both. And then you just push with a good posture. Push, I'm losing my microphone, what's going on here? Push your hip forwards. Whoop. Okay, so you close off the angle in your front leg, open up the angle in the back leg, and you should get a nice stretch into that hip flexor, okay? Now, I've not said for a while, so I'll say it now. Remember, there's a whole thing about, oh, I've got really tight hip flexors. I've got to stretch my hip flexors. There's totally my hip flexors. Whereas half the time, it's not your hip flexors. And so it's worthwhile just to checking to see if it is or not. So I talk quite often about Jeff Cavalier, the Athlete X guy, and he's got a great video about how to test to see if you have tight hip flexors or not. So if you think you've got tight hip flexors, how many times can I say that hip flexor over and over again? Check out his video, okay? Do his test and see, because it could be something else. You might be blaming your hip flexors and it's actually your hamstrings. Wouldn't that be interesting? Next, let's do our forearms. Hands in front of your face, push them together, then bring them down in front of you. And push them together and you should get a nice stretch into your forearms and your fingers as well. Today's row, shouldn't really have got forearms, maybe fingers from it just being that kind of constant half-hour row that your fingers might get a little bit crampy, so this will help. But your forearms probably shouldn't hurt from that. It's really the fast stuff. It's like when you're trying to blast out a 500-meter sprint or a series of 100-meter sprints, quite often because of just that bracing off the power, you can end up with quite sore forearms. I know after a 1K time trial, I'm like this, I can hardly move my forearms. So. Right, let's do shoulders next. Hands straight out in front of you and then bring it across your body. Help it across your body even more by looping your other arm across it. And then just give it a little bit of a stretch. A little bit of a stretch. This is what, 2 days? 2 days, 3 days? 2 days since I did that really tough high rocks workout, and my shoulders are still killing me. I'm trying to think, what did I end up thinking it was? I did hand release press ups, shoulder presses, farmer's carries, ski erg, and something else. Can't remember what something else was. Wall balls? I can't think of it, but one of them completely ruined my shoulders. I wonder if it's the hand release press ups. There's something about doing, swap arms, about doing a hand release press ups. It's basically doing a press up, but when you're down on the ground, you lift your hands off the ground. And so your chest is fully on the floor.
and then you push yourself up from there. And there's something about having to push from a completely like dead weight almost off the ground. It's completely different than doing a normal press up. Maybe it's because you have tension in your arms as you come down for a normal one, and it's almost like you're a coiled spring ready to go back up again, whereas the hand release ones, you're just completely from nothing and you have to push up again. But yeah, right up here, right up there, it's sore. Could be that, or I was playing the VR a couple of nights ago, the Quest. I was playing a boxing game, and I'm pretty sure I hurt my shoulder playing that. So anyway, Thrill of the Fight, it's a really good game. Right, put your hands behind you, whoosh, and then rotate your thumbs outwards to stretch your biceps, okay? So you're pretending that you're a ski jumper, but you rotate your thumbs outwards to try and catch a pigeon while you're flying. And that just gives you a nice little stretch across your biceps. Keep your arms straight to help that stretch along. But yeah, this is a good way to, there's other ways to stretch your biceps, I should probably investigate, but this is the way I'm doing it right now. And of course, by stretching the bicep this way, you are contracting your triceps, so we have to do them next. So one hand in the air, swoop it down your back, so it's touching your spine, and then your elbows pointing up, so you can help it even further, like more vertical, by pushing it back with your other arm, okay? And that then straightens it up. And then if you want to add in a little stretch to your lats, then just lean your body slightly over to the side. And you should find that you can kind of get your body into a point where you get a nice stretch to your lats and your obliques almost, which actually feel a lot better than they did yesterday. Other arm, do exactly the same thing. Help the elbow up, and then if you want to lean in, just to give a bit of a stretch. Yeah, ooh, it's still a little bit tight. But then I suppose, tough row, tough workout, so that's the whole point of stretching, is to try and ease this kind of stuff off. Oh, and then at least tomorrow's row is another recovery one, another low intensity row, so that'll be fun. But what else? Oh, I'm playing the drums all day tomorrow. I've got a 6-hour rehearsal for with my band, because we've got a concert coming up in a couple of weeks. So 6 hours playing the drums, my hands will be ruined. So let's get ourselves into a 2-minute cool down before we get too cool. Oh, it's always important to get this. Don't wait too long, maybe wait a couple of minutes in between finishing and entering the cool down. No longer really. So here we go then, we're gonna do this around about the pace you did the warm up at in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Oh, yeah. So it's just a good old grind for me. Sometimes you just want to dial in that slow row, give yourself a chance to just zone out almost. Work on your technique, pick something like one feature at a time. For me today, I'm trying to concentrate on getting that drive right so that I can feel my backside getting a little bit looser on the seat. Oh, looser? No, lighter. It's because I can hear my shoe is making scatological noises, and I think somehow subconsciously. Sorry about that. Oh. Talking of noises, I posted a video yesterday that was showcasing a feature on the editing software I use where I can basically remove the sound of the flywheel. So you just get clean audio of me talking to you. It's quite magical if you ask me. But I posted it and kind of said, do you want me to start doing this so you can hear me clearer? And I think pretty much 100% of people said, no, we need the sound of the flywheel, it's reassuring. It helps us to zone out. So there's now a hashtag, keep the flywheel, or keep the whoosh, that's what it is. Keep the whoosh. So take a look at that video if you wish, and let me know what you think. Should I remove the whoosh, or should we keep the whoosh? There you go, see what you can hear. Hang on. That's my foot squeaking away, don't worry, it's not to my backside. Anyway, right, let's get into a stretching session. If you don't have time to stretch, then please take a moment to stretch your quads and your hamstrings, okay? Not in the shower, I don't want you to slip and fall over, but please take that moment, okay? Or, stretchy John,
has joined us at the top corner. Hey, Stretchy John. And then I will take us through some stretching on the machine for if you don't have room. So here we go. So put your feet back in the foot plates, straps loose, shoes still making a noise. Flick your toes back against them so you can create a nice angle between your feet and your shins. Put your hands in the air, legs straight, fold forwards. Oh yeah. And that should get you right in there. You should feel, burns the wrong word, but you should feel like that, well, basically a stretch. If you've never stretched before, you've never had the sensation of a stretched muscle. If you've done this right, that's the sensation. Okay, it should feel almost like it does when you're working hard and you get that kind of zing in your muscle. But this is one because you're not putting any exertion into it, you're just stretching and you can hold that pain. You know it's good, it's because it's stretching. Okay, so you should really feel it right here in your hamstrings. Okay. Oh, we're going to move on to glutes next. So put one foot up on the rail, other foot comes over so that your heel is in the crook of your knee. Bring this knee across your body so you've got a straight line between your face, your knee and your foot. Hold it in place with the other arm, and then you can rotate your body round. Hold on to the back of the machine for stability if you wish. But the important part here is making sure this knee is still coming across your body, because that's what gives you your stretch right down here in your glutes. Yeah, and I've still got, what day is it today? So today's Sunday. Sorry to throw this all out of whack, 'cause I know you'll be watching this on a, well, who knows what day, but I'll be posting this on a Monday. And it was Friday, I was doing a monster high rocks training session that had loads of lunges, loads of wall balls and loads of burpees in it. And good grief, my quads and my glutes. This is 2 days later, I've still got DOMS, delay onset muscle soreness. Let's change legs. Rawr. And you know what? It's lovely. Like I said before, I think I'd kind of hit a comfort zone where I was training just within my abilities. I was pushing myself a little bit. I was but not really pushing myself. And now that I've started doing this high rocks training with James, the sensations I'm feeling in my body are things that I've not felt for ages. It's lovely. Not that I'm giving up on rowing, don't worry, I'm not like, hey man, I'm all about high rocks now. I'm still all about rowing, and the whole point is this high rock stuff, I want that to feed into my rowing, that because I'm now training out of my comfort zone, I can bring that back to the rowing again. Let's do quads. So if you want to rest a hand on your monitor just to keep your balance, then flick your heel up so that it touches your backside, and then just pull a little bit to feel a nice stretch into that quad. Ooh. But yeah, I'm kind of hoping that just this whole, the work ethic that I've got now with high rocks, I'm going to bring into the rowing thing. So I do think, as much as I've been, I know I've been injured. I know that I know like with COVID at the beginning of this year and stuff, there's been various reasons why I've not been able to train at maximum. I think eventually you get so used to training at a lower intensity that becomes the maximum that you want to row at or to work at. So to completely shift, let's change legs, to completely shift to a different sport and then train because it's a total unknown how I train on that. It's like a 2K, I know I can do 640 and it's going to hurt it's going to be really, really tough. But I know what that's going to feel like, whereas everything I do in high rocks, I've got no idea how it's going to feel, so I just do it. And there's no fear of how it's going to feel like, and I think that's the thing that I'm kind of now missing for the rowing. Right, let's do our hip flexors next. So one knee on the ground, one foot in front of you. The one that's in front, your knee is up above your foot. The foot that's at the back is up on its toes. You've got right angles on both legs, and then just push the hip that has the knee on the ground forwards while keeping a good posture. There you go, there's my falling over. Well, keep a good posture, but push, open up the angle of your back leg to push that hip forwards. And that should give you a nice, as long as you've got that good posture, if you lean forwards basically with your upper body, you totally lose that stretch, or at least I do. But if you keep a good posture, almost leaning back, but not leaning back, but just a good posture, you really do feel it right in your hip flexor. Change legs. Do exactly the same thing. Then push that forwards. And you'll find it's like a subtle change in how you're holding your body or your legs or whatever. Just a tiny little subtle change will suddenly, you'll go, what? Oh, I've got the stretch right there. and it's there. So for every single stretch, do kind of change things. If you don't feel you're getting the stretch right, just think, hang on, is it my posture? Is it the angles I've got here? Am I actually pushing that hip forwards, or am I just kind of going through the motions and thinking I'm doing that? If you don't feel the stretch, you're losing a lot of the point of doing it. I was about to say there's not much point doing it, but of course there's a point doing it. So anyway, let's do forearms next. So hands together in front of you, bonk, and then push them together and then push them down at the same time. Okay? And you should get stretched kind of underneath your wrists and in your forearms, like on the underside of your forearms, and your fingers should get a nice little stretch here as well from pushing together. It's a really nice stretch for doing that kind of, doing your fingers and your forearms basically. Which, let's face it, they do get, as much as you're not pulling the handle, they do get a lot of use just from kind of hooking and hanging and transferring that power in. So this is why we still stretch forearms and shoulders, which we'll do next. So hands straight in front of you, high, and then push it across your body, hold it in place with your other arm, and that'll just give you a nice little stretch right there in your delts, or upper delts, wherever it be, or in between your delts, because that's when you're doing the stroke right and you're pushing with your feet and you're hanging off the handle, and your backside does feel a little bit lighter on the seat. This is why. It's because all that power is transferring through your shoulders down through your arms and into the handle. And that transfer, although you're not yanking and pulling and fighting against the power with your muscles, that transfer still does put a lot into your shoulders. So not in terms of effort, but like the hanging off your tendons and things. So it's a good idea to stretch them just to kind of give your tendons and your ligaments a little bit of relief after a tough row. So, but to be fair though, that's the same with all stretching. It's all about giving your muscles oh, there we go. So the reason you stretch when you wake up in the morning is just to get your muscles kind of like, oh, there we go, we're all ready to go. So it's like kind of the reverse of this. It's like we have been going, we're now like, our muscles are nice and ready to cool down and settle down and go have dinner. And yeah, right, let's do biceps next. Hands behind you like you're a ski jumper and rotate your thumbs outwards, which stretches the long head of your bicep. So it's a Sunday night. In my house, Sunday night is pretty much always like a big veggie dinner. So like sprouts, cauliflower, broccoli, carrots, peas, some kind of potatoes. Sometimes it's a potato waffle. Sometimes it is potato croquettes. Sometimes it's roast sweet potato. What else we do? Don't really do mashed potato for a Sunday dinner. But cauliflower cheese, homemade, and then a killie pie, which you may not be too familiar with, but it's like a mince pie, not a Christmas mince pie, but like a beef mince pie in a nice thick, thick crusty pastry, not crusty, thick pastry. But yeah, yum me. Type in killie pie or Kilmarnock pie, and you'll see what I'm on about. If you care, well, you might not care. Let's do triceps next. So put your hand up in the air, but then it swoops down to your back and it touches your spine. Your elbow is kind of pointing up in the air, but give it a wee helping hand with your other arm, and then so that it points straight up. And then if you want to just kind of lean your body to one side, then that will, and kind of open up that muscle, that will also stretch your lats as well. I can see, hopefully you can't, but looking in the mirror that's in front of me, I can see steam coming off me. It's because it's so cold. It's so cold. Scotland really is so cold. I'm built for the heat, to be honest. Right, let's change arms. This is why I loved Vegas so much when I went. I can't believe it's been almost a year since I went to Vegas. But I just loved it so much. It was beginning of January I was there, and it was 25 degrees and walking around in shorts. I was just thinking, oh. And I was saying to Jamie, my oldest, saying, oh, I just love to just move there and live there, teach people how to row during the day, play the drums in a band at night. It'd be perfect. And she's like, but it'd be too hot. It's like 50 degrees in the summer. And I'm like, I know, I'd be inside. I wouldn't be outside. I hope you didn't. I hope you enjoyed it. Sorry, less about me, more about you. Hopefully you enjoyed it and we can get ourselves into a 2-minute cool down. So if you can get yourself strapped back in, make sure you've had a drink if you want one and you're recomposed, whatever you want to call it. We'll get into this cool down. So run about the same pace you did the warm up at, okay? And then gradually ease off over the course of 2 minutes. Here we go then, in 3, 2, 1, let's go. Oh, yeah, sometimes it's okay. Sometimes I can eat and then I can actually do quite a tough workout. But I don't know whether it's because I'm so used to working out fasted. Like usually I record these at like lunchtime before I have my lunch. Sorry, my shoe's making that noise again. Apologies. Yeah, so I work out before I have my lunch, but just due to work schedule, it's now evening like the night before. So I had my lovely pancetta dinner, very tasty, yum yum, but could have done without tasting it again during that row. Anyway, so hopefully you found today's row proper beneficial. I mean, there is that line of thought of you shouldn't push the pace on the low stroke rates. But actually I think once every now and then it does have its value, because it teaches you about laying in power, like overpowering a stroke. If you're always training within the parameters of like 2K plus 18 for 20 strokes a minute, or 2K plus 15 for 22, 2K plus 12 for 26, or 24, sorry, all that stuff, you never really kind of get that proper overpower feel. So sometimes it's good, because then you know how to speed up by pushing harder with your legs. Okay, one more stroke for me after that strange diversion, and that's me done with my cool down. You don't have to cool down, of course. You can continue, or you can join me for some stretching. Oh shush, I have to change shoes for the next one. If you don't have time to stretch, please at least take a moment to stretch your quads and your hamstrings. It's important you do that. You don't want to seize up and get DOMs. Oh. Or you can join good old Stretchy John. He'll take you through stretching if you had a stretching mat, or if you don't and you have to do it on the machine, I'll take you through how to do that with my quacking shoes. Okay, so put your feet back in the straps, keep them loose so you can brace your toes up against them and create a bit of an angle. Legs straight, hands in the air, and fold your chest downwards towards your legs. Sorry, I'll do that again. I was sitting too far forwards on my seat, and so I was kind of perched off the edge of the seat, and that completely ruined the stretch. It wasn't going anywhere near my hamstrings, so do sit a little bit back, not all the way back, because then what happens is that the seat starts to dig into your hamstrings, and you don't want that either. There's definitely a baby bear position to sit on the seat when you're doing the stretch. But if you get that fold right, remember you're not grabbing your toes or holding your ankles and pulling yourself down. You're letting, especially because of the slight downward slope anyway, downward angle, you're letting kind of gravity of your torso coming forwards being that action that stretches your hamstrings. Right, let's move on to quads next. One leg up on the rail, other foot comes over so that your heel's in the crook of your knee. Bring the up knee across your body so you've got a straight line between your face, your knee and your foot. Hold it in place with the other arm. And that should give you an okay stretch anyway. But as you twist your torso around and maybe hold on to the back of the machine for stability, then you should really feel it right in your glutes, right in your backside. Especially if you keep the tension, the stretch going across your body with this leg that's up. You should really feel this kind of, it's almost like a hand size stretch all up from your glutes all the way up the side. And that's really important. Glute stretching is exceptionally important. I should add that into my thing of, if you have time, stretch this. Or if you're not going to stretch, at least do your hamstrings and whatever. Change legs. But there's just so many muscles that you just don't realize get attacked. Like I've shifted, I'm now working back in an edit suite during the day rather than from home. And I stand up when I work from home, whereas in the edit suite, I don't get that option, so I'm now sitting down. I can really feel my hamstrings are getting affected by the fact that I'm sitting down, and my hamstrings are constantly in that kind of activated position. So it's not just exercise that can do you in. Just life in general can. Life in general. Right, let's do quads. So hold on to the monitor for stability if you wish. Flick a foot up behind you, and then hold your heel up against your backside.
So I'm trying to move. I realised yesterday when I was, sorry, and then puts a gentle pull on that leg to create a stretch into your quads, the big front meaty muscle in the front of your leg. Sorry, I was going to say, I realised yesterday when I was editing together the video that usually when I'm doing quads, Stretchy John's over me. So you don't actually get to see what I'm doing. So that's why I'm trying to stand a little bit further into the middle of the machine. So maybe you can see me. Oh. Yeah, Stretchy John building up his part. Oops. So change legs. Oh. The same thing. Try not to flap around like a like a very unstable chicken like me. But yeah, so remember, posture is key here, as well as how much of a kind of pull, how much pressure you're putting into that leg as you're stretching it. Remember, you're not trying to wrench it out of its socket. Just pulling enough to give yourself a nice stretch. All right, let's move on to hip flexors. One knee on the ground, toes up behind you. Other foot in front of you with knee above that foot. And then when you're in this position, have a nice posture and then push the hip that has the knee on the ground forwards. Ooh. So you're kind of almost sinking your body down a little bit as you push that hip forwards. And that opens up the angle of that back leg. And as long as you've got that good posture, then it really stretches that hip flexor really nicely. You should feel it. If you touch it, you should feel a nice kind of solid stretch happening through there as it's activated and it's going, oh yes, thank you very much. That's just what I asked for, yes. Especially after a row like today when you're getting into the front and really pushing the power into it and getting that hang off the handle. It's really important that you just feel that. It's almost like if you can get that hang off the handle, the stroke almost takes care of itself as you'd push the legs in, and then it's only just the finish. It's really important and it's so easy to forget about it. Right, let's change legs. Same thing again. Just push that hip forwards. It started to sound like, was it Bob Ross? I've talked about him before. It's Bob Ross, the American painter with the big fuzzy hair. I know I've spoken about him in a few videos, but I just used to love watching his videos, his TV series where he's like, yeah, let's just put a squirrel there. Hi there, Mr. Squirrel. Now I sound like the baddie from The Matrix. Hello there, Mr. Squirrel, Mr. Anderson. You are a virus. Quite disappointed by the most recent Matrix. I mean, it was still a good film, but I just think it's one of these things that the first film was just so revolutionary, so incredible, that nothing could ever really stand up to it. And all you're doing is just playing just the same, like this, trying to do slightly to the left tricks of what you've already been doing. All right, let's do shoulders next, and we'll do forearms afterwards. So hand straight out in front of you. Bring your arm across your body, hold it in place with the other arm. And that tension as you hold it in place should create a nice little stretch through your delts and help your shoulders just kind of stretch off a little bit. Just those tendons and ligaments that, again, if you're doing that hang off the handle thing, that's what gets it. Your muscles shouldn't really be getting it. It's your tendons and ligaments that you're hanging off as you push. So they can get just a kind of little bit kind of, oi, what you doing? We're not built for this, you know. I don't quite know why my tendons are leprechauns. Don't know where that came from. So offending the world, one country at a time. Oh. Swap arms. At one point I'll just not be let in anywhere. But then I don't go anywhere. Where am I going next? I'm just trying to think where my next trip is. Manchester. Yeah, is my next. So the next time I'm leaving home to go anywhere. Manchester at the end of January for the High Rocks competition. That'll be my first proper full High Rocks competition. It's in Manchester at the end of January, and then 2 weeks later in Glasgow. And I'm trying to work out if I can go to Malaga at the end of April, but I don't know if I'm going to manage that one. Oh, I didn't do forearms. Sorry. So hands together in front of your face, push them together, then bring them down in front of your body. So I just, you know what, as you bring them down in front of your body, keep pushing them together. You'll get nice stretches. That's what I was going to say. I was just wistfully away in a world of my own. That's why I forgot about the forearms. You could even see it as everything went silent as I was moving around. You could just see my brain shut off as I was thinking about sunnier climates and thinking about being in Vegas this time. Well, not this time last year, but yeah, it's been 11 months since, I spoke about it in the last video, but I just loved Vegas. I'm sure it's the kind of place that if you were there for longer than like the 4 days I was there for, it would start to wear thin. But for the 4 days I was there for, oh, I loved it. It's not many. I mean, let's do biceps next. So hands behind you like a ski jumper, and then rotate those thumbs outwards, and then you'll get a nice stretch. But yeah, there's not that many places North America wise I've been to that I haven't liked, to be honest. I mean, we've done Boston, I absolutely love. If I had a chance, I'd move there. New York, obviously, love. Don't know if I'd live there though. It's amazing, but I remember my mum describing New York like like electricity, or like licking a 9-volt battery. Not that my mum never licked a 9-volt battery, but like electricity is like exciting and is it? Oh, it's fun, little jolts, tiny little bits of it. You go, like licking a 9-volt battery. It's like, that's exciting. But if you were to actually stick your finger in the plug and stay there for a while, you die. And that's how she explained New York, because you can go for little short stays and it's exciting. If you stay there for long enough, then either, well, basically it destroys itself around you, because you start to just you get to see all the wrong parts of it. So anyway, sorry. Triceps next. Sorry. What's he on about today, you're asking yourself? I know. I don't know either. So sorry. So hand up in the air, put it down your back so it holds your spine, and your tricep will be pointing in the air. Use your other hand to help it back. So if it's like that, you just use your hand to kind of help it to go to more straight up. And you can lean to the side slightly if you want to get a stretch into your lats as well. Where else? So Boston, New York, Florida, because I did Disney for my honeymoon. We stopped off in Miami, but we don't count that. Is that it? And then Canada is Ottawa, is all I've done. Yeah. So we get to 2-minute cool down at pretty much the same pace you're just rowing at, but just gradually slow down as you get through these 2 minutes. In 3, 2, 1, let's go. Yeah. I mean, I do try. I mean, so I said in a previous row in this series that my day job is editing TV programs, okay? So this is what I do for a living, is edit stuff together. And it must be said, I really do just half-ass. That doesn't give me an explicit, does it, by saying that word? Hopefully not. The edits of, like the filming of these videos, like the fact that there's never angle changes or close-ups and stuff. And then I try and just do it all in one take so that I don't have to worry about finding edit points and things. But really shouldn't be that lazy, it's my job after all. Although, just to explain, the fact that everything, when we get into the main rows, even though sometimes I'll do close-ups for like the intro and whatever, once we get into rowing, I stick to this angle because there are other fitness solutions on the rowing machine out there that they're filmed from many different angles, and they're constantly cutting between camera 1, camera 4, camera 2, camera 1. And every time I've done a video like that, I find it really irritating because I just want to watch them and get into the rhythm, the groove with them. So as they come forwards, I come forwards. As I drive, they drive. And all the edits mess with that. Last one. Plus, there are a few times they're talking to you about technique and it's cut to the wrong camera and you're like, you're telling me about coming forwards, but you're giving me a front angle. I need to be able to see from the side. So anyway, that's why everything's shot from the side. So we're done. Right, so let's get into stretching section next. If you don't have time to stretch, please stretch your quads, your hamstrings and your glutes at one point, but not in the shower because I don't want you to slip and fall over. If you've managed to find some space on a mat while I said that last line, then Stretchy John has just appeared and he will take you through how to stretch on a mat, okay? Hopefully you'll learn that there are times I flannel in these videos, and that's one of them. So my flanneling was to give you enough time to find a mat. Or, if you can't get a mat, put your feet back into your rowing machine straps, legs nice and straight, and I'll take you through some stretches that you can do on the rowing machine, okay? So legs nice and straight, hands in the air. Oops, make sure you're comfortably on your seat, not perched off the edge. Hands in the air, and then just fold forwards. And hopefully this will give you a nice stretch into your hamstrings, okay? Rest your hands on your ankles or wherever you can reach. And if you want to, after 15 seconds or so, you can walk your hands forwards to increase that kind of the tension of your stretch, but you're not pulling yourself forwards, okay? You're not holding onto your ankles and yanking yourself forwards, because that's where you can cause issues in your hamstrings. Possibly you can cause issues in your lower back as well as you kind of crunch yourself forwards. So don't do that, okay? Now I need to try and speed up today because I realized yesterday's stretching session was like 10 minutes long. So let's move on to glutes next. So one leg up on the rail, put one foot over so it's in the crook of your knee. Bring this knee across your body. Sorry, podcast people, you have no idea what I'm saying. And then you should have a straight line between your face, your knee, and your foot. Hold that knee in place and rotate round so that you can feel that stretch down here in the glutes, and you can hold onto the back of your seat for stability if you wish. Podcast people, I know it's a bit hard because I'm just describing it. Hopefully either you've got a good idea of what I'm doing anyway from this being the 15th time we've done it, or you've maybe checked out the poster I have on the RowAlong.com website, or you just load up any of my recent, like this series of the Get Fit by Rowing series on YouTube. Skip to the end, there's a chapter marker for the cool down in the stretching section, and just zip through and you can see what I mean when I'm talking about all these stretches, okay? Change legs, and do exactly the same thing. Rotate round. That rotation is kind of important in activating your glute part of this stretch. I think that's one of the reasons I went on a bit too long yesterday, was I was talking about the difference between your glutes and your piriformis when it comes to this stretch. And so that rotation round, so you're basically looking perpendicular to your rowing machine, is really important for getting it down here into your glutes, okay? Right, let's go up and do quads next. It's a long way to stand up. I mean, I know it's a bit of a noise I make when I stand up, but it's a long way on a water rower. So rest one hand on the monitor if you want to give yourself a bit of stability. Flick up your opposing leg behind you. Oh, there we go, I needed that. That was me needing the stability. And then hold your heel against your backside. And that should give you a nice stretch into your quads. Now my intention today, I have no idea why it pops into my head. Now that we're halfway, this is session 3 of week 4, isn't it? If you're doing 4 sessions a week. Yeah, so my intention, if I can remember today, is to weigh myself before I shower, okay? Oh, I'm gonna fall over, so I'm gonna swap legs. I'm gonna pretend I meant that. Because I weighed myself last week, which was midway through week 3, which did show a big change from the beginning of the series, but I want to combine it with the changes a week later, if you get what I mean. So I'm going to make a little short video, so keep an eye out for on my channel for the YouTube shorts. They'll just quickly go through what I weighed myself last week and if there's been any change just a week later, because often when you first start a plan like this, you can see huge changes really quickly. Whether it is just, let's move to hip flexors next. So hang on, one knee on the ground, one foot in front of you, 90-degree angles on both legs. Tense that glute for your back leg, tense your abs, and then lean back slightly, and you should get a good stretch into your hip flexors. Yeah, when you start doing anything, especially if you're not used to doing this kind of a series, when you first start it, you can notice really sudden changes, okay? Especially if it's combined with a change in eating. So when I started this, I was back into bad eating habits. I was eating quite a lot of rubbish, and I was actually, I'd kind of, I'm gonna say fall off the wagon, but that makes it sound like I've completely given up drinking. I haven't. It's just I stopped drinking for most of the time and I only really drink from time to time. But I'd actually I think part of like the injury side of things, I was just like, I don't need to train, so I'm gonna have a glass of wine and whatever. So I was eating relatively unhealthily when I started this Get Fit. And it's one of the reasons why I started this Get Fit by Rowing series is that I realized I was becoming quite unhealthy. I said in a previous video about how I had really I was starting to see this kind of muffin top on my down at my short line. I could see my stomach hanging over slightly. I mean, listen, I'm not saying I'm fat, okay? I don't want to, because I'm not, but I could see that I had an extra layer of fat that I've not had for years. So I've just changed legs, podcast people. And so I thought, right, okay, you put on a little bit of fat. Scales told me that I'd lost muscle and I'd put on body fat percentage. So it was true, it wasn't just me looking in the mirror. And so I've gone back and so I've stopped drinking, I've stopped eating sweets and cakes and chocolate and stuff. And so pretty much as a result of doing that, whether I was exercising or not, there would have been changes, okay? Just by not eating rubbish, by staying within my calorie intake, I would have seen some kind of change in terms of weight and just by just kind of flushing all that stuff out of my system as well. So that's why at the end of week 3, I did see quite a large change in terms of my figures, but this week since is just as important because I'm ensconced within the plan now. Let's do forearms and wrists. Hands in front of your body, in front of your face. Sorry, push them together, bring them down in front of your body. And that should give you a nice stretch into your wrists and forearms. Yeah, so the first 3 weeks are going to be a combination of this series, but also just the kind of the healthy eating and the fact that I've started to kind of look after myself again properly instead of just phoning it in and blaming injury. But the past week, while I've been still doing, I've not changed anything in terms of eating habits. So it's really going to be just about what result this has had, okay, the rowing, because I've been doing exactly the same thing. So a week later, have I lost any weight? Have I put on any muscle? Have I lost any body fat? Now, bear in mind, I'm not just rowing. In fact, let's get this done. Okay, let's move on to shoulders. Hands straight in front. This could last 10 minutes again, isn't it? Hands straight out in front of you. Bring it across your body. Loop that other arm across it to just help with that stretch. So my full regime, okay, I think I said this right at the beginning when I was talking about routines and things, but just so you know, my full regime is that in the morning before, basically I wake up, I down a quick shot of coffee, because I can't live without coffee. And then I come out here and I'll do either a 22-minute, basically I'll run for the length of an episode of How I Met Your Mother, okay? I'll either do that or I'll go on Zwift, on the bike for 10 minutes, and then I'll do 2K on the skier at very kind of lowish intensity. It takes me about 9 minutes, that kind of pace, okay? So I'll do either that, I'll alternate days. So I'll either run or I'll bike and ski, okay? So I'll do that in the mornings. Let's swap arms for the shoulders. Then at lunchtime is when I record these for you. Hi, how are you? Hope you're enjoying the series. Please let me know. And then at night, I will then do weights, okay? And I'll kind of alternate between, I'll tend to do like chest and quads one night. And then I'll do biceps, triceps, biceps, glutes and hamstrings and shoulders. There we go. The next night, and I'll just alternate those two. And I'll do at least 4 sessions like that a week. And for weights. Okay, so I'm not overdoing it, but it's a high resistance, so it's like a kind of a building in resistance rather than just a high rep. So it's like low reps, high weight rather than low weight, high reps is what I do. What are we on to next? Okay, triceps next. No, biceps next. Sorry, good grief. Oh, I fixed my wee seat pad. So hands behind you, and then rotate those thumbs outwards. And that should give you a nice stretch into your biceps. So anyway, so that's what I do. So I'll do at least 4 weight sessions. I will throw in, like on a Sunday, I'll do like a high rocks training session, which has then like sled pushes and wall balls and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, so four weight sessions. I'll row 4 times a week for making these, but then I'll also do like an extended bike or an extended row or an extended ski erg or something. I'm not doing extended runs yet because I've still got this hip flexor injury, but yeah, so that's kind of what I'm doing. So it's not just these 4 sessions a week for the Get Fit by Rowing. So it's a really long roundabout way to say all that. Let's do triceps next. Hand up in the air, falls down, touches your spine. Use your other hand to help that elbow so it points straight to the sky. But yeah, so I don't even know what the results are going to be. And there's going to be an element of hydration involved where I'm trying to think what have I had. I've had 2 of my big watered down cups of coffee today. I've had about a third of a water bottle there, but then I will have sweated off quite a lot during today's row, so who knows. So, which is kind of, let's swap arms to triceps, it's kind of a lot of the time going like these long, like going a week in between weigh-ins is kind of a bad idea because you never know what, like maybe I was completely empty when I weighed myself last time, maybe I've got a full bladder this time and I don't realize and whatever, so it's almost better to weigh yourself day by day as long as it doesn't lead to any kind of loss of motivation if you don't see it go in the direction you want to. Okay, I've programmed in a 2-minute cool down. You don't have to program it in, of course. You can just do a just row, but if you want to program it in, as I'm fighting with the foot straps, hopefully that'll give you enough time. Oh, so my legs just feel very dead after that run. Are you ready for this? So just at that 20 strokes a minute pace, then gradually slow down, okay? So in 3, 2, 1, let's go. So even if you're like, you know what, I can't even face that 20 strokes a minute pace after about, well, by now. Yes, I did just drink water. Thank you for telling me. Sorry, it's my phone going off again. Yeah, if you want to start easing off now, that's perfectly okay. Bearing in mind, we did end the main session anyway by gradually easing off the power. So you're already halfway there for a cool down. And this is just about flushing out your muscles, giving you a chance for your brain to disengage, because it takes a lot. Well, for me anyway, it takes a lot to concentrate on getting that rise up and down in those intervals and not missing one. And it's just, I mean, these sessions, they really are just here for variation, which is why I'm tending to do things like this or the 3-2-1, because I know how sometimes it can get a little bit mundane doing the same thing in and out on the rowing machine, and that means even low intensity, max intensity, even if the sessions are different, it can still feel very monotonous. So these hard tempo sessions are a good time to just put in a bit of variation. Like, I think it's just the first time we've done a full 30 without any rests in this series for the hard. I can't remember, we may have done one before. There we go. Just done the cool down. In fact, yeah, it wasn't the 3-2-1. That was as well. All right, okay, I'll shut up. Right. So, I'm gonna get to a bit of stretching next, if I can catch my breath. If you don't have time to stretch, please take a moment to stretch your quads, your hamstrings, and your glutes, because, well, they're important to stretch, but don't do it in the shower, please, because I don't want you to slip and fall over, because that would be bad. If that amount of flanneling time you've managed to find yourself a corner in your gym or your garage or your living room, wherever, on a stretching mat, then Stretchy John will take you through some stretches that you can do on your said stretching mat. Or you can follow me, oh, see, I've got it, getting it wrong already, I was going straight to glutes. You can follow me for stretching on the machine. Don't know what's wrong with me today. Dearie me. Right, legs nice and straight, okay, but don't lock the knees down, just nice and straight. Feet back in the foot stretchers with a little bit of a gap, hands in the air, and fold forward, forwards. That, ladies and gentlemen, was the sound of a man with very tight hamstrings. Problem is because I've got this hip flexor injury, which, point of order, that run yesterday really didn't help my hip flexor injury. I did that. My intention yesterday was to go out for like a 5K run, give it a little bit of a test, see how my hip flexor felt, and then maybe some point next week coming, go for a longer run. But it was such a nice night that as I got to the end of my 5K loop, I couldn't stop. Right, let's move on to glutes now. Finally we get to those glutes. So one leg up on the rail, bring foot over, so your heel's in the crook of your knee. Yeah. Then bring that knee across your body so you have a straight line between your face, your knee, and your foot. I've got sweat in my eyes now. And then hold that knee in place with one arm, and then, with your other arm, sorry, and then rotate round, hold on to the back of the machine, and you should get a nice stretch into your glutes. There we go. Sorry, that was a very poor description. I was too busy going, I can't see. Yeah, and as long as you get that rotation in here, you should feel you get that nice kind of radiating kind of glow of a stretch that comes up from your glutes. Yeah, Yeah, so anyway, so I overdid my run yesterday, and hip flexor's not too happy, hamstring's not too happy, and I obviously have a bit of tendonitis in my Achilles tendon as well, because I've been unable to walk up and down stairs today. Right, let's swap legs on the glutes. It's easing off now though. I'm a walking injury, just constantly just chasing one thing or another. If it's not my elbows, it's my hip. If it's not my hip, it's my calves. If it's not my calves, it's my Achilles tendon. And it's all from overuse. Don't have any sympathy for me. It's like, it's from coming back too soon and overdoing it. Or like yesterday, the first run in ages, going for a 10K run. No wonder my Achilles tendon's like, excuse me, could you not do that next time? Yes, I have ended my workout. Oh, right, let's move on to quads. Sorry. Org. Oh, yes. And that pirate noise was the sound of sore legs standing up. Oh. The problem is that I'm spending so much time stretching my hip flexor that I'm forgetting to stretch, like after the run yesterday. I totally didn't stretch anything else other than my hip flexors because I knew that it was going to give me some kind of grief today. So I thought, well, I'll be a good boy and stretch my piriformis and my hip flexor. But then I completely forgot to do quads and calves and Achilles tendon and hamstrings. So that's why I'm a bit tight. And that, dear viewer, listener, it's all very good when you're 18, but not when you're 48. I must be saying or typing this in to the internet somehow, because I keep on getting adverts for hyperbolic stretching. These courses that's like, do this course for 4 weeks and you'll be as supple as a rubber band. I'm like, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've ever stumbled across an online course like that. Fitness or anything, photography, or I'm trying to think what other ones. So I'm doing hip flexors next. So one foot is in front of you with the knee straight above your ankle, and your other foot is behind you with your knee in front. So you've got a 90-degree angle in both. Keep a nice posture. Tense the glute that is on the ground, or the glute that has the knee on the ground, if you get what I mean. Tense your abs, and then lean back slightly, and you should get a good stretch. Yeah. Anything that's just been a random advert that's popped up on Facebook or something, trying to sell some kind of a course, a fitness course or something. I've never found it's been useful. Things that are like, here's a free 10-day something. The free ones, yes, weirdly, but the ones that you pay for, no. I don't know why. I don't know why it is that the ones that you pay for are never as effective. Whether it's that they give you the good stuff in the free one to really draw you in, and then you pay for the main course that they're like, you've paid now. I'm not going to give you. I'm swapping legs for hip flexors now. You've already got the stuff. There's nothing else to give. And you're like, oh, all right. Ooh. That was the sound of me almost falling over. Right, so same thing again. Other leg. Yeah. So, and of course, I can say this from the point of view that I don't sell anything, so everything I give away is for free. So everything I do must be absolutely fantastic. That's not what I'm saying. Oh, hang on, I'm kneeling on something sore. There we go, that's better. Yeah. I don't know where I sit on, because I mean, there's a few things that have popped up on adverts on Facebook or whatever that I have. There's recently I bought some lovely sunglasses. Kylo, was it Kylo on the line, Kylo on the rim, Kylo on the, I can't remember what it is. Kylo, I was wearing them all day as well, I can't even remember. Because I normally wear, this is going on a bit, but you know, it's taking me so long to stand up because my legs are so sore after yesterday's run. Bear with, please. Bear with. Hands in front of your face. We're going to do wrists and forearms next. Push those hands together and then bring them down in front of your body. And as they come down, you'll get a nice stretch into your forearms and your wrists. Okay. Ooh, look at that. Nice stretch. It shouldn't be too much of a toll after today's row, but it's still worthwhile stretching them. Kylo. I keep on wanting to say Kylo Ren, but obviously that's Star Wars, so it's not that. It's Kylo something, and I can't remember. But yeah, I usually wear sunglasses by Goodr, Goodr, when I'm going out for runs and things, because they're really lightweight. They're quite funky looking, but because they're lightweight and they stay in place, they're great for when you're running in the sun. But weirdly, this Kylo whatever popped up. And it turned out that it was somewhere in near me in Scotland that sold them. So I thought, I'll be supporting a Scottish company now, you know. You got to keep it in Scotland. Let's move on to our shoulders. Push your hand out in front of you. Bring it across your body. Aye, like that, sonny. And then move it into place with your other arm. Aye, this one here. Hello. Aye, and then hold it back here as though you're hunting for haggis. That'll be me kicked out of the country then, won't it? That's my Gardner Willie impression, isn't it? Right there, sonny. No, it's not. That's more my drunk in the corner of Sauchiehall Street. Right there, sonny. Have you been out for the night? You got a chip. The thing about most Glasgow/Scottish drunks, let's say Glasgow, okay, because I don't want to, because I know the Glasgow ones, I don't really know any of the other ones, but they're super friendly, but they're aggressively friendly, okay? It's like, you walk past one and he's got a bag of chips and he's like, hey there son, you're looking a wee bit hungry, have a chip. And you're like, oh no, I'm fine, I've just come out of the pub, I'm just going to go buy a pizza myself, it's perfect. You'll be having a chip. And they get more and more aggressive until you take a chip off and he's like, there you go laddie. As he gives you a big hug and you end up going, oh, you smell. But yeah, aggressively friendly. So if you're a tourist, okay, and you come to Scotland and you're out, let's say after like 11 o'clock at night and you're walking through Sauchiehall Street or somewhere and there's lots of people who have one or too many jars of ale, let's say, and one of them starts talking to you and it sounds like they're just spitting bullets at you. Chances are they're asking how you are and have you had a lovely evening. So just say, oh, I'm having a lovely evening. Although maybe not like that. Right, where are we? Sorry. We can put this into the filing cabinet of the more kind of loose one of my videos. Again, bit like the apple. Right, let's do biceps. So hands behind you. Sorry, hands behind you. Rotate your thumbs outwards and that'll stretch your long head of your biceps. Okay. When I say hands behind you for podcast people, it's like you're a ski jumper. Okay, so you're like, wee, I'm flying, mom, look at me. Yeah, I often think that it's like every time someone who's like, it's like the big American corporate executive is like, hey, I've heard of this guy RowAlong. He seems to be making these videos on the internet. I'm going to check him out, see if we want to give him $1 million to make some videos for us. Don't quite know where I was with that American accent. It started somewhere and then ended up somewhere completely different. Anyway, and then they watch and then they go, oh, no, let's go to that other guy, the guy with the horse. Yeah, I'm sure that's happened. That someone's maybe thought, hey, he's got a relatively good following, let's try it. And then they watch and they go, nope, I don't think so. Where are we next? Triceps. If ever there was a video that I should really just kind of go, I shouldn't put this one online, I'm sure it's this one. Hands up in the air. and then just hand, not hands. So it comes back and touches your spine, your elbows mostly pointing in the air, then use your other hand to point it all the way up in the air, and then just hold it there for a wee while to get stretched into your triceps. Ta-da! Yeah. You know, one day it might happen, someone might come along and say, you know what, you could, with just a little bit of a push of professionalism or whatever, we could turn you into something. I do have big hopes. I did tease something that's going to be coming soon. And I may, it's a little kind of like, not side venture, because it's still about rowing and still about RowAlong workouts, but it may be, let's swap arms, do the other tricep. It may be that I suddenly put on a pair of professional pants for a moment if this all kind of pays off. But it's fine, because you know what, why not have a one series where it's just me, and then another series where it's like, hey, I'm RowAlong John. That's more like Keanu Reeves. Well, no, it's not. I don't know who that is. Is it Keanu? No, dude. Let's quickly get into a cool down. Start this at the low intensity pace you've just been rowing at, and then gradually slow down, okay? In 3, 2, 1, go. So, my heart rate recovered to 145 by the start of this cool down. And although it might hover still around that as I go through this cool down, that's okay. Although I'm down to 132 already.
So it just shows that an active recovery is just as effective as just stopping, and it's better for you because this way my heart rate is gradually slowing down instead of plummeting from 173 to my resting heart rate of 40. Although I doubt my heart rate will get back to 40 for at least another hour. And that's the thing about anything that involves high intensity, is there's a real thermogenic kind of afterburn that you get from working hard, especially for the max intensity, like the Tabata workout in session 2 this week. It may only have been 12 minutes worth of rowing, but the after effects go on and on and on throughout the day, as long as you put in enough effort, that is. Hopefully you've reduced your effort through the course of this cool down. I've only got 3 strokes to go. You don't, of course, have to stop just because I'm stopping, but I am going to get into a stretching session next, if you care to join me. If you don't have time to stretch, that's fine, but please stretch your quads, your hamstrings and your glutes if you get a chance, but don't do it in the shower, so don't want you to slip and fall over. Told you I say the same thing all the time. Or if you have space, find yourself a mat, and rather than Matt, that's John, Grumpy John. He'll take you through, he's not grumpy, just that's my resting face. And he'll take you through some stretches if you have access to a mat, or I will take you through stretches if you have to sit on the machine still. So put your feet back in the straps, have them a little bit loose so you can brace your feet against them. Have a good posture, put your hands in the air, and then fold forwards. Keep those legs nice and straight, but don't lock your knees down. You don't want to have like an underside bow to them as you're doing this. You want them nice and straight, and that fold forwards. And you can hold your ankles if you wish, or hold your toes if you wish, but what I don't want you to do is like really lunge for them, or worse, pull on them, okay? If you pull yourself and force yourself down, you can kind of injure yourself. So let your, especially on the concept 2, because there's like a downward lean here, it helps. There's like, you get a little bit more gravity doing this. So you should get a nice stretch from your hamstrings doing it that way. Of course, any of these stretches that I do, you can stretch your own way. So you're gonna do glutes next. So I've got one leg up on the rail. This foot comes over, so my heel is in the crook of my knee. It is a crook, or the divot, whatever you want to call it. Pull that knee across my body so I have a straight line between my face, my knee and my foot. Hold it in place with one arm, and then I rotate round and I hold on to the back of the machine for a little bit of stability, but also it just gives me a way to kind of think about that rotation round. It means that I'm getting far enough. So I just kind of lackluster and I'm not round, I don't get enough of a stretch. But the moment I actually add in that little turn just here, that's when I can feel that stretch radiating up through my glutes. And weirdly, after yesterday's row, I've got quite a lot of tenderness, and I don't know whether it's just that I did that full 33 minutes or 35 minutes to include the rest time on the water rower on the Concept 2 seat pad with that divot in the middle of it, whether that's kind of, because I was not complaining. I did think I did complain. Change legs. I did mention, there we go, that's a better word, that as much as it was a solution having the Concept 2 seat pad on top of a couple of wristbands on top of the water rower seat, which has already been turned around the other way around, in order to offset the weird divot that they've got on it, which actually when I look at it, because it's on the wall over there, look at it from this angle, the seat's ridiculous. I mean, you do wonder who, I mean, not to slag off water rower because it's a great thing, but you do wonder who designed that seat when you look at it. Because I don't think that was a rower. I don't think any rower would design something that's sloped up at the front. The seat. Right, we're gonna do quads next. Gonna rest one hand on the monitor and then flick your foot up, your opposite foot up, and hold it against, up against your backside. Now the Concept 2 does have, looking at it from here, there is like a notch at the front of it, but where your hamstrings and kind of, yeah, where the top of your hamstrings and glutes go, it's got room for it. The little notches in the middle almost to kind of support your
Okay, why would that be there really? It's not going to support your perineum or anything. It's going to stop you sliding off the front of it, I guess. But it doesn't have the huge big rise that the water rower one does. Right, it's been pointed out, I'm going to swap legs, that the single rail water rower, the single rail water rower has a much better design of seat. It seems to be the dual rail one that has the weirdness of that kind of rise at the front. So if you're looking at water rowers and you get a chance to look at both, then do. I'm still trying to find a monorail one so I can try it for myself, because basically I think similar to let's get down to hip flexors and do them, and then I'll carry on my wee story. Move my water bottle out of the way. So I'm going to continue Alan from Power Physio's stretch for this. So you've got your 1 foot in front of you on the floor, your knees directly above your ankles, so it's a nice 90-degree angle in the back leg as well. Have a good posture, squeeze your glute, as in tense it, and then have a slight lean backwards. And that should then get you a really nice stretch into the hip flexor that has the knee on the ground. Okay, so remember, don't tense. If you kind of tense and fight the stretch, you can lose it, so try and relax if you can. Squeeze that glute. Slight lean back, and then you'll feel that kind of burn of the stretch. Burn's the wrong word, but you know what I mean. You'll feel that stretch kind of suddenly coming down when you get it right. You'll go, oh, that's what it's meant to be. Right, swapping legs. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, swapping legs, exactly the same thing. I'm past the point of, I know I made a video about the Peloton rower, okay? Looking at people using it and like looking at the design of it, and basically slated it and said, Peloton have got it completely wrong. This is going to be awkward to use. You're going to end up punching the handle through the monitor. But that was done purely by looking at it, okay? It wasn't done by using it. And so I've made a promise to myself from now on that I will only judge something if I've used it, okay? I remember a film critic, Mark Kermode, saying that he would never review a film without seeing it, which sounds pretty obvious, doesn't it? But there will be, basically what he said is that there are reviewers out there that will just jump on what other people have said and therefore just kind of go, well, they don't like it, so therefore I'm not going to like it, even though I haven't seen it. And so, although it's not quite the same thing with rowing machines, I don't want to be like the Peloton. I'd love to use and actually give a proper honest review of it, or the Aviron, is that how you pronounce it? Their rower. I want to use that so I can say whether it's any good or not, because it looks great, right? Hands straight out in front of you. We're going to do shoulders first, then forearms, because I've started this way. And bring it across your body. Use your other arm to hold it across, against your body, across your body. Just a little bit of tension there to get it stretched into your shoulder. But yeah, so the Aviron rower, because of its connected side of things, it has gamification and it has all that kind of stuff, I really want to try and give it a go. And have an honest review of it. Because again, you're looking at it, I'm like, that monitor looks as though it's going to be quite uncomfortable. But I'm not going to assume, because you know what they say about assuming if you don't look up, because I'm not going to swear. I don't want to have an explicit E on this. Although I do think sometimes, let's swap arms, that my Scottish language gets me into trouble. Just the way I say for, because sometimes it comes out fa. And if I then follow that with a letter that begins with C, it can be a little bit, so don't, what I'm saying is don't look at the YouTube auto transcripts, because sometimes they can be wildly rude. Yeah, so anyway, so that's my thing. So the monorail version of the water rower, I want to try and get hold of one so I can compare it. Because my microphone disappeared in my t-shirt. So I can compare it properly. Because after all, if I let's do, I haven't done forearms. I knew that would happen. So put your hands in front of your face. We'll do it sideways. It'll be a good angle for you. Sideways in front of your face, push them together, and then bring your hands down in front of your chest. You should then have a 90 degree angle between your fingers, like your hands and your wrist. And that should give you a nice wee stretch into your wrists and forearms. But yeah, I mean, if I think, I'd only ever used one water rower before, and I didn't like it. I felt it was a really weak feeling stroke. I felt that it was promoting slumping into the front of the machine, all this kind of stuff that I didn't like. And that was years ago. That must have been, I'm going to say 2016, 17 maybe. And I hadn't used one since. And then when I got the option to get my own water rower, I thought, you know what, it's about time I kind of revisited it, and then used that one. And suddenly I'm like, oh, it must just have been the one I was using before. And I've been making all these poor review choices about the water rower based on one that was quite clearly either built wrong, broken, or a nasty knockoff that was, for whatever reason, gave me a bad stroke. Right, not bad stroke as in, oh, that sounds awful. A bad rowing stroke. Let's do biceps next, the hands behind you. So you're a ski jumper, rotate those thumbs outwards. So, I mean, ideally, if I had all the money in the world, or if I had, I mean, who knows, like if you look, I quite like Austin from Training Tall. I find him like a little fun puppy, so I quite like talking about him. But he often reviews all the like myriad rowing machines he's reviewed and talked about. Who knows where he gets them from? Whether they just kind of deliver him one to review and they take it away, or whether he makes oodles and oodles. Maybe this is why you should charge for rowing plans, John. But maybe he makes enough money that he can buy them and then sell them on, who knows? But I don't really have that capacity to be able to do it, to get all these machines in and test them out, and then, because the truth is, I want to do most of my rowing in the Concept 2. I love using the water rower as well, and so between the two of them, there's no more room for me to have a proper rowing machine that I'd spend any time on. Triceps, hands up in the air, round down your back, touching your spine, help that elbow up in the air, should give you a nice little stretch to your tricep. So I have my water rower and my Concept 2 for a little bit of change between the two, and there's no way I'd get another one as on a permanent fixture, but I'd quite happily get some to review. Hello, Mr. Tech person. You never know though, maybe it would be quite good to get a different rowing machine. I mean, what I don't have is a proper connected one, so maybe something like the Peloton or the Aviron would be a good thing. Because I mean, you've got the Concept 2 that you can, let's swap arms, you can connect to different apps, which kind of is connected with the Smart Row feature on the water rower. That way I can connect to Xer, and I think, can I hook you away into Zwift? I'm not too sure. But the water rower certainly connects as well, but neither of them are actually like standalone units, like an actual built-in one with a built-in monitor and whatever. So maybe if I was to get another rowing machine, that's what I'd get. Or maybe I'd go completely the other way and get like one of those old, you know, I'll quickly, right, bear with me. I'll try and make this wee story as quick as I can. There you go, done. So when I was about 14 and I wanted to get into fitness, my mum said that she's like, right, what do you want? Do you want a bike? Do you want whatever? And actually, I mean, this has only just dawned on me, only just clicked on me. I got a rowing machine, but it was one of those hydraulic piston ones, you know, the ones that's like the two handles, and they've got like it's like a V shape with a piston that comes forwards, and like all it does is really tell you count and whatever. Oof. So 2-minute cool down, take this at right about the pace you were just rowing at, and then gradually slow down over the 2 minutes, okay? In 3, 2, 1, go. Now, I don't want to tempt fate, but we did make it through the warm-up, the main session, and all my flannel, and I haven't heard a lawnmower yet, or a dog, or a drill, or something like that. So, let's see. We've got a minute and a half of a cool down to go, and a little stretching session to go. And then what I'll find is my little fluffy microphone protector hasn't been as effective as I thought it was, and the entire thing will have been just wind noise, and I won't be able to put it online. But let's see. Definitely looking forward to another summer of trying to fit in as many alfresco rows as I can. So I do enjoy this. Not too sure whether I can get the water rower out here though. Don't know if I'd want to leave it out in the sun. So maybe alfresco rows are all still Concept 2. We'll see. I need to work a little better on the set this year round. My little stage isn't quite right. Especially though I need to think of a way that I can film this here so it looks a lot clearer in the background. Got a little egg chair here, and I do actually have plans to go on tour with a rowing machine this year. Hopefully that'll happen. Watch this space. Just need to work out how to carry it. I'm not as big and strong as Cam Buchan, so I'm not going to be lugging it up Ben Nevis or wherever he took his. Ugh. There we go. So, nice to cool down. Your body's just like, oh, it's okay, I can shake it all off. One of these rows, you don't particularly need to do a cool down at the end because it's low intensity in the first place. But still a good idea just to kind of make sure you loosen your body up. So, like I say, we're getting into a stretching session next. So, if you don't have time to stretch, please at least take a moment to stretch your hamstrings and your glutes if you can. Or, Stretchy John has just appeared and he'll take you through stretches if you have space for a mat. Or I will take you through the stretches that I do if I have no space and I have to do it on a machine. Okay, so put your feet back onto the foot stretchers, but keep the straps loose so you can put your feet up against it slightly, and then put your hands in the air like you just don't care, and fold forwards. Okay, fold is the key word there, right? If you just round yourself down, you don't get the stretch. But if you fold, so you're just bringing your upper body down towards your legs, and you should feel you get the stretch into the hamstrings. Now, you don't want to be holding onto your ankles and pulling yourself forwards, because therein lies the danger of injury by doing that. Always just kind of work within the confines of what your body is okay with when it comes to stretching, okay? You don't want to end up damaging a tendon. I don't want to use the snap word because that still gives me chills just thinking about it. Right, okay, so that's hamstrings. Remember, do all these stretches the way that you know how, if you know something better than me. What way around? Oh, why can I never get this the right way around? Okay, go do glutes next. So I was just working out how I could face the camera. But one leg up on your rail if you can. Obviously, if I'm out on a water rower, you can't really do that, it's easy. Bring the other foot up over, put your heel into the crook of your knee, then hold that knee in place across your body, and then rotate round. Okay, did you get what I'm doing here? So I'm rotating kind of round and down, holding onto the back of the rowing machine to give me a little bit of stability here, because otherwise I'll fall forwards into the grass. It needs mode, so it'll be nice and soft, but I still don't want to fall forward into the grass. Yeah, you should get a nice stretch, that's all I'm saying. And down here in your glutes, you should feel it like radiate. It should be like a nice kind of, the warmth of the stretch should be kind of radiating out from your glutes. Because in rowing, it's your glutes. If you're doing it right, swap legs. I'm going to face away from you, sorry. There's the back of my head. That's TV gold, isn't it? Yeah, if you're doing this right, the rowing stroke, and you're pushing with your legs at the same point that the handle connects to the machine, and you're holding your arm straight, and you've got that forwards tilt, and you're pushing with the legs, then the power should be coming like glutes first. It should feel almost like a deadlift. That kind of everything's activated in your glutes, and then it then goes through, surges to the rest of your legs. But what that means is that they can, especially after 30 minutes worth of rowing, glutes can get a little bit sore. So, right, so I'm going to do quads next. In fact, I'll stand up here next to the machine so you can see me this way. So I rest a hand on the monitor so I don't fall over. I'm not going to guarantee I don't fall over. And then I flick one foot up behind me and then hold the heel up against my backside with just enough tension to create a stretch down your quad, okay? You're not trying to snap the muscles here by pulling, okay? You're just enough force. And sometimes what's a good idea is to kind of hold it for 10 seconds and then just ease in a tiny little bit more force. I'm not saying loads, but a tiny little bit more force, just in case that just helps a tiny little bit more. Because all it could be is the first 10 seconds have stretched your muscle off, and then you can give it a tiny little bit more. Right, swap legs, oops, if you can. That shows just how inflexible I am, doesn't it? The fact I couldn't do that. Now you'll see, well, I don't know if you can, but I'm kind of holding onto the upper part of my foot here rather than onto my toes. Because if you hold onto your toes, you can then end up stretching like in a bad way, stretching all the tendons to your foot and up to your shin. That's not the point. The point here is that you're stretching your quad rather than trying to rip your toes off, because you need your toes. How else would you play this little piggy goes to market if you didn't have any toes? You know, it took me a long time to, have I said this before? I probably have. To work out that when it's like, and this little piggy went to market, I thought he was going shopping. It took me a long time to realise that piggy was not coming back from the market. Okay, hip flexors next. Woo, showing you too much leg there. So, one foot in front of you, 90-degree angle between your foot and your knee and stuff, yeah. Other one behind, my knee's on the ground right now, it's gonna get dirty. My toes are on the ground, so I've got 90-degree angles on both sides, and then looking straight forwards and keeping a good posture, I just send my body forwards, okay? And fall over. And this thing gives me a nice stretch through my hip flexor. And the hip flexor is that kind of point at the top of your quad where kind of where your hip is, kind of basically where it feels as though everything is joining. It's like kind of through that region. And this can, especially at the back of the stroke, can get activated quite a lot. The hip flexor, more like kind of that point where you're soaking up all the power at the back, because really you should be using the momentum of your arms away and then tilting back over your hips to get yourself forwards rather than using your hip flexors. Let's change legs. But that's not to say, that you don't still get used hip flexors when you row. My knee is sinking. I may have a drainage issue. Anyway, right. So same again, send the body forwards. And I can just feel right up here. Right up there. So that's quad down there. And then up here is hip flexor. And that's where I'm stretching. And I've said this in the last couple of workouts, but I think this is what I've damaged from all the running I was doing from High Rocks, I think. Or it's a hip thing, I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to see a physio and I'll tell him exactly what happened. But did I say this? Oh, sorry, I'm repeating myself if I have. But the High Rocks thing, because you always run in an anti-clockwise laps, I'm sure that's what's done it, is all those left turns has been what's kind of damaged my left hip. That combined with age. Look at wee filthy knees now. Right. There you go. I told you I'd always say the same things. Sit in the seat. I'm going to do forearms next. Put your hands together in front of your face and then push them together and bring them down in front of you, okay? And as you bring them down, you should feel a stretch into your forearms. Now, here, I can hold this for a while because this has actually been a day between doing row 2 and row 3. There goes. There's the seagulls, if nothing else. They've crashed the party. I had to take a day in between, not because I was tired, but because after row 2, the underside of my forearms, oh my good grief. Yesterday I was like, oh, I just couldn't row. It was a beautiful day. I even posted on Instagram saying, hey, first al fresco row of the year. Couldn't make it, couldn't row. I'd set up the machine, tried to row, and just my forearms were completely dead. Again, proof that I just haven't been doing any max intensity workouts on the rowing machine for a long time. So doing this right now really does feel like I'm getting great stretch right up there, right through my milky white forearms, right? Shoulders next, so put your hand out straight in front of you, and then bring it across your body. Then naturally, for me, it's only going to there, so I use my other arm to just bring it another, 20 degrees more across my body. And then that then gives me a nice stretch into the shoulders. Again, your shoulders shouldn't be taking that much of a beating when rowing. This is about, they're a conduit for the force from your legs into the handle, okay? So it comes up through your body, into your shoulders, into the handle, and that's how the force all gets into the machine, and then you finish with a nice powerful stroke. But sometimes your shoulders, either just from fatigue from rowing for so long, or maybe you've got like slightly shrugged up shoulders, or maybe you have a bit of a strange finish. Swap arms. Who knows, but you can end up with sore shoulders. Especially I made a video about how you can get extra length by hanging off your shoulders by just kind of extending them a little bit. Not too much. It's not like if you've got like an Action Man or a G.I. Joe when you pull on his arms and it extends and you kind of see the little bits of elastic that are holding his arms in place. You don't want that. Okay, so if you pop your shoulders out of their sockets and they're held in there by only the tendons, you've gone too far. But there is an element, I'll show you because I'm about to change and do biceps anyway. But so if I sit like this, and then I can, just that move of my shoulders forwards gives me an extra kind of couple of inches. Now I'm not really, if I really hang, now I can feel it's all sore down my arm. But just that difference between that and that, but that can add to some kind of the reason to need to stretch it because you're popping them out and whatever. Anyway. Right, what am I doing? Biceps. So put your hands behind you as though you're a ski jumper, okay? On a day like this, there's gonna be no snow. And rotate your thumbs outwards. Rotating those thumbs outwards lengthens the long head of your biceps and gives you a good stretch. After all, the finish of the stroke is more kind of that part of your bicep that gets used. And you shouldn't really be pulling from the front of the stroke anyway. So if you end up with sore biceps and sore forearms when rowing, chances are it's from pulling from the front rather than the finish. Max intensity stuff like row 2 is just because you're putting in max intensity tends to hurt. But on a row like today's, the low intensity stuff, if you end up with sore forearms and sore biceps, chances are you're pulling early at the front of the stroke rather than straight arms and finishing powerfully, okay? And what's left? Triceps. So triceps, your hand comes up in the air, it's gonna escape. Oh no, it gets bored and falls down the back and touches your spine. and then your elbow's slightly pointing the air, but help it back with your other arm, and that kind of, yeah, gives you a wee stretch, really. Well, of course it does, that's the whole point of this. Try not to, I mean, sometimes your trap, the little, the muscle that kind of joins from your shoulder up to your neck, if you're kind of like, well, I say sometimes, right now for me, my trap is in a little bit of a, oi, what you doing? So just try and find a position where that doesn't hurt. I'm trying to do. Right, swap arms, so same again, hand comes up, gets bored, falls on your back. Now, ideally here, if you had the flexibility, you'd be able to get that hand up and grasp, but look, that's as far as I can reach. In fact, I'll turn around. That, at my full extension, is the closest I can get my two hands together when I try and do this, because this shoulder is ruined from years of playing squash. Look at that. Isn't that pathetic? Oh, you're going to say youth is wasted on the young. Well, it wasn't wasted on me. I played a lot of squash, had a lot of fun. It's just now I look back at it and say, oh, I wish I was 18 again. Just from a body point of view, oh, I couldn't be 18 again. Oh, anyway, I'm done stretching. So, cool down, we're going to do this around about the easy pace of the warm-up, and then we're going to gradually slow down as we get through these 2 minutes. So you ready? In 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, right. So nice, easy stroke rate, easy pace. You're just letting your body move, your muscles get activated as you go through this process, which will give them a chance to cool down gradually instead of just completely stopping. Blood and CO2 staying in your muscles, which is a huge contributing factor towards next day soreness, or DOMS, delay onset muscle soreness. So anyway, like I said in the intro, that's kind of effectively the most important 2 workouts or intensities of this plan. Row 1 and the low intensity fitness building, like core fitness building row, and then today's zone 5, maximum effort row, which then develops your VO2 max. Because although you can't really do anything about your maximum heart rate, it just is what it is, you can develop your VO2 max, which is basically about how your body uses oxygen, especially at the top end. But when you develop the top end, it trickles down through everything, not just rowing, but basically how you lead your life. So these 2 workouts are really all you need to get fit. But the reason I also throw in a zone 3-4 hard row, and the reason there's so many different rows in here, is just for variety. So you could really just do yesterday's row and today's row over and over and over again, and it'd be just as effective as doing all 24. But it'd be a bit boring. You'd have to put up with me saying the same things all the time. You go, oh look, that's the part where you sat down and all that stuff. Right, so let's get into a stretching session. If you don't have time to stretch, please at least stretch your quads and your hamstrings and your glutes if you get a chance. It's not in the shower, don't want you to slip and fall over. Or you can join Stretching John. And I'm going to put my monitor down so that you can see Stretching John better. Whatever. It goes the other way, but it can't be bought. Or it's got a little, whatever. We'll see, yeah. Or I'm going to stretch on the machine. That's what I was going to say. So, put your feet back into your footrests. You don't have to put them in the straps if you don't want to, but you know, it might secure you a little bit better. Put your hands in the air and fold forwards. So nice straight legs. Don't lock your knees backwards. And just stretch forwards. Now I don't have my feet in the straps, so I'm actually finding I'm getting more of a stretch down my shins here as well as my hamstrings, because my feet are like naturally wanting to point away from me. Whereas if I had my feet in the straps, I'd be able to just brace against them very slightly. So this has changed the stretch that I'm getting. That's okay, I'm perfectly fine with it. But the important thing here is you don't grab your ankles and pull yourself forwards, okay? So that's where injury sets in. Now, glutes I can't do the same way that I normally do on a Concept 2. So I'm gonna put one foot up on the outside wooden rail of this machine, put my other foot over so it sits in the crook of the knee, bring it across my body, make sure I've still got a straight line between my face, my knee and my foot, then pull that knee across my body slightly, and then rotate round. And actually I'm still getting a good stretch, but because of the changed angles, I'm finding I'm in danger of cramping this glute. Oh, my shoe's coming off as well. So I'm going to use both hands to kind of add more of a push of this knee rather than doing that rotation, which I don't really like doing, because you can, the moment you push things too hard, rather than just using your body weight and natural rotation of things, if you're starting to force a stretch, you can end up injuring yourself. That's why I was saying about don't pull yourself forwards on that hamstring stretch. So let's change legs. Yeah, so that's okay. I'm not cramping, so it must be something to do with this glute. The fact that I was starting to cramp a little bit when I was doing the other side. Maybe this is why I should always do this side first rather than facing away from you. Because again, it's very rude of me to face away from you. See, stretching is very important just because it stretches your body down, but also this is just giving you like just a slightly longer, it's like an even gentler cool down, because you're still moving while you're cooling down. After such a tough row. So next we're going to do quads. Hopefully I'm not going to fall over here because I've got nothing to hold on to. Flick your foot up behind you so that your heel is resting against your backside, and then just add just a little bit of tension here. Again, you're not trying to pop your leg out of the hip socket by wrenching at it. You're just adding a little bit of force to help stretch out that quad, the big front muscle in your leg, okay? If you feel it up high, then something's wrong. You're maybe pointing your leg too far back, or something's gone wrong. If you feel it in your knee, then stop and maybe find a different way to stretch your quads. Changing legs. Oh, I try not to fall over. There we go. I have my shoelaces untied on my foot that I'm standing up on, giving me added jeopardy for stability. But it seems to be okay so far. But you can see every time, you know what, every single time I say it seems to be okay, I'm not going to fall over. When I'm doing these stretching sessions, every single time I almost fall over. But you can see how poor the flexibility is in my quad, the fact that it's pointing so far forwards, and this is still giving me a good stretch, because I've just not been doing this enough, which I think is probably why I've been injuring my legs so much. What am I doing next? Oh, sorry, here's me sitting down because I'm getting all bored. Move all my tech out the way. Right, so we're going to do hip flexors next. Now you don't have to do this with one foot with one knee on the ground. You can hover in the air and it'll work just as well, but the stability for this for me is better. See, look, I almost fell over. Right, 90-degree angle for your front leg and your back leg. So you've got your foot in front of you and your knee behind you. And then just keeping a good straight body, just send your body forwards so that you open up the angle in your back leg and you close off the angle in your front leg. But the important thing here is that you're not doing that by bending from your lower back or by rounding your upper back. You're just sending your body forwards. And that should then give you a nice stretch into right up here in your hip flexor. Hip flexor's a really odd muscle. I think this is what I've damaged from all the running that I've been doing, but I'm not too sure. So I'm going to have to see a physio in a few days' time and say, excuse me, Alan, why do I hurt? But yeah, running so much that I'm swapping legs, same thing again. Yeah, all that running training for high rocks. And I changed my style. I was always up on my toes when I was running before. And I kept on getting cramp in my calves, and someone said to me, it's because you're running on your toes, you idiot. I'm like, all right. And so I started being more of a kind of a midfoot land. And I think something to do with that is right up at the top, right at the top. And I think it's a hip flexor injury, but like I say, physio guy will tell me what's going on. Sorry, I thought that suddenly became about me. I remember someone ages ago telling me they never make these videos about you, always make it about the viewer. So how are you? Are you injured at all? Right, let's do forearms next. So put your hands in front of you and push the hands together and then bring them down in front of you so that your fingers are now at right angles to your forearms and it's in front of your body. Now I've got to work out if I've got usually my left shoulder's right up in the air. So I'm trying to even off my shoulders. Yeah, and then just kind of pushing in, and you should find your fingers will get a little bit of a stretch, your wrists will get a stretch, and then underneath your forearms should get a nice little stretch as well. And after all, it's the forearms usually underneath rather than on top, or what if you get any kind of soreness from rowing. If it's on top, And I do wonder whether that's a cause of people who row with their thumbs on top of the handle, because it changes how the tendons can go, and then it can feel up here rather than under here. I'm not going to judge, just saying. Right, let's do shoulders next. So put one hand in front of you, bring it across your body, use your other arm to just add that little bit of force. I know I said I'm not a fan on overly pulling, but this is kind of the only way you can get your shoulders done. Just a little bit of a force. Again, you're not trying to pop your shoulder out of its socket by pulling too hard. You just want to put on enough force that it helps it go a little bit past its natural angle. So if the natural angle is like straight across your body, you just want it just a few degrees more, and that should give you a nice stretch up in the shoulders. Do the other arm, so it comes across. That's kind of naturally where I go, and then I use my arm to just bring it another, I don't know, what's that, about 20 degrees or something more across my body, and that gives me the good stretch that I need in my shoulders. Now your shoulders shouldn't really be overly used from rowing, but because if you're rowing, I say inverted commas properly, with straight arms, all the power is like your shoulders are a conduit for that power. And so it's a good idea to stretch them just because they can get like used a lot, like your tendons and things when you're hanging off your shoulders. So always stretch your shoulders, if you can. Right, let's do biceps next. So put your hands behind you like you're a ski jumper, but then roll your thumbs outwards. Make sure to keep a nice posture. Don't just slump forwards. It doesn't make any difference to the stretch, but it's just always a good idea to have a good posture. Oh, I need a haircut. I've got a mirror in front of me and I've just spotted how I've got like a little bit of a, would you call that a cow's lick? It's not really, it's like a wee curl I've got in the front. It's not quite as cool as a Superman curl, is it? Nice, yeah. I don't know, hair. What can I do? Can I do I can't really, oh now I just look like Wolverine with a Superman curl in the front. Right, sorry. What we do next? Oh yeah, triceps. So one hand in the air, it gets bored and it goes down your spine. Your elbow's almost pointing to the sky, but then use your other hand to help to point it straight up, okay? And then if you just, this way you can you can work out what forces you need to put through your elbow and whatever in order to give you a good tricep stretch. Chances are if you lean slightly to the side, like this, you'll also get a nice stretch down here into your intercostals on your side, so you could always turn it into a compound stretch, but remember this is really about triceps, so what to do is do your triceps and then do the lean to get your intercostals, especially if you find that by trying to do both at the same time, you're not quite hitting you're not quite hitting either muscle because you're kind of sharing the stretch between two. Yeah, that made sense, didn't it? Yeah, good. All right then, so that's us pretty much done with the stretching. Just a few more seconds on this other tricep. There we go, and that's us done. So, right, hopefully my little flannel there has given you enough time to compose yourself, have a quick drink, and get ready. Obviously, because I filmed this cooldown and whatever at the end, I've taken all that time, so I'm hoping you've had enough time. So, right, we get into a 2-minute cooldown. Do this around about the same pace you did the warm-up at, and just gradually ease off towards the end, okay? So here we go, in 3, 2, 1, let's go. I really just hope that, if nothing else, whether you're doing all 30 of these 30 days of 30-minute rows, whether you've only just done one, or who knows, whether you're doing a select few, hopefully just the variety of the rows themselves, but also how most of them anyway tend to mix up some form of a pace change or rate change or something to split that 30 minutes into something a lot more manageable just a few times over. Like today's row, 15 minutes low intensity is easy. Well, it is for me, let's not generalize. And then 10 minutes mid intensity, that's doable. 5 minutes top, yeah. But then you string them all together and that's where you get a really good workout. And so I just hope, if nothing else, that this series of rows, and maybe even my channel as a whole, who knows, what it's showing you is that you don't have to just
dial in 10 minutes onto the clock and just aimlessly row at some kind of an intensity. You can pick your pace and your stroke rate. You can mix it up. You can change how long each interval lasts. It's all up to you. And it makes everything so much more enjoyable and time passes quicker. Talking of time passing, we're at the end of the cool down. You don't have to stop just because I have. You can join me for a stretching session next, or if you don't have time, please at least stretch your quads, your hamstrings, and possibly your glutes if you have time. But don't do it in the shower, because I don't want you to slip and fall over. That'd be awful. Don't do that. Just find a moment and stretch them off. You don't want them to seize. Whew, maybe I hadn't cooled down or given myself enough of a rest between the two. Anyway, or you can join Stretchy John. He'll take you through some guided stretching if you have a stretching mat or space available. If you don't and you have to do it on the rowing machine, follow me. Okay, so put your feet back in the straps, but keep them loose. Legs straight, hands up in the air, and fold your upper body down. Okay, again, I'm going to say it. Fold, don't bend. Okay, that folding should get you right in there, right in the hamstrings. Okay, right in there. If you're not getting the stretch in here, right in your hamstrings, if it's under your knees, if it's in your calves, your shins, your toes, your nose, oh, who knows where else, you're not doing this the right way. So make sure and hinge, fold forwards, okay? So this is like when I talk about tilting forwards towards the front of the machine. That's kind of that hinge that you want to do here, except you're going further. Okay, this should be to like a 2 o'clock lean, or however much you can manage, of course. Let's not put on any kind of limit onto you, just whatever you can manage that gives you that stretch in the hamstrings. Right, let's do our glutes next. One leg up on the rail, up on the monorail, other foot comes over so that the heel is in the crook of your knee. Bring that knee across your body so you have a straight line between your face, your knee and your foot. Hold it in place with that arm, with the other arm, sorry. Hold on to the back of the machine and twist your torso round, okay? Try and keep a good posture and just twist your shoulders to get that, or rotate your shoulders to get that kind of rotation twist down into that glute. I mean, once you get it, that the right amount of a turn with this, how much to pull this knee across your body, like you still want to just keep it in that straight line between your face, your knee and your foot. You're not bringing it all the way over so you're trying to wrench your hip out of its socket. You're just pulling it to create that tension, and then the rotation then helps really drive it into the glute. Try it on your other leg, same thing. Pull that knee across, hold it in place, and then rotate, rotate round. And once you get it, you can just feel, it's like, I can just feel the entire glute just kind of open up as I stretch. It's almost like it's like a flower opening up. You get like one small point that you stretch first, then as you turn, it blooms out into my entire glute, getting a nice stretch through it, which is so important for a lot of the exercises. I was doing step-ups today. Over lunch, 30 kilogram sandbag across my shoulders and stepping up onto a 2 foot, 24 inch, 60 centimeter, whatever you want to call it, box, and then off the other side. Oh, crikey. If ever there's something designed to crack into your glutes, that's it. So, right, hamstrings, no, quads next. You can lightly rest a finger on the monitor if you want stability. Flick one foot up behind you so that your heel touches your backside, and then add some kind of a pull onto your upper foot, not your toes, please. And that should, that should activate your quads. There you go. Totally forgot the name of them then. I only said them about 20 seconds ago, and I'd forgotten what they were called just then as well. You wouldn't have thought, I mean, this is the 17th time just in this series that I've done exactly the same set of stretching. And you figure I've been doing this since spring, I think, doing this series of stretches at the end of every single row. Yet I still managed to mess it up somehow, forgetting words and things. Let's change legs. Forgetting words, forgetting stretches. Oop, my microphone cable's hanging down. I'm giving away the magic of television. Next, I'll suddenly do something to give away the fact this is all shot on green screen. In fact, look at this. Look at this. Look. Ooh, where's his hand gone? Oh no, I've lost my hand. Don't worry, I'm armless. Sorry. Hashtag dad jokes. That can be today's. Right, let's do our hip flexors today. So knee on the ground, toes up behind you, front foot with your knee above it, and then with a good posture, push that hip forwards. There'll be a slight sinking down feeling as you open up that angle of the back leg. That's perfectly fine as long as you get that stretch right up there into the hip flexors. So yeah, so if you want to use a hashtag to let me know you made it to the end of this video, then today's is dad jokes because of my armless dad joke. I mean, it's like they give you a book when you have your first child and say, congratulations, you are now a father. Here is your book of dad jokes. Speaking of which, I've got a good joke for you. We'll change legs. All right, so we're going to do this exactly same thing on the other leg, and I'll tell you the joke while we stretch this hip flexor. So, Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker. Darth Vader says to Luke Skywalker, I know what you're getting for Christmas. And Luke says, how? And Vader says, because I felt your presence. And Luke says, oh, that's such a dad joke. And Vader says, about that. Now, I think I've said that joke before. On here. Because as I just did that punchline about that, I'm pretty sure I've done it before. So apologies. But the other part of dad jokes is that if they're worth saying once, they're worth repeating again and again and again. So let's do our shoulders next. Hands straight out in front of you. Bring it across your body. Hold it in place with your other arm with it kind of looped around it. And then just kind of rotate again enough that you feel that stretch into your shoulder. Yeah, and it should just open up. Stretch off those tendons and ligaments up in your shoulders that can take quite a, especially with today's row, because it was that mixture of 3 intensities. So you've got long and slow. And I mean, when you do the low rate stuff on a concept 2, on a water rower, it's a lot. I mean, a low rate row in a water rower is actually tougher than like the mid and high rate stuff, just because of the mechanics of water. It's different than the flywheel on a concept 2. So this is something that I hardly ever talk about, to be honest. Let's swap the arms. Is that if you do these on a water rower, and you find the low rate, the low intensity, low stroke rate stuff is actually really bombing you out, that it feels nowhere near a 5 out of 10 or whatever, then either, if you can face it, take some water out of your tank for those sessions, or just drop the intensity, okay? Just row at a pace or a stroke rate or whatever that keeps it down in that 4, 5, 6 out of 10, that kind of, your heart rate's up, your breathing rate's up, but it doesn't feel like, you can still have a conversation. It doesn't feel like you're working massively too hard, okay? Let's do our forearms, put them in front of your face, and then pushing your hands together, bring them down so that your thumbs are kind of touching where your heart rate monitor point might be. But basically you've got straight, your forearms are perpendicular to the floor, and then your fingers are at right angles to that. But yeah, so different machines, different ways of kind of how it feels. And so that's my point, is that on a concept 2, what I talk about pacing and effort wise makes sense because it's a concept 2. But if you don't use one, I'm afraid you're gonna have to work out what the kind of equivalent is. So this is why I say the 5 out of 10 is breathing rate up, heart rate up, but you can still hold a conversation. It just feels the intensity of walking up the stairs of the Empire State Building. By the time you get to the top of the Empire State Building, you're gonna be very, 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 very tired. But the Empire State Building is really high. So the same that if you were to row at 20 strokes a minute at 5 out of 10 for an hour and a half, at the end of that hour and a half, you're going to be really tired. It's the same thing. But for half an hour or so, you should be able to manage it and go, oh, that was a great workout, but I can carry on and do other stuff. All right, that's kind of, I've kind of opened out my stretching thing a bit too. He'll be done by now. Right, let's put biceps. So hands behind your back as though you're a ski jumper. So they're like their wings, your Red Bull wings. Whoosh. And then rotate your thumbs outwards, okay? And that will stretch the long head of your bicep. Oh, Red Bull. I don't think I've had a can of Red Bull for ages. And actually, they're one of the sponsors of High Rocks. See, I can work in a High Rocks reference into everything I do, but they're one of the sponsors of High Rocks. So at the end of one of the High Rocks races, there's like a table filled with Red Bull, so you can get all that caffeine back down your, and taurine, yeah, but my memory of Red Bull, and just many others out there might be exactly the same, is vodka and Red Bull. Oh, right. Triceps, so put your hand up in the air, down your back so it touches the spine, and then help that tricep back and up so it's pointing directly up in the air. And you can put in a light, if you want to lean to one side to stretch your lats, then please do. Yeah, when I were a lad, they probably still do, to be honest. It's not like, but when I was younger and going clubbing and things, going to nightclubs, the kind of cheap promo drink that you'd get, especially the Tunnel nightclub that I used to go to, the great promo drink that they did was vodka and Red Bull. Oh man. Got to think, for a start, I got to think the amount of calories I would have taken in a night just for all that Red Bull. But again, it's like you get the kind of the dulling effects of alcohol, but then that real kind of jolt to the caffeine and taurine from Red Bull. It's such a bad mix in terms of what it's doing to your body. Your body would sit there going, I don't know what you want me to do. There's no wonder I'd be like lying. You'd get home at like 5 o'clock in the morning and just lie there in bed going, can't sleep because I've had like 8 cans of Red Bull. Have a quick drink. Wiggle your backside, make sure you're nice and comfortable, and then we'll get into this 2-minute cool down, and then we'll do a little bit of stretching at the end, okay? So here we go then. In 3, 2, 1, let's go. So we'll do this, run about 20 strokes a minute again. Pretty much actually the same pace you're doing the warm-up at. So just enough of a pace that you're going a little bit easier than you were doing the main row at just then, in terms of your perceived exertion. Because you're just wanting to kind of, I'm trying to think of a good phrase for it. I keep on saying slide into neutral, but that doesn't mean anything. You're literally just letting things cool down. You've been nice and warm and working hard, and rather than just stopping and everything going, oh, we've done that, you use this as a graduation, that you're gradually cooling down. Your heart rate, well, it dropped quite a lot between the end of the row and starting this cool down, and then this cool down should kind of just hit you at kind of stasis for that heart rate through this 2 minutes. Almost hits pause on it from dropping too far, and so it sits around on this little ledge for 2 minutes, and then it can cool down to the resting heart rate after this. It gives your muscles a chance to just flush themselves out and straighten themselves off, and gives you a chance to just kind of consolidate technique, anything that maybe you've been working on in that main row. Maybe it was trying to hold this forwards tilt and straight arms, and so now that the exertion is a little bit less, you can really think about that rather than trying to hold a specific pace. Okay, 2 more strokes. 1 more. Oh, I'm still not warmed up. I should start getting like a warm bath before I come out. Then you just see steam coming off me. So I'm done with the cool down. You of course can keep on cooling down. You don't have to stop just because I have. However, I'm about to enter the stretching section now. If you don't have time to stretch, please at least stretch your quads, your hamstrings, and if you have time, your glutes as well, okay? Because if you're rowing properly, they take the lion's share of the work when you're rowing, okay? Or you can, sorry, didn't say it. You hold on a minute. If you are gonna stretch, don't do it in the shower, okay? I don't want you to slip and fall over, okay? Right, complete him again, there he goes. So, Stretchy John is gonna take you through some guided stretching if you have access to a stretching mat, and I will take you through some guided stretching on the machine, okay? If you don't have room for a stretching mat. So, put your feet back in the foot plates, but keep the straps loose. Brace your feet against them, legs nice and straight. Put your hands up in the air and fold forwards, okay? And if you get that fold right, if you get the kind of that hinging feeling between as you come forwards, you should find you get that nice stretch in the front. Please try and resist the urge on this stretch, especially because you're slightly pitched down anyway. Resist the urge to kind of grab onto your ankles and pull yourself forwards, or to grab onto your toes and pull yourself forwards. There's a time and place for that stretch, and this isn't it, okay? This is definitely one that's all about just folding yourself forwards, okay? And you get that stretch right into your hamstrings, right? So move on to glutes next. One leg up onto the rail. Bring the other foot across onto your knee so that your heel is in the crook of your knee. Bring that knee across your body so it's in a straight line between your face, knee, foot. Hold it in place with one arm. Hold on to the back of the machine for stability if you wish, and then rotate round, okay? And that rotation of your upper body, especially if you kind of put a little bit of focus downwards into your backside, into your glutes, you should get a nice stretch there. I can feel
like my whole that kind of backside area basically, and like that kind of stretchy sensation. There's only really one way to describe it as a stretching sensation, because it's not like pain. It's not like, it doesn't feel like it's effort as though you're working out. You can feel that kind of, it's not like a burn. I'm trying to think of a like surge. That's not either a way to describe a stretch, that sensation of, because it's yeah. It's answers in the postcard. Right, here we go. Let's change legs. So exact same thing, but other leg, and rotate round. Pressure? No, it's not really that. I remember when my wife was preparing, let's say, for the birth of our first child. She was very clear to the midwife to describe everything as pressure and not pain. It's like, when you start to feel pressure, then you can do this and whatever. Because she was dead against the thought of what you go through in childbirth being pain. It's like, pain is something you fight against and you try to stop and you don't work with. It's like this, it's frightening. Whereas pressure, albeit maybe understating what a woman goes through in childbirth, don't worry. But from a mindset point of view, pressure, as intense as it is, you can deal with. Pain is something to fear. So that was Julie's point of view. So that's why I don't talk about pressure for that. Sorry. I don't want to be mansplaining this kind of stuff, because I have absolutely no right to be talking about childbirth stuff. Okay, let's do quads next. So you rest a hand on the monitor for stability if you wish, which I always do because I tend to fall over at this point. Flick your leg up behind you so that your heel is touching your backside. And then again, put on a nice little pull back of your leg, or backwards with your leg holding onto your upper foot, and that should create that stretching sensation again in your quads. Now that's the big meaty muscle on the front of your leg. It's not up at the high part, not up. Whoa, I was going to fall. I meant that because I'm going to change legs. Honest. It's not up here in the hip flexor. What's gone wrong with my balance today? It's because it's so cold, I promise you. It's not up here in the hip flexor, it's down here in the quads. I can definitely feel that this muscle up here is, inverted commas, loose. It's not being kind of activated and stretched, it's just there. It's obviously tighter than loose, but it's not like my quads, which are stretching because of this action of pulling back on my legs. So it's really important that you're not stretching your hip flexor at that point, that you get your quads, because we're going to do hip flexors next. So put one knee on the ground. For that one, your toes on your other foot are up against the ground. If you see what you can see what I mean. I've lost the ability to speak about my heel, my toes. Your front leg, your foot is forwards, your knee is above it, so you've got 90-degree angles on both legs. And then with a good posture, just push that hip forwards. You're sending this hip almost like in a straight line, okay? So you're not, like with the hamstring stretch where you're folding yourself down, this is the complete opposite. This time you just want to push your hip forward and keep your upper body nice, with a nice posture, okay? And this is what will help you with the stretch into the hip flexor, because if you do lean forwards like this, I've completely lost. I'm getting nothing. I'm getting kind of like pressure into my front leg, but nothing else. And this stretch is meant to be up here for your hip flexors. Okay, so if you want to stretch your hip flexor, stretch your hip flexor. Okay, so let's change legs, do exactly the same thing. Okay, so nice posture, push that hip forwards. Okay, and again, they would have taken from today's row, between the fact that it was that low rate that you get the chance to concentrate on, but then with those 5 power strokes, your hip flexors, your glutes, your hamstrings, your quads will all have taken like all the brunt of today's work through there, hopefully. I mean, again, if you've got sore biceps and forearms, your technique's probably in need of some work. Right, let's move on to those forearms. Okay, so put your hands together in front of your face, push them together, and then down in front of your body so that your forearms are parallel to the ground and your fingers are at a nice 90-degree angle to those forearms, okay? And this will give you a nice stretch underneath your wrists, kind of underneath your forearms, and through your fingers as well. So it's a nice way to kind of finish off. What was I doing yesterday? Farmer carries. It's where you kind of, I was holding 2 24-kilogram kettlebells. God, I completely lost the name of them then. Kettlebells, one in each hand, and then kind of walking So the whole point is 200 meters of walking. And when you're walking with that kind of weight in your hands, like this at the end, going, I can't move my fingers. And so I was doing this stretch to get into like that forearm part and my fingers that were getting. So it's exactly the same feeling as the row when you're walking like that. That kind of, if you're doing it wrong. If you're doing the row wrong, it's the same as doing the farmer carry right. Does that make sense? Okay, let's do our shoulders. Hands straight out in front of you. Bring your arm across your body, nice and straight. Hook your other arm around it to just help with that little bit of a force against your body, so you're getting a good stretch to your shoulders, okay? Yeah, sorry. See, sometimes I go down, I start talking about something, go down this kind of blind alleyway, and then I suddenly open my eyes and go, actually, I'm talking rubbish. This has got nothing to do with rowing. So yeah, so the farmer's carry hurts just from kind of walking around with these kettlebells. The pain you get from doing that is a pain you don't want in rowing. If you get the same feeling through your forearms and stuff, it's because you're kind of pulling against it. And I guess it's because of the bounce as you're walking. With I'll change the arms and I'll demonstrate again. But as you're walking, especially if you're trying to do it at pace, with these kettlebells in your hand, there's a kind of a bounce to them as you're walking from step to step. And I think that bounce is the same as if you did an early pull on the rowing stroke. So I've talked before about how you come on with straight arms and you don't want to do like an early pull, okay? You drive with your legs and then you pull fully at the back. And I think that walking with kettlebells, as much as I've got my arms straight, for each step, I think there's that little kind of bounce, and that's what then gets me. So it feels the same. So at least it's a good indicator. I know if I feel that when I'm rowing, I'm doing it wrong. So let's do biceps next. So hands behind you as though you are flying. You're one of the Red Bull people. They've not been in touch to ask about sponsorship. I'm so disappointed. And then rotate your thumbs outwards. Okay, so this kind of stretches out it stretches lengthens, that's the word I'm looking for. Should have a dictionary in front of me, make life easier. Lengthens the long head of your bicep, and that then gives it a nice stretch. But at the same time, it contracts your triceps, which is why I do the triceps last, because it gives them a chance to open up. But that rotation of the thumbs is key here, and it's probably good for the wrist as well. Although, yeah. Right, what did I say? Oh yeah, triceps. Oh, good grief. Triceratops. Oh, triceps. So let's do triceps as the last thing. So hand up in the air, bring it down your back, or into your hood in my case. I'll do that, yeah. And then your elbow is pointing slightly up in the air, but then use your other arm to help it all the way so that it's pointing straight up in the air. And then if you want to have a slight lean to the side, that will help you stretch your lats and your obliques if they are tight. Now, I've been doing this. I started doing this last week after I'd done a really tough session that really hit my lats and it was really sore. Now I feel nothing when I do that. So it just shows either that the stretching has helped, has changed arms, or that it was only as a cause of the workouts I was doing that at the time that I had tight lats. It was nothing to do with the rowing. Something triceps still feel very tight. Doing this, you can still feel that kind of stretchy burn. What is the word for that? The sensation. It's almost like a sting, but again, that's negative. I don't want it to be a negative connotation. A zing, is that better? Yeah. Muscle zing, would you call that for a stretch? Or as a stretch, I get that good stretching zing feel. Yeah, and that could be today's hashtag. Okay, let's try and proliferate that across the fitness community. Oh. And just breathe heavily at you for a while, sorry. Okay, so we're just going to do this at pretty much the same pace you were just rowing at, but gradually slide yourself into neutral. Make sure you use this as a cool down, okay? You're not doing this to kind of get your heart rate back up again. You're just doing this to kind of pause how quickly it slows down, all right? Here we go in 3, 2, 1. Oh, let's go. I think someone's having a barbecue. Who has a barbecue on a Monday night? Yeah, I've got not the best sense of smell. Even I can smell. It smells like a barbecue, or maybe it is, what's the time? Hang on. It's 10 to 7, so it could just be somebody's cooking the dinner with the door open. But it certainly smells like burgers. Oh. That'd be my, if like various talk shows or even like I'm a celebrity, get me out of here, whatever. That kind of, the cheat meal, the perfect meal, the meal, like, well, certainly like if I've just finished a race and did this for both of the High Rocks races and did it in Boston when I raced in the World Championships and things. My kind of celebration cheat meal is a burger. A big burger with lots of cheese, possibly crispy bacon on it if I'm feeling really, brioche bun, chips, or sorry, French fries. Maybe a little side of coleslaw. Oh, see, I'm telling you, there is a food-loving, large John in me, desperate to get out. If you could just get get hold of me. That's why. I mean, it's like the whole thing of if you had the same thing every day, it'd stop being special, wouldn't it? If I had cookies every day, what would be the point in cookies? Right, there we go. So that's the main workout done. Get into stretching session next. So find yourself space in the gym, whatever, for a stretching mat if you can. If you don't have time to stretch, that's perfectly fine. Just try and stretch your quads, your hamstrings, and your glutes if you get a chance, because I don't want them to cramp up. But don't do it in the shower, because I don't want you to slip and fall. That would be bad. Or, so hopefully find your stretching point if you, I messed up my lines already. And you can join Stretchy John, hi, and he'll take you through stretching on your mat, or I will take you through stretching on the machine, right? So put your feet back into the straps, legs nice and straight. Don't lock your knees, but make sure your legs are straight. It's kind of a fine line between lock and not. Hands in the air, and then fold forwards, just hinge forwards, okay? So you're basically bringing your chest down towards your legs. You're not curling your lower back, you're not rounding your upper back. And you're certainly not grabbing onto your ankles or your toes and pulling yourself forwards, because therein lies injury if you do that, okay? So you can get into this position, and after like 10-15 seconds, walk your fingers up your feet, up your feet, or down your ankles. It depends how far you stretched. I knew there was something I had to caveat in there. And then you can just increase that stretch just a tiny little bit by doing that walk of your fingers. And sometimes that's the little bit, like your natural stretch is just where you fall into, but you're like, oh, I can actually get a little bit more out of this. So I mean by how you can sometimes squeeze a tiny little bit more out. Right, well, wait. See, this time I've started with the right leg. Have I? No, what am I doing? It's glutes next. I've completely lost how to do my glutes. So put one leg up on the rail. I should start again. One leg up on the rail. Bring this foot over it so that your heel is in the crook of your knee. Hold that knee across your body so you have a straight line between your face, your knee and your foot. And then rotate round. I hold onto the back of the machine to steady myself so I don't fall off. But also it does give me a chance to kind of ground that rotation round into something. And that's how I get it down here into my glutes. Nice little stretch. Okay, because even though today wasn't a fast row, you did do 700 strokes if you were rowing along with me the whole time. And so that's quite a lot of power that if you're doing it properly by pushing with your legs, it's your glutes that's generating a lot of that power. So this is why we're stretching, and especially those glutes. Excuse me while I turn away from you. You can admire my lovely pink, I'm sorry, I was about to say pink bush, and there's a 12-year-old boy inside me that's giggling now, sorry. I still maintain I'm like a 12-year-old trapped in a late 40-year-old body. Yeah, so just make sure and stretch your other glute and don't think about what I just said. Honestly, I'm a tribunal waiting to happen sometimes. All right, let's move on to quads. So stand up next to your machine, or stand up if you're on a stretching mat. I rest one hand on the monitor to steady myself, and then flick the other foot up behind you so that your heel touches your backside. And then just kind of put enough of a pull into that heel into your backside so you feel that stretch down your quads. Now, I do hold on to the upper part of my foot here rather than the toes, because if you hold on to your toes and do this, you can really hyper stretch the tendons down the front of your feet and up through your shins. And again, therein lies injury. Swap legs. I really shouldn't have to hold on to the monitor when I do this, but my balance is rotten sometimes. It's not that bad today, actually, even though I'm standing on... It's literally I just said it's not that bad, and I almost fell over. You do wonder, don't you? And now I'm all wobbly. I'd make a great ballerina, wouldn't I? See me in Swan Lake. Right, okay. I'm not on the decking today, so I don't have to worry about hurting my knees, my poorly little knees. Right, okay, so hip flexor, sorry, just that pause was me trying to work out what leg to stretch. But I'm going to fall over here, what's wrong with me? Put one foot in front of you with your knee above it, put your other foot behind you with the knee in front of it, obviously. You've got 90-degree angles on both, okay? Have a nice, good posture, okay? Tense the glute that has the knee on the ground, tense your stomach muscles, and then tilt slightly back with that good posture, lean back very slightly, okay? And if you've got that tension between your glutes and your stomach, you really should feel that stretch down the front. Now I have my foot behind me flat on the ground, so the toes are kind of pointing straight. But if I go up onto my toes and do exactly the same thing, suddenly that stretch of the hip flexor gets a lot tighter, stretchier, more forceful, burnier, what's the phrase? Yeah, but just really try and find that position. And remember, it's up here in the hip flexor, okay? If it starts to go down to your quad, you're not doing it right. That's not the point of this stretch. You just did your quads. You don't need to do them again. Swap legs. Oh, do exactly the same thing again. And the activation of your glutes and your stomach muscles really does make a difference here. So this is the kind of stretch that you can just kind of go through the motions of. You can kind of just phone it in and go, oh, honestly, I'm stretching my hip flexors. But then you suddenly realize that once you tense your glutes, you go, oh man. Or you kind of get into that good posture and tilt back. And again, you can do this one going forwards instead of going backwards. But the physio I went to see a few weeks ago said, no, do it backwards. So paid money for that, so I'm going to do what he said. I think when you pay an expert for something, you listen to them. That brings in a flaw in what I'm doing, but shh, don't tell them. So let's do forearms and wrists next. Hands in front of your face, push them together, bring them down in front of your body so that your wrists and forearms are perpendicular to your grass or your stretching mat or whatever. And as you're pushing your hands together, you should really find that down here, your wrists and forearms gets a nice stretch, which, for today's row, shouldn't really take in that much of a beating into your forearms, but certainly for one of the tougher rows, you can get that little cramp feeling into your forearms. If I do a 1K row, that's where I really find I start to cramp up in my forearms. It's kind of this, I don't know why it's a 1K, 2K I don't particularly, or 500 meters I don't, but 1K I do. Shoulders next, so hands straight in front of you, bring it across your body, use your other arm to loop across it and hold that arm across against your body, which just adds a little bit of tension across and stretches your delts. This is when I suddenly think, did I turn my zone on? My little heart rate monitor. I've yet to do a video about this, and I've spoken about that'd be 7 o'clock. Yeah, I've not made a video yet about the MyZone. I've spoken about it a couple of times. It is a great heart rate monitor, especially this one, the swap arms, because you can wear it on, it has an attachment to wear on your chest, you can wear it on your upper arm like I am right now, or on your wrist. And it's just as accurate when you fit it in the right place. I find if I put it on my arm like it is right now, it's less accurate for rowing, but if it's on a chest strap version, then it is totally accurate for rowing. So I'm just too lazy. Yeah, it's my biggest, this is why I could never be a pilot, I'm too lazy. But again, that would have been beaten out of me as I was a 17, 18-year-old if I'd have joined the RAF to be a pilot. I'm sure they would have beaten the laziness out of me. Right, next up is biceps, so hands behind you as though you're a ski jumper, whee, and then rotate your thumbs outwards, and that will stretch the long head of your bicep. Which you just want to stretch, and then you can get, if you kind of, with a good posture and open your chest out, you'll get a nice well, whether it's particularly a stretch or not, it'll just be nice to open up your chest and just kind of give it one last stretch. After all, like in the stroke itself, as you come into a finish, you are opening out your chest. So this is just kind of adding to that and just kind of going, oh, there you go. And then finally, we'll do a triceps. So put a hand up in the air, it gets bored, falls down and touches your spine. Your elbow's kind of pointing in the air, but if you help it with your other arm, and really kind of get it pointing straight up in the air, you should find you get a nice stretch into your triceps. Triceps really shouldn't get that much work from rowing, and what you'll find is that if they are tense and sore and whatever, it's because you are tense when you're rowing, especially on the return. If you're coming in and you're rigid as you come forwards, that's when your triceps get activated when you're rowing. The rest of the time, they really shouldn't be in use at all. So if you end up with sore triceps, you're not doing it right. It's the same with the ski erg. If you use a ski erg and you end up with really sore triceps after it, then you're not doing it right. It's really easy to think on a ski erg that it's about like just pulling on the ropes and doing almost like a tricep extension. You know, if you're in the gym and you get the rope and you do that kind of the tricep pull down, it's really easy to think that that's how you're supposed to do a ski erg, but it's not. The ski erg is about kind of coming up and then engaging with your core first, and then just kind of whipping the arms down. So your triceps should never really get into it. So if you do a ski erg and your triceps are suffering at the end of it, go watch a video on technique. So here we go then. Let's do this round about that 20 strokes a minute, but that 4 or 5 out of 10 intensity. Gradually ease off through this 2 minutes, okay? In 3, 2, 1, let's go. Oh, I can see the steam coming off me, which is, I'm a little bit worried. I always miss the point in this studio when the temperature drops and basically, without getting too far into detail, the steam that is rising off me then condenses on the lens of the camera, which ordinarily wouldn't be an issue, but as I've explained before, this is all shot on a green screen, and unfortunately, if I get that kind of Vaseline misty effect on the lens, it makes it a lot harder to key out the green. In fact, if you look at the Halloween RowAlong adventure, the one where I'm escaping zombies, if you load that one up and kind of go about 6 or 7 minutes into it, you'll see I suddenly go a little bit transparent against the background, and that's because that went steamy and I struggled to control the key. But it's been kind of, ever since Halloween, it's what, the 20th today? 20th of November. It's been quite mild, and it's only just now, it's been a couple of days actually, the temperature's dropped. But anyway, what I'm saying is I'm a bit of a doofus, and I keep forgetting I need to warm the camera up first. So apologies if this one is a bit misty and changing colours all over the place. It's best to announce my mistakes than it is to try and hide them. Cool down is done. You of course don't have to stop cooling down, especially after what could have been quite a tough row. You can continue cooling down. You can do no stretching, but please stretch your quads, your hamstrings, and possibly your glutes at one point, but not in the shower because I don't want you to fall over. Or you can join Stretchy John up in the top corner. He'll take you through some stretching. I will untether from my microphone, which has been charging the whole time, because again, I forgot to charge my microphone because I'm an idiot. And I will take you through some on the rower stretches. So I forgot why I'm like, what am I saying? What's my script? What's my motivation? So get back on the machine, feet in the stretchers, but keep your straps loose so you can brace your toes against them. You've got a nice angle between your feet and your legs. Hands in the air, like you just don't care, and then fold forwards, tilt forwards. In fact, I'm going to learn from yesterday and sit a little bit further back on my seat. Oh yeah. And that just, I could only have moved about a centimetre further back on the seat just then. But the difference there that it made for that fold in terms of getting that stretch right in here into the hamstrings. And like I've said a few times, the hamstrings are my, I don't say hamstrings are my Achilles heel, but that's mixing up. That makes no sense. But yeah, my tight hamstrings is definitely what is holding me back from lots of things right now, even like the running that I'm training for high rocks and things. There's my high rocks reference. it's all down to tight hamstrings, the issue. So just carry on stretching them, hoping one day they'll just give in and I'll be fine. Not give in as in snap, that would be awful. Let's move on to glutes. One leg up on the rail, bring your other knee up so that your foot, your heel is in the crook of your other knee. Oh, this is confusing. Then bring that knee across your body so that you've got a straight line between your face, your knee and your foot. And then hold it in place with your arm and then rotate round. Hold on to the back of the machine if you wish for stability. See, it makes perfect sense if you're watching this on the YouTube video, but if you're listening to this on the podcast, I wouldn't be surprised if you were like, is he playing Twister? Because I didn't really describe that well. But like I said before, you might want to just jump on YouTube, type in RowAlong, find the 2022 30 days of 30-minute workouts, and then load up the end stretching section on one of these, just so you can see me going through these, because it'll help when it comes to my rubbishy descriptions. Oh, other leg. Oh, and then rotate round again into it. Hold that knee in place, rotate round. Keep that stretch going. Oh, yeah. Glutes, hamstrings, and quads are possibly the most important part that you can do. Everything else is kind of becomes all about injury prevention and making sure you're not uncomfortable and whatever, whereas these three really are the powerhouses. So you want to stretch these. So let's do quads next. You can rest a hand on the monitor for stability if you wish. Flick this foot up so you can pull it behind you. Heel comes up against your backside, and then you can put in a little bit of a pull just to kind of open up that stretch into that quad. But yeah, because the rowing stroke, I mean, if you haven't got it already from how I talk about it, the rowing stroke is all about legs. You get the power in from that big push, the press, the surge of power that comes in through your legs. And it's like your back and your arms are conduits for that power for most of the stroke, and it's only at the back of the stroke that you then add in your back and your arms. So although you are using your back and your arms, they're not working as hard as your legs. So although I will go through stretching shoulders and forearms and biceps and triceps because they get used, really your quads, your hamstrings and your glutes are the primary muscles here, and the ones that you really want to take care of, not only from an injury prevention point of view, but just so that you're able to row as fast as you want for as long as you want. So let's move on to hip flexors, which are another one that it just depends whether they're tight or not. So hip flexors, put one knee on the ground, toes up behind that knee. Other foot is in front of you with the knee right above it, so you've got right angles in both. And then with a good posture, push the hip that has the knee on the ground forwards. And that kind of sinks you down a little bit, but keep that posture good. I've said this quite a lot now, that if you have that good posture, you get a good stretch into the hip flexor. If you lean, if you kind of roll forwards with your upper body, you totally lose the stretch. So if you're not getting a good stretch right up into this hip flexor, you're not doing it right. So that's important. So, and it's as simple as that. You're just not doing it right. So let's change legs. And again, let's summon the mighty Jeff Cavalier from Athlean X. Take your shirt off, Jeff. Yeah, because he has a video about hip flexors. Should you be stretching them? How can you tell whether you need to stretch, all that kind of stuff. And not only does it give you a good way to find out if you have tight hip flexors, he also then shows you how to stretch them as well. So different ways to stretch them other than the way I'm doing it. Because again, this is one based around if you're able to do this on the ground, but say this was all shark infested water and you weren't able to get down on the ground to stretch your hip flexors, how would you do it then? Of course, your rowing machine would have sunk. So let's do forearms next. Hands in front of your face and then push them together, bring them down in front of you and carry on pushing them together. And you should get a nice stretch into kind of your wrists and underneath your forearms and your fingers as well. If you're wondering, you can see you've got a piece of black tape. Poor me. It's not rowing related, it's drumming related. Yeah, this is like a week on, still not healed. I had a 6-hour practice last Saturday. And you should have seen the size of the blister. Oi! Let's move to shoulders next. Hands out in front of you, bring it across your body, loop your other arm across it so you can kind of add a little bit more force stretching against your body. But yeah, just from it's my hi-hat hand. So that's constantly going with a drumstick kind of flapping about inside my hand. And so I've just got, I mean, both hands have just got big blisters on my middle finger and my ring finger, but this one was definitely causing me some discomfort. And I thought, you know what, if I'm today, I just can't, especially because I was recording, sorry, I've just changed arms for podcast folks, especially if I was recording this entire row and talking to you, I could have done without the distraction of having a stinging finger, so that's why I've got a piece of tape on it. Yeah, so as much as I could have said, I'm sure there's, because I used to go, oh, if you get blisters when you're rowing, it's because you've got poor technique, you're not holding onto the handle properly, you have to be a loose connection and all that, blah, blah, blah. I'm sure there's drummers out there going, if you're getting blisters, mate, you're doing it wrong. Probably. But then again, 6 hours of going with a stick flapping about in your hand, that's going to cause friction. Especially because I use tennis racket tape over my drumsticks. In fact, hang on. I know we're meant to be stretching, but just because they were here, I'll show you, because I might as well show you what I mean. Yeah, it's like that. That's like tennis racket tourner grip. Look, I can spin a drumstick. Look, I'm showing off now. But yeah, that action really does give me... Anyway, there we go. Where were we? Yeah, biceps, hands behind. Sorry, I've completely thrown out the timing of the stretching section now by showing off with my drumsticks. Sorry. Boys and toys, eh? So hands behind you as though you're flying, and then rotate your thumbs outwards, and that lengthens the long head of your bicep and gives you a nice wee stretch. Okay, it should just stretch out those biceps, but at the same time, it will then contract your triceps. So let's do them next. So hands up in the air, or sorry, hand up in the air, down your back so it touches your spine. Your elbow will be mostly up in the air, but then use your other hand to just help it, just stretch it a little bit more, open up that tricep and really help it stretch. And then if you want to add in a slight, yeah, I can feel my neck going again doing that. If you want to add in a slight lean to the side in order to open up your lats as well, give them a little bit of stretch, then please do. Oh, I'm going to swap arms, so same thing. And then just hold it in place and help. I'm sure if I was a swimmer, I'd have a much better time of this stretch. You know when you see them standing at the side of a swimming pool and you see their arms are flapping around in ways that you're like, your body's not meant to move like that. Yeah, it's one thing. I think I was about 10 by the time I learned how to swim, because mum was never a swimmer, so she never took us. And so I was 10. And now looking at what my kids are like from how fit and how good they're, so I would done stretching, for how fit and stuff they are. I wish I'd have taken up swimming when I was young, and actual proper racing swimming, because their breath control and stuff is incredible, and that will lead them, even at 13 and 10 they stop doing it now, their breath control is so good that no matter what sport they go into, they're going to be fantastic at learning how to deal with breath while working out. So anyway, right, sorry, this has been a really odd diversion-y endy, but hey, we'll get into it. However, if you do want a longer gap, either pause the video or sit there and watch me start and join in when you fancy. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. So just do this at pretty much the same pace you were just rowing at, but after say 15, 20 seconds, start to really ease off the pace. So if you were rowing at, let's say 2K plus 25 in the closing stages of today's row, in order to keep your heart rate down, then maybe you want to look at 2K plus 30 by now. So you're still connecting to the machine, okay? So you're still having to put in some kind of a push. You still feel your arms brace against the handle. So you feel some kind of effort. It's not like you're just listlessly moving up and down like that, because that's doing nothing. 3:13 pace, so that's 2K plus 1 minute 30. Now I am trying not to demonstrate poor technique anymore, because somebody did get in touch and said, could you not? It's quite off-putting. Like if I'm talking technique in the main session, And I then say, and don't do this. It can actually throw people I can understand, I suppose, if you're just watching me on a screen going back and forwards, it's almost like, you know how if you stand in the sea for long enough and you get up onto the beach and you close your eyes, you can still feel that kind of ebb and flow of the waves pushing you. Maybe that's what it's like when you watch me rowing on a screen, because I am, of course, a force of nature like the ocean. That's right, isn't it? That could be a t-shirt, couldn't it? RowAlong, the force of nature. No, right, okay. Stretching next. Try and get through this one nice and quick. Because, well, I have to go pick up my daughter from swimming, so, yeah. Find yourself a stretching mat, if you have a stretching mat in your gym or whatever. If you don't have time to stretch, don't worry, just take a moment and stretch your quads, your hamstrings and your glutes if you can, but not in the shower, because I don't want you to slip and fall over, okay, because that would be bad. Hopefully you found that stretching mat if you're able to, in which case, Stretching John has just appeared, hello, and he will take you through guided stretching on that mat, and I will take you through what to do on the rowing machine. I'm not going to sit on the ground today because obviously there's grass, but it is dry, you'll be pleased to know. So, put both feet back into the straps, a little bit loose so you can flick your toes up against them. That'll loosen off a bit more. There you go. And then put your hands in the air and fold forwards. You're basically, I was doing yoga last night on the Down Dog app, the yoga app, and she said, would you say send your heart forwards towards your legs? Should I start talking in that tone of voice? Stretch forwards. Ease your chest down towards your shins. After a while, walk your fingers towards your toes. But remember, don't actually yank on your toes. I think I did, we'll change on to glutes in a second, I'll get distracted with my next story. There we go. Make sure, of course, that has to be your hamstrings are getting stretched there. If anything else is getting stretched, you were doing it wrong. What way around do I have to do this way? So yeah, because I'm flipped, I can't work out what leg to start on. I can't work out what leg to start on the best of times. So put one up on the rail, we're doing glutes next. Bring your foot over so your heel is in like the crook of your knee, if you want to call it that. And then with that knee up in the air, pull it across your body so you have a straight line between your face, your knee and your foot. Hold it in place with one arm and then rotate around and hold on to the back of the machine if you want for stability. And that rotation should give you a nice stretch down into your glutes. So years ago, when we were expecting our first child, Jamie, I had to make a tape for Julie, a relaxation tape, where I had a script that I had to read out. And it was like kind of just for her to listen to, just to kind of relax. Yeah, and so that's where my gentle voice comes from, where I had to, it started off and was like, and now it's time to relax. You can say that now and she'll be, yep, she's fast asleep in the hammock. Just had to say that, she's asleep. Gotta say, it's really weird having an audience, even though I know she's not listening to a thing I'm saying. It is weird talking, knowing that there's someone behind that can hear what I'm saying. I apologise, by the way, if sound has been all over the place today, but because my little fluffy microphone is up on the kind of shoulder of my vest, I don't know whether it'll be picking it up loud and quiet, so I'll try and sort it in post if I can. Right, that's glutes done. So move on to quads next. Stand up next to your machine, rest one hand on the monitor for stability, flick a foot up behind you, try not to fall over, have another go, and then hold, I'm so tight. Hold your heel against your backside and put on enough tension there that you can feel it in your quads, but it's not like you're trying to snap your muscles. You're not pulling so hard that you're going to pop your kneecap. And that should give you a nice stretch into your quads. Remember, quads being the big meaty muscles at the front of your thigh. Let's swap legs. That noise was the sound of me almost falling over. If you feel that the stretch is really high up in your hip flexors, then you're likely leaning back or forwards or doing something weird. So just try and assess, crikey. Honest, it's because the grass is on the slope. Try and assess what's going on and stretch the right muscle, okay? Because we're moving on to hip flexors next. So I'll move my shoes and water out of the way. Swoosh. Right, so one knee on the ground, and then 1 foot in front of you, 90-degree angles on both, and then staring straight forwards with a good posture. Tense the glute of the knee that's on the ground, if that makes sense, and then also contract your stomach muscles as though you're just being, you're bracing so someone's about to punch you, okay? And then lean back slightly. And you should just, it shouldn't take that much of a lean, okay? And you should really feel your hip flexors, that's the top part of your thigh, right up your hips, funnily. You should feel that getting a nice stretch right there. Let's swap legs. Whoa. How could someone fall over when he's in this position? Good grief. Okay, so the same thing, but other leg. So tense, get that, suck in that gut with the Ghostbusters. Tense your glute, yep, and then lean back very slightly. Now, I've got my foot flat on the ground right now. It's not a great stretch. Go up onto my toes, now do it. Oh, that does. But like I say, this is about me investigating how these stretches work for me. So it might be better for you to have your toes on the ground. Who knows? Yeah, it's kind of getting to that commuter time. So it's now 7:20. So there'll be more plane traffic. Let's try to do this quite quick, so you don't have to listen to various Airbuses flying overhead. Right, let's move on to forearms next. So hands in front of you, push down in front of you. Hi, you judging my forearms? Just saw a head move up to the side. However, right, so you do this, it gets you good stretch in the forearms. However, I was doing, again, yoga yesterday. I'll show this one. So you go into, like on all fours. Now I'm getting judged. And you rotate your hands round, like that, so your fingers are pointing backwards, and just ease forwards. And good grief, that's a much tougher stretch than the one that I've been doing. So yeah. When I say I've been doing yoga, it's like 30 minutes kiddie yoga. It's the like restorative one. But I'll tell you one thing, there was one move I did, and the crack that it put into my back, into my kind of my SI joint, which I've whined about my SI joint before on these videos. Oh, but I did this move and I heard this kind of like a double crack to happen, and it brought tears to my eyes. Not because it was sore, but because it was so, I was like, oh, it's about time. It's been weeks I've been waiting for that to crack. Right. Don't ask why I'm facing a little bit around here. Maybe so I can gaze upon the beauty of my wife. Oh. So, it's like I can show you this sideways. Put one hand straight out in front of you, and then bring it across your body, so it's kind of in line across your shoulders. Use your other arm to loop across it, and then hold that shoulder against your body. And that will give you a nice stretch up into your upper delts, your shoulder muscles. Your shoulder shouldn't have taken that big a beating today, but it was 40 minutes worth of rowing, so just 40 minutes of rowing, 20 strokes a minute, so what, 800 strokes. So that's quite a lot of times that you're bracing against the handle. Swap arms. And it's just, I mean, stretching's good for many reasons, but again, like I was talking about the mental strain of training. Maybe for something like this, the Get Fit series isn't that tough a series to do. You're not having to think too much, especially like a 40-minute row at 20 strokes a minute, you can just switch off. But if you're doing like quite a intense, even like yesterday's row, the stretch was important just so you could just calm down a little bit, calm your brain a bit too. Right, so let's move on to biceps. So put your hands behind you as though you're a ski jumper, and then rotate your thumbs outwards, and that stretches the long head of your biceps, which stretches your biceps, funnily enough. So yeah, good posture as well. And if you do kind of just open your chest up as well, you're not going to get a huge stretch into your chest, but you'll just get a chance to open it. Remember, breathe. Just ease yourself in and out of these. I'm not going to start going inhale and rotate, exhale and contract. I'm going to start saying that. Okay, final one then, triceps. So hand up in the air, it gets bored, it falls down, touches your spine. Use your other hand to just straighten up that elbow so it points straight to the sky. Reach for the sky. Whee. It's quite strange sitting on the row machine the other way around. Oh, next door of a puppy. Yeah, so again, your triceps really shouldn't feel sore from rowing. The only reason that your triceps will ever actually feel sore is if you're too tense on that return. If you're like throwing the handle out and you're really tense, that's what causes tricep tension. So if that's happening, like sore triceps, then do try and pay attention to how tense you are when you're rowing. And this brings us to the close of today's row. Been a long time together, isn't it? And then almost to a close of this series. So there's only one more to go, and that's the tempo, kind of the hard one, so the one that's in between. So it's not low intensity, it's not max intensity, it's baby bear, it's right in between. So it's a good slog of a row. So, should we get into a 2-minute cool down? I think we probably should. Hopefully you're all composed, you've had a drink, you've wiggled your backside so that you're happy. We'll do this around about 20 strokes a minute again, round about that 2k plus 20 pace, and then we'll gradually slow down as we go through the 2 minutes, okay? So here we go, in 3, 2, 1, let's go. Oh, just, sometimes just spreading your wings, actually allowing yourself to put in some power can feel amazing. There's so many, I mean, obviously I'm the one that's written the programming for this 30 days, but there's so many kind of low rate, low intensity, not quite unleashing rows to this 30 days of 30-minute workouts, that when it does come along that you can unload, it feels great. Although something tells me, or my memory tells me, that although the next session is going to be a low intensity one, the one after that, the top max intensity, top tier, is back to the sprint for a minute and then ease off for 2 minutes. And hopefully, because that one's reared its head a couple of times in this 30 days, you'll have done it enough that you know how it feels, and you know you can push that 1 minute. And with any luck, next time round, when you push that 1 minute, you'll be going faster than you have so far in this series. That is, of course, if you rode the entire series, but right, where are we? 20 seconds to go in the cool down. So again, when I stop, you don't have to stop. You can carry on cooling down, or you can join me for some stretching. Last stroke here. If you don't have time to stretch, then please, let's take a moment to stretch your quads, your hamstrings, and possibly your glutes too, okay? Because they are the workhorses of your rowing. Or if you can hang around for 6 minutes or so, Stretchy John will take you through some guided stretching. And if you don't have access to a stretching mat and you want to know how to stretch on the machine, then I'll take you through that. So put your feet back in onto the foot plates and loose straps, toes or feet against, so you get a nice angle between your feet and your legs. Legs nice and straight. Hands in the air, fold forwards. And as you fold, as that fold happens, you should feel that zing coming right up the back of your legs and then settling down into your hamstrings, okay? If it's in your knees, if it's in your calves, if it's in your, is that tibula? I can't remember what the muscle's called, but your shin muscles basically, then you're doing something wrong, okay? This is about getting the hamstrings. It's not to say you don't want to stretch your calves and your shin muscles. That can still be quite important, especially in terms of just overall flexibility. And if you have one of those techniques where you pull yourself forward with the foot straps, which no, but if you do that, then that muscle in the front of your shins will take quite a big beating, okay? And it doesn't need to. This is why I say no. But you might want to stretch it because, like I say, it takes a bit of a beating. Let's do glutes next. So one leg up on the rail, other foot comes over, your heel is in the crook of your knee. Bring your high knee across your body so you have a straight line between your face, your knee, and your foot. Hold it in place with if you're doing your right glutes, it's your left arm, and then use your other arm to secure yourself on the back of the machine if you want stability, and then just rotate round. Make sure and keep this leg coming across your body. That's what primarily creates the stretch here, right there in the glute. But that twist round just focuses it down into where you want it to be. Yeah, right there, right in the glute. And you can just hang around, just hang out here for a while and just go, oh, nice. Because I mean, I'm doing these relatively quickly. I'm not spending that long on each stretch. Let's change legs. I don't think I'm even making it up to 30 seconds on each one. So change leg, same thing, bring that knee across, rotate round. And ideally you want to be holding these stretches longer. I mean, when I was doing stretching, like big stretching sessions back in my squash playing days, I'd do like this, I'd do each muscle, I'd rest for 10 seconds, I'd do it again, and then basically do each muscle 3 times for 30 seconds with like a 10-second rest in between. So it was like a good half-hour stretching session I do after a squash match, but then for squash, flexibility and all that stuff was so important. Not that it's not important for rowing, of course, but right, let's do quads next. So yeah, I know it looks as though I've wet myself, but I haven't. It's just, these are very absorbent shorts, I promise you. So one hand on the monitor, flick that foot up behind, the other one foot up behind you. Sorry, lost my words there. And then hold the heel against your backside. Hold on to the upper part of your foot, that kind of bridge of your foot, rather than your toes or even your ankle. And you should get enough leverage here that you can get a good stretch that feels right in your quad and that big meaty, big muscle of your leg. And that's kind of like that big pushing muscle as you come out from the front. That's where your kind of, your quad and your hamstring are really what kind of gets you through that rowing stroke. And what you don't want is to have, whoops, no, try again. I'm changing legs. That took me, for podcast people, that took me 3 attempts to flick my foot up behind me and hold on to it. But yeah, you basically, you'll use your quads at the initial drive and then your hamstrings at the back of the drive, basically. And this is one of the reasons why you don't want to swing too early when you're going through the rowing stroke, is that if you swing too early, suddenly you're doing both. You're using your hamstrings and your quads at the same time, which doesn't really work. They're almost cancelling each other out because one needs to be adducting while the other one is other ducting. What's the other word? Whatever. So yeah, so if you lean back too soon and both are engaged, you don't get as much power out of it. So that's kind of the physics, I say physics, the mechanics, the body mechanics behind it. It might not be, you never know, I don't even know the word for it. So, could be talking absolute nonsense. Let's do our hip flexors next. So one knee on the ground with the foot behind, toes up. Other foot is in front of you with your knee above it. Both legs are at right angles. I'm doing like Tutankhamun. And then with a good posture, push your hip forwards. For the one that has the knee on the ground, just push that hip forwards. You'll feel yourself sinking down here, and that's okay, because obviously you're opening up that angle of the leg. But what's important is that you keep a good posture as you do it, okay? That you still have everything aligned going up, that you've not suddenly, as you do it, it's not like push and then leaning forwards onto that leg that has the knee up, because suddenly you'd lose the entire stretch out of that hip flexor. Let's change legs. So again, good posture, push that hip forwards. Like I say, you'll feel yourself just sink down. So that was very vain. I've got a mirror in front of me and I just suddenly realised that my hair looked ridiculous and sweaty. And so I was all like, oh yes, Timothy, yes. Do you think I'll get, so if I'm not going to make a Red Bull advert because they've not been in touch, do you think I could do a, to be fair, it's likely to be just for men really, isn't it? If it's going to be anything, it's not going to be Timothy. It'll be, are you going grey before your time? Not really, I'm going slightly in there. I'm embracing. I wouldn't do that, get boot polish out and try and pretend. Anyway, right, where was I? Sorry. Let's do forearms. So hands in front of your face, push them together. You should already, when you do that, you should feel your pecs get engaged actually. And then bring them down in front of you so that like my thumbs are now touching my heart rate monitor, the sensor on it. But importantly, I have forearms parallel to the ground and then fingers are at right angles to that. And I can just push together and I get a nice stretch under my forearms and through my wrists. This is very nice. Hang on, my watch just buzzed, can I? Oh, I did. Who's that? Remote Edit Sweet Stories. It's a work thing. Yeah, this is a great stretch. It was told to me by someone at the Edinburgh Indoor Climbing Centre. The Edinburgh Indoor Climbing Centre. Who's one of the ladies that works there when I was like, I can't move my hands. She's like, do this one for a while and you'll kind of ease off that forearm. So, all right, shoulders next. So hands, one hand straight out in front of you, bring that across your body, loop your other arm across it to kind of anchor it and give that a chance to kind of pull against and increase that stretch across your body, okay? And then you should feel it right up there in your delts, up on your shoulders. And again, I've not said this for a couple of stretching things, you really shouldn't feel your shoulders are worn out after rowing. Your shoulders, primarily through most of this stroke, are just conduits for the power that you push with your feet. It comes up through your back, through your shoulders, into your hands, into the machine. If your shoulders, basically your shoulders might get a little bit of action at the back of the stroke. Let's swap arms, same thing. At the back of the stroke as you come into a pool, but if you find that your shoulders are really sore, that you're kind of like, oh, then chances are you're grabbing from the front, that you're not doing that kind of straight arms thing, or you're shrugging your shoulders as you come into a finish, okay? So you still want, as you come in, a nice kind of shoulders down finish. You don't want to kind of be coming up and like losing your neck and, oh, where's my neck gone, okay? Oh, that really hurt. Let's not do that again. So biceps, we've got 2 stretches to go. Biceps next. So hands behind you so you're flying. Oh, look at me, I'm flying. And then rotate your thumbs outwards, and that stretches the long head of your bicep. Okay, and that'll give you a nice wee stretch into your biceps. Your biceps, again, shouldn't really be getting that much work, but it's always a good idea just to kind of stretch them through. There's obviously, when you're at the finish, there is action on your biceps, but it's not really, this is a pushing sport. It's all about really powering out from the front, and then it's powerful finish at the back. I'm not saying you don't pull at the back of the stroke, but you'll find if your biceps and forearms are really, the word's louping in Scotland, if they're louping, then chances are it's because, again, you're grabbing and you're pulling it from the front and you're fighting against the power. Whereas if you come into a finish, it should be strong, but you shouldn't really be feeling it in the biceps that much, okay? Triceps next, so hand up in the air, swoop it down your back so it's touching your spine, then use your other arm to help that elbow so it's pointing straight up, okay? So it's going right up to the stars. And that should help stretch. You can even push back a little bit. If that helps, just instead of it being forwards, just try and get it back. Maybe have a look and just to the side and go, are you straight? And go, oh no, you're not quite. Go a little bit further. Okay, so get nice. You don't want to shortchange your triceps. Let's swap arms. Again, I mean, for me, my triceps, the only time they're ever kind of any action on them is on the return, on the recovery of the stroke. If I'm too tense, that's when if I'm concentrating or something, if I'm trying to kind of slow things down, I'm concentrating and I'm a little bit too tense, then I feel at that point there, I'm locked out and I'm tense instead of it being like a loose zombie. I'm kind of rigid, and then that's when my triceps get it. I don't know if you can, I don't really have that big triceps that you can see the muscle popping, but so just reseat. In fact, I'll talk a little bit more about that in the 2-minute cooldown that we're about to start. So you ready for this? Just do this, run about 20 strokes a minute, pretty much the same pace you were just doing just then, to be honest. And then just gradually slow down as I get through the 2 minutes. So here we go in 3, 2, 1, go. Because, right, this is what I'm going to continue with that point. I didn't really talk about the injury or soreness side of why you think technique when I was going through today, because I realized I was running out of time, to be honest. But your backside is a key part of technique. So remember what I was talking about, the tailbone being tucked under you and why that ruins your posture and how that's not very good. Apart from the rowing power and efficiency point of view, what it does is if your tailbone's tucked underneath you, what happens is as you try and roll for like rock forwards and backwards, what's happening here is that your sit bones are crushing your glutes and rolling over them like a rolling pin and just mashing over them and over them because you've got such a bad posture. It's like going, grrr. I mean, try it, it's awful feeling. And so if you have that poor posture, tailbone tucked underneath you, but you're still trying to do that forwards lean and backwards lean, and you come off with an extremely sore backside after rowing, that's why. Now, I'm not saying that even with good posture,
you don't end up with a sore backside the first few times you row. But the key there is it's the first few times you row. So if you're on for 5 minutes, probably won't hurt. If you've never rowed 10 minutes before, it might get a little bit, you'll feel it. But then the more you row, the less it'll hurt. So do 10 minutes a couple of times, it'll stop hurting. Go up to 15, it might hurt. Do it again, it won't hurt. So your backside will get used to that pain if you're just pivoting. If that's your backside and you're just pivoting backwards and forwards, that pressure point will cause some kind of sensation. But the more you practice this and the more you get used to just quickly reseating your seat mid-row, the less that pain will hurt. But if you're constantly just grinding backwards and forwards over it, you're never going to get used to it, okay? Because it's always going to be grinding over it and it's always going to be sore. And ow, so we don't want that. So that's why being up, powerful, rather than down and slumped is just so important when it comes if you have that kind of backside pain, okay? Right, talking about injury prevention and soreness prevention and stuff, let's get into a stretching section. Now, if you don't have time to stretch, then please at least stretch your quads, your hamstrings, and your glutes at one point. If you do have some time to stretch, then you can either join Stretchy John, who will, if you've got space somewhere you can do some stretching on, he's going to take you through some stretches that I do. Or if you've only got space on the machine, then join me and we'll do some stretching on the machine. So put your feet back in the straps, keep them nice and loose so that you can brace your feet back against the straps. Creates a nice angle between your feet and your legs. Get those legs straight. Make sure you're slightly back on the seats. You don't want to be perched on the edge here. Hands in the air and then fold forwards. It's very much like the tilt I was talking about, except you're coming a lot further. So I figure I'm probably at, no, I don't know actually, because I can't quite tell through the mirror. Am I at like 2 o'clock maybe? Lean. If that's 1 o'clock, then I'd say that's maybe 2 o'clock tilt. That's really all I can. I've got really tight hamstrings still, so this is kind of all I can manage. Now, you can, of course, you can rest your arms on your ankles or on your feet or whatever, but please don't hold on and pull yourself forwards with your ankles or onto your toes and pull so you can like rest your toes there. That's okay. But if you really pull against your toes to try and pull yourself forwards, you're risking actual injury rather than stretch. Okay, so let a natural stretch happen. And then if you want, after 10 seconds, whatever, just release and then go back into it and see if you can get a little bit more of a stretch out there, okay? That's how you can increase the stretch. But don't pull yourself forwards because I don't want you to do yourself an injury. Let's move on to the glutes next. So one leg up on the rail, bring your other foot so that your heel is on the crook of your knee or in the crook of your knee, and then pull this knee across your body so you have a straight line between your face, your knee and your foot. Hold it in place with your one arm, and then using the back of the machine for stability if you wish, rotate round your body round so that you then kind of focus down into that glute that you're trying to stretch. A little bit confusing if you're listening to this in the podcast, but hopefully clear in the video. Now, if you are only listening to this in the podcast, I just want to do a quick shout out to Matthew Brown, who made me a poster, Stretchy John poster, which has all of the stretches that I do here, but in a poster format. So you can go and check that out and see what I'm doing, or of course you can watch the YouTube video. But the Stretchy John poster there is a good kind of primer if either you haven't seen me do this or if you want a reminder. So if you go to my website, I don't often plug stuff, but it's not like I'm asking you to buy it, so leave me alone. You go to my website, go to rowalong.com/stretching. Simple enough, rowalong.com/stretching. You will find a page that has, it shows you the poster image on that page anyway, and then by the way, in case you're wondering, I have changed legs. Yeah, so that gives you the stretching poster and then also a link to download that poster PDF that you can download and print off. And like someone said, was it Esther? I can't remember. I said, I apologize because you'll watch this and go, why can't you remember my name? I guess you're going to print it off, laminate it and put it in the shower. Because I always say, please don't stretch in the shower. Don't you just slip and fall over when it comes to that stretching. Right, what are we doing next? Sorry, I've lost myself. No, quads. There we go. That's why I'm standing up, you big idiot. So rest one hand on the monitor for stability if you wish. Oh, crikey. Very tight quads today. And then flick your opposite foot up behind you so that your heel is up against your backside. And then just give a nice little bit of a pull on your upper foot to create that stretch, to kind of pull back and create the
the stretch, can't really think of another word for stretch there, into your quad. Now remember, this is about your quad, it's not about your hip flexor. So if you feel the stretch is really quite high up, then chances are you've got your posture all over the place or you're pulling in a weird direction. So what you want is shoulders, hip, knee as the kind of a straight line, and that should help, that posture should help when it comes to getting that stretch into your quads rather than your hip flexors. Or I still don't have the balance, do I? So I just swapped legs again, podcast people. I still just don't have the balance here. Maybe I'm too close. I do have something right behind me, so, and I'm a little bit worried about falling into it. So basically I've got, am I going to show you? Oh, I can't. I've got a thing called a Concept 2 Force Dyno. In fact, hang on, can I? Look, I'll break TV magic here. Oh, you can't see it? Oh no. Oh well, can I? Oh, you can't. You have to trust me. Hang on, let's see. There we go. Look, it's the Concept 2 Dyno. Ta-da! Look. If I had to tell you what I'm going to do this, let's not fake. There we go. That'll be easier. That's going to really mess up the green screen, I know, but hey, I might as well show you it. Yeah, so I've got that sits there behind the green screen, because all of that's green. This is all green screen. I'm not really here. I'm in a studio recording these, pretending. This is why, yeah, but you know this. Right, let's move on to hip flexors next. So one knee on the ground, other foot behind you, one foot in front of you with a knee above it, 90-degree angles on both legs, and then push this hip forwards. Woo. Just to keep going forwards with a good posture until you feel that stretch happen up here in your hip flexor, and then you can hold it there. Just hang out in here for a while and let that stretch kind of bed in. So yeah, so because the force, the Concept 2 Force Dyno thing sits there, I'm always worried I'm going to fall into it while I'm doing that stretch. So I think that's what kind of throws me off balance. It's quite a handy machine. If you've never seen one before, it breaks it's like a Concept 2 basically, but it breaks it down into a push motion, a pull motion, and then a foot press motion. Yeah, you can't quite see it because I think all you can probably see is the seat. But do a search. Next time you're on the internet, search for Concept 2 Force Dyno thing, and you'll see what it is. It's quite useful. It never really took off. I've changed legs. Never really, well, it took off, but then they stopped making it in 2000 something. Well, obviously 2000 something. For whatever reason, I just think it didn't. I think loads of like the fire service and whatever got them because it's quite a good gauge for how strong you are. Because it does give you a readout in kind of kilogram, pounds, whatever's. But it just from a, yeah, so they stopped, for whatever reason, that's Concept 2, not me. For whatever reason, they stopped making it. But I've got one because it's quite handy. Simple as that, don't have to explain. Right, let's move on to our forearms and wrists next. So hands in front of your face, and then pushing them together, bring them down in front of your body. Now I've got my thumbs now in line with my heart rate sensor. My forearms are pretty much parallel to the ground. My fingers are then at right angles to my forearms, and I'm still pushing together. And what that does is give me a really good stretch down into my wrists, and then that stretch then, it's like a heat that kind of like blends out from my wrists into my forearms as well. So depending on what I've been doing is how I feel that sensation. So today, for whatever reason, I can really feel this in my wrists, whereas other days I'll really feel it in my forearms. So a lot of times that this stretch will affect whatever you've been loading more. Don't quite know why my wrists are, trying to think what I was doing last night that would have, or today, because that's all I've done today is this rows, so I can't think why my wrists, maybe it's just, I don't know, don't ask me. Although I should know. Shoulders next, put your hand straight out in front of you, high, and then bring it across your body, use your other arm, loop it around, just to add that little bit of force to create a stretch up here in your shoulders. And then just kind of hang out here for a while as it stretches. So, yeah. And then it will help. Like, again, I've said a few times, your stretch shouldn't be that kind of like, oh, that's so relieving. You're like, your shoulders shouldn't be so activated when you're rowing that you really feel, oh, this is so sore. Swap arms. Your shoulders are primarily there for you to hang off. Remember I said at one point about as you push with the legs and you start the drive, you should be hanging off the handle. It's the same as if you're hanging off a pull-up bar, where like when your feet are off the ground, you're not pulling against that bar to hang there. You kind of straighten your arms and your weight goes through your tendons and your ligaments and things, and just kind of, that's what keeps you just dangling from that pull-up bar. Hopefully, I mean, next time, if you don't know what I mean, go grab onto a pull-up bar and hang from it, and you'll hopefully see what I mean. And that's kind of what happens off the handle as you drive your legs into it, is you're not pulling against it. Your arms are straight and you're hanging off it, and that force is coming up through your body into the thing, so that then as you come to the back of the stroke, you can then pull in. So nice and straight, and then pull in. And so that also protects your shoulders, because as you're coming forwards, it's just going straight through your shoulders, through your arms, into the machine. Although we've just been talking about arms forwards, let's put them behind us to do our biceps, and then rotate your thumbs outwards. And that should stretch the long head of your bicep. And yeah, and give it a stretch. Now what I've just found is, because I've had a really weird kind of, in the kind of meaty part, well actually there, I'll point exactly where it is, right there, it's been a little bit sore. And what I've just realized is that if I don't try and stretch my fingers out at the same time as doing this, that pain on my wrist goes away. So it's obviously like the tendon coming down from my pinky finger or something that's causing the pain. Which again is something that I want to make clear, is that always investigate what's happening with your body when you're doing these kind of stretching things. Just think, am I getting sensations here that I shouldn't be getting? Is something a little bit sore than it should be? Let's do triceps next. So hand up in the air, down your back, so it holds on, like, so it's down at your spine. Your elbow will be slightly up, but maybe at an angle. So use your other arm to just straighten it up, point it straight up to the sky, and just put in enough of a kind of again, the force on it so you can feel that tricep stretching. Because yeah, you want to always examine your body, and if something doesn't feel right, you think, right, what's wrong here? Is this something that I'm stretching it wrong, I'm using it wrong, or is there something actually wrong with it? Like, there's obviously something weird happening with this tendon in my hand that it isn't stretching based. Yes, I niggle it when I'm stretching, but there's something fundamentally more of an issue there, so I need to kind of to watch that. And so it's the same with all these stretches, is that you want to pick ones that are right for you. Swap arms, and if you do one that gives you any kind of weird sensation, just think, is it the stretch? Am I doing the stretch wrong? Is it the wrong, is there some, and always kind of think about what's going on with your body. And that way, it kind of, you're always analyzing what's going on. You know when something's just not right, and you don't want to then plow on through pain and maybe make things worse, or make it so that you can't then come back and exercise the next day, because it's nothing worse than that, especially if you're on the roll, and then suddenly they're gone, this will be done stretching. Then suddenly something happens. I mean, the worst thing that happens really, or the worst thing that should happen, is that if you've had a layoff of any time, then you come back to it and you use your muscles for the first time, you can sometimes get that delay onset muscle soreness, DOMS, which is sometimes unavoidable. On a rowing machine, it's not that bad, but if you're out running and you're not run for a long time, then usually you get right up in your quads, you get DOMS, just because of the shock of running. Just the impact of running, your legs go, ah, and they're really sore for like 2-3 days afterwards. But that eventually subsides and you can move on. And let's get into a 2-minute cool down, and then we'll do some stretching afterwards. Run about the same pace you did the warm up at, and then just gradually ease off over the 2 minutes. In 3, 2, 1, let's go. Oh. Right, you may have spotted that I'm wearing cycling shorts. That's because in my youthful exuberance, I thought, you know what, I'm going to do today's row, and then I'm going to do my high rocks training afterwards, which is meant to be 500 meters ski, 500 meters row, 1 kilometer bike, and then just do as many sets of that as possible within 45 minutes, with no real rest in between, just the amount of time it takes to get from machine to machine. That was the plan, but I am quite undecided as to whether to even consider approaching that after doing that row, because I am, well, years ago I was on holiday in Corsica when I was like 6 or 7, and there was some kind of a festival on, dance festival, and there was a woman there, American woman, who at the end of it was overheard to say, "I am utterly pooped." And that phrase has stuck with me for like 40 years. And it's fair to say that today, after that row, I am
utterly pooped. In fact, let's have that as today's hashtag when you leave a comment. Utterly pooped. Oh, that's me done with the cool down. Whew, that's me almost done. You don't have to stop cooling down, of course. You can continue, or you can join me for some stretching. If you don't have time, please at least stretch your quads, hamstrings, and if you have time, your glutes as well. Or you can join good old Stretchy John up there. He'll take you through some stretches if you have access to a stretching mat, or I will take you through stretches on the machine if you don't have space, okay? So put your legs back in the foot straps, keep them loose, the foot straps, so you can put your toes up against them, create a bit more of an angle between your feet and your legs. Put your hands in the air and fold your chest down towards your legs. Now really, again, we're on day 23 of this, so hopefully I've said it enough times, and I've been doing this stretching session at the end of every row, I think all year so far. Hopefully you'll have heard me say this idea of folding forwards enough that you get the idea what it is, that if you do that fold, it gets that stretch properly down into your hamstrings, okay? Right in your hamstrings. If you bend with your upper, like just curl your upper or lower back, you don't get the stretch. So hopefully by now you've learned how it's supposed to feel. Let's do our glutes next. So one leg up on the rail, other foot comes over so the heel is in the crook of your knee. Bring your knee across your body so you have a straight line between your face, your knee and your foot. Hold that knee in place with one arm and then rotate your body around. And that rotation plus keeping that knee in the same place will create that stretch down into your glute. Remember, you can hold on to the back of the machine for stability if you wish. Don't use this to pull yourself around, because I'm never really a fan of stretches that you kind of force yourself into. I know there's a couple of ones where, like the stretching the forearms and maybe the triceps and shoulders, because you're adding on a bit of a stretch, but it's still not like you're not wrenching yourself, you're adding pressure rather than kind of pulling yourself into it. And so if you are going to hold on to let's change legs. If you are going to hold on to the back of the machine, just do it for stability. Don't do it to add force, okay? It can help if, like, just to straighten your torso round or something. Like, by all means use it for that. But just don't, hopefully you get what I mean, okay? Got a bad habit of saying something and then saying it again and then saying it again. I think it was my high school English teacher that drummed that into me when you're eating? When you're writing an English essay, you should say what you're going to say, you should say it, and then you should say it again. And I think that's what I do with a lot of this stuff. So let's move on to our quads next. So you can hold on to the monitor for initial stability if you wish. Flick your foot up behind you. I'll move over a little bit in case Stretchy John is obscuring me. And then hold your heel against your backside and just give a little bit of a pull on your foot. Like I say, I prefer holding onto the upper, kind of the bridge or even higher up on my foot, so that I'm not pulling on my toes and stretching all the tendons through my feet. I'm concentrating on putting that stretch down here into my quads, because they get a huge amount of work, especially in a row like today's one, which is all about power and force. Your quads will have taken a huge amount of work. No, what phrase I'm trying? Would have gone through a lot of effort. There we go. I couldn't quite finish off that sentence. I mean, it's not good brain freeze. Again, going on to the high rocks thing. If you haven't heard me talk about it before, it's 8 different. So you do 8 1-kilometer runs, and then between each of them you do the same order of functional exercises. You do ski erg, you do sled push, sled pull, burpees, row, farmer's carry, lunges, wall balls in between. Let's move down to hip flexors. One knee on the ground, toes up behind you, other foot is in front of you with a knee above it. Good posture, please, and then push that hip forwards, the one that has the knee on the ground. Push it forwards, keep that good posture to get that stretch into your hip flexor. But yeah, so it's always the same order that I just said. But the amount of people that talk about like exercise generated brain freeze, where they're so tired they just completely forget, even though all the stations have numbers on them, they just forget what they've done. Have I done the wall balls? Have I done the row? Have I done the farmer's carry? And they miss one out and get penalised. And the fact that sometimes when I'm tired,
I can't even think of a word. It doesn't really bode well for when I do my first High Rocks event. So I've not done any yet. You see, I'm training for, right now it's November, end of November, 23rd to be exact. So let's change legs, same thing again. And my first actual High Rocks is at the end of January in Manchester. I've got a performance fitness test. That's what's called PFT. I've got one of them in December, in 3 and a bit weeks time, I think, yeah. Yeah, so I got one of them in December, which is almost like a mini High Rocks version. But then not a proper one until Manchester. Then a couple of weeks after that is in Glasgow. So hopefully all this training I'm doing is going to pay off. So maybe I shouldn't dodge tonight's training. Maybe I should just take a rest and then come back and do it and see how I get on. Right, let's move on to forearms next. So hands together in front of your face and then push them together, but bring them down in front of you, okay? So it's almost like you're doing some strange prayer, okay? And you should really feel that your wrists and underneath your forearms will get a nice stretch, and your fingers should too, okay? So, yeah, just get a nice wee stretch. Just keep on pushing those hands together. If you just kind of limp and just kind of hold them here, you're not doing anything. But if you push those hands together while in this kind of nice right angles between your forearms and your fingers, you should get a nice little stretch, okay? So let's move on to shoulders next. So hands straight out in front of you, bring it across your body, and then use your other arm to just kind of, like I say, just ease that stretch in. You're not, again, I know I'm kind of on shaky ground in terms of saying don't force something, but because of the angle you're at here, I can't really get that much further than this. Like if I'm looking straight on, can only really stretch, which gives me enough of a stretch. If I start to rotate against my arm, then I can overstretch it, okay? But by keeping my body facing straight forwards and just using this arm to create the stretch, then it controls the amount. Let's change arms, it controls the amount. Whereas if I was to do this to start and then try and straighten but hold this arm in the same place, so it's almost like I'm trying to pop my shoulder out of its socket, then, well, imagine. It's not going to go well, is it? It's going to be like Action Man, isn't it? When you pull out his arms and he's just left with a little piece of elastic in between. I actually imagine, like when the tendon damage I did to my shoulder from squash, that's kind of how I imagine I did. Is like because I hyperextended my shoulder so many times and kind of popped it and stretched the tendon so much. That's what I think my shoulders are like. It's the only part of me that's like Action Man or G.I. Joe, if you're that way, if that's your background. Right, hands behind, let's do our biceps next. So hands behind you and rotate your thumbs outwards. And that'll give you a nice stretch of your bicep. Now, if you get your angles right here, you can kind of bring in that kind of compound stretch through your shoulders and your upper body as well. Like your chest opens up from doing this. It's maybe not a full-on stretch, but your chest will open up. Like your rib cage and stuff will open up by doing this stretch. So it's a very good one to do anyway, not just for your biceps, but just kind of opens everything out. So, I mean, if you want to do your upper back a bit better, then clasp your hands together and kind of bring your hands behind, but I don't really do that one because it hurts my shoulders. What's left? Right, what's left is triceps. Sorry. So put one hand in the air, put it on your back, and then use your other hand to just straighten up that elbow so it points right to the sky, okay? Try not to crunch your neck in. I had a couple of sessions, I think session 20 and 21, I was kind of crushing my neck, my trapezoid, whatever, neck muscle basically, while doing this because I was trying to kind of force it. And it hurt, strangely. Change arms. Oh, this is our last one, we're almost done. Hopefully Stretchy John is almost done as well. He's very good at what he does. Doesn't say a word as well, just sits there quite happily going through his stretches. Probably laughs at me the whole time while I'm stretching, going, oh, can't you shut up? Right, there we go. That's us done with our stretching, and that's us done with row 23. So it's only a week's worth of rowing left, and then we'll be all done for the 30 days of 30-minute rows. So I hope you're enjoying it. I just love this. As much as I was all like, oh, it's hard work, I just love this one because it's 1 minute hard, 2 minute off, and that time machine thing that happens between the 1 minute and the 2 minute is just so fascinating that 1 minute lasts so long and the 2 minutes go like that. So it may be a low intensity workout, but it's still a lot of fun. That 22 in the middle really just takes it somewhere slightly different rather than it being a standard 20 or 18 for half an hour. So I hope you enjoyed that one as much as I did. Oh, crikey, I'm going blind. So let's get ourselves into a 2-minute cool down. Hopefully you've had a drink and you've got yourself sorted. You've maybe wiggled your backside on the seat. But let's get into this. So do this around about the same pace and rate as the warm-up, around about 20 strokes a minute in that kind of 2K plus 18-ish, 5 out of 10 pace, and then just gradually slow down. So here we go in 3, 2, 1, let's go. Oh, so yeah, that was a good finish to the day for me. It's actually my second workout of the day. My first was more high rocks training. And this one was, weirdly, 21 calorie ski, like ski erg. I never really work in calories, so it's quite strange to do calories. Then 21 thrusters, 21 burpees over a weights bar, and then 21 butterfly sit-ups. And then 15 of each, and then 9 of each. Rest 2 minutes, do it again, rest 2 minutes, do it again. And trust me, it's a tough workout. But that was a good few hours ago, so energized enough to just sit on the back end of tonight's row as a nice low intensity kind of base builder. Because you can squeeze 2 sessions into a day as long as you're very aware of not only your energy system in terms of how you feel, like when you're feeling worn out, drained and things, but also when it comes to making sure you're properly fueled. You're taking in enough food and kind of good food, not cake. And also hydration. Make sure you're taking in enough fluids, and then you can do 2 a day. But always, if you're going to do that, always pay attention to your energy levels, which hopefully have cooled down a little bit after that 2-minute cool down. And you can join me for some stretching if you like. If you don't have time, please just take a moment at one point to stretch your quads, your hamstrings, and hopefully your glutes as well. Not in the shower, because I don't want you to slip and fall over, but try and stretch them off just to make sure they don't get all gnarled up. Or if you have time, you can join Stretchy John. Hiya. And he'll take you through some guided stretching if you have a stretching mat available or something. Or I will take you through how to do it on a rowing machine if you don't have space. Keep those people behind you waiting while you stretch. So put your feet back in the foot plates, keep your straps loose, flick your toes up against them so you can make a nice angle between your legs and your feet. Legs nice and straight, hands in the air, and fold forwards. Oh, I've done it again. If you sit too, fold forwards. There we go, that's better. So if you sit too far forwards on the seat, not only can I, well, I say you, me. If I sit too far forwards on the seat, not only do I not quite get that stretch right into the hamstrings, strangely, but also the seat starts to kind of scoot away from underneath me, and I don't know whether that's why I'm missing the stretch, is I'm too busy trying to not fall off the seat. But yeah, so a lot of this has to do with how you fold forwards, what the angles are. Like if you have your toes pointed forwards like that, then you tend to get it right here into your shin. Like, I mean, it's a good stretch to stretch your shin muscles down here. I mean, that's lovely. Ooh, I'm feeling that nice. But that's not what we're doing. We're doing hamstrings, so have your toes kind of coming back upwards, and that kind of lengthens your sciatic nerve as well. Whereas pointing forwards gets the front of your shins, really. You don't really have a back of your shins, because they would be your calves. Anyway, let's move on. Let's move on to glutes. So one leg up on the rail, bring your other foot over so that the heel sits in the crook of your knee. The knee that's sticking up in the air, bring that across your body so you have a straight line between your face, your knee and your foot. Hold it in place with your other arm, and then use the back of the rowing machine for a little bit of stability, and then just rotate round down and into that hip, while keeping this straight line between your face, your knee and your foot. And that the combination of the pressure of you bringing this knee across your body and that rotation should give you a really nice
you should feel that zing. Remember, I've now started calling it stretchy zing. That zing coming out through your glutes and kind of radiating through, okay, as the muscle fibers kind of stretch and just kind of elongate into little bits, and then they eventually just peter off as it kind of goes into your quad and whatever. So you should feel that stretch. Let's change legs, do exactly the same thing, rotate. If you don't feel the stretch, then do again, play with the angles. Make sure you've got this face, knee, foot straight line. Make sure you're doing a nice little rotation round. Make sure, just like think, well, if I put my foot too low here, do I lose the stretch? Yes. So if I come up a little bit higher and do it, oh, I get a better stretch. All that kind of stuff. You know your own body. You've got completely different angles and forces and levers than I do. So I'm showing you what I do, and you can kind of tweak it around for yourself to make sure you get that stretch, because it's really important you get that stretch. There's no point wasting your time and going through the motions and saying, well, I didn't feel it, but because that guy on YouTube did it and it must work. Ooh. So let's move on to quads next. So lightly touch the monitor, or you can grip onto the monitor if you want. For stability, flick one foot up behind you, hold your heel up against your backside, and then a nice amount of kind of pull onto your upper foot. So it's like you're bringing your leg backwards, but trying to keep a good posture should then give you a nice stretch through your quad. Remember, it's the quad you're going for here, okay? If you're getting it in your hip flexor, you've got the angles wrong. So you still want a nice posture, nice straight posture, straight line between your shoulders, your hips and your knee. Stay close to your monitor, because then if you start to fall over, you can just kind of tap on it and you can steady yourself. Of course, you would have thought that balance would have improved after doing this so many times, but no. See, look at me. Good grief. Maybe I've got an inner ear problem. So I've just swapped legs in case you're wondering. Maybe I've got an inner ear problem and that's why my balance is so rubbish. Wouldn't that be weird? Did you hear that? I'll put that in the edit suite. I'll turn it up. Good grief. Apparently it's dinner time for John, judging by the that just came from my stomach. I got a little monster in here. Maybe it was my waffle. Maybe it was my motivating waffle. It was all like, roar, you're talking rubbish, get on with it. That could be today's hashtag, get on with it. Right, hip flexors next. So one knee on the ground, toes up behind you. Other knee is above your foot that's in front of you. Does that make sense? Yeah, hopefully. So you've got 90-degree angles on both, and then with a good posture, push that hip forwards. So you'll sink your body down slightly as you do that pushing the forwards, because you'll be closing off that angle in your front knee and opening up the angle in your back leg. And physics means that something has to give, so you'll sink down slightly. So try to sink down with a good posture, okay? The whole point is that you come from this angle to this with a good posture. Because if you're like that and you just lean forwards, I ain't stretching anything. In fact, that would be stretching my patience. Okay, and let's change legs. Oh, same thing. I do feel, as I'm doing this, like progressively, that my hip flexors are getting looser. I'm getting more of a stretch out of them. But again, this is when we summon the mighty Jeff Cavalier, because he has a great series of videos on lots of muscles and stretching things, but he particularly has a great one about whether you need to be stretching your hip flexors with like a little exercise that you can do lying on a plyo box or something, which will let you know if you have tight hip flexors. So don't always blame your hip flexors. It could be your hamstrings, could be your quads, could be something else, could be your calves, you never know. Don't always, just because it's fashionable to blame it on your hip flexors. What's next? Let's do forearms next. So, whoosh, so wax on, wax off. Hands in front of your face, and then pushing them together, bring them down in front of your body, okay? And if you keep a nice, if your forearms are parallel to the ground and your fingers are at right angles to your forearms, yeah, that's right, then you will get, well, I hope, as long as you're pushing, you'll get a nice stretch underneath your forearms. That includes your wrists. So wrists and forearms get a really nice stretch from here. And they're kind of, when you start to get, that's my stomach going again, when you start to get any kind of forearm pain, or let's say, let's not use say pain, tension, no, stress.
sensation, whatever, from rowing at like a high pace, then this stretch is great for just easing it off, okay? So if you're like doing sprints with a rest period in between, you start to feel that kind of, that real solid weight almost in your forearms than here, then do this stretch and it'll ease it off in the rest periods. Let's do shoulders next, so hands straight in front of you, and then bring it across your body, and then use your other arm, loop it across, loop it through, loop it whatever you want to describe this, just to give enough of a force to pull your arm across your body a little bit. Remember, I was having a little rant yesterday about just using this to just add in a little bit of force for stress, but we're not like really yanking and forcing it, okay? It's enough for a stretch, but not so much that you're trying to like ping your shoulder out of its, you don't want to like pop it out of the socket, do you? That sounds awful. Don't really want that to happen. So that's the third time my stomach has rumbled. Hopefully I talked through that one. But I'm now thinking, it's sausage pasta. I mean, if you've watched enough of these videos, you'll find out I have sausage pasta quite a lot. Let's change arms. And it's not because it's like my favorite meal or whatever, but it's so easy to make. Get some sausages, chop them up, chuck them into a frying pan or even a saucepan, and kind of to cook them that way. Chuck in some passata, some mushrooms, some onions, some herbs, boil some pasta, mix it together, Parmesan cheese, black pepper, and a smile. A little bit of garlic bread maybe, depends. But that's it, it's just so easy to put it together. Although it was making sausage pasta, that was the meal that I was cooking when I had my accident with a knife, which cut my finger. I've already told you that story though, so I'm not going to tell you it again. If you haven't heard that story, you'll have to watch every single one of my videos to hear it. Let's do biceps next. So hands behind you as though you're flying. Hey, mummy, I'm flying. But rotate your thumbs outwards and then try and keep a good posture. And then a good stretch with those arms back. Nice rotation with your thumbs, and you should feel that stretch. Again, if you're just like la 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 with your arms, nothing. Okay, so you really have to think, oh look, I'm flying, hey. Okay, you really have to keep that stretch. The whole point of these stretches is to feel them, okay? To really kind of go, right, I'm supposed to be stretching my biceps here, and like I can feel my shoulders and my biceps going here, that's nice. I can feel my triceps contracting as a result of my biceps stretching, which is why we now do our triceps. So let's do them. So whoosh, hand up in the air. Oh no, wait, it got lost. It touches your spine, okay? So elbow's not quite up in the air, so use your other arm to straighten it up, and then just give it enough of a straighten, enough of a kind of a push. I'm kind of really only pushing with one finger because I don't want to overdo it, but enough of a push just to get it up, and I can feel the stretch in my tricep. Now my microphone is right up against my throat, so I do hope this doesn't just sound like tricep. And I'll fix it when I change. Hang on. Sorry. Hello. Right, other one. Don't know if that's any better. Oh, I can really feel it on this one. When I change into this arm, I can really feel that tricep opening up. But again, it could well be, bad John. I didn't really do any stretching after I did the high rocks training earlier today, because I had to squeeze it in over lunch. So I get the feeling that all of those burpees over the bar and all those basically press ups to come out of them are probably annoyed my triceps. They're going to write a letter to me tonight going, please don't do that again, we didn't enjoy that, please make sure the stretch is off. Anyway, shall we get ourselves into a 2-minute cool down? Hopefully you've managed to have a quick drink, you've maybe wiggled your backside, eased the pressure off your sit bones, off your glutes, and we can get into this. And we'll do this around about 20 strokes a minute, that kind of 5 out of 10 pace again, basically your warm-up pace. That would have been a quicker way to have said that. So here we go then, in 3, 2, 1, and we're off. And remember, do try to keep a good technique here, even if you're a little bit fatigued, tired after that session. Maybe your technique started to break down a little bit towards the end of the row. So use the cool down as a way to try and drill back best practices again. I know recently as a whole, let alone when I'm working hard, but I've kind of gone back into that elbows down thing where I come and my elbows are more down. And so my wrists end up a little bit kind of bunny-like, kind of a bit rotated, rather than having that slight
flare out of the elbows in order to keep wrists flat. And then that helps with that power connection and transfer through the big muscles in your back rather than my forearms and shoulders. So make sure to ease off the pace over the next 33 seconds if you haven't already. I was too busy talking technique that I forgot to ease off the pace. Yeah, technique really is just so important. It's not me being a rowing bore. It's about power, it's about efficiency, it's about injury prevention, and it's about enjoying rowing, to be honest. Because when you can row powerfully and not getting injured and you feel yourself getting fitter, you enjoy it more, trust me. Right, that's the cool down done. You of course don't have to stop cooling down. You can continue cooling down, or you can follow me and do some stretching. If you don't have time to stretch, oh crikey, take a breath, John. If you don't have time to stretch, then please at least stretch your quads, your hamstrings and your glutes if you get the chance. Please not in the shower though. I don't want you to slip and fall over, okay, because that would be bad, all right? Or you can join Stretchy John. He'll take you through some guided stretching if you have access to space, stretching mat or something, or I will take you through how to do it on the machine if you don't have space. So put your feet back into the machine, keep your straps loose so you've got a nice angle between your feet and your legs. Nice straight legs, hands in the air, and fold forwards. You really should feel that pivot point as you fold forwards. You really should feel like it's a hinge closing, okay? As you fold forwards. And like coming into this forwards position, you really good. I mean, if you don't feel it in your hamstrings, you're just, one of your body angles is just not quite right, okay? I think I'm gonna have to do a cut before I go into the glutes because the battery on one of my lights is dying because I can see the light going, there you go, and it just turned off. So there's going to be a tiny jump cut as I go change the battery, and then you'll see me go into doing the glutes. Bonk! As if by magic. Right, put one leg up on the rail, bring your other foot over so that your heel is in the kind of the crook of your knee. Bring that knee across your body so you have a straight line between your face, your knee and your foot. Hold it in place with that arm, and then if you want to hold on to the back of the machine, row machine for stability, you can, as you then rotate round into it. Oh mama, I got some tight glutes tonight. I think the high rocks training I did yesterday, again, it's all about the glutes. You just don't realize how all these squats and burpee broad jumps and wall balls and all this stuff really does just get you right in the glutes, right in the glutes. And then there's an element of running that I'm having to do as well. Which actually I say that as though I'm not enjoying it, but I am. Let's change legs. I do enjoy running, but there's definitely, right, so change legs, make sure and do the same thing. There's a difference between running at a nice, again, 5 out of 10 pace, let's go for a puttle, and then actually trying to run fast 1Ks. I'm aiming for, it's not fast, but I'm aiming for like 4.5 minute 1Ks right now. So yeah, I mean, some of the guys that are doing this are doing like 3:15 1Ks. So I'm not fast by any means, but I'm coming from a point where I just row, I don't run. So trying to train up the speed of those 1Ks takes quite a lot of work. Right, stand up next to the machine. Hopefully you have space to be able to do this. Hold on lightly onto the monitor, flick one foot up behind you, and then hold that heel up against your backside, giving enough of a pull back that you can feel that zing, that kind of warmth as you stretch through your quad. Remember, try and keep a decent posture here just to make sure that it's your quads you're stretching rather than your hip flexors or that you're wrenching your knee or whatever. And let's change legs. As I like to, oh no, he's gonna fall. As I like to keep on saying, oh, he's gonna fall again.
Come on, you can do it. Third time lucky, come on. Yeah, hold on to the upper part of your foot, like up at the bridge of your foot rather than down at your toes or up too high on your ankles or something, because you're wanting to stretch your quads here. Oh, he's gonna fall. Oh, good grief. You want to stretch your quads here. You don't want to be stretching your toes or the ligaments up the front of your leg. Answers on a postcard as to why my balance is so rubbish. Oh, how many times can I almost fall over? I mean, can I blame it on the fact that I'm trying to look into a camera while doing this? Probably not. Looking into a camera should probably make me more stable. Anyway, let's do hip flexors next. So one knee on the ground, one foot in front of you. Have a 90-degree angle with both, so your knee is above your foot and your foot is behind your other knee. I know that doesn't make much sense. Up on your toes. It makes sense if you're watching this. And then push the hip that has the knee on the ground forwards. Yeah, so podcast people, I really hope you understand what I'm on about. However, Matthew Brown, apologies if I've forgotten your second name. It's you know that way you sometimes get a, is that the right thing? But Matthew Brown, one of the Facebook people, and obviously someone who watches these videos, has made me a poster, a Stretchy John poster. It's basically he's taken screen grabs of Stretchy John up in the top corner and turned it into a poster which kind of guides you through all the different stretches that I do in this section. So what I might start doing is posting that. Change legs, so that podcast people, you can quickly jump onto maybe rowalong.com/stretch, maybe put it there. If you want to see just a quick image of what it is that I'm going through. I haven't done that yet, I haven't actually finished because I need to quickly do some branding on it, put the RowAlong logo and stuff on it, so it doesn't exist quite yet. Yeah. Yeah, it's a great way to finish that sentence, wasn't it? I'll try, and if I get time to do it tonight, in fact, even if I just do a really quick bodge version, I'll throw it up there so that you can see it. Because there's no point me talking about it and then not actually putting it up there and you're like, well, hang on, when are you gonna put it up there? So I'll try and do that, okay. Right, let's move on to forearms next. So put your hands together in front of your face, push them together, which should actually activate your pecs as you do that, but then push your hands down in front of you and that'll probably take the effort off your pecs. And then it now puts it into your fingers because you're pushing your hands together, and your wrists and underneath your forearms. I certainly feel it right under here, okay? So like wrists and there when I do this. So, yeah. I'm really not doing well. So yeah, that's twice I did that. Now again, I've been using this Powerball thing quite a lot, and that does, it's weird how it really can take it out of your forearms. So I don't know whether my forearms are actually just predisposed to be a little bit on the kind of, we need stretched side. But definitely right now, I can feel that. It's funny, it's the two hacks. I'm quite a believer in kind of just trying to squeeze things in when regularly you're doing something else. So like when I'm washing my hands after going to the toilet, as I'm washing my hands, I'll do it as an isometric squat. Okay, so I'm just gonna get into a squat position and kind of hold it there so that rather than standing up straight, why not? I've got 30 seconds to wash my hands, I might as well just do an isometric squat. Let's do shoulders next. Hands straight out in front of you, bring it across your body. And then use your other arm to kind of create that stretch across your body. But yeah, so I'll do that. I'll do the same. I'll do an isometric squat when I'm washing my hands. As I'm brushing my teeth, I'll do transverse abdominals, which is basically when you suck in your stomach as though you're trying to touch your belly button to your back. Okay, sounds strange, but you're really trying to kind of suck in your stomach. I do that while I'm brushing my teeth, and my toothbrush is timed for 2 minutes. It buzzes because it's an electric one. So I know I'm getting a 2-minute ab workout while I'm brushing my teeth. And then as I am going about my business in the morning, making coffees and kids' lunches or whatever, I use the breathe, what's it called again? Power breathe thing. Other arm, power breathe breathing device. It adds resistance to as you're breathing in, so you have to like really kind of fight against it slightly, and that improves kind of lung performance or whatever. And then the last one I do is this Powerball thing, which is if I'm in traffic, or if I'm stopped, if I'm driving and then I'm stopped in the car, I'll pick up the Powerball and use that to just kind of pass the time. I drive an automatic car, so I figure that this is okay. Of course, if any of you are police, then I don't do this. Because I don't know whether that counts as not paying due care and attention to the road. Is that the same as eating? I don't know. Again, answers in the postcard. I don't know if it's, I wouldn't have thought it's unsafe if I'm just stopped at lights and I'm just like this. Well, I do worry that someone might look into the car and think I'm making rude hand gestures towards them, so, But yeah, find time to do things. I could always swap. I could do like the transverse abdominals every time I'm in traffic. Let's do our biceps next while I'm ranting. Hands behind your back as though you're flying. Rotate your thumbs outwards. And that should stretch, lengthen the long head of your bicep and give your biceps a nice little stretch. Yeah, so is there anything I could swap? Well, I can't do it while I'm washing, can't do power ball while I'm washing my hands. I suppose I could do it while I was brushing my teeth, but that might be a little bit like rubbing your head and patting your stomach at the same time. But then, hang on, what am I saying? I'm a drummer. I'm supposed to have coordination. It's good coordination. If I can't do that and brush my teeth at the same time, hang on, could I? Yeah. No. Oh, how strange. Let's do triceps next. Hands up in the air, down your back. And then stretch, and then use your other arm to just kind of help that tricep kind of a bit more vertical, give it a little stretch. Yeah, could I do it while I was making coffee? Unlikely. Yeah. Well, maybe, I mean, my job, so if you didn't know, I'm an editor making TV programs. That's why making these videos is relatively kind of second nature to me. So there's quite a few moments where I'm just sitting there watching a render bar. So you kind of put on an effect, the computer has to render it for you to be able to see it. So I could always just take my power ball into work with me, and every time I hit render, just have a quick whoosh. Could do that. Could do that anyway. But yeah, so all I'm trying to say, sorry, I've just swapped arms, podcast people. All I'm trying to say is that if you can find moments in your life where you're normally where you can squeeze something else in, even if it's like sitting watching television, then you can do stuff during that as well. You can do like pretty much everything I just said. You could do just by watching TV. You could just do an isometric squat through the ad breaks, like every advert. Do an isometric squat, and then you could change and do something else. Just mix things up. So, could do this 2 minutes, round about your warm-up pace, so that kind of 2K plus 18, 5 out of 10, basically the pace you were rowing most of that at. But then you're just going to gradually slow down through the course of the 2 minutes. You ready for this? Okay, in 3, 2, 1, let's cool down. Yeah, let's cool down. That's my audition for Peloton. I'm not going to get a job with them, am I? If that's what I'm like. I just couldn't do that. I've never really connected, is that the right word, with the bombastic PT type. I remember, so Cooldown, blah, 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 right? I've talked enough to you about rowing. I remember being at David Lloyd Tennis Club in Renfrew in Glasgow. That's where I used to play squash. And there was a particular PT that worked there that would run spin classes, and the way the gym floor was set up, there was no like closed studio, so if they were doing a spin class, everybody could hear the spin class. I just remember this one PT that would just yell at all these platitudes at people. Come on, you got this, you're stronger than you think you are, come on, you've got it. And then he'd just start yelling numbers at them. 50! Huh? 60, huh? what's that then? And it just, I don't know, always struck me. And even if I'm in any kind of a class and someone's yelling all these kind of motivational messages at things, oh man, I just break out in laughter. I think that's one of the reasons why in my videos here on RowAlong, I just waffle. Yeah, I talk technique, I talk motivation and all that stuff. And yes, on a few of the tougher rows, I might start to say, hold on, you've got it, you've got it. But to be fair, I'm talking to myself. Literally, because there's nobody else here. But all those motivational things is trying to get myself through to the end of a row. One last stroke on the cool down. So, although it may come across to you, hopefully it also comes across to you and you get a little bit of a zing out of it. It's all about me. It's all about me. All this is about me. It's not, it's all about you. Right, sorry, cool down's done. We're going to get to a stretching session next. If you don't have time to stretch, please take a moment to stretch your quads, your hamstrings, and hopefully your glutes, but not in the shower, because that would be awful. Slip, and yeah,
Nobody wants that, okay? But do take a moment to stretch them. As much as I'm being comical about falling over the shower, it's really important you stretch. If you have time, there he is, Stretchy John. It's almost Christmas soon, you should get a Santa hat on. He's going to take you through some guided stretching and you can just stretch along with him. Or if you don't have space and you want to stretch on your machine, follow me and I will take you through how I stretch on the machine. Oh, I was rowing, yes, very good. Okay, so feet back on the foot plates, straps slightly loose so you can flick your toes against them, creates a nice angle between your feet and your legs, and then sit slightly back on the seat just to be sure you're not going to fall off it. Hands in the air and fold forwards. Okay, now the one thing I kind of tend to do, because at this stage I tend to start going, oh, you really want to get the stretch into your hamstrings. It's really important at this stage to get your stretching the hamstrings. Because I'm doing this with my hands, I'm actually ruining my own stretch. When I do that, I get a heck of a good stretch. Stretch. When I do that, I don't. So I'm just going to talk to you and say, make sure and get good stretching in your hamstrings. If you've missed that stretch, chances are it could be that your knees have popped up, it could be that you've got the angles of your feet wrong, it could be that you've not done that fold forwards, it could you've kind of bent instead of it being a fold. So it's important that you really just do think about bringing your upper chest down towards your legs rather than curling down, because if nothing else, that just promotes that knee bend. Oh, I know you're ahead of me, Stretchy John. I'm waffling today, sorry. Okay, let's do our glutes next. So one leg up on the rail, bring your other foot over so that your heel is in the crook of your knee. This knee's now popping up in the air. Bring it across your body so it's in line with your face, your knee, your foot. Woohoo! And then hold it in place with one arm, and then take your other arm, hello, and hold on to the back of the machine for stability, if you wish, and then rotate round. And as you do that rotate round, because you then also have that tendency to really hold this knee in place and pull it slightly across your body, you should really get that stretch down there in the glute. I know I can feel it. To be fair, again, I've said to be fair about 3 times in this row today. I've got to stop it. As an editor, that's terrible. A lot of the time when I'm saying this is because I suddenly realise it myself. I suddenly realise then that as you rotate round, as long as you keep that arm in place, that's what kind of creates that pull onto this knee. Every day's a learning day. Right, so let's change legs. Don't know what's wrong with me today. Same thing. Bring that knee over, hold it in place, and then rotate round. Remember, remember's another thing I say all the time. I've got to stop doing that. It's not about wrenching and trying to pop your hip out of the socket by pulling on this knee so hard. It's like you're bracing against it as you do this rotation round into your glute. Because it's not about pulling your knee across your body, it's about stretching your glutes. So if you miss the point of the stretch, and you're like, yeah, I'm pulling my knee, yeah, and bringing nothing into your glutes, 50, then yeah. Oh, right. Let's move on to our quads. So stand next to your machine. You can rest one finger, one hand, one thumb, whatever you wish on the monitor for stability, or maybe you've got better balance than me and you don't even have to do that. And then pull one leg behind you, hold on to your upper foot, and just give enough of a kind of a pull back that you feel that muscle kind of, well, basically that kind of zing, that spread of a stretch. And remember, it's the quads you're stretching here, okay? If you start to feel up here, up in your hip flexors, you're doing something wrong, whether it's your posture, whether you're flaring your leg out to the side, who knows? Now I'm gonna pretend that fall over there was me meaning to swap legs. Woo, look at this. Yeah. What's wrong? Why do I always... maybe I should go to yoga. Maybe I should take one of those classes where people are motivational and yelling stuff at you. And they can be all like, yes, you can be serene and balanced. And I'll come in one day and I'll go, you know what? I was wrong the whole time. Listening to an instructor is fantastic. I'm now actually not falling over. But look, I've done this whole section without falling over. Ta-da! Da-da-da-da. I can dance. Right. You don't want to see me dance. Ooh, right, let's move on to our hip flexors. Knee on the ground, toes up behind, so you've got a nice 90-degree angle. Knee above your foot that's in front. That makes sense? Hopefully podcast people, you get it. And then while you're in this position, you just push this hip forwards. And while doing that, you'll feel yourself sink down a little bit. That's perfectly fine, as long as you have a sink down with good posture, rather than it being that you lurch forwards, roll that lower or upper back, because we don't want that. Because then you don't get the stretch. And the whole point of this is to make sure and get the stretch into your hip flexor, okay? So otherwise, don't waste your time. Well, actually, still waste your time. I'm sure you could get some value out of doing that. Maybe just the time
not rowing, between just slowing down for a moment. You never know. Just everyone's got such busy lives. Let's change legs, and maybe just taking 10 minutes to just calm between a row and then going off to do something else. That might still be beneficial for blood pressure and stuff. But you might as well throw in a proper, real stretch at the same time. So my brain just suddenly started thinking about today. It's a terribly dreich day today. Here is a Scottish word for you. Dreich. D-R-E-I, I think. Don't think it's I-E. Dreich. C-H, but at the end. It's like loch. Yeah, but it's a dreich day outside, which means that it's miserable. It's not raining, but it's wet and it's damp and it's dark and it's bleh. That's the best way to describe it. So it means it's quite hard to get motivated to do anything. You just want to kind of wrap yourself up in a blanket and just stay inside and go, I don't want to go outside. Typical autumn day, really. Okay, let's move on to shoulders. Hands straight out in front of you, or hand straight out in front of you. Bring your arm across your body. Hold it in place with your other arm, and you should just create enough of a stretch through that shoulder. And straightens out that arm. You can flex off your fingers if you wish. This would be, I was talking about power balls. This is what I could do. My power ball. It was in yesterday's row. I was saying, I've got to think about hacks that I can do. Power balls, I can just pick one up. And I just feel like it's like the hand from the thing. It's like there's a disembodied hand at the end of my arm. Let's change arms. This one's not. Do you know why? It's because I film these. Usually I film these the day before they go out. I kind of film them, the day before. Then I kind of upload them in the morning, the day that they go out. However, because I had band practice last night ready for the gig I'm playing tonight, I'm now recording this on the proper day. So it is actually Saturday the 26th of November today, rather than me trying to pretend it's not. So it means that I had like spaghetti bolognese and it's the end of the week and whatever, and I think that's probably why I've gone slightly mad. So hands together in front of your face. We'll do forearms next. So hands together, push them together, bring them down in front of your body as though you're some kind of karate expert. Karate. Push them together. You should have, basically your forearms should be kind of parallel to the ground. Your fingers will be at right angles to your wrists. And if you're giving a good push, then your wrists and your forearms, like underneath forearms, should be getting a nice stretchy, okay? So it's that kind of, you'll feel it in your wrists and then it will do that kind of, that again, not burn, what do I call it? Zing. That kind of zingy feeling where it spreads out from your wrists up into your forearms. Especially if you've been using them quite a lot, you'll feel that stretch even more because they may be solid and like, ugh. Right, so that's forearms, shoulders, yes to them. Let's move on to our biceps. So we're going to pretend we're ski jumpers or Red Bull flyers. Whoosh. And then we're going to rotate our thumbs outwards. And that rotation of the thumbs should lengthen your biceps, okay? And then if you have a good posture and you've got a good stretch as well, then you kind of find your chest will open up as well and give yourself a nice, your chest opens up. I was also talking about the power breathe thing that I've been using. I really do feel like the difference. I went out for a run yesterday and in this kind of dreich weather. And I found it a lot easier to breathe while I was out on quite a hard run. And whether it's psychosomatic or not, or whether it's part of the power breathe, I don't know, but I'm going to continue using the power breathe because you're kind of breathing against it. Yeah, I'm sure it helps. Anyway, right, triceps next. I'm starting to slip for these. Sorry, hand up in the air, put your hand on your spine, your elbow will point to the sky, use your other arm to just help it back so it really points straight up, okay? Yeah, I was just saying I'm starting to slip. When I started making this latest 2022 series of the 30 days of 30-minute workouts, the primary goal I had was to make the intros shorter and the outros shorter. Failed today. The past couple of rows, because when I'm editing these together, I basically stretch John up there. I time stretch him to match how long I do it on the machine. Let's change arms. So I think standard, he should only last about 6 minutes. But I found I've had to like stretch him up to 10 minutes, which is why he's in slow-mo, where you see him kind of moving from phase to phase going, oh, well, he doesn't speak, so I don't let him speak. He'd want paid if I'd let him speak. Right, you done? Okay, he's done, so I'm gonna be done with stretching as well. Okay, so let's get into a 2-minute cool down. Yeah, hopefully we're all recovered, backside wiggled and whatever, so we're comfy on the seat. I'm going to do this at round about the same pace as the warm-up and then just gradually slow down, okay? So here we go, in 3, 2,
1, and we're off. Oh. Oh. Hopefully I can make it to the end of the video today. Last night was the comeback gig of the band that I used to play in 30 years ago. And my voice is absolutely shot. I feel like I'm speaking through gravel. I was driving, so it's not like it's not alcohol related or anything. But I think just shouting above the music and singing in the band and stuff. Got a little bit of a hoarse throat. There's a tiny little horse in my throat. Anyway. So, today's row, it's a little bit of a shock to the system, must be said. But it's one of the good things about structure, but doing something like this, whether it's a training plan, whether it's just a series like this, or who knows, if you have basically an appointment every day to do exercise, you kind of bought into something, whether it's like literally money-wise you bought into it, or whether it's just the ethos of something like this 30 days thing. If you have a plan to row every day or to know when you're going to do things, it keeps you accountable. It makes that you can't just wake up and go, I'm not going to do anything today. Accountability is a huge part of improvement. That's why coaches are really valuable from a hands-on point of view. I know I do this all as a kind of a one-sided YouTube thing, but that's why I've got the Facebook group and things, so you can post your results, ask, and look for that added seed of motivation, really. Because I'm there answering stuff, so feel free to join in. Right, cool down is done. You of course don't have to stop cooling down. You can continue if you wish, or you can join me for some stretching. If you don't have time to stretch, then please at least take a moment to stretch your quads, hamstrings and glutes when you get a chance, but not in the shower, please, because I don't want you to go whoosh and fall over and hurt yourself. Nobody wants that. Or if you have time, there he is, Stretchy John with his I wish he'd smile. He'll take you through some guided stretching if you have space for a stretching mat, or I can take you through some if you don't have space and you need to just sit on the machine and do some stretching. So, put your feet back in the plates, straps a little bit loose so you can put your toes up against them, okay? Legs straight, hands in the air, fold forwards. Yeah, and that should give you that nice, you should feel that kind of stretch going all the way up through your hamstrings and kind of ending up in your backside. If you feel it like kind of under your knees, or if you're feeling it in your calves, then something's really wrong. Yeah, then just shift your body position. Maybe you've rounded yourself down. Maybe you're not kind of, your toes aren't coming back on the straps, because that does make a difference. If you have your toes pointed forwards, then suddenly it's like down the front of your shins that get stretched doing this one, rather than, well, your hamstrings still get a little bit, but certainly if your toes are back, it stretches, especially like your sciatic nerve will get a nice stretch from here, especially if you tuck your chin down as well. And that really, with the toes back and your chin down, that really elongates your sciatic nerve, and it's a good stretch for that. But be careful, because you don't want to mess around with your sciatic nerve, trust me. So let's do glutes next. One leg up on the rail, bring one foot over it, so that the heel is on the crook of your knee, and that knee, the other knee you bring across your body so you have a straight line between your face, your knee and your foot. Hold it in place with your other arm. You can use the back of the machine for a little bit of stability as you then rotate round, and then that kind of spin with holding this knee in place should give you a really nice stretch in your glutes. If it doesn't, something's wrong. There's an angle or a force somewhere that you're not quite getting right, whether it's even just holding this knee in place that's the cause, because if you let that go loose, you'll lose the stretch in the glutes. So you need to feel that's like up nice and primed, and that twist of the body just helps a little bit too. Just kind of, well, I'm guessing the twist obviously pulls the glute round slightly to help with that stretch up and round. Let's change legs, and I'll be rude and face away from you for a while. So exactly the same thing, just different legs. And then rotate. Yeah, and that should give you a nice stretch on the other side. I always feel like I'm a little bit lost for what to say when I do this side, because I can't look at you. And it feels terribly rude. I could sing, but you don't want me to sing. I could tell you a joke, but I can't think of I can't remember what the Halloween jokes, the good ones were. I know I had one that I was quite happy with, but I can't remember what it was. No, sorry. So it shows, so what are we, the 27th of November right now? So that's almost 4 weeks. Is it 4 weeks exactly? No, it's Monday was since Halloween. Can't remember any of the jokes that all the kids came in and told me. Oh, I do like the, what do you call a fish with no eyes? Fish. But that was last year's joke. Let's do quads next. So stand next to the machine. You can rest one hand on the monitor if you wish. Flick one foot or your other foot behind your body and then hold your heel up against your backside and then just give a little bit of a pull on your foot to just kind of create a little bit of tension through that leg into that quad and give it a good stretch. Today's workout, especially because you're going through that kind of variety of paces and the variety of stroke rates, your quads will actually take in a surprising amount of hit because that's kind of what you're using quite a lot of the time to attenuate. Let's change legs, or at least that's what kind of controls the power and the stroke rate and things, is how much of a push you're putting into the machine. So quite often, because you're changing things up that way, the muscles don't get a chance to properly settle in because you're changing every 4 minutes. So that's why something like this can sometimes feel surprisingly tough. You're like, actually, it wasn't that hard on paper, so why was it so tough? And it's because you're going through this kind of variety of different efforts. That's why even things like the 18 strokes a minute and 20 strokes a minute, alternating them every couple of minutes, is really valuable because your body doesn't get a chance to just kind of settle in and get used to it. Oh, right. Okay, let's move to hip flexors next. So one knee on the ground, am I right? Yep. The toes on the foot behind, you want to put them on the ground so your heel's up in the air. One foot in front of you with your knee above it, so you should have like a 90-degree angle, both legs. And then for the hip that has the knee on the ground, just push that forwards. Okay, and find a point, like push it enough forwards with a good posture. And there should then be a point where you just feel that kind of resistance, that stretch, that zing that happens into your muscle. If you don't go far enough, if you're just going to go, and you don't feel it, then it's not really doing anything. The hip flexor is quite a kind of an annoying muscle to stretch because you have to get it right. You have to really just kind of ease yourself into it and then just feel it kind of start to stretch. I mean, I know I was doing a tightening motion with my hand, but it's that kind of like, oh, I'm getting stretched. Okay, so really, if you think you have to stretch your hip flexors, stretch them properly. Okay, so same thing, other leg, good posture, just ease forwards. And again, there's a certain point when I do this where I just feel it open up. I feel it just go, it's like I'm moving and then it just goes vroom, and I just feel that hip flexor go, no, now I'm stretching, okay? Not in a pain way. It's really hard, like stretching, the sensation of stretching is really hard to describe, but you can just feel as you move, and it's all about all the muscles are moving, and then it just goes, and now I'm stretching. There you go, that would be my yoga voice if I was a yoga teacher. Hang on, that'll do. I invite you to join me as we stretch our forearms. Put your hands together in front of your face. Push them together. Bring them down in front of your body, continuing to push together. You will feel your wrists stretch and your forearms will spread that surge of a stretch as you keep those forearms parallel to the ground and your fingers are pushing together and stretch. I'm not entirely sure who I sound like. At one point I thought I was like a baddie from Star Wars, then I suddenly kind of lilted into Chris Hemsworth. But it helps that I've got that little bit of a gravel to my voice today. Welcome to the AMSR RowAlong. Maybe I should do that. Just a video of just me breathing heavily. I bet you that'd happen. Knowing my luck, that would be the one that I'd get blooming loads of views for. Oh, didn't show this. Yeah, people tuning in to listen to me breathing heavily while rowing. It's like, oh, I don't care about his RowAlong, we just want to listen to him going, it's straight, I mean, listen, I'm the first to say that the internet and YouTube is a wonderful place for what people want to watch. I mean, look, case in point. But some of the stuff that people want to... Even, actually, I'm not even talking about the AMSR and whatever. It's like the kids' toys things. I mean, my kids are, now that they're older, they don't do it as much, but they used to watch like videos of people just like unpacking Shopkins and things and then playing with them. Hello there, I'm here, I'm a so-and-so, I'm a strawberry, let's play. And they just sit there and watch them. Change arbs.
for the shoulders, sorry. I didn't even say what we're doing. So bring your arm across your body, hold it in place with your other arm so you get a nice little stretch into your delts. Yeah, we probably ruined our other arm because I didn't tell you what to do, but yeah. But then, you know what? If this is entertainment, the problem is when people are just looking for that kind of like, I need to be distracted every 7 seconds. You know, there's a thing, you know how everyone says that, oh, he's got a memory of a goldfish. They've actually done studies now, whoever they are, have done studies to show that goldfish now actually have a slightly longer memory span or attention span than people. So now goldfish say, oh, you've got the memory of a human. See? This is all because of everyone needs it to be so quick and fast. Everything has to pop around. We're going to move on to biceps. I'm going to continue this rant for one thing, but we're going to move on to biceps next. So hands behind you, whee! And then rotate your thumbs outwards, and that will stretch the long head of your biceps. Okay. Yeah, I've noticed certainly over the past, say 10 years or so, making TV programs where everything's had to be quicker and faster and louder, and you can't hold anything anymore, or at least for the big high-end stuff you can, but for the kind of, say, daytime telly or whatever, everything has to just really rattle along really fast to try and, because people are just so scared of the attention span of a viewer. So everything has to kind of like, it has to have music, it has to have voiceover, it has to blah, blah, and so blah, blah, and it has to just kind of tumble into people because at the risk of people changing the channel. It's a little bit of a shame from my point of view making TV programs. Right, hand in the air, down your back. Okay, you see what I'm doing? So your elbow is now kind of straight in the air, but not quite. So use your other arm to then just help it back, and that should give you the nice little stretch to the triceps. I apologize that today's been a little bit of a kind of another stream of consciousness in my head of just kind of talking to you about stuff. But again, I'm kind of hoping that for a lot of you anyway, with this being the 27th row of the series, you've been through my stretching and whatever enough that you can kind of follow me along. And I know that there's going to be a few people that this is the first time that you've done a row along. And so I apologize for you if you're like, hang on, can you tell me more about the stretching thing? Yeah, I'm sorry. I usually do, but what you'll find, if you're new to the channel, what you'll find is that sometimes I'm very kind of on point and like, right, today we're going to row, and this is what we're doing, and body angles, yes, and stretch this muscle, and move this here, and Whereas other times, I just kind of... So, shall we get into a 2-minute cool down? Let's do. Hopefully you've had a drink and you've had a chance to just reseat your backside. Oh, here we go. Right. So we're going to do this around about 20 strokes a minute, round about your warm-up pace, and then just kind of gradually ease off. Okay. Right, come on, posture, John. Don't slump. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, go. And in fact, that's one of the big reasons to do a cool down, is towards ends of like tough rows like we just did, it's quite easy for things to break apart. You start to fatigue and maybe posture starts to just creak a little bit, or maybe you start pulling with the arms rather than pushing with the legs as your legs get tired. It happens. And one of the reasons that you do so many, or I suggest anyway, that you do so many of these kind of long, low intensity rows is to try and drive in a kind of a core technique, a muscle memory, so that even when you're tired and fatigued, your body knows what to be doing. But it still can fall apart. And so spending 2 minutes after a tough row just trying to think about best practices for your stroke really is valuable. Your brain remembers that this is how to row. Gives your body a chance to properly ease off, because you're back to using like 85-90% of your muscles when you have something close to the right technique. So just really do think about that forward lean, arms straight, push with the legs, strong finish with a good posture, nice core. Or well, I'm not saying you must have a six-pack, not that kind of nice, I mean a powerful core, braced core. Right, that's me done with the 2-minute cool down. You don't have to stop. You can carry on cooling down and watch me do some stretching. If you don't have time to stretch,
please take a moment to stretch your quads, hamstrings, and possibly glutes. It really is important that you kind of give them a chance to go, oh, we need to stretch, okay? But don't do it in the shower, because I don't want you to slip and fall over. Or you can join Stretchy John, who's about to take you, or who is taking you through stretching if you have access to a mat somewhere. Or I will take you through how to do the same stretches or similar stretches on the machine if you don't have space. So put your feet back on the foot straps, keep the straps loose so you can brace your feet back against them slightly, and then get your backside comfortable, hands in the air, legs straight, fold forwards. And it's as simple as that, okay? You don't have to do anything else. You're not pulling in your ankles. You're not doing anything weird with your knees. You're not bouncing your upper body or anything. You're just folding forwards into a point where you feel that stretch, and then just hang out here for a while, okay? It's all you have to do, and you might feel as you go through this stretch that your muscles, that your hamstrings start to kind of ease off, and as they stretch, it's like that the stretch isn't quite as strong as it was at first, at which point you can just ease forwards just a little bit. But I don't recommend, like I say, really avoid grabbing onto your ankles and pulling yourself forwards, or going to your toes and pulling yourself forwards, because therein lies injury, twanging hamstrings and things. So do as much as you can control and still feel the stretch. Right, let's move on to glutes next. So one foot up on the rail, the other foot comes over so that your heel goes into the crook of your knee. Bring this knee across your body so you have a straight line between your face, your knee, and your foot. Hold that knee in that position. Hold on to the back of the machine for stability and rotate. Okay? I like the word rotate. If only for, well, you may know this, you may not know this, but in planes, when you're flying, at the point when you take off, when you get up to like the takeoff speed, then as you kind of pull back on the yoke or whatever your plane has, they say rotate, and it's like sometimes it's the computer that tells you to do it, so you get this little computer voice going rotate, or it's just the pilot that says it. But I just think there's something about the word rotate. I do think, let's swap legs. I think I may have said this before in a video, but if I was able to really build a way back time machine, there's a few things I'd do. Like I'd wear earplugs, I'd look after my teeth, I'd probably avoid a couple of people that I've met through my life. But I think I'd probably be a pilot. I'd probably have tried to join the RAF and been a pilot. If I knew then what I know now, of course. Obviously, back then I still just wanted to be the drummer for Van Halen. So, and weirdly, they had a drummer called Alex Van Halen, and they were unlikely to fire him for me. And that's not even taken into account for the fact that I'm nowhere near good as drummer as he is. All right, let's do quads next. You can hold onto the monitor if you wish. For stability, flick your leg up so that your heel touches your backside, and then put just a nice gentle pull onto the upper part, the kind of bridge of your foot, to create that tension, that pull, that stretch that then goes down into your quads. You should feel that zing, that stretchy feel as you pull. If you feel it too high up in the hip flexor, then your posture's a little bit off. If your knees hurt, then, well, if your knees hurt doing the stretch, then, oh, crikey, hardly ever fall to the left doing this one. If your knees hurt, then I kind of recommend maybe not doing this stretch for your, oh, crikey, third time's a charm, there we go. Just swap legs for podcast people. Took me a few attempts. Yeah, if your knees hurt doing this stretch, then obviously, basically, if anything hurts when doing any stretches, find a different stretch. I'm trying not to fall over to the left again. Oh, okay. Yeah, if any part of you hurts when doing a stretch, find a different way to stretch that particular muscle, okay? Because you don't want to be doing this one and you can feel, because it's quite easy on this stretch to feel that part right in front of your knee. If you have problems there, it can be a little bit sore. So if it is, don't do that stretch. Okay, let's do hip flexors next. One knee on the ground, the other foot is in front of it. Your back toes are on the ground, so your heel's up in the air. Your knee in the front one is above your foot. Ta-da! So your 90-degree angles either side. I'm still falling over, crikey. Maybe I'm drunk. I don't think I am, but... Okay, so look straight forward with a good posture, and then just push that hip forwards so you your body will sink down a bit. Okay, and you want to make sure that as you do it, you feel your body sink down. If you're not sinking down, you're not putting that push forwards. If you feel like you're completely falling over, rolling over, then it's because you're doing that from the lower back or upper back. Sorry, that was a
I just hiccuped halfway through saying back. I had a massive gulp of my sports drink after finishing that. And so, yeah. Did I? No, I didn't. Why have I got hiccups? Why can't I taste it? Maybe it was the big gulp I had before starting that. Crikey. He's coming back to visit me. like the ghost of Christmas past. My sports drink is poor Tiny Tim. Is it Tiny Tim? No. That's completely gone in my head. Anyway, here we go. Other leg, sorry, do the same thing. It's Tiny Tim that's in Christmas Carol, isn't it? Sorry, I know it's gone absolutely silent while I'm thinking about this. Tiny Tim? Okay. The hashtag can be whoever it is I'm thinking of. So if it is Tiny Tim, please use the hashtag Tiny Tim as a reply to, if you're going to make any comment on this video. Is it Tiny Tim? Oh, crikey. Right, I'm going to move on. I know it's not Tiger Tim. Tiger Tim was a DJ on Radio Clyde when I was like 15, so it's not him. Tiny Tim. It is Tiny Tim. Oh, crikey. Right, I'm going to sharpen. I'm going to say, how many times can one person say Tiny Tim and it's a 1 minute stretch? Right, let's do shoulders next. So, wha-cha, put your hand straight out in front of you, and then wha-cha, put it across your body, and then use your other arm to just give it that nice little nudge, okay? You get what I mean by nudge here, don't you? That you just pull it back against you. And just kind of puts in that little bit of force, that little bit of stretch across your delts. You don't want it to be, again, with every stretch, you don't want it to actually be sore. That's why I describe it as a zing. It's like a warmth almost. It's almost like when you're working out and you get that lactic acid, feel that first burn, that initial, oh, I'm working out today. That's kind of what a stretch should feel like. If it feels sore, you're not doing it right. So you might want to, if you're doing something and it feels sore and you think you're not doing it right, look around elsewhere on the internet and find alternate stretches, okay? So for like this shoulder one, look at a different way to stretch your shoulders and things, and then look at other people doing it, because this is, like I say, this is how I do it. This is how my body reacts best for stretching these various muscle groups. We all have different bodies, okay? So this may not be the best way for you to stretch. Oh. Where are we? I've not done forearms. I'll do forearms side on. I don't think I ever do this. So put your hands right in front of your face, and then pushing them together, bring them down in front of your body. Okay, so my thumbs are touching my heart rate sensor. My forearms are run a bit parallel to the floor. My left shoulder's up in the air, so it doesn't help. And fingers are at 90-degree angles to my forearms. And this is giving me a nice little stretch through my wrists, my forearms, and my fingers as well, because of that kind of pushing together. Okay, so today's row, I think at times I maybe felt in my forearms, but because it's all about stroke rate, there was never really a point where when I was overpowering the stroke. It tends to be that my forearms start to get a little bit crampy feeling if I'm putting in more power. So whereas I was doing that 28 strokes a minute, around about 2K plus 5, if I was aiming for 28 strokes a minute, 2K plus 2 or even 2K pace, and I'm putting a bit more of a pull as I come into the finish, that's when my forearms start to get a little bit sensitive. Let's do biceps next. So hands behind you as though you're flying a Red Bull wingsuit, whee, but then rotate your thumbs outwards, okay? And then that lengthens the long head of your bicep. And if you have a good posture, and you're flying properly, you should feel that your upper chest kind of opens out a little bit. It'll help your pecs and just kind of maybe open up your rib cage. Don't know what it'd be like. Is it going to help your intercostal muscles? I don't think it's really going to do anything to your intercostals. Let's check. No, nothing. What about triceps? Well, triceps put in a little bit of a stretch. So put your arms up in the, or one arm up in the air. Bring it down your back so it touches your spine. Your elbow will be pointing up in the air. I can tell I've got a really tight tricep today because of the angle that it's going out at. So I'm going to use my other arm to just help it point straight up to the sky. And then that's all it takes for me to get a really nice stretch into that tricep, especially because I could tell, because of the angle to the side it was coming out, that it really was rather tight. So, because I was doing more burpee broad jumps today. Actually, I mean, apart from the fact they're really tiring, I do enjoy them. There's something quite nice about a burpee broad jump, but because they're kind of coming back up, it's like well, it is a press up basically. So do enough of them and triceps hurt. So change arms, or at least, sorry, not hurt. Triceps get quite a lot of use. So I find after doing them, even like a couple of hours afterwards, I've got quite tight triceps. Maybe I'm not actually stretching enough after I do the high rocks training. I tend to kind of just do a quick, I know I'm going to be rowing later, so I'll rely on the rowing stretching. So, and it does, it works, but it means that I was a little bit tight today. There we go. I'm all done with my stretching, and I managed to squeeze in the high rocks reference. Haha, see, I bet you didn't even, but you're like, when's he going to mention it? Right, let's get into the 2-minute cool down, and I'll talk to you more when we're going through this, and then at the end. There's no point me having a big gap here. So hopefully you've had a drink and you've managed to wiggle your backside on the seat to make sure that you're nice and comfortable. We'll just do 2 minutes at around about 20 strokes a minute, pretty much the same pace you were just rowing at, to be honest. That 5 out of 10 intensity, and then just kind of ease off as we go through the 2 minutes so your body gets a chance to cool down, okay? So here we go then, in 3, 2, 1, let's go. Oh. So yeah, I kept it on a really low end today. It's like today was meant to be, from a programming point of view, for the high rocks training that I've been doing. It's meant to be a rest day. And so I thought, you know what, I can either overdo it today by rowing quite hard or even rowing at that 2K plus 20 pace, to be honest. Or I can just really sit on the real slow end of pace. So I was down at like 2K plus 24 for most of it, which is like 4 out of 10 from an effort scale. But the whole point is that my cardio system will have really benefited from going that slow. And to be honest, slowing it right down and not worrying about pace and just thinking, right, let's lean forwards, let's hold, just regardless of pace, come in, hold that position and drive with the legs. Don't fight trying to hold a certain number on the monitor. It can really help technique. This is why sometimes it's a good idea just to cover your monitor, cover the pace part. Leave the stroke rate and the time elapsed or time to go up. But just don't worry about pace. Your ego can do quite a lot of damage in that when you see the numbers nowhere near what you want, you start to do weird and wonderful things technique-wise to try to get things a bit more comfortable for your eyesight or for your brain, for your goals. But trust me, a good technique and a good cardio system, you'll get there. Right, last stroke for me in the cool down. You of course don't have to stop the cool down just because I have. You can continue, or you can join me for some stretching. If you don't have time though, please at least stretch your quads, your hamstrings, and possibly your glutes, but not in the shower because, yeah, I don't want you to slip and fall over. Or you can join Stretchy John and he'll take you through some stretching if you have space, like on a stretching mat or something. Or I will take you through the same stretches, but if you don't have space and you have to kind of do it on the rowing machine. So put your feet back in the straps, but don't tighten them because you want to be able to flick your toes back against the straps, which is the only time I tell you can do that, to create a nice angle between your feet and your legs. Get those legs straight, put your hands in the air, and then fold your upper body kind of down towards your legs. But I say fold for a reason, okay? It's like folding a book, that kind of just hinging forwards. You're not rolling up a magazine, if you're going to continue this analogy. You're not kind of just rolling yourself forwards, you're folding yourself forward. So it is really just upper body comes down towards your legs, and that will give you the stretch into the hamstrings that you're looking for, okay? So if you don't feel it, if you put your legs underneath it, so your hands underneath, and you don't feel your hamstrings feeling kind of like taut basically while you're stretching, you don't feel that zinging stretching sensation, then look at the body angles that you've got, make sure you're folding forwards, make sure you don't have a bend in your knees and things. Right, let's move on to glutes. So one leg up on the rail, bring your other foot over so that the heel is in the crook of your knee, and then bring the knee for that foot up, so kind of pull it across your body so it's in line with your face, your knee and your foot. Hold it in place with your other arm, and if you want to hold on to the back of the machine for some stability, you can then rotate round. It doesn't take much. You can see when I do it, it's only really like a quarter turn almost. But as long as you're holding this knee in that line between face, knee, foot, then you should really get that stretch into your glutes. And I can really kind of feel it
right in there. I mean, what was I doing yesterday? Was it wall balls was the big one yesterday. I did 100 wall balls, which doesn't sound, well, obviously 100 does sound like a lot, but you think, oh, it's just like 100 like squats or whatever. But trust me, see when you're trying to thrust an 8 kilogram ball up like almost 3 meters in the air, or 10 feet in the air, isn't it? Crikey, it takes it out of you. Let's change legs. So, yeah, and because the technique requirement for this in the high rocks training is that you have to get your legs must be past parallel to the ground, so your squat has to be really deep. It really does get you right in the glutes, but it's good because, yeah, well, the way I see it is the fact that I feel this kind of tension, this use in the muscles, means that I'm working them in a way that I haven't obviously been working them previously through all the rowing and everything else I do. So I think it's kind of, that's the genesis of the no pain, no gain thinking, is that if you don't feel it, then you're obviously not working it. Obviously no pain, no gain is rubbish, but there is something quite nice about doing like a chest workout the next day, feeling that kind of soreness from it, from going, oh, you know what. So, right, let's move on to quads. So put one hand on the monitor if you wish for stability, flick your opposite foot up, and then hold it so that your heel is touching your backside. And then, like I've said many times doing this, for stop falling over, John, that's what I keep on saying. But also, hold on to like the upper part of your foot, the bridge of your foot, rather than your toes, or even like lower down towards your toes, because the further towards your toes you hold it, the more you're going to be stretching the tendons coming off your toes, and you can actually end up kind of overstretching them and doing damage in this stretch instead of actually stretching your quad properly. Well, you see that? I styled that one out, didn't I? I was almost completely on the floor over there when I started. That was a really weird angle to start that one off at. But yeah, just in case podcast people, I just swapped legs. That's what that hilarity ensued was about. But yeah, remember, just put on enough of a pull with a good posture so that you feel it in your quad, okay? If you're leaning forwards, you tend to kind of lose it. If you're leaning backwards, it can tend to end up a little bit higher up into your hip flexor rather than down there in the quad, okay? It's a good thing I don't film this on a blue screen, isn't it? I film on a green screen. If I was a blue screen, all you'd see is like shins, hands, and face. Right, so here we go. We're doing hip flexors next. So one knee on the ground for the foot the point at the back. Then put your toes on the ground, heel up in the air. And then for the front leg, have the foot in front of you, the knee above it. You should have 90-degree angles on both legs. And then with a good posture, push that hip forwards for the one that's on the ground, that has the knee on the ground. It's not quite worked out the script, if you get what I mean, the kind of, you know how, like in the warm-up, I've started to kind of basically, or not the warm-up, the setting up the machine, I'm pretty much saying the same thing each time about head straight for the drag factor if you don't know where it wants to be, all that stuff. I do tend to go through the motions on the things that I do all the time of kind of just going through the same kind of thing. But I don't tend to kind of get it right for when I'm setting up the hip flexors for how to describe how your heels should be and all that stuff. So maybe I'll get it eventually. Let's swap legs. So again, good posture, and then push that hip forward. You'll feel your body sinking down a little bit, and feel free to kind of just, it's not experiment, because that makes it sound like you don't know what you're doing, but just ease yourself a little bit lower if you don't think you've got that good stretch, or just kind of readdress your posture and be like, think, where is my core tight? Is that kind of taking the stretch away? If you're not getting ready to be punched in the gut or anything, you just want to make sure that you're nicely, have a nice posture. You're not like, okay? And that should help. All those little things will help give you the good stretch that you want. Oh, right, let's move on to forearms and wrists next. So put your hands together in front of your face and push them together. And then as you're pushing, bring them down in front of your body, in front of your chest. Okay, so my thumbs are now in line with my heart rate sensor, which is kind of pretty much the lower sternum. So that's kind of round about how far down you're bringing them. You want your forearms and wrists to be parallel to the floor, and you want your fingers to be at right angles to your forearms and wrists. And as long as you're still putting in a little bit of a push here, that should give you a nice stretch. Like I'm really getting a nice one in my wrists right now. Sometimes it changes. Sometimes it's the forearms to get it. Sometimes it's the wrist to get it. And it's usually for me a good indicator for what what I've been working on, what muscle groups have last been hit and things. And so I was doing farmer's carries as well as those wall balls yesterday when I'm kind of walking with two 24 kilogram kettlebells. And that really does get you right in here in the wrist. Right, let's move on to shoulders next. So hand out straight in front of you, bring it right across your body, use your other arm, loop it over to then help that kind of, just give it a little bit of a force. I don't want to say a pull or a push or whatever, but just a little bit of force to give you a stretch right here in your delt, right up in your shoulder. Because again, especially on a row like today, you know, 18 strokes a minute at 2K plus 20, you think you're rowing slow, it is like a 4 or 5 out of 10 effort. However, because the flywheel slows right down at 18 strokes a minute, that actually the force, the feel, the weight of the stroke is quite considerable. If you compare the weight of a stroke at like 18 strokes a minute at that pace versus like 30 strokes a minute up at 2K pace, the weight of the stroke isn't actually that hard up at 2K because you're really powering into it. It feels technically a lot lighter, but that's because you're putting so much force in and at such a high stroke rate. So it's a really weird, especially this is why Concept 2s are the machine, okay? Because this relationship between the two, if you look at, certainly for water rowers, this is the best kind of comparison that I can really give you, is that for water rowers, when you take that stroke rate lower, because of the physics and mechanics of water, actually it feels a lot tougher down at low stroke rates than it does at the higher ones. It's not, it doesn't have the same kind of relationship that a Concept 2 with the flywheel, the air resistance, or air resistance that it has, that then translates to your pace. The water rowers kind of work a little bit different. So that's why if you're on a water rower for these low rate things, you're better to use your an effort out of 10, a kind of like an intensity and RPE side of it than pace until you get used to how the machine works and you get used to yourself on it, okay? What's next? Biceps. So put your hands behind your back as though you're flying in a Red Bull suit or as though you're a ski jumper, but rotate your thumbs outwards, okay? I have to stop saying okay. Oh, I keep on catching myself. It's turned into like a nervous twitch where I say something and I go, okay, okay. I'm like Joe Pesci from Lethal Weapon. Okay. Or Lethal Weapon 2. Remember when Lethal Weapon series was a big thing? And that was like, it could do no wrong, or basically those are the days when Mel Gibson could do no wrong. That changed, didn't it? Yeah. Still, they were good films, but yeah, I've not watched any of them for years. Wonder exactly how dated they'd be if you kind of went back and watched one of them. Things like Die Hard. Now let's do triceps. I'll go into Die Hard rant in a minute. So hand up in the air, put it down your back so it's touching your spine. Your elbow will be pointing slightly up, but use your other arm to help it so that it points pretty much straight up to the sky, okay? And that should give you the stretch into your tricep you're looking for. But the Die Hard films, they stand up still, or at least, well, the first 3 do. How you feel? I quite like the 4th one, to be honest, is his first kind of comeback. The one after that, not so much. So it was a little bit kind of, it had jumped the shark slightly, but I quite like the one, the digital tech one with the guy, he played Mac in the adverts, didn't he? But yeah, like the first Die Hard, still absolutely stands up. The only thing that dates that is the computer screens, the fact it's the old CRTs and things. As a film, it's still just as good, just as fantastic. And I still maintain, yes, it's a Christmas film. In fact, it's one of the trifecta of films that I watch every year for Christmas. Let's change arms. We watch Elf while we're putting up the Christmas tree. Of course, you have to watch Elf at Christmas. At one point, we'll squeeze in Die Hard. There's no real kind of timetable for that. And I try on Christmas Eve, while we're just kind of sitting, having drinks with friends or whatever, or even if it's just me and Julie at home alone. No, we don't watch Home Alone, although we might at one point. But Trading Places is the other one. That's the 3 Christmas films that I try to watch every year as a kind of or have on in the background, just as a kind of a tradition, a thing. I mean, you can tell. Let's be done with stretching when it's done. Okay, so we're going to do this at around about 20 strokes a minute again, basically around about that warm-up pace, okay? Just slow down as you get through this 2 minutes. So here we go then, in 3, 2, 1, let's go. For the last time in the 30 days of 30-minute rows, we shall cool down. So, whether you've done the entire series, whether you've just done a few of the rows, maybe this is the first and only one you've done so far, then I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope if you have only done the odd one or two, that you're like, oh, I wonder what the rest of the series is like. And you'll have noticed, hopefully, that they're color coded for their intensity. So this one is a max top tier row, so the thumbnail is red. Can't believe I'm telling you this on the very last day. The low intensity ones are green, and the medium, mid intensity ones, they're the orange ones. So if you are wanting to pick something else to do, then you've got that color code. I used to do a thing with chilies where I'd put on my little cartoon chili guys to let you know what kind of a row it was. I think I need to bring them back, because I think it's an easy way to know what it is. I mean, not that I want to go through a YouTube crisis with you, but the thumbnail thing's really tricky to try and work out what to put on there. I don't want to put on so much stuff that it's baffling, confusing, and it scares people off, but at the same time, I don't want to make it so sparse that you have no idea what the row is. But then I kind of want you to read the description anyway, so you know what the pacing is. So I don't know. Answers on a postcard. Last one. Oh, there we go. All finished for the cool down. So you can carry on cooling down if you wish, or you can join me for some stretching, or if you don't have time to join me for some stretching, then please at least take a moment to stretch those quads, hamstrings and glutes. Okay, it's really important that you show some care and attention to your muscles after a row like that. Or if you do have the time, you can join Stretchy John. He'll take you through some guided stretching if you have a space, and some stretching mat and stuff that you can just go and do some stretching. Or if you don't have that space but you can still sit in your machine, I will take you through stretching on the machine. So put your legs back into the foot plates, but keep the straps loose so you can brace your toes against them and create a nice angle between your feet and your legs. Get those legs nice and straight. Make sure your backside is comfortably on the seat. Hands in the air and fold forwards. And as you go through that fold, you should feel that zing, that kind of stretching burn increase as you go through the fold, okay? And remember, you're not holding onto your ankles and pulling yourself forwards. You're not holding onto your toes and pulling yourself forwards. You're letting that fold forwards of your body be, especially on a rowing machine that there is a very slight downward angle anyway, then it should help that. And you're letting this be what causes that kind of tension, I don't want to say strain, but I guess that's kind of it. It's the pull that then creates that hamstring stretch, okay? So make sure you get it in the hamstrings is all I'm saying. Let's move on to glutes next. One leg up on the rail, bring your other foot over so that your heel is tucked into the crook of your knee. Bring that knee across your body so that you have a straight line between your face, that knee, and your foot. And then hold it in position with one arm, hold on to the back of the machine, and then just rotate around down into that glute. You don't have to hold on to the back of the machine, but it just does help from a stability point of view. Just to kind of anchor yourself there with that rotation as well. Because if you don't, you're kind of left. And what you don't really want to be doing is being unstable and kind of wobbling around, because you're trying to get that focus down into the glute. And if you're suddenly moving backwards and forwards, it's almost like as you do that rotation round, the seat's going to move or your body's going to move against that force that you're trying to put into the glutes. So this is why I like to anchor myself into the back of the machine. Oh, where's my t-shirt so dirty? What was I doing? Okay, let's just swap legs and do exactly the same thing. Try and use that, because ultimately it's that knee coming across your body that is what's causing the stretch down into your glute. And then that rotation round kind of helps the way that leg comes across your body. So really do focus on keeping that knee in that straight line between face, knee and foot in order to get that stretch into your glute. Because, I mean, it's a really good idea to stretch your glutes. They're so in control of so many things. This is why I say quads, hamstrings and glutes, so they're kind of the three that you should focus on post-row if you don't get a chance to stretch. Right, let's do quads next. So rest a hand on the monitor if you need stability, like I most obviously do because I'm always falling over. And then flick your opposite foot up behind you, hold your heel into your backside, and then add just that little bit of a pull onto your foot. so that you feel that stretch coming in through your quad, okay? Remember, it's your quad that gets it, not up here, not up in your hip flexor, certainly not your knees. If you feel your knees straining against this, then you've got something wrong with your body position, your leg position and things. So yeah, I'll turn to the side for this one so you can see. Hopefully you won't fall over. It'd be bad if I fell into the rowing machine. But here you go, that's what I mean. So posture-wise, you want a good posture down between your shoulder, your hip and your knee. And then holding onto the upper part of your foot rather than down on your toes as you pull against your knee and kind of create that tension, which then makes sure that quad muscle there is getting stretched rather than the hip flexor up here. So let me pick more dirt off my t-shirt. Because we're going to do hip flexors next. So put one knee on the ground. Remember, you can do this with one knee off the ground and stretch into your hip flexor this way, just because sinking it down. But I prefer to do it because I have space here on the ground. So just be mindful of that. So one knee on the ground, your foot behind should be toes on the ground, heel up in the air. Front foot is on the ground in front of you, obviously because it's a front foot, with a knee directly above it. Should have 90-degree angles on both sides. And then just sink down, because basically you push that hip forwards, keeping a good posture, and you'll feel your body sink down as you do so. And then that creates this stretch through your hip flexor, and it'll go down into your quad a little bit too. I can feel all the way down to here is stretching, but really primarily it's up here in my hip flexor that's getting a really nice stretch from doing this. Your front leg should just be here for stability. If you suddenly feel like you're doing like a huge lunge into that front leg, then maybe move that leg slightly, that foot slightly forwards, and that'll reduce the pressure on it. Let's swap over legs. So same thing again, get that 90-degree angle on both sides, and then just push that hip forwards until you feel a stretch. Now, I can definitely tell that over the course even of these 30 days of doing this every single day and stretching this way every single day, that my hip flexors are opening up more. I'm having to sink deeper and deeper each time in order to get that stretch to the hip flexors. Whether this is a byproduct of all the stretching and the rowing, or whether it's because of the high rocks training I'm doing, giving me slightly bigger muscles. I'm not saying huge muscles, but I can definitely tell from the fact that I'm unable to fit my legs into my 501s right now that something's changed when it comes to my thighs. Hopefully it's not fat, but yeah, something's definitely, because it's quite hard to get them on. In many ways I'm like, hey, it's quite hard to put them on, but it's like, crikey, 501s are quite expensive jeans to not be able to fit into. So, and they're fine in the waist before you start. And okay, so let's do shoulders next. Hands straight out in front of you. Bring your arm across your body. You loop your other arm across that, and then pull against it slightly, just to create just enough tension to stretch up into that shoulder. You're not trying to rip it. You're not trying to kind of pop it out of the socket by pulling too hard. You're just putting enough. And again, if you try and keep your torso straight forwards as you do that, because if you just keep on turning around against that force of the arm, you're not going to get the stretch you're looking for. Okay, so if you bring it and just go, wah, that's going to do nothing. So you need to kind of keep your torso forwards, and then bring your could just put that kind of light pull of your arm against it, so that just stretches out your shoulder. You should then feel it, okay? So it's more like that, and then it's fine. That's all I need is just, I don't know, what would that be? I guess about 30 degrees, maybe 35 degrees backwards is all I'm doing. So it's really not huge, the amount of a stretch that I'm doing, and it's just enough to really get it in there. Let's do forearms next. So hands in front of your face, push them together, and then bring them down in front of your body. And carry on pushing them together. And try and keep them, rather than in front of you pointing away, we're not doing breaststroke. Try and keep them directly up, okay? So you've got your wrists and forearms are parallel to the ground, and your fingers are then perpendicular, right angles. Basically, your fingers are pointing straight up. The easiest way to say that. Perpendicular is right, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, good grief. Because parallel would be like that. Perpendicular is like that. Oh, good grief. Every day's a school day. Hey, learn stuff. Tell you what I'll teach you today. Do you know what I learned? Is the opposite of irony. I kind of thought, this is interesting. Typed in, what is the opposite of irony? Do you want to know what the opposite of irony is? Wrinkly. There's a dad joke for you, just to end. See, right at the end to scare you off. Wrinkly. I actually got taken in by that. It was a thing, it was on Amazon's Alexa thing. It's like, what's the opposite of irony? I'm like, oh, wait, it's the opposite of irony. And I come up wrinkly, and I was like, anyway. Biceps next, hands behind you, as though you're flying. Hey, look, Ma, I can fly. But then rotate your thumbs outwards. Look, Ma, I'm crashing. Yeah, and that lengthens the long head of your bicep. And if you have a good posture, and just, you can use this to kind of open up your chest as well. The difference between me just doing this, still get the bicep stretch, but then just bringing them slightly further out and back, then suddenly my upper chest, my pecs get in on the action as well. Downside is that I am now contracting my triceps, and I can kind of feel my shoulders are squeezing together. So you never know, this might be one that you do and then you do the shoulders one. Again, listen to your own body. But because it does the contracting of the triceps, I finish with the triceps. So put your hand up in the air and then swing it down so it touches your spine. Your elbow will be pointing slightly up, but not vertically up or straight up. So use your other arm to just help it up, and that should then create the stretch that you're looking for into your triceps. And you can lean your body to one side if you want to try and increase the amount of muscles you're stretching. That should get your lats as well. Possibly opens up your intercostals slightly as well, but I'm not really into compound stretching. I think it's best to focus on one muscle at a time, because by the time you start mixing in loads of different muscles, there's a chance you'd get one of them wrong and it cramps up or just niggles or something. So I'd rather find an individual intercostal stretch or do some myofascial massage. Look at me, myofascial. Yeah, I'd rather do that kind of stuff rather than just try and find one stretch that does everything. Although actually, from a time point of view, if I could find one all over body stretch, probably be like hanging from a pull-up bar with 50 kilograms of weights tied to my legs. I'd probably do it. Yeah, I don't know my luck. I'd do it like over a swimming pool and sink to the bottom. And I'm gonna let my heart rate come down a bit more before we start a 2-minute cool down. In fact, it'll take me long enough just to reduce the time. In fact, let's do 3 minutes, okay? So I'm gonna do 1 minute light rowing, and then 2 minutes worth of the drills that we do, usually in the warm-up. You can, of course, do a full 3 minutes cool down. Oh, wow. Are you ready for this? Nice. And kind of like the paddle speed we were doing in the warm-up, just that pace. Okay, in 3, 2, 1, let's go. So I want you to still connect properly. Okay, so 20 strokes a minute gives you a parameter to work in, but I don't want you to worry about pace. All I want you to think about is driving for 1 second and recovering for 2. So you should just see the counter, and every time it hits 27, dump, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So I'm hitting the exact second points on my timer, so I know I'm doing 1 second drive, 2 seconds recovery. Okay, we'll take one more here, and then put 1 foot on the ground. Come on. Don't worry if it took you a while to get out like it did me just then. And then this is just about thinking about pivoting your back forwards and back, and a good push with the leg that's strapped in. 2 more here, and then let's swap feet. So although these drills are the same as the drills we would do in a normal warm-up, the reasoning behind them here kind of changes. This is just about settling everything down, making sure if you really overused your arms, your back, your legs, to get a chance to settle down in all these drills. Next one coming up, Both feet in the straps, legs straight, row with your back and arms. So swing over your back, pull in your arms, out with your arms, rock forwards over your back again. So you're just pivoting backwards and forwards with your back, making sure that it goes back, arms, arms, back. One more here. And roll to the front with straight arms and that forwards tilt, and then just push out from the front. Really, you're just connecting with the machine and then trying to see how far you can hold this forwards tilt and arms straight as you push your legs into the machine. So don't worry here about power. All you're doing is timing your feet and hands and how long you can hold that forwards tilt through the leg drive. Because I can go and I'm legs down and I've still not swung back. Whereas I know lots of people come in and swing back even before the feet connect. So that's what we're working on there. Whew. Hopefully you're nicely cooled down, but of course remember, if you want to take longer to cool down, please do. Or we're going to enter a stretching session. So you can scurry away, find yourself a stretching mat. If you don't have time to stretch, then please take a moment to stretch your quads, your hamstrings and your glutes. They'll really have got it from today's workout, possibly shoulders, but just do those ones, but not in the shower because I don't want you to fall over, okay? For those that have found a stretching mat, there we go. Stretchy John will take you through what to do while you're stretching there, and I will take you through how to stretch on the machine. Now I'm gonna do it differently for hamstrings today because I think I need to stretch these better. So I'm gonna sit on the ground next to the machine, one leg out in front of me, other foot comes forward so it's inside my thigh, and then sit nice, elongate your lower back a little bit, and then fold forwards. Okay, I'm gonna do this one leg at a time, so this is gonna be a slightly longer session. So I'm not pulling, I'm just resting my hands down on my leg, okay? And I'm just folding, same that we've been doing before, folding our upper body down to our legs, but this time I'm just doing it one leg at a time, because I don't know whether I've been short-changing. I'm gonna have to shift over. I might come out of shot by doing this. I don't know if I've been short-changing my hamstrings a little bit by doing both at the same time. You can usually get away with doing both at the same time. But I was doing the very simple restorative yoga on the Down Dog app last night. It's only a 15-minute series of very basic stretches because I'm a very basic yoga person. And one of them was that, and I was really surprised at what my hamstrings were like. And even after stretching so much doing these sessions, I was really quite surprised at how inflexible and how tight my hamstrings were. Right, gonna move on to glutes next. So I'm slightly side saddle here. One leg up on the rail, the other, my filthy, other foot comes over so that your heel is in the crook of your knee. Bring that knee across your body so you have a straight line between your face, your knee and your foot. Hold that in place and then rotate round backwards. And then I then rest a hand on the back of the seat just to give myself something to rotate into. Like an anchor point. Now remember, it's a good time to say, we all know the best ways to stretch our own body. So if anything that I'm saying to you today either doesn't work or you know it causes you any kind of poor sensation, like it hurts is what I'm trying to say, and you have your own better way of doing it, or regardless if you have your own better way of doing something, do it the way you want to do it and just use me doing it myself as time and a reason to be sitting here and stretching, because certainly I know the value of, well, what's the opposite of that? I know the dangers of not stretching in terms of how tight my body is. And I've said, in fact I said in one of the workouts before, didn't I, that I saw an advert online that said, you're not getting older, you're just not stretching enough. I think for me that's true, especially as injury comes in. This hip flexor knot right up at the very top, just not going away. Although I do have an exciting, right, I'm doing quads next. Oh, crikey, why can't I get my leg up? Blame me. So stand up, put rest one hand on the monitor for steadiness, and then flick your other foot up behind you. Hold your heel against your backside, and then you should be able to let go of the monitor at that stage and just balance, which is good exercise, stability exercise for your ankles, if nothing else. Yeah, so somebody got in touch with me yesterday asking me to review a massage gun. You know, the things that go and it's like a point to ball or something on the end. Yeah, so they've just released a massage gun and they want me to review it. So hopefully that's going to arrive in the next couple of days. I'll probably wait. Swapping legs, sorry. I'll probably wait. I've got 2 more sessions to do on this Get Fit by Rowing series. And so what I might do is, depending on when this massage gun arrives, I'll start using it, see how it feels, and then having used it for like 2-3 days, I'll then make the review video. There's no point me just doing an unboxing video and saying, hi, I've got this. I'll tell you in another video how I got on with it, because you know what? They're not very fun videos. Right, hang on, we're going to move on to hip flexors next while I talk. So 1 foot in front of you with the knee above it, other foot behind you, knee in front of it, obviously, 90-degree angles on both legs. Have a nice, good posture. Brace your stomach muscles, tense your glute that's on the ground, or that has the knee on the ground, and then lean back very slightly. You should find all down here on your hip flexor gets a nice stretch. Whether you have your toes up or down on your back foot is entirely up to you. Do test it both ways, see what way you get a better stretch. I made the Lumen unboxing video, didn't I? Like, ooh, I've got this. And then I never really came around to make the follow-up video, mostly because it's pointless. I used it for a couple of weeks. It gave me absolutely no new information. The forums, like the Facebook forum, is basically just filled with people complaining, saying, how am I supposed to eat this stuff that you're giving to me or suggesting to me in the diet plan? And you're like, what? This all seems a little tail wagging the dog here. So I stopped using it, and therefore I didn't make the video. So, I mean, you could, well, I will make a video eventually, but you could basically take that as my review of it. Swap legs, do exactly the same thing, but on the other leg. Yeah. I'm sure if you have absolutely no concept, so basically the Lumen thing, I've said this in like 2 videos ago, you blow into this, it's almost like a breathalyzer, and then an app on your phone tells you whether you are in a fat burning state or a carb burning state. But the thing is that I knew that if I was eating healthy, I would always wake up in a fat burning state. And I knew if I was eating rubbish, like say it was a Saturday night and I just had a pizza, because cheap meal, Saturday night, so all those carbs, I could put money on every Sunday morning. I'd then wake up being in a carb burning state because of all the carbs I had before. And so it's really, I was looking at it going, what is this for? But then you pay to get like an eating plan with it, which again is just, because it knows nothing about you, what you respond to, it just seems such a, again, I don't know, over time I'm developing more and more of a problem with people who are just in it to make money from people. I don't mind people who design something and then sell it because it's good, okay? I'm absolutely not complaining. In fact, let's just do forearms next. Forearms in front of your face, pushing together down in front of your body, okay? La la la. And that should give you a nice stretch into you. You've done this before, nice stretch into your wrists. Yeah, if it's something that works, and if it's something that is actually working for people, by all means, make your millions out of it. But when you've designed something that is really just existing just to prey on people who are looking, if nothing else, looking to try and buy their way into being healthy, which is a bit of an unfair thing to say, and it's a very generalization, but it's kind of what I'm saying, is that if someone can go, oh look, because I'm like this, I am that person that kind of sees a piece of tech that says this will revolutionize your training, you will be able to row fast or whatever, I'm the first to want to buy it because I'm like, great, I've got a way to hack my way to going faster without having to do the effort. And it never works. And it's the same with most of these diet things, is that they make the money off you, and most of them have a subscription plan, so by the time you realize that it's pointless, you've already given them like £300 and they're going off to the bank. And so that's where I have a problem with it, okay? It's also why I give my stuff away for free, so then nobody can accuse me of anything. Put your hand straight out in front of your face, and then bring it across your body, and then loop your other arm against it to hold it against your body, and that should give you a nice stretch into your shoulder. Yeah. And it's the same, I don't know, it's like watch this. It's like, I've talked about the videos you get on like Facebook and whatever that are like, fit for 40, watch this video. And it's like this video that pops up and you watch this person say, hey, I can revolutionize all these people doing this, blah, blah, blah. And it's like a 4-minute video, and then it says, scroll down, and you have to scroll down all the way through this really long page. And you're like, oh, right. And then eventually it says, sign up now, you have, and it's like there's a clock that's ticking away, swap arms. There's a clock that's ticking away, and you've got like 3 minutes to make your decision to join now or miss out this deal, and it costs you $30 now, but if you don't click now, it's going to cost $300. Oh, so basically they're scaring you into just making that snap decision in that point. Every single time I see something that has a timer on it for you to make your decision, I click away and I swear very loudly, like I've just hit my thumb with a hammer, because these are the people that prey on you. These are the people that are just trying to get you so that you're like, what's this? And then they give you that little piece of information that makes you go, oh, maybe this works. And then by putting a time value on it, by saying you only have however many minutes to do this, suddenly that part of your brain that normally says, sorry, I'm just shifting around so I can do my biceps, that would normally go, hang on, do I want to be spending this money on this? How do I know it works? Gets disengaged because of that ticking clock. Right, so put your hands behind you so you're a ski jumper, rotate your thumbs outwards. You should get a good stretch into your biceps. So I know, weirdly, I don't know why this series, I think this is the third time I've taken a real dig at people who prey on people who are trying to get healthy. I don't know why I've suddenly really taken against it. I don't think it's jealousy. But it might just well be that I'm sitting here giving my stuff away for free, and I've got I'm just kind of doing this stuff, bumbling along. I'm a success in that what I plan to do is exactly what I'm doing, so I'm perfectly happy. But I've not got like the 100k subscribers. I'm not making £20,000 a month from YouTube sales and all that kind of stuff. I'm not even making 1% of that, to be honest. So triceps next. So it could well be that as part of that I'm just kind of like, man, why can't I make the money out of it? But really when it comes down to it is that I do feel passionate about people who basically prey on people who are almost like desperate and don't really know any better. And so then this thing comes up and basically promises somebody that they can buy their way into fitness. By buying an app, by paying a subscription to something. So it's basically, I mean, listen, this isn't something new. Look at January in gyms, where swap arms for triceps, where every January, New Year happens, and everyone's like, well, I'm gonna get fit, New Year's resolution, way, and gyms are just there going, come on, give us your money. So whether it's that they're savvy about it and they give people like get 3 months for the price of so-and-so they can try and hook them in, and once they've been there for a while and they forget about the direct debit, or they're another gym that says, right, I know that these people are only going to be here for a month, so therefore I'm going to hike up my joining fee and my monthly fee. Right, so 2-minute cool down. Take it to the kind of the slightly harder than standing up pace, okay, at 20 strokes a minute, and then slow down. You know the pace to roll this at. Okay, in 3, 2, 1, go. So there was no drills today. Normally I do in the warm-up single leg rowing, and then arms and back only, followed by legs only rowing. We didn't do that in today's row. So by all means, continue the cool down. In fact, no, I tell you what. Let's just do 15 seconds of each to finish off the cool down. That's more sensible, isn't it? So there's proof that I make this up as I go along. So 2 more strokes. Then we're going to put 1 foot on the ground and continue rowing with just 1 leg in. And this will just help you with flexibility because you've only got 1 leg in. Let's swap legs. Don't worry if it's taking you a lot longer than me to swap. You can either roll on a bit or just, as long as you've done a few strokes, you're fine. One more here, then put both feet back in, legs straight, and roll with your body and arms. So swing over your body, pull in your arms, then out with your arms and rock forwards again with your body. Right, let's roll into the front, force tilt, straight arms, push out, legs only. So all you're doing is hanging off the handle here and concentrating on the connection between your feet and your hands. And we're done. Oh. Right. I'm gonna have a quick drink just to give you time in case you're still cooling down a little bit. And then we'll get into some stretching. Please do the stretching side of things. That was a tough workout and your muscles will be asking for it. Now, if you don't have time, at least take a moment to stretch your quads, your hamstrings and your glutes. Not in the shower, but maybe in the changing rooms or something. On the way there, stretch them. Or Stretchy John will show you what he's doing sitting on a mat if you have space, or I will show you what I'm doing still on the rowing machine if I don't have space. So put your feet back into the straps, slightly loose so you can flick your toes up against them, hands in the air and fold forwards. And just make sure you got that fold right to get the feeling of the stretch into your hamstrings, and just chill out here for 15 to 20 seconds and take a moment to recover, because even the cool down was a bit frantic off the back of that. Oh, that was a tough row. Right, let's move on to glutes. One leg up on the rail, bring your other foot up over so that your heel is in the crook of your knee. Then bring that knee across your body so you've got straight line between your face, your knee and your foot. Hold it in place with one arm and then rotate round. I hold onto the back of the machine to help with that rotate, and you get a nice stretch into your glutes. Now, due to microphone issues that I had at the beginning of the week, this is me recording it at the end of the week. So there was like a temporary row that I'd had to stick in, one of the older Tabata ones, until I managed to record this one. But in many ways, I'm quite pleased, because what it did is it gave me an extra couple of rows to continue to build my fitness before doing this one again. So not that it matters for you guys, you can still go 5, 6, 7, 8 rather than going 5, 7, 8, 6, which is what I've done. Change legs. What am I doing? That one. But yeah, it's like having done another long, slow row, and even yesterday's 30 minutes at the 3-2-1 chunks, which was a great row. I mean, if you're doing this as row 6, see when it gets to row 8 of this series, oh man, I loved that row. It's like 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute, increasing intensity. So then you go back down to 3-2-1, then 3-2-1. But it's such a good row. It's the reason why the thumbnail on that one says you love this workout. Well, I loved it, but I don't want to make it about me. We're doing quads next, so I'm resting one hand on the monitor to steady myself as I flick the opposite leg up behind me, and then holding on to the bridge of my foot, not my toes. I'm just giving a little bit of force against, pulling on my leg to help with that stretch into the quads. I'm not pulling too hard here, okay? I'm not trying to snap it, but I am pulling and trying to keep a good posture enough that I can get that stretch. I'm gonna swap legs, and then try not to fall over. Whoop, and do the same thing. So you can see that I'm holding up like more towards my ankle here rather than my toes, because if you pull on your toes, you end up stretching them, and you can like hyper stretch the tendons down the front of your shin and things, and it could end up in injury, and we don't want that. Ooh, I'm wobbling all over the place. Possibly because my legs are so overworked from that workout. I really do hope that you got the same amount out of that workout as I did. Let's do hip flexors next. So one foot on the ground in front of you, your knee is directly above your ankle, your other leg is behind you, knee on ground, toes up. So you should have 90-degree angles on both legs. Hope that makes sense. And then, still following Alan from Power Physio's suggestion, have a nice posture to your upper back, and then squeeze your glute and like tense it, and then slight lean backwards. And that kind of tensing of the glute really does make a huge difference when it comes to whether you feel the proper amount of stretch. If you don't squeeze your glute, you still get a wee bit of a stretch, but the moment you actually engage and just give it a little bit of a, see, I'm squeezing my glutes. The moment you do that, you actually feel that kind of fire of a stretch. Still haven't really worked out the best word to describe a stretch. Okay, let's change legs. So same thing again, tense that glute, slightly lean back, keeping a good posture. What would you call it? It's like a burn, but burn always makes it sound like burn is effort, isn't it? Talk about the muscle burn from working out so much. So you don't really want to talk about stretch burning. Surge, radiate, don't know. Answers on the postcard. Leave that as a comment. Let me know how I should be referring to that sensation of a stretch. The heat, no, it's not heat either. And anyway, I mean stretch is really the word. You can feel the stretch of your stretch. Okay, so we're going to do wrists and forearms first this time. After, well, not this time, because yes, oh, whatever. You'll not, come row 8, you'll not understand why I just said this time. So hands together in front of your face, push them together, bring them down in front of you, and you should find that you get a nice stretch into your wrists and your underneath your forearms. And if you're pushing your fingers together, then you should get like a little bit of a stretch into there as well. Now, it depends how, like at one point I was saying about the weight of the flywheel increasing in that workout because of the amount of air that you're shifting because you're rowing faster. So there's a chance that your arms have taken, like your forearms, whatever, have taken a little bit more strain than they normally do, because if you're at a higher rate putting in power, you're shifting more air, so it definitely does feel like you've got more strain against the flywheel. So you may have slightly sore arms, and even if you're like, but I don't pull with your arms, just literally hanging off the handle and that kind of finish is enough to get you right in there in the forearms, trust me. Right, shoulders next, hands straight out in front of you, bring it across your body, and then hold it against your body with your other arm. That should get a nice stretch into your upper delts, which, just trying to find, I was doing, so one of the sessions, I think it was session 1 maybe even, I was talking about how, and I couldn't have been 1, was it 1? 4? Oh, I don't know. How I'd entered a new routine and was kind of training and eating better and all that kind of stuff at the same time. And part of that is that in the mornings, I will alternate. One morning I'll do, let's swap arms. One morning I'll do bike for 10 minutes and then ski erg for 10 minutes. And then the next morning I'll run for 20 minutes and then I'll do bike, ski erg, run, blah, 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 and I'll kind of alternate. Well, today was a ski erg day, the bike and then ski erg. I definitely feel there's something in my kind of upper, I think it's my rear delts. I've got a little bit of a twinge going on from the ski erg. But this I made sure to back off so I didn't get injured. But this is why I need to do the ski erg, so I can get a little bit stronger on it. Because I'm not really very good on the ski erg. You'll notice I've not made any videos about it. It's because I'm still not quite there on it, and I don't want to start making videos and saying, hey, this is how to do it, when I'm clearly not doing it right. So I like to at least pretend I know what I'm doing. So right, we're done. Okay, right, so we're going to do biceps next. So I just get a little bit lost as to where I am. Hands behind you, so your ski jumper, and rotate your thumbs outwards, okay? And that will stretch the long head of your bicep. Just watch out you don't do anything weird to the tendon going into your thumb while you're doing this. I'm saying that because I suddenly feel in my left hand, from rotating around, something went, not twang, but it went, hello, I'm your tendon. I'm not too sure I want you to be doing that. So just watch. And then if any time you're doing any stretch, if something feels wrong, stop it. In fact, actually, anything you're ever doing, whether it's stretching or exercise or whatever, if it feels wrong, don't do it. Put your hand up in the air, so then bring it down to touch your spine, your elbow point up in the air. Use your other hand to help that elbow back, and you should find you get a nice stretch into your triceps. It's the same with when if I'm ever lucky enough to have someone shadow me when I'm doing my day job as an editor. One of the things I'll always say to them, this isn't quite the same as what I just said, but it's kind of along the same lines, is that if you're editing something and you get the sensation that, or sensation that you're like, I'm not too sure if that's right, go back and address it. If something feels wrong, it probably is wrong, so go and fix it. So from TV editing point of view, that's what I do. But swap arms, but if it's anything to do with your body, then if it feels wrong, stop doing it or change how you're doing it. Because you don't want to end up with something going twang because you're like, I'll be fine. That's the kind of thing you can get away with when you're like 15, 16, because you wake up the next day and your body's already healed itself. But once you get up there into your 30s plus, your body doesn't quite heal as quick. That's what I noticed. Noticed that in my mid-30s, I think it was, when, I'm done.
Let me load in the 2-minute cooldown. Cool, so we're gonna do a 2-minute cooldown, and I just want you to do this kind of similar to your warm-up pace. Nice and gentle. Instead of your heart rate going up, you're gonna help your heart rate and breathing rate come down from what you were just doing, okay? So here we go in 3, 2, 1. Now you can do this as slow as you want, but what I want you to do is just to make sure and focus on your technique, your body positions. So here you now have time, because you're not thinking about stroke rate or power, so you can think arms away, rock forwards, slide. Arms away, rock forwards, bend the knees to slide. Because you don't pull yourself, in fact I'll take my feet out the straps, you don't pull yourself forwards with the straps. You use your body's momentum. Arms away, rock, and then that arms away and rock creates enough momentum so that as you bend your knees, you roll to the front of the machine. And then the opposite is at the drive, where you get that leg drive down, and then you finish with your back, and then you finish with your arms. And that means there's not loads of momentum in the stroke trying to send you off the back of the machine, because you've finished it all. All you've got to do is brace your core for that tiny last bit of momentum of your arms pulling in, because your legs are already down. And if you have issues, or if you're like, what does he mean legs down already? Or just point your toes towards the front of the machine. So drive, point, and that keeps your feet down, okay? Connected to the foot plates. And that's what you want to do, is keep those feet connected. Point the toes to the front of the machine. And then if you've got a good posture and a braced core, you should finish safely at the back. But one more stroke from me and then that's the 2 minutes done. Of course, if you are going to try strapless rowing, maybe loosen the straps by loads first, so that if something goes wrong, you can flick your feet up against and save yourself. Right, let's get into a little bit of stretching. I'll try and get through this as quick as possible, because actually I've got to get back to work. Stretchy John, remember him? There he goes. He's going to take you through a whole bunch of stretching, and I'm going to do similar, but on and around the machine in case you don't have space. So, first off, put your feet back in the straps, legs nice and straight but not locked, please. Hands in the air and fold forwards. Ooh, oh. And you should find, if you've properly folded forwards, that your hamstrings get a nice stretch from this. Sorry, just trying to remember I was saying about my glutes. The seat was digging right into it, and I kind of lost concentration there because I was about to swear. I was about to say, oh, beep, that's quite painful. Yeah, right. Hamstrings are important, maybe stretch them later as well, because they can really take a beating from rowing. So next one we'll do our glutes. So put one leg up on the rail, bring your other foot over so that your heel is in the crook of your knee in there. Bring that leg across you so you've got straight line between your face, your knee and your foot. Hold it in place with one arm and then rotate your body round. And I hold on to the back of the machine here for stability. And it just helps focus to get that stretch right into your glutes, into it'd be like the side of your hip pretty much is where you're going to feel it because of the position of your body right now and your legs. If I was smart enough, I'd have done this on a different leg so I could actually point. But you'll see it in a few seconds time. And then you can just repeat this leg if you need to. So let's change legs. Oh. Right, so the same thing again. Bring that leg across, straight line between face, knee and foot. Hold it in place and then hold on to the back of the machine and then rotate round. And I can feel it right, it's radiating. I think that's a word I've been searching for before. I think I was saying spreading or zinging or whatever, but it does, it radiates. Starts right in there right in the glutes, but then you'll feel it radiating kind of up to the sides. It shouldn't go, if you feel it in your hamstrings or your quads, you're doing something wrong, okay? Same as if your arms are shaking. if your biceps are shaking because you're pulling too hard. It's not quite the point, it's meant to be in there. And also watch you don't suddenly cramp up your other hip by doing this if you're tensing, because it's quite easy to tense the leg that's on top of the rail instead of actually letting it relax. Right, I just said quads, so we'll do quads next. I like to rest one hand when starting on the monitor so I don't fall over. Flick the other legs, foot behind you, you know what I mean, and then hold it up against your backside, okay? And then just literally just you don't have to pull, you're not like trying to rip your quad out of it or it's your leg out of the hip joint part. That's what am I trying to say? You're not trying to hurt yourself. You're just putting enough force here. In fact, I can see if I do this, I'll hold on to my imaginary wall. You can see just how tight my quads are. The fact that this is me getting a good stretch, and look at the angle of my quad. It's like pointing away instead of straight down. That's just because to be honest, my stretching has been woeful. So let's swap legs, by the way, podcast people. The past few months, say since, I don't know, October, November, it's now the end of February, because I've been focusing more on RowAlong stuff, I haven't really been recording that many RowAlong workouts. And because I do all the majority of my stretching at the end of a RowAlong workout, I've just not been stretching, I've been terrible. I've been doing a little bit, but not enough. Let's get down on one knee down on the ground, one foot in front of you. So you've got 90-degree angles on both legs. And then, because we're gonna do our hip flexors here. So for the knee that's on the ground, this is the one we're gonna stretch. So what we're to do is just sink forwards, keep your body, nice posture in your body, but sink forwards. So your front knee, that angle closes off, your back knee, the angle closes up, and you should feel this hip flexor open up. Now, some people, me, I like having my toes up here. I feel I get this is how I get the proper stretch into my hip flexor, is to have that angle, but my toes are on the ground and my heels pointing up. I'm trying to explain this to the podcast people, but obviously you can see it in the video, I hope, unless I've done something stupid and cropped it out. But as I swap legs, I will describe and show what other people do, which is the toes on the ground. So again, sink forwards. So if you put your toes on the ground and your foot's now flat, some people find that this is better for the hip flexor, but for me, I mean, I'm coming all the way down to here, and I still don't feel like I'm getting a particularly good stretch into that hip flexor. It's just, nope. Whereas if I put my toes up, instantly there, I get a good, so whether that means, it's almost about to fall over, whether that means I've got poor flexibility and so putting the toes up does it, or it means I've got amazing flexibility, which is very unlikely, which is why toes down doesn't give me a stretch. Pick what works for you. This is everything I'm doing stretching wise today. If it doesn't agree with you, do what does agree with you, okay? If you have a different way to stretch, do that. Let's do our shoulders next, so hand and straight, arm, straight in front of you, and then bring it across your body, and then hold it, so your arm's going straight across your body, your chest, and then, again, you're not trying to pop your shoulder out of its joint, you're just putting enough force with this other arm to feel it right up there. It's not quite the delts, it's kind of behind the delts, maybe it is delts. Don't know, I can't tell. I'm not a doctor. Don't pretend to be a doctor. And we should probably actually start my website, and I think the channel itself does have a kind of caveat saying, the stuff I'm talking about is all for me, that this is the stuff that I do when it comes to training or whatever. Then let's swap arms while I'm having this rant. Only undertake it if it's okay for your body. Because I know like today's session is a tough old session. If I'm going to put this as a caveat in the YouTube description just to be sure, but it's a tough old session, and if your body is not ready for this in terms of training or whatever, you could do yourself some damage in terms of pulled muscles, or crikey, if your heart's not ready for it, I'd hate to do a session like this. So every kind of training that you're going to do some kind of an undertaking for, hopefully you're smart enough yourself anyway that you know, maybe I shouldn't be doing something at max intensity if I've got a heart problem. But like I said, there's caveats all over the place on this channel, but I figure I might as well actually say it in the video as well. So let's do our forearms next, stretching them. So put your hands in front of your face, and then push those hands together as you bring them in front of your body. I'll try and straighten up my shoulders because I know I've got wonky shoulders. And this kind of 90-degree angle between your hands and your forearms, that should then create a nice stretch underneath, like the underneath part of your forearms instead of the top part. And that's where you tend to get most use when you're rowing, is the underside of your forearm. I mean, today's session,
Possibly it'll take a little bit of a hit, especially if you're tending to pull with a handle instead of letting that power come from your legs. It happens when I'm doing 500 meter or 1K rows. I'm like this at the end of it because my forearms are ruined because I'm trying to squeeze as much power out of it as possible. Today's one, it didn't really need to because I was able to just get into a fluid power thing, whatever you want to call it. So, right, let's do triceps next. So put one hand up in the air, put it down into your back so you're kind of touching your spine. Use your other hand to just help that arm point a little bit further up to the sky, and that should give you a nice stretch into your triceps. I mean, it's difficult. Rowing, or certainly indoor rowing, like on a rowing machine, if you have a way to row that makes you go fast and you're happy going that fast and you're not getting injured and you're happy, then really a doofus like me coming along and saying this is the right way to row, does it matter? If you're happy and you're rowing as fast as you want and you're getting the workout you want, you can see the changes you want when you look in the mirror. Let's swap arms. Does it matter what I'm saying about arms straight and things? But I'm trying to, like, the reason I always talk technique is there's three things. That one of them is injury prevention, okay? If you have a decent technique, then you're less likely to pull something or strain something. It's also about efficiency. So if you're more efficient when you row, you can row for longer, and that gives you more training. It means that if you're looking to lose weight and all that stuff, because you can spend longer in the machine, yep, that's good for you. And it's also about putting in more power, which if you're wanting to go fast and you're wanting to see great results, then you kind of want that. you want to be able to go faster. So that's why I taught technique. But if you've got a great technique and you can row a 6 minute 2K, what I'm saying means nothing if you're kind of just like using brute force power. So, right, last one to do is biceps. Put your hands behind you so you're a ski jumper, and then rotate your thumbs outwards. I usually do the second last, don't I? Because this now actually, you end up contracting your triceps doing this to stretch your biceps. Yeah, so I'll have to remember the next one to do the second last instead of last. If you want to add in a little tricep stretch at the end, please do, just to make sure and open them up. But this should, if you've got this right and you've got your arms right, you should really feel your chest opening up a little bit as well. I can certainly feel my little puny chest is opening up a little bit from doing this just because my arm's being out behind me, but it should give you a nice little stretch through your biceps. And that's it, that's my stretching session done. And we'll get ourselves into a 2-minute cool down. Right, and then we're gonna do this cool down around about the same intensity we did the warm up at, possibly the same intensity you just finished that off at, but just disengage your brain and stuff this time. So here we go in 3, 2, 1, go. Just find the stroke rate and intensity which you're comfortable rowing at, but you can go back to thinking about your technique again. Okay, so it gives you time to think, okay, right, so arm straight, rock forwards, move in, push with the legs. Arm straight, rock forwards, move in, push with the legs. And you think, right, only to shins vertical. I don't want to over compress into the front. If you go racing forwards, what happens is your backside escapes from underneath you before you get to push in the power from your legs. So that's why it's just a great, I mean, there are a few reasons why you don't want to go past shins vertical from like a power point of view anyway, but that escaping butt from coming in way too high before you get the power in is a huge one. And it's kind of also why you may have read, seen, watched, whatever, people saying don't lift the heels as you come forwards. And it's not that heels up is a bad thing, it's that usually heels up means you're coming way past that shins vertical point, way, or that your posture's not very good. So if I'm rolling backwards and I get my hips are rolled backwards, sorry, and then in order to get my shins to vertical, my heels have to come way off the foot plate because of the body angle of my hips and my knees and things. Whereas with a good posture, okay, I can get forwards, shins vertical, heels aren't coming off the foot plate by that much, and then I can power my legs into the machine to add that power to the stroke. Right, so let's get through some stretching nice and quick, okay? I'm gonna do this fast today, so watch the guy at the top with stretchy John. He'll take you through it a little bit slower, possibly.
yeah, he might run onto the end. So we're gonna do hamstrings first. So put both feet in. I'm probably not gonna do this fast enough. Put both feet back in, get your legs nice and straight, hands in the air, and fold forwards, okay? That cue there, me saying fold instead of lean or whatever is really important. You wanna fold forwards, and that's what kind of elongates the muscles and things, yeah, muscles, in your hamstrings, and gives them that stretch, okay? So you really should be feeling this in your hamstrings. It's slightly different because I'm looking at the camera, looking at you. It kind of offsets it for me, unfortunately. Right, what leg do I need to do? So that one, yeah. So put one leg, we're gonna do glutes next. One leg up on the row machine rail, other leg comes over so your heel is inside the crook of your knee. Bring this knee across your body so you have a straight line between your face, your knee and your foot. Hold it in place, that knee, and then rotate round just so you get that force, enough of a stretch down here into your glutes, okay? I hold on to the back of the machine just for a little bit of stability here. You can hold on to nothing if you wish. You can be just free and loose if you want. But just make sure you've got this feeling of a stretch here. You should really feel it right down, basically where your glutes are. And then it should just radiate up and through as you do that stretch, okay? It's not a huge, it doesn't come all the way up into your hamstrings and your quads. But you should just feel this little bit of a radiation of that stretch through your glutes, okay? I'm gonna tell you to be rude and I'm gonna face away from you as I do the other one. And you should, I mean, what's interesting sometimes is when you do this and it's a single leg on either side, and then you go, oh, hang on, my left leg's a lot tighter than my right leg. And you can often trace that back and then look at your stroke, and you can identify, especially if you're doing the single leg drills, you can go, oh, maybe one of my legs is more powerful than the other. I'm pushing off harder with one leg than I am the other. Right, let's do glutes. Sorry, glutes. Oh, what am I saying? Quads next. So I'd like to rest one finger on the machine. On the monitor, sorry. So just stabilize myself as I bring this, it didn't work. There we go. That heel up on my other leg, or one leg, to touch my backside. And so I'm not pulling really hard here, okay? I'm just holding it against my backside in order to create that kind of stretch down the quad, which I'm getting. I'm not having to pull too hard. Again, I'm still looking at the angle of how that quad is pointing to the floor. I really should be doing this. I've obviously got very tight quads. Really should be doing this a lot more often. Swap legs. It's the same thing. Bring the foot up, make sure the heel is kind of touching your backside if you can. I mean, am I touching? I'm not too sure. Because it feels like this leg is a lot tighter. So obviously my left leg is tighter than my right, judging by, well, so far from the glutes and now this stretch. So possibly I'm pushing off a lot harder from my left leg than I am from my right, and it's getting a lot more use. Just kicking my shoes out of the way, being left-footed or left-handed, that's probably quite likely. So let's do what we do next, hip flexors. So put one foot on the ground in front of you, so your knees above your ankle, other legs behind you. You basically got 90-degree angles between both legs, and then send your body forwards, but still keep your posture right. So that does is it closes off the angle on your front knee, and it opens up the angle on your back leg. Now, I said in the video, the row 1 video, that what you do with your toes is up to you in terms of what kind of a stretch you're going to get from this. I find that having my toes on the ground and my heel up and pointing up, yeah, you can see in the video, but hopefully that makes enough sense in the podcast. I feel this gives me a better stretch into my hip flexors. Whereas, let's change legs to exact same thing, but I'll put my toes down this time, so toes are flat against the floor and heels kind of like a bit more of an angle. And then if I sink forwards, I just don't feel I'm getting a stretch at all here into my hip flexors, and I'm really quite low down at this point. And there's no way I'm a super flexible guy that hey, I'm so flexible I can do that. So whereas when I put my toes up again and then go into this stretch, suddenly I can then feel that stretch into my hip flexor again. Again, your hip flexors do take a little bit of abuse when it comes to rowing. At that point at the back of the stroke, if you get your legs all the way down, that hinge backwards and forwards does go into your hip flexors quite a lot. So it's useful to stretch them. But do check out Jeff Cavalier's video on the Athlete Next channel here on YouTube, where he's got a good test for do you have tight hip flexors. Let's do shoulders next. So hands straight in front of you, hello, and then bring it across your body and then hold it in place with your other arm to just kind of
add a little bit of tension as your arm comes across your body to stretch the top of your shoulder, which again, for a row like today, although we weren't going super powerful, super force, because it's at 20 strokes a minute, and if you are putting in power to do that kind of 1 second drive, the flywheel's slowed down by quite a lot. So it's a good amount of force, let's swap arms, good amount of force you're putting into each stroke, even if you are just rowing at a 5 out of 10 intensity. So if you've got your technique with straight arms and you're got that forward lean pushing from the legs, the power is coming up and through your shoulders, so it's still a good idea to stretch them just to kind of give them a little bit of respite and stopping them from getting bound up. Because I certainly find when I increase my rowing training, it is up here in my shoulders that start to get worn. I start to feel the next day that, oh, I was rowing. It's not muscle sore in terms of I've been doing weights, but sore from that constant kind of chain of power through them. So what's next? Forearms. So put your hands together in front of you, push them together, and then bring them down and in front of your kind of sternum, really. But you should have like a 90-degree angle between your fingers and your forearms. And if you carry on pushing together, so I'm trying to work out what way I need to wobble my shoulders. My left shoulder is always the one up in the air, isn't it? So I need to do kind of that. Anyway, if you carry on pushing your two hands together, you will find, hopefully, that you get a nice little stretch through your wrists and into your forearms, and also your fingers as well, because you're pushing them together, and they can get a little bit sore just from that kind of hook over the handle that I was talking about. Let's do biceps next. I remember today it's biceps next, and we finish on triceps. So put your hands behind you so you're flying. Wait, look at me, I'm flying. But rotate your thumbs outwards, and that then kind of lengthens the long head of your bicep just by doing this, by kind of rotating outwards, and it will give you just a little bit of a stretch. Again, your biceps don't take a huge amount of effort on a row like today, but there still is work that goes through them, especially at the finish of the stroke and things, so it's a good idea to give them a little stretch. Same with triceps, which we'll do next. So hand up in the air, down your back, touching your spine, and then use this hand to just help it back and kind of point your elbow more vertically up to the sky. Your triceps, again, shouldn't really. I mean, what I found when I first started rowing, like all those years ago, is that I'd get quite sore triceps if I was really tense on the return, on the recovery. Instead of, hang on, I'll just quickly give it a couple more seconds. Yeah, instead of letting my arms be loose as I came forwards, I'd kind of come out and I'd be rigid as I was coming forwards, like really tense. You couldn't move my arms at all. And that's when I would get sore triceps. Let's change to the other arm. Whereas if I have a nice relaxed recovery when rowing, then there's no tricep issue at all. So if you find mid-row or afterwards, you're like, oh, I feel like I've just done 100 press-ups, chances are it's because you're really tense as you're coming in on the recovery after each stroke. So think more about just relaxing. I mean, I've got this cue of the zombie arms thing, where you come forward like you're a zombie, okay? The only problem is the zombies are quite shrugged, and you don't want to be shrugged. But yeah, nice and loose arms as you come forwards rather than rigid, okay? And that's kind of a good way to think about it. But like I say, don't put your shoulders up in your ears. You're not like Thriller, Michael Jackson, okay? So shoulders down, nice and loose as you come forwards. And that should mean that your triceps are wobbly and nice and loose instead of rigid, okay? It's hard to tell because I don't have that big muscles, but trust me. There we go. Right, sorry, I feel like I raced through this stretching section, but I probably didn't. It's probably just as long as ever. But I don't know how my chat went today. I felt like I got a little bit kind of, it wasn't an entertaining chat. I was just talking about stuff, talking about change and the importance of change and the importance of just addressing the things in your life, whether it's sport or whatever, that would a little bit of change help? Will eating breakfast for me help? I hope so. Did changing teams for me help? Of course it did. Did cut my hand help? Not in the slightest. I guess because that kind of torpedoed where I was in my kind of rowing career, if you want to call it that. But yeah, hopefully it was an interesting, if not entertaining, it was an interesting thing to listen to for half an hour. So do let me know in the comments whether I should just come back and remake this one. Although I will in a week's time anyway when we come round onto this one. So there we go, we're done. Thank you so much for joining me on this one. Like I said, leave me a comment, let me know how you got on with it. And we'll get straight into a 2-minute cool down. That shouldn't have been so intense that you have to have a full on at the end, so. My heart rate's 130 BPM, which is about 55% of my max. And yeah, I've recovered about 5 beats, so that just shows intensity-wise where I was. So that was slap bang in the UT2 for me. Nope. Right, so I'm gonna do a 2-minute cool down. So just
stay at that intensity that you just rode at, and then ease off over this 2 minutes. Here we go in 3, 2, 1, let's go. And we might as well let's just tighten up our technique over this 2 minutes, okay? Said before that the cool down is a good time to just lock in your technique. So there's always a chance of fatigue had set in over the past 35 minutes that you were starting to kind of lose your posture and slump maybe as you were coming forward. So now you can slow down your stroke. You can reduce the amount of push that you're putting in from your legs, so you're no longer worrying about fighting the weight of the machine. Okay, so I'm at 18 strokes a minute. I can just push lighter with my legs. Still at 18, and I've just dropped 20 seconds pace because I'm no longer pushing with my legs that hard, but I'm still holding 18 strokes a minute. Or I can push a little bit harder. I can feel the connection of my feet to my arms again, and I've gone 30 seconds faster just by pushing with my feet and connecting the power to the machine. And so that can be a good drill to do, is just to take yourself up through the power, starting off softly, then adding power in, making sure to keep the angles right. So forwards tilt, arms straight. As you push, hold those arms straight and the forwards tilt until at least halfway through the leg drive, and then swing and pull in your arms. And then you can just attenuate your power as you're doing that, just to get used to the feeling of adding in or reducing power. There you go, 2 minutes done. So let's finish off with some stretching. Got two options. Stretchy John will take you through some stretching. Look at his little grumpy face, oh he's so cute. Or I will take you through some stretching on the machine. So put your feet back in the straps if you're doing this. Legs nice and straight, hands in the air, fold forwards. And if you get that fold right, so you're not slumping through your lower back, you're not rounding your upper back or anything, you should feel that that fold forwards tight or stretches your, not tightens, but stretches your hamstrings. Okay, so think about the angle of your back, how you fold forwards. Think about whether you don't want to lock your knees down and backwards, but you also want to make sure that they're nice and straight. If you've got too soft a bend to your knees, you're not going to get that stretch. Okay, so find the angle that works for you is really all I'm saying. Right, there we go. Let's get this the right way around. Just right way around? Yeah, cool. Glutes we're doing next. So put one leg up on the rail, or on the floor if you're doing this on the floor, and then bring one leg up and over so that the heel is in the crook of your knee. Bring that knee across your body so you have a straight line between your face, your knee and your foot. Hold the knee in place with one arm, and then I hold onto the back of the machine just for stability, but rotate round and kind of downish into that glute. And the rotation will then kind of stretch everything around in that area, and you should feel like a radiation of that stretch. Okay, so it'll have like a nucleus of where right that stretches right here, but then it should then just kind of like spread out. Okay, like I say, radiate out, and that's you kind of getting everything up through there. So it's a really useful stretch to do for your glutes. So useful, we're going to do it on the other leg. So I will turn my back to you. But you can see the lovely redness of my new polo shirt. I think it's a bit big, even though it's the medium. Yeah, I suppose it's a good thing, but the shop that I use to make all of my t-shirts, certainly for the wicking sports, technical, that's the word I'm looking for, technical shirts, like I wear, they're all mediums, and they're all like a little on the baggy side. If you kind of want that, I wouldn't want it to be like tight, for many reasons. Right, I'm standing up to do quads next. Rest one hand on the monitor, then flick my foot behind me, like the other foot, obviously the opposite foot, and then hold the heel up against my backside, and then just by creating a little bit of tension, I'm gonna fall, a little bit of tension there, I'll create a stretch into my quads. As you can see, I'm kind of, I am wobbling a little bit, so by standing next to the machine, I can just quickly, I can quickly support myself. Just, yeah, I don't know whether, I mean, I've said before, I'd stopped stretching as much while not recording the RowAlongs for a while. So that's definitely had an impact on my ability to stretch, but also just, it's funny just being back in socks again. Oh. So I just changed legs, that's what that noise was for podcast people. That, oh. Yeah, it's because I'm now in socks again, and I don't have the stability of my shoes, and I'm now kind of rocking around over the arches of my feet, and I've got quite high arches. I think that's not helping when it comes to my stability, but which is all a good thing, because it means that I can teach that support and stability again. Maybe I was relying on my shoes too much. Right, I'm gonna come down and I'm gonna do hip flexors. So 1 foot in front of you with your knee above your ankle, so you get a nice 90-degree angle. Other foot is behind you, and you've got a 90-degree angle with that knee, okay? You see, hopefully, yeah. And then I'm just gonna send my body forwards. Hey. Try not to knock the handle out of the holder while I do this. And I keep my toes up at the back of here. Up, yeah, so toes are on the ground, heels up, that's the one I'm looking for. So my heels up, not my toes. And that gives me a better stretch. I've said this in previous videos that this gives me a better stretch. Some people prefer to have the toes on the ground and say that gives them a better stretch. It doesn't for me. It could well be that I have such a limited range of motion that is causing an issue. Now before I swap legs, I'm gonna quickly run over to the camera and I need to change the light. There we go, sorry, me again. Oh, I can tell cricket's bright now. Obviously I meant battery, not light. I wasn't changing the entire light. Okay, right, so we're gonna swap legs. There we go. And then do exactly the same thing. So just keep a good posture as you sink everything forwards, okay? If you lean forwards with your upper or lower back, it kind of makes this stretch a little bit futile. It's quite important that you feel that isolation through your hip flexors if this is what you're trying to stretch. And remember, this is when I shall summon the great Jeff Cavalier. Jeff, where are you? Come to me. Oh, he's not, okay. But he's got, just search Athlean X hip flexors, and he's got tests that you can do to see if you really need to be stretching your hip flexors or not, because often it's like tight hamstrings or tight quads that's the problem and not your hip flexors. So shoulders next, hand out in front of you, hi, and then bring it across your body, hold it in place with your other arm by kind of hooking it over, and hold it in place, and that should just create just enough tension across your shoulders to give it a nice stretch. My watch is asking if I ended my workout. It keeps buzzing at me. I can't reach it with my nose. Or that. Yeah, is my MyZone still? Look, ta-da! That's my zone. Where are we? Oh, I'm on white or grey. Can't see what colour it's flashing. Sorry, that's going to be poor sound as I do that, isn't it? But this is the heart rate monitor I'm using now. Is a MyZone switch. Put it across the arm. So I've just changed arm. Sorry. Not that I want to turn this into. I'm going to make a video about the MyZone heart rate monitors because I never quite understood what made them so special compared to just a Polar or Garmin or whatever, just like a standard heart rate monitor. But actually, now that I've got one, got the switch, which works. You have one fitting for your wrist, one for your arm, and one to change the same sensor into a chest strap as well. So it's really handy. That's why it's called a switch, because you can switch where you wear it. But actually, it's the community and everything else you get from MyZone that I'm like, oh, that's why they're so popular. Quite expensive, it must be said, but I do have a code that gets lots of money off. So basically, keep an eye out for the video I'm going to make. What are we doing next? Biceps. So hands behind you, like you're doing a ski jump, and then rotate your thumbs outwards, okay? And then you will hopefully stretch the long head of your bicep if you're doing it right. Oh, that's my phone telling me it's 7 o'clock, which means my dinner's going to be ready. So I'm going to have to get this over and done with quite nice and quick. I'm having a nice chorizo rice thing tonight, which I'm really looking forward to. I think it's chorizo, rice and chicken. Which is why I wanted to do the roll first and then eat that, because that's going to be quite spicy. Didn't do forearms, so let's quickly do that. So hands, I hardly ever do this sideways. So hands in front of you, in front of your face, push your hands together and then bring them down in front of your body. And you should get like a right angle between your hands and your forearms. And as you continue to press, you should feel like underneath your arms and your forearms and your wrists, you should get a nice stretch from this. And if you're kind of pushing your fingers together as well, just having that tension between your two fingers should stretch your fingers a little bit as well, which, having been hooked over the handle for the past 35 minutes in today's row, it's quite a nice idea to give a stretch to your fingers. So finally, let's do triceps. So one hand up in the air, and then it comes down and touches your spine. So your elbows pointing mostly up to the sky, but then use your
your other hand to just help your triceps go, or your elbow point a little bit higher, and you should feel a nice little stretch here. I've got to be careful here because it's this elbow that has got the weirdness on the ulnar nerve. I can feel it's like when I'm doing bicep curls or whatever, I can actually see a kind of a clicking going on in the pointy bit of my elbow. I got a boo-boo. Swap arms. See, I've got to be careful. I've got a strap to put around it and stuff, but it does nothing. I just have to rest is the only way, so I just have to just not do weights for a while, which isn't nice, but the best thing to do when it comes to injury is take care of it and not try and plow through it, because I'm not 18 anymore, that's for sure. Right, okay, so that's me done stretching, and that's us done with today's session. The last thing to give out is a hashtag, because I haven't really been doing the hashtag thing. I think did we not have hashtag Harry Potter and the spaghetti bolognese in the last one? But today it's going to be endure, okay? Not endurance, because that's obviously the point of the row was endurance, but today it was about endure, because you have to endure my chat. I shouldn't really be, I'm not being negative when I talk about stuff like that. I just think that there are times where it's like I've just taken something, which I don't take drugs, I don't take anything, any kind of stimulant other than caffeine. But sometimes there's times where I'm on another plane and I'm just, what is he on about? So, but it's important that you find that out for yourself, that you discover that kind of thing out for yourself rather than suffer or whatever. So, sorry, let's get into a 2-minute cool down, sorry. So we're just gonna do this at a nice, gentle intensity, let yourself ease off. So maybe that 2K plus, maybe that kind of warm up, how you finish the warm up, and then just ease off pace. So here we go in 3, 2, 1, let's go. Oh. And usually what you find when people are questioning a pace guide, now this is a stark truth, what you find is that the slow, low intensity sessions, so say at 5 out of 10, or if you're working off a 2K pace guide, then say it was an 18 strokes a minute at 2K plus 20, what you find is that people who've just kind of disengaged with their coach won't listen to being told, keep that pace down nice and slow. And they start to do that 2K plus 20 at like 2K plus 16 or 17 because they can, okay? Low intensity rowing, there's a lot of headroom to be able to push in more power and then take it away from low intensity. But then the problem is, not only is that damaging in terms of building your core fitness and things, but then they'll do the opposite for the high end stuff. So when, say it's 8 times 2 minutes with 2 minutes rest at 2K pace, people will be like, well, that sounds a bit tough. I'm gonna do it at 2K plus 2. And so they slow down on the top end stuff. So they go too fast on the low intensity stuff and too slow on the high intensity stuff. And they're stuck in this kind of black hole of non-improvement. And that is the most destructive thing that can happen to you as a rower when it comes to your performance, because you're no longer building fitness and you're no longer building speed. You're just meh, okay? So when it comes to any coaching plan, that's what I want you to take away from today's session, okay? Oh, right. That's the cool down done. Would you like to join me for some stretching? You can either join Stretchy John, he will take you through guided stretching if you have space for a stretching mat, or you can follow me and I will take you through it in and around the rowing machine. So put your feet back into the straps, a little bit loose on the straps, and then put your hands in the air and fold forwards. And as long as you've got your backside kind of in a comfortable position, let's say, on the seat, so it's not like scooting out from underneath you, as you fold forwards, you should find that you get that nice stretch into your hamstrings, okay? If you don't get the stretch into your hamstrings, chances are there's something going wrong with your knees, or you haven't done that fold forwards properly, or maybe curling from your lower back or your upper back. Do resist the urge or the tendency to grab your ankles and pull yourself forwards, or grab your toes and pull yourself forwards, especially on a rowing machine, because there is a slight downwards angle anyway. This should work for you.
Okay, because you're up on the seat and your feet are down, as you fold forwards, that should stretch your hamstrings. If it doesn't, oh, I'll change legs. If it doesn't, then there's something wrong with your ankles. Right, let's do glutes next. So one leg up on the rail, bring your other foot over so that your ankle is in the crook of your knee. Bring that knee across your body. So your face, knee, foot are all in one line. Hold it in position with one arm and then rotate round into down into that glute. Now, you don't have to hold on to the back of the machine, ta-da, if you don't want to. I do just from a stability point of view sometimes if I'm feeling a little bit wobbly, for want of a better phrase. Yeah, and then just kind of, just feel that stretch radiate out through your glutes. Oh. And let's change legs, same thing, hold in position and then rotate round. And that rotation is really, I mean, you could probably, just by bringing your knee up and across your body, you might already feel a good enough stretch. You might not need to add in that rotation. But I quite like it just from a spine movement point of view, and it does give a little bit more of a stretch into that glute, which your glutes do take, if you're rowing properly with a good posture, your glutes should take quite a lot of, will be doing quite a lot of work. If you don't have a good posture, then chances are all you're doing is crushing them with your sit bones. So I'm gonna stand up and I'm gonna do quads. So I'm gonna rest one finger on the monitor, flick my foot, opposite foot up behind me, and hold it back up against my backside. And it just creates the tension through my quads to just stretch out. Because obviously this isn't, your quad wants to squash like upwards when it works. So by doing this way, you're stretching it back out again. And if you're like me, it's also giving you a good balance workout on your other foot, the one that's on the ground. Right, let's try and do this without falling over. Flick. Oh. Oh, yay. Hey. Come to the RowAlong circus and watch a man stand on one leg. Yeah. It's getting better. Oh no, God, just as I say that, I fall over. And I've not fallen over yet, almost done it. But yeah, when I did this on day one of this plan, having not stretched for ages, this was tough. Though I think I was still in shoes on day one, wasn't I? Which would be even worse. Oh, right. Oh, I got sweat running in my eyes. So let's go down next to the machine. I've got one foot in front of me with my knee above the ankle. The other foot's behind me, still at a 90-degree angle. I put my toes on the ground and my heel up, and then send your body forwards to kind of lean into that front leg, or at least to kind of lean forwards on that front leg. But actually, the force, the pressure from leaning forwards goes into your back leg, and this is what stretches your hip flexor, okay? So this shouldn't really feel like you're going into a lunge on your front leg. Yes, there's an element of support here, but because you've got a good posture, everything should be centrally weighted, and therefore as you're opening up this back leg, that should get a nice stretch, okay? If you're suddenly starting to feel that this front leg is shaking from the force that you're putting into it, then chances are, I'm just changing legs, chances are that what you're doing is that you're leaning forwards and putting all of the weight over your knee like this, okay? I'm getting absolutely nothing into my hip flexor right now by doing this, because all my weight's coming forwards. Whereas if I straighten myself up into a good or better posture, let's say, and do the same thing, shift the weight forwards, but I'm just pushing, my body's kind of going forwards in a good posture, opening up that back leg. Now I get a really nice stretch into this hip flexor. So do pay attention to that. And do remember, Jeff Cavalier has a great video about whether you need to stretch your hip flexors or not, so do check that one out. Right, shoulders next. Hand out straight in front of you, bring it across your body, then use your other arm, loop it across, or loop. What would you call that? Hinge? No. V hold? No. Cinch? Cinch? Like pliers. What do pliers do? Pliers squeeze, I don't know. Basically, yeah. Feed your arm through your other arm and then add force back onto it. Not so much that you're popping your shoulder out of its socket, please. Swap arms. Oh, I'm just checking this. It's not doing anything to my elbow doing this. I still don't know what to do with this. I mean, obviously the simplest thing is just to not do any weights, but it's just, we're the 10th of March already, which it feels like only yesterday where I was saying, is it March already? And we're already at the 10th of March. And my next High Rocks race is in October. So my plan was get back into performance rowing for
for most of this. So I'm back into that kind of game again. Add in some weights and things. Get stronger, fitter, faster, stronger, ready for my race. Do forearms next, sorry. So push your hands in front of your face, bring them down in front of your body. Keep on pushing your hands together here, and you should find you get a nice stretch under your, like in your forearms, underneath your forearms, and wrists and things. Wrists leading out to forearms, let's say. And your fingers will get nice stretch in this as well. But yeah, so my point was to do like rowing and weights and whatever to get really into tip-top performance, ready for my next race in October, like 7 months away for High Rocks. Like roll everything together and get back into, hey, I'm a machine. But this elbow's kind of got in the way. And I also need to, in fact, actually, let's change forearms before going to the next subject, on the next rant. So I'm gonna do biceps next. So with an okay posture again, sitting on your seat, put your hands behind you as though you're flying, and then rotate your thumbs outwards, and that will lengthen the long head of your bicep. So I'm gonna make one of my little YouTube short things, but just as a little teaser for you, just to say that's what I'm gonna make. So the past 2 weeks, I've been back to eating breakfast. I've been having a bowl of gluten-free rolled oats and milk in the morning as breakfast for the first time. First time I've had breakfast in like 3 years, or during the week anyway. And although I feel I've got better energy during the day, I think, I feel rubbish. Spoiler alert, I feel awful. Right, triceps next. One hand in the air, put it down into your spine, and then help it back with your other hand. In fact, I'll probably record this wee YouTube short right after doing this, so you'll go, oh, look, you sound sweaty, it's things like the same. But yeah, from eating breakfast, the oats and the milk, I feel terrible. I just feel bloated. I feel as though I just feel as though I'm putting on loads of weight. I've definitely gone up quite a lot of fat, gone down a little bit of muscle, possibly because I'm not doing weights and things. Actual weight has gone down by about 0.5 kilogram, but I think that's because of muscle loss, which is a bit strange. But yeah, anyway. But I think it's lactose. I'm swapping arms. I don't think it's the breakfast concept. I think I have a problem with lactose. Whether I'm lactose intolerant, I don't know, but I certainly, like if I go out and I have a latte, then I definitely get very bloated afterwards. So I think I've got a problem with milk. So I'm gonna change my rather than stopping eating breakfast, I'm gonna change my breakfast, but I need to try and find some kind of protein that I can put in. So I'm thinking egg on toast. Could you just let me know if that's okay? Anyway, right, we're done on the stretching. So there we go, that's it, all done, sorry. Yeah, I mean, I think it was a good row. I think maybe, like I said, towards the end of the fourth interval when I was talking about training plans and coaches or whatever, my brain, like I said, my brain disengaged, but my mouth kept on going because I was just exhausted at that point, just trying to hold on to get to the end of I was trying to be a brave boy to get to the end of those, that last 8 minutes without kind of just easing off and going, oh, but made it to the end. So hopefully you did too. Hopefully you hit that right intensity level. So the plan as it stands is to do basically exactly what we've done in these first 5 sessions, and just do them again into week 2. Now the endurance ones that were 30 minutes and 35 minutes, ideally they're going to go up to 40 and 45 minutes for week 2, but like I say, there may be a little bit of a pause depending on how my elbow is, whether I'm going to record the next ones or not. So if you don't see in the playlist session 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 or whatever, check the date of this one, because obviously if you don't see it like within 5 minutes, obviously it's because I've not recorded it yet. I feel bad for, sorry, I wasn't checking my email, I was loading up a 2-minute cooldown. I feel bad for people who don't get or like my humor. Although to be fair, I think if you don't get or like my humor, you're unlikely to come back for a second session, are you? I'm like, I wonder if he's better this time. They come on, they go, no, he's still the same. Okay, 2-minute cooldown. Do this at whatever pace is going to help you cool down, okay? So start at a pace, gradually ease off over the 2 minutes. This one you want to hit your comfort zone, all right? Here we go, 3, 2, 1. Let's cool down. Yeah, come on, come on, come on. I know I've got a niche. So I was talking about this weekend, the Steady State podcast is releasing an episode. They gave me, it was supposed to be for almost 2 hours, which I don't think the podcast is going to last 2 hours, but hey, they gave me a lot of time to just talk. And I was talking about, because they obviously it was from a RowAlong perspective, and they were saying, why do you think it works? And I mean, you compare me to, in fact, I'll say their names, but like Austin from Training Tall,
or Shane from Dark Horse. I'm minuscule compared to them. If you look at their subscribers, their viewing numbers and whatever, they're stratospheric compared to me. I don't even register to them. I'm like tiny little small fry boy, his little Scottish voice, his little set of bagpipes in the background. They're like, who's the guy that talks nonsense? As they're taking their tops off and their pecs are glistening off the camera and people are fainting left and right because of their rippling abs. I'm saying that because I'm mostly jealous. They don't need an OnlyFans site to get their pecs out. They've got, anyway, my point being that I have a niche. I think the niche is just people that find me amusing and I help distract you through a row, and that's really all you're looking for. You're not looking for platitudes and someone to be bombastic and tell you how amazing you are. You just want someone that's going to keep you company for half an hour, and then you can maybe have a chuckle, you can maybe go, oh, another dad joke, and then go, oh, is he good top Bon Jovi? Yeah, he does. That's what I figure. Let me know if it's any different to that. Anyway, right. We're done with the main session, we're done with the cool down. Hopefully you can join me for a little bit of stretching. Now you have two options here. Option one, stretch your John. His little grumpy face. Nobody bought him anything for his birthday, did they? Or you can join me and I'm going to stretch in and around the rowing machine. This is better if you don't have a stretching mat nearby or whatever. Or if you've got glass on the floor or cats attacking you. So, start off with hamstrings, okay? So put both feet back in the straps, keep them a little bit loose, legs nice and straight. Don't lock your knees, but put your hands in the air and fold forwards, okay? So I've still got a little bit of a soft, my legs are straight, but there's a little bit of a soft bend to them. I don't have my knees pointing downwards, okay? Which sometimes I see that from a rowing stroke point of view, where you see people rowing and they get to the back, and because they're tugging themselves forwards and they're wobbling all over the place. In fact, the Fit app was awful for that. Hopefully they've removed the woman who was doing the technique number 1 on the Fit app. I've got a video up here slagging it off, to be honest, but you see her doing it and her legs bounce backwards, so they bow as she gets to the back of the stroke because her knees come all the way down, and I'm like, oh, you're gonna snap in half. Anyway, so, right, next. What way do I want to do this? I've got to go there. Right, sorry, do glutes. Sorry, I'm so stupid, aren't I? I can't even work out what leg I've got to do to face you. So put one leg up on the rail, like this. You get a nice dirty calf from doing this. Put your other foot over your knee so that the heel sits on the crook of your knee. Aye, the crook of your knee. Bring this knee over so you've got a straight line between your face, your knee, and your foot. I'm old Scottish. Hold this knee in place, like that. Rotate round. Hold on to the back of the machine, and you should feel a wee stretch right down here on your glutes. Aye, right here. It's gonna be people with pitchforks. I mean, I'm quite pleasantly Scottish. So pleasantly, I'm quite happily Scottish, but I'm still going to get assaulted from my poor Scottish accent. You should get a wee stretch down here into your glutes, is all I'm saying. So right here, you should feel it radiating. See, I wish I'd found that word ages ago. But radiating up from your glutes, and you kind of feel it kind of come around. It's really quite good, especially in today's session. It's quite a lot of hard pushing. Now I'm going to turn around and face the other way here. So the same thing, bring your knee across and then rotate round. I only hold on to the back of the machine for stability because I'm quite unstable. You know what it is? You know what it is. I've just remembered what it is. It's Friday. So I've gone a little bit loopy on a Friday. And why do I go loopy on a Friday? Did you answer? It's like Dora the Explorer. Why did I go loopy on a Friday? That's more like Mr. Rogers, isn't it? Because it's Spaghetti Bolognese Day. Right, let's move on to our quads. Right, so I'll explain the Spaghetti Bolognese thing if you don't know about it. I rest one hand on the monitor for stability because otherwise I fall over. And then I flick one foot up so that my heel comes behind me and then it lightly grazes my backside. And then I hold it in place with my other hand and I try and not fall over. Okay, and this creates the stretch down my quads. If you don't know what I'm on about, if you listen to the podcast, please have a look at the video and you'll see this. I don't want you to be, I don't know, standing upside down with your head inside a fridge trying to go, what's he on about? Don't know why a fridge came to that, but yeah. So fellas, change legs. Julie, my amazing wife, and I have been living together. Oh, it's going to fall. Have been living together for almost 23 years now. No, 22 years. And every Friday night where possible, apart from like holidays or going out for a night or whatever, every Friday night we've had spaghetti bolognese because we're such creatures of comfort and habit and stuff. And it is Spag Bol Friday is what we do. And so it's a Friday, so that means today I get a nice big plate of spaghetti bolognese. And as being I'm kind of off my strict monk-like, sorry, we'll talk about this in a second. Let's do hip flexors next. So 1 foot in front of you so that your knee is right above your ankle. Got a nice 90-degree angle there, and the back leg is behind you, stranger because it's back, and again, a 90-degree angle. And then with a good posture, sink your body forwards so that you open up your back leg and you close off your front leg. What you do with your toes is up to you. I prefer having my toes on the ground and my heel up in the air. That gives me a better stretch into my hip flexor. Some people find it easier to put the toes on the ground in order to get a stretch into the hip flexor. I don't. No. I find toes up gives me a much better stretch. Answers on a postcard as to why that's happening. Or answers from an osteopath. I don't know what I was talking about. I was talking about spaghetti bolognese, and I went into somewhere else and I can't remember why. Creature habit, it's us. Totally forgot. Do you remember? You let me know. Anyway, well, let's change legs. But you can tell I've got a little bit loopy. Oh, it was the eating thing, wasn't it? Yeah. Because there's no races or anything coming up, and yeah, definitely up on my toes. And because I'm trying to kind of build a little bit of muscle, that kind of stuff, I'm actually eating food in order to give myself the calories and the energy to be able to do this stuff. Because I spoke to a nutritionist, and he was the one that said, you know what, maybe the reason you don't have energy when you're training and stuff is because you're not putting in enough fuel to your body. And we kind of went through MyFitnessPal in true to form. I was, including exercise, I was burning about 3,500 calories a day. I was eating about 2,000 calories a day. You do the maths. So it's no wonder my body was, and maybe that's why I'm so like, yay, because I finally got energy in my body again. Right, we're gonna do shoulders next. Hands straight out in front of you, hiya. And then, hiya pals. And then across your body, and then use your other arm to kind of pull it up against you. And yeah, pull it up against you, that makes sense, doesn't it? And that creates a stretch. My hiya pals thing is every year we go to Panto. Hopefully you know what Panto is. I think I've said the story before, so forgive me and I'll make it quick. And the one we go to, the guy that plays like buttons and whatever, if you don't know what Panto is, take a look at it. But yeah, it's the same guy, Johnny Mack, who's very, very funny, and we met him once and he was lovely, a really nice guy, really great to the kids and whatever. But he always comes on and he goes, hiya pals! But then I think everyone does, because we went to see a different Panto, we went to see a different one in Motherwell, and the guy came on and went, hiya pals! And I'm like, oh, that's not your line, you're copying. But apparently that's just what they do in Panto. I never went to Panto when I was young, or at least I don't remember it. I was speaking to my sister about this, the amazing Pamela, it's her full name. Yeah, and I was saying, did I ever go to Panto when I was young? And she's like, I don't think so. So I went to my first Panto when I was like 42 or something, so. Little tiny little violin. Right, let's do forearms next. Put your hands together in front of your face. Hi, hello, hi, hello. And then pushing your hands together, bring them down in front of your body. And so my thumbs are now kind of sternum height. Push your hands together and you'll find that your wrists and forearms will get a nice little stretch from doing this. If you've got a wobbly shoulder angle like I have, try and fix that. Sorry, I mean, podcast people, for you guys and girls and dogs and cats that are listening, because you never know, maybe you put my podcast on to keep the cats and dogs company throughout the day. That'd be very nice, wouldn't it? The cats would like it, the sound of my voice, and whoosh, they'd be like, ooh. Yeah, apologies that I'm talking about things that only video viewers can see, but that's what you get for listening to the podcast. But most of this, 99% of the stuff that I talk about, I'm hoping makes sense when it comes to the podcasts. It's just times like this. And then all you have to do is jump online and take a look at this, and you'll go, oh, that totally wasn't worth it. The worst part is times like this when I actually find myself funny, because then I'm never going to stop. Let's do, what do we do next? Biceps. So you're going to pretend you're a ski jumper here. So ski jump, wee, and then rotate your thumbs outwards. And then that stretches the long head of your bicep. It also contracts your triceps, which is why we do our triceps last. But there we go. So we're Eddie the Eagle Edwards, we're ski jumping, and it's got a good amount of kind of tension you're doing, rotating around in order to get that stretch, and it kind of goes through your shoulders and your chest and stuff as well. So hopefully it's a nice stretch to do. If you have a different way to stretch your biceps, then please do. This is just pretty handy. I like this one because it just feels like it's more of a compound stretch. And finally, we're going to do triceps. So put one hand up in the air, but then it gets bored and it falls down your back and touches your spine. And then you use your other hand to help your elbow up, because your elbow's a little bit lazy or tight in my case. And you help it back and point to the sky. Point to reach for the sky. See, I like the Lightyear film, the sequel, one Lightyear. I thought it was quite good. Fell asleep during it, but I thought it was quite good. I don't know why, but animation, and pretty much every time I go and see an animated movie, I fall asleep at one point. I don't know why. There's very few that I've made it all the way through. Swap arms. Trying to think what was the last one animated film I went to see that I didn't fall asleep on. Even actually Wakanda Forever, which I really liked, really enjoyed. I fell asleep during that as well. Maybe along with the dad jokes, I'm just turning into that kind of dad type that I now go to the cinema for a snooze. Sunday afternoons, you'll find me with a newspaper open across it. Sorry, we're done stretching. Newspaper open across my face. As I have my 40 winks, as my dad would have said. Oh. Don't really talk about my dad much because I lost him when I was so young, but that got me right in the bits just thinking about that. It's 40 winks, but yeah. Anyway, right. Oh, see, it's like an episode of MASH, isn't it, where it goes from hey comedy to modelling. Yeah, suddenly I've been all joking around, and then suddenly I remembered my dad, and suddenly went oh, and then I'm starting to think about my mum. I'm like oh, so sorry, we've ended up in a downer. Sorry, folks. It was all going so well. So do you remember the hashtag? Let's go back to that. Do you remember the hashtag? So if you don't, then you're going to have to go back to the end of the third interval to end that rest period, and you'll find out what the hashtag was. Otherwise, well, there's no otherwise because that's what you have to do. Thank you so much really seriously, thank you so much for putting up with me, especially on days like this where someone just seems to have let go of the leash and I'm just going, why? It's hard to get me back. But it's all because of spaghetti bolognese, the magical power. Oh, the magical powers of spaghetti bolognese. Could you just, yeah, it's incredible. There should be a book written about it. It should be like Wizard's book, Harry Potter and the spaghetti bolognese. Oh, somebody make that. Yeah. In fact, there's nothing else I can say after Harry Potter and the spaghetti bolognese, is there? So thank you so much for putting up with me, watching this one and rowing along. Please leave me some kind of comment. Tell me to shut up or whatever, all right? And no matter what, look after yourselves. I hope you're enjoying this plan. I'm off to have Harry Potter and the spaghetti bolognese. Take care, be well. Bye-bye.